Available, growing an economy where hard work actually pays off.
Republican candidate Congressman Tom Tiffany is focusing specifically on property taxes. He spoke with supporters in West Dallas on Wednesday.
Common sense, affordability, accountability. We are going to end the 400-year property tax increase on day one.
Crowley and Tiffany face off in the November election. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
After falling below 200,000 last month, initial applications for state jobless benefits have been creeping up again. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
The 4-week moving average of unemployment claims is still below 200,000, but the number filed last week alone rose to 209,000. Considering the job losses reflected in last month's unemployment report, analysts see the slight uptick in weekly jobless filings as a sign of relative stability in the labor market.
The Producer Price Index stayed steady last month after a revised 0.1% drop in June. Markets had expected the key inflation measure would increase by 0.2%. Numbers released today by the Bureau of Labor Statistics show food prices fell nearly 1%. Wisconsin joining 21 other states suing the Trump administration over changes to Affordable Care Act marketplace rules. The state says the changes could make coverage more expensive and push people off insurance. The rule would add income and eligibility requirements and expand access to catastrophic plans. The Trump administration says the changes will prevent improper enrollments and give consumers more lower-cost options. 2 people seriously hurt after getting hit by a car near the Wisconsin State Fair.
Milwaukee police responded to a crash near 84th and Kearney around 5:30 p.m. Wednesday night. Police say a man was driving northbound on 84th when he failed to stop at a red light, hitting 2 people that were crossing the street. The 64 and 28-year-old pedestrians were taken to the hospital for non-fatal injuries. The 27-year-old driver remained at the scene and was given a citation for failing to yield the right-of-way. Jen Gregg, WTMJ News.
The ticket for the Powerball jackpot sold at a gas station in Quincy, Illinois. John Marshall is the manager of the Fast and Fresh where the ticket was sold, says it's exciting for his store and the community.
Congratulations. I mean, that is earth-changing. I'm happy to be a part of their lives and changing their lives, and also to put Quincy, Illinois, Hy-Vee, Fast and Fresh on the map too. So I mean, usually most of the jackpots are in bigger cities and on the coasts and stuff like that. So it's great to bring light to the Midwest.
The winner has not come forward yet. One ticket sold in Massachusetts ended up being worth $2 million, while $1 million winners were also sold in Arizona, California, North Carolina, and Florida. Severe storms threatening millions across the Midwest and Ohio Valley today. NOAA's Storm Prediction Center has issued a level 2 out of 5 risk of severe thunderstorms for parts of Iowa and Illinois. Other states across the region, Missouri, Kentucky, Indiana, under a broader level 1 threat, damaging wind gusts expected to be the primary threat. Time now for news about your money and the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Markets are up today. Dow up 66 points. NASDAQ up 235. S&P 500 up 53 points. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth. Annex Private Client. Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Sports, traffic, and weather up next. Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time 10:04.
When you're buying a used car, you definitely want to be in the driver's seat. So make a smart move by choosing a local Adam dealer. That's the Auto Dealers Association of Mega Milwaukee. A used car purchase from an Adam new car dealer comes with many advantages and more peace of mind. Adam dealers have a great selection of quality pre-owned cars, SUVs, and trucks to fit every budget, including certified pre-owned vehicles that are newer models with lower mileage. Certified pre-owned vehicles meet strict manufacturer requirements, must pass a full inspection, and typically come with an extended warranty. Adam dealers also offer top dollar for your trade-in and competitive financing, and they handle all the paperwork. Plus, expert technicians are there if you ever need service down the road. Put your pre-owned vehicle search into gear and find an Adam dealer at adam.com. That's ADAMM.com.
Tracy, why is there a goat in the driveway?
I need a new furnace and I can't afford it, so I'm bartering. Meet my down payment.
You can't pay for a furnace with a goat.
He's worth so much, he does tricks.
Capital does 0% financing for up to 60 months on a new heating and cooling system. No interest, no livestock.
I can keep my money and stay warm?
And get a free second opinion first. Call Capital.
Call CapitalCares.com. Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. Packers begin the preseason tonight in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. Head coach Matt LaFleur planning to dress and play the majority of healthy starters.
That includes quarterback Jordan Love.
I know me and Matt have talked, and I think the plan is to play some limited role this week.
Love has played in Green Bay's preseason opener each of his 3 previous seasons as a starter. Last preseason, he suffered an injury to his non-throwing thumb that required surgery.
Sucked. It was very tough. I'm glad the timeline was what it was, and I was able to be good for week 1, but definitely one of those things you got to take into consideration.
Love admits he takes a more cautious approach when playing in the preseason. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
The Brewers swept by the Padres after falling 4-3 in 11 innings from San Diego. Milwaukee's dropped 3 straight and will visit the Dodgers for a 4-game series that starts tonight. NBA released the group play schedule for the 2026 NBA Cup. The Bucks tip off the tournament when they host the Raptors November 6th. Milwaukee visits the Magic the 13th. The Nets November 25th and visits the Pistons on November 27th. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. We do have a crash. It is off on the left shoulder, I-43 North, almost a mile beyond Howard Avenue.
Traffic is sponsored by Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee. Design Exchange is where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor on consignment at 25 to 40% off retail prices in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Here's your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Looks like a wet one. Cloudy, muggy today. A chance of rain midday, high 78. Mostly cloudy, 68 overnight. Tomorrow, partly cloudy with a chance of showers mainly to the south. Friday's high 78. Saturday, mostly cloudy, warm and humid. Showers and storms likely, high of 80. Pretty much the same for Sunday. Partly cloudy, warm and humid. Chance of thunderstorms and a high Sunday of 81. Then mostly sunny on Monday, high of 75. 73 in Madison, 74 in Green Bay, 75 in Milwaukee. I'm Connie Weber. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 10:08.
Broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studios for the Wisconsin State Fair. It's time for Point Taken. Here are your hosts, Steve Scafidi and Kristen Braun.
And good morning, everybody. It is Thursday, right? Thursday already?
One weekend, baby.
This fair has gone fast. Let's get right to it. She is always one of our most fun guests. She is the CEO of State Fair, Sherry Black. Good morning.
Good morning.
You look very fresh and you've had a good run so far.
Yes. I was going to say, for being a weekend, you still look like it's day number 1.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I ask this question every year. When do you sleep during the fair?
I'm not going to lie. I slept in a little bit this morning.
What does that mean, sleeping in for you?
5?
Yeah, so I did wake up at 5, but then I fell back asleep until about 6.
Good for you.
Because you don't get out of here until super late, right?
Yeah, but it hasn't been bad now that during the week we close at 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went home last night around 9, so that wasn't bad at all. Yeah,
good.
We have a great team. I don't have to be here every waking hour.
You do have a good team. So far, biggest challenges for you at this year's version of the Wisconsin State Fair are?
This weather. It's comfortable, so that's fantastic. But, a number of times, and we know meteorologists,
do their best.
Yes, they do their best. That's the best way to put that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not their fault. They're not God. And if they could control the weather, they would get paid much more.
Right.
But no one could afford them. But when people hear the forecast, that really discourages them from coming out. Like the other day, they were calling for rain and it never rained. So
yeah.
And we have a lot of buildings. I mean, I could spend all day in the expo shopping, all day. And there's plenty of food in there. I could sit in there, I could eat, I could lay in the massage chair or sit in a massage chair all day. I mean, there's a lot to do.
Sounds like you fantasized about some of those things.
I'm not going to lie. I did pop in there the other day because my feet were killing me. And I'm like, just give me a chair. They're like, no problem.
Do you get recognized on the grounds? I swear, I know it was the other day I ran into you somewhere with my grandson and my wife.
Yeah.
Do you get recognized a lot?
It's starting a little bit more than it was in previous years, which is, I love that because everybody loves to tell you their fair story, and I love hearing about people's fair stories.
Because how many years have you been CEO now?
This is my 5th.
5th year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Congratulations.
That went fast.
Is 5 year, what's the wood? It's 5-year anniversary is wood, I think.
I thought it was something better than wood. Wood was wood.
I think it's wood because the first year is paper, right?
I remember that.
Someone look it up.
Yeah, I don't know. We've been married 26 years, actually, on the 19th. So.
Yeah. What does your husband do during the fairs? He has to cook a lot, probably, and stuff.
He gets a little lonely, I think, because I'm never home. And then he wants to come here, which is great. But, like, he came the other day with some of our friends. I never saw him.
Yeah, because you're working.
Yeah.
Right? And
And you just never know what'll happen.
All right, this is your job. Where do you find fun in the fair?
Oh, my gosh, where don't you find fun in the fair?
Well, give me something.
The governor's livestock auction was last night.
I know we have the winner
Our next
on.
guest is going to talk to the winner.
Yeah, we had a big buyer yesterday. Joe Thomas was there.
Oh.
I know. So
Football
you never
player?
know.
I was going to say, for people who don't know who Joe Thomas is, big
Football player, big star football player. I believe
from
Hall of Fame.
Brookfield.
Hall of Fame.
Yes, Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Look at
exciting.
you throwing those names around.
I know. I was creepily taking pictures of him from my table. Somebody's like, "Why don't you go introduce yourself?" I'm like, "Oh no."
Are you shy?
Embarrassing.
Are you a shy person?
I don't get the celebrity thing. Like that does not do. I don't like run backstage because I want to meet. They don't care about who we are. Like no.
I disagree. I'm excited to see Sherry Black when I'm wandering through the fair.
Well, I'm not a celebrity.
No, but speaking of celebrities, what celebrities have been on the grounds that maybe we're not aware of? Any big-time actors or anything just walking around having fun?
Well, Giannis used to come a lot with his family.
Yeah. He's in Miami now.
Yes, and I mean, I could have gone and met him, but he's with his family. I'm not going to bother him.
Say
like that's not like my thing. So,
any JJ Watt sightings?
No, I have not seen JJ Watt, but my kids actually used to work out at his gym in Waukesha. So
nice.
I know my daughter actually worked there also and met all the Watt boys, and they're all very nice.
The whole family's nice. I've met the whole family.
I mean, my husband recently saw him at Texas Roadhouse. And so I got a text. He goes, JJ Watt's here. So he's around.
Where is your husband going to a Texas Roadhouse?
If there's one in Oak Creek.
There is. That's where he was?
Yeah.
Mike, your husband was in Oak Creek. We're kind of getting off the subject here, but interesting. Tell him I said hi.
I will.
All right, so as we have the weekend, and then that's it. So when you wrap this thing, like Sunday, what time?
We close at 10 o'clock.
All right.
9 o'clock? 10 o'clock.
What's your Monday like?
10 o'clock.
What's your Monday? You just take the day off?
No.
No?
Did you hear that, Wisconsin? No. We are, of course, wrapping things up. You would be shocked at when you come in Monday morning. A lot of these vendors have already pulled out, and they are on their way to their next location.
They're moving always. They're always going somewhere.
Yes, and I'm always amazed at how clean the grounds are by Monday. Our team just does a phenomenal job. But, we have to wrap things up. Looking at numbers, gathering those for media, and, of course, checking and double-checking so we're reporting everything properly. But we're already getting ready. We have events that next Thursday. We're hosting a Visit Milwaukee and MMAC event that Thursday night. And then the race comes in right after that weekend. So we are busy.
You don't really get a break because even in the winter, you guys have events here.
Every weekend.
You're scheduled all the time. I've emceed stuff here, and I've done live remotes from the. You guys are always busy. So when does the State Fair vacation happen?
That was my question.
Yeah. And where are you going?
Not anytime soon because then we have Harvest Fair.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So yes, we do have to run up. Our youngest is at school in Minnesota, so we have to run up there and see him for a weekend just because he's been there since June. And you should
probably go see him.
Yeah.
All right. So as a young adult and a child, you exhibited at the fair. You were part of the fair, right?
Yes.
So going from that experience to what you do now, which is running the fair, that's got to be like a hell of a life story. And you're not that old yet.
Well, I think I am, but yes, no, I say it all the time. I have my dream job. I mean, I certainly wanted to be in this spot someday and knew that early on in my career, but you just don't know that that's really going to happen. So I feel very fortunate to be in this seat.
Well, you do a very good job, and we always appreciate you taking the time to join us. And like I said, I've seen you in the grounds. You're always so nice. So thanks for the great job you do. I love the Wisconsin State Fair. It is the time of the year to enjoy all this stuff. And there's so many cool things. And I always talk about the flowers. I grow stuff, and you've talked about it on our station already. The work with the flowers. I see the young folks, because I'm here really early, watering those flowers every morning.
Every day. Yep.
Yeah.
And
who's in charge of the flowers?
Jill Albanese, and she is our competitive exhibits director as well as park beautification. And as you can see, she does a phenomenal job.
And it wasn't always like that. I remember the fair when I was a kid. It didn't look like this.
No, Jill has copious amounts of energy. It's just unbelievable. She has a crew of about 20 kids that she teaches them life lessons more than just about all of this. But
actually, that's a question. How many people does the fair employ every day?
So year round, we have about 100 people that work but then when we get to fair, we swell about 1,800.
1,800, and that's not even including the vendors, because that's a different count for the vendors who are like SAZs when they're employing just for state fair, like just like the parking attendants, the grounds people. That's 1,800 per day.
Well, and it's not even parking because we contract with interstate parking, so their numbers are
so that's even
outside of
separate.
ours. Yes,
all those teenagers flagging you this way.
The biggest department is facilities and public safety.
Okay.
All right, great job. Get to work.
Okay.
All right,
yes,
good to
thank
see you as
Good to
always.
see you too,
Sherry
always.
Black, CEO of the fair. We'll take a quick break, then we'll be joined by the winner of the Governor's Livestock Auction, who is ready to jump in. Her name is Callie. She's from Sturtevant. Can't wait to meet her. That's next.
Every homeowner has a list. That roof, those windows, that bathroom you've been meaning to update. If you've been putting off home improvements, you're not alone. At Exterior Pros and Baths, they help homeowners upgrade their homes with beautiful roofing, siding, windows, doors, gutters, and bathrooms built to last. Right now, save up to $3,000 on your next project. Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Call 262-800-4274 or visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right, built to last. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Earn now, spend later at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Now through August 26th, rewards members earn $10 in Blaine's Bucks for every $100 spent in store. Redeemable just like cash, September 3rd to the 16th. Right now, rewards members save $100 on a Charbroil Performance 4-burner grill. Assorted rustic pantry spices, jams, and pickled vegetables are 15% off. Plus, Blaine's brand trail mixes also 15% off. Earn Blaine's Bucks now to spend later, just like cash, only at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. I hope you'll join me on Saturdays at 1 o'clock for Experience Wisconsin right here on WTMJ. We check in with cities, communities, groups, events across our great state. We're going to spin you around and give you information on some really cool things to do and introduce you to some really fun people. This week we are joined by Road America's John Everett and Hayward Lake's Mindy Simons. It's going to be a fun show. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 right here on 620 WTMJ.
I'm Parker, and I'm working at the Wisconsin State Fair Portesi Pizza booth inside the Wisconsin building.
What's so good about this pizza?
It's just really handcrafted and made with love.
Well, you read all the notes. That's a good job. Are people being nice to you at the Wisconsin State Fair?
Yes, they're being very nice.
Everybody?
Yeah, most people.
When you're not working at the Portesi Pizza place, what do you like at the fair?
Spin City's really fun.
I'm going there tomorrow with my grandson. Thanks for coming on the show.
Oh, a little fun I had at the fair with young Parker.
Oh, that's fun.
He's selling pizza over in the Wisconsin building, which is a fun place to be. All right, speaking of fun, last night, we had the governor on yesterday.
We did.
were talking about his big livestock auction. In our studio is the winner of that auction. Is it Callie Whitley, right?
Yes.
Welcome
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So the moment that you win, tell me what it felt like.
Yeah, it was crazy. I didn't really know how to act. I was super overwhelmingly excited.
That's a normal reaction.
That is a normal reaction. You work really hard for this. So tell us, for people unfamiliar, tell us more of like what goes into it.
It takes a lot of hard work and dedication. Like every morning you're up really early, a lot of late nights in the barn. You rinse them, wash them, brush them, work hair for a while, and basically repeat all over again.
So how much of this winning this event is a game changer for you? Because there's only one winner, right? And it was a big number. I saw the number that the bidders bought your steer with. How much does it change your life? And what will you do with that?
Yes, it's impacted me a lot. Honestly, I always go into a show with like an open mind. Like whatever happens, and you're gonna learn from it no matter what. And with my money, I plan on saving it and using it for college.
Nice. Actually, let's hear more about you. So, Callie, you're from Sturtevant?
Yes.
And then what grade are you going to? Still in high school?
I'm going to be a freshman.
You're going to be a freshman? Oh, are you nervous for high school?
I'm kind of, but not really, honestly.
Okay. And what do you think college is going to hold for you, if you know? What do you want to study?
I want to study animal science. I want to go to Oklahoma State University, so we'll see what happens.
Why Oklahoma State?
They have a really good egg program, so.
Okay.
So do you think that's going to be your future?
Yeah, hopefully.
So you probably met the CEO of the State Fair, Sherry Black. She was here right
Yes.
before you. She also did things at the fair when she was younger, and that is part of her story. as somebody who's now done this for a few years, tell people what that's like. You're at the fair, you have your animals, you're talking to people. We all see it from our side. We wander in those buildings, we see the animals, but we don't know the hard work. What's involved in getting here to the fair?
Yeah, we had an amazing crew come up and set up. You have to do it at 12 a.m. on like Monday morning. So it's a lot.
12 a.m.
Yeah, you have to come and set up. So
No
when they were
kidding.
setting up, actually the storms were rolling in. It was flooding
That's right.
as they were setting up. So.
Wow. And how many years you been at the fair?
This is my 3rd year showing here.
Yeah.
What is the community like? Like, did you know a lot of the other contestants that you were competing against? Are you guys all friends?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us are friends because we spend a lot of time with each other. So, I don't know.
You get to hang out.
Yeah. We spend a lot of time together. It's a lot of bonding time.
Good.
All right, I met your parents in our green room, as we call it. I don't call it that, but some people do. It's not just about what you do. It's about what your parents help you do. So I'm sure you want to say something nice to your parents because they make a lot of these things possible.
Yeah, I mean, without them, this wouldn't be happening. This wouldn't have happened. They spend a lot of time with it as much as I do, so I just want to say thanks to them.
So how does this work once you win? Like, do you get a new animal? Like, what will your future look like as far as for the rest of high school, as far as breeding? And like you said, is like, do you say I have another one waiting in the wing for you?
So we sold them, and then they will go get butchered, and then we get a new one. So.
Do you get to pick?
Sometimes my uncle kind of just chooses for me.
So your uncle breeds steer?
No, well, we do kind of, but we get them from other cattle companies.
Got it. Okay.
So this was a big moment in your life. What do you think your next big thing is, other than going to high school?
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
That's pretty big. Those are two pretty big things
Yeah.
right now.
We had a fun moment in our green room because I thought her mom was Callie.
Oh.
Her very young-looking mom, which I think she appreciated. Yeah, so pleasure to meet you. Congratulations. You are one of those great state fair stories. That's why this is the first time in my 10 years I've ever had the winner on the show, so I wanted to do that this year. I talked to a lot of folks who work on the auction, a lot of hard-working people. Big crowds last night. You got to meet the governor.
Yes.
Thanks for being here for us. Callie Whitley, Sturtevant, Wisconsin, just south of me in Oak Creek, doing some really fantastic work, and good luck in high school.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Steve Kristen, Point Taken, 620, WTMJ.
Behind every breaking headline, there's a reporter whose perspective deserves to be heard. This is WTMJ's Adam Roberts. Join me Sunday mornings at 10 on Reporter's Notebook as we break down the news from the lens of the reporter and analyze stories that deserve closer inspection. We'll also give you a behind-the-scenes look at what goes into a reporter's job and how the news you hear every day comes together.
Bringing you the story behind the story. It's Reporter's Notebook, Sunday mornings at 10 on WTMJ.
Hey, it's Kristen from Point Taken on 620 WTMJ. You know, in radio, people usually hear your voice first. But when I'm out in the community or at the state fair, listeners come up to me and they say, your smile really stands out. That's why I trust Dr. James Michaels and the team at Economawalk Dental Care. And yes, I drive all the way from Milwaukee to Economawalk to see Dr. Michaels and his incredible staff. Because when you find a dental team that makes you feel comfortable, listened to, and cared for, that drive is worth it. Dr. Michaels has been practicing in Economawalk for more than 25 years. And his approach is simple. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Whether you're due for a cleaning, thinking about cosmetic options, or just need a dental home where you feel at ease, call Economawalk Dental Care at 262-567-7224. Economawalk Dental Care with Dr. James Michaels, the team I trust with my smile.
Get your final August plans in for Brewers Rangers Action Friday, August 28th through Sunday the 30th. Starting with the Cole Swindell post-game concert at Country Music Night on Friday, featuring a belt buckle with a special ticket. Then it's Jackson Churio Mania. Get the Churio Bowl giveaway Saturday, courtesy of 620 WTMJ. And get it on the Final Kids Cheer Free Sunday before summer ends. Kids get a Churio Height poster on Sunday, courtesy of Joy. Get tickets for it all at brewers.com.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first softwave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
Kristen and Steve on this fine Thursday. It's not raining. That's always a victory. We're at the Wisconsin State Fair Bank 5-9 studio. We are fueled by Leff's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill, who feed us for lunch. I'm not around at dinner time, but I hear they feed them at dinner time as well for our later shows.
Later shows, yeah.
And we're here from. Well, I was here. We have a big puzzle thing happening, so I had to meet the vendor at 7 a.m. this morning.
What puzzle thing?
It's right outside here. Did you see that thing? It's really cool. It's an event that Julia Fellow, our teammate, is doing, I think, around from noon to 2. So if you want to see all that, it's right in front of our, what we call the fishbowl. I don't think they refer to it as that. It's mobile studio, whatever you want to call it, although we're not mobile. We are located right next to Central Park, right across from the Dairy Building, which is, of course, the home of the famous Cream Puffs, just north of the Expo Center. And, for somebody, one of my buddies said, a lot of State Fair content this year. I love doing the State Fair content. I'm not going to pretend that I'm not at the State Fair.
Was he complaining that there's a lot of
State
Fair
but,
content?
Everybody wants to hear politics. It's all politics. We spend enough. We have a 2-hour show tomorrow. We're going to spend talking about politics.
Plenty of time tomorrow.
Yeah. And I think we've dissected
we've done a pretty good job.
We have. Didn't we spend most of the show yesterday? Tuesday was heavy State Fair.
Tuesday was definitely heavy State Fair.
Which is good.
Today's a good mix. We got Celeste Morgan coming back. 3 weeks in a row with Celeste.
Yeah, because, obviously the run-up to the election, speaking of politics, there was a lot of conversation about parental choice and all that stuff. And now, after the results, now that we have Crowley, Tiffany in that final runoff to see who's going to be our next governor, I'm sure Colestin has thoughts, leading City Forward Collective, he's the executive director, on what this election means. And frankly, I don't even know the answers because I'm not sure that I know Crowley's position on parental choice.
He's pro.
Yeah.
That was actually, I would say, for the public school advocates who want the voucher program to go away.
He was
not their guy.
Not their guy.
No, for the people who want the voucher. That was a Kelda Fran thing. But I would say, because I think that is reflective in Crowley's understanding of what the program means to a lot of families in Milwaukee.
Somebody sent me this morning on email, like his story coming from a very poor zip code in Milwaukee. Pretty impressive story.
I had this moment because I think there's how much time do we have?
We got 2 minutes.
There is in surveying the comment section yesterday, and I don't want to, when you get really attached to a candidate. It does. I think it's normal to feel sad if they don't get elected, right? So I'm trying to give people grace for who's disappointed this week that Francesca Hong didn't win. But there's also a lot of, I think, untrue rhetoric going around about David as far as him being like pro data center. And it's like, well, having a more nuanced answer besides like just a year moratorium doesn't necessarily mean you're recruiting data centers to come here. But there's also, but I feel like people need to understand when you look at the candidates who were running of the 7 people originally, no one overcame more odds than David Crowley. Yeah. Like there is a story from 2022 that James Causey at Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel wrote that's like the sliding door story of David Crowley. Like he likely would have been in with that group of boys that beat that man to death when they were 14. And the only reason he wasn't in that group that night is because he had just gotten evicted. Their family had just gotten evicted again. And so he wasn't there. Like he came from a rough background and overcame a lot to be where he is. And so I don't want him to get confused with like some shill that isn't connected to his community and where he came from.
I'm not a Democrat, and I get constantly abused for saying nice things about David Crowley. I say nice things because I know David Crowley. I've known him for a decade and a half. He's a thoughtful leader. He may not agree with me on a lot of things, but we may also agree on some things. And the fact that he leads the largest county, he's actually shown some bipartisanship with something that, no surprise, I stress in my conversations about politics. I'm sorry if he's not your guy, but his story is an incredible story, and that's the story I would tell going into this campaign. So we'll explore all of that after the break. Colestin Morgan, he is the executive director of City Forward Collective. He's been on a lot lately because there's a lot going on with the choice schools and that conversation. He'll come in studio at the State Fair. He brought his daughter along with him. She's welcome as well. If you're at the fair, come and say hi to all the folks. Yeah, they're waving. Thanks for being here for us. Thanks for listening. We are right across the Dairy Building, as I said. Lots more show today. Kristen, Steve, before we get to the local news update, here's now the latest from ABC.
I'm Sherry. Preston, Oklahoma has put a man to death for killing his girlfriend in 2005. It is the first of 3 executions set for the same day across the country today. Executions also set for Alabama and Tennessee. Concern for U.S. sailors deployed to the Middle East 9 months into their mission. The Navy Times and Stars and Stripes reporting that multiple service members have tried to jump overboard after describing moldy showers, broken toilets, and a lack of hygiene products. ABC News contributor Mick Mulroy.
It really set a record for continuous days at sea, so without a port call. And that causes a lot of the issues, of course, because supplies run very short and days become essentially continuous. But it's important also to point out that this crew has done an exceptional job at carrying out the mission.
More strong thunderstorms in the Midwest. Nearly 9 feet of rain fell in areas east of Indianapolis. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 10:31. I'm Connie Weber. Milwaukee Public Schools hosting an enrollment day next week for families who still need to enroll their kids for the upcoming school year. The event is August 20th at Wick Playfield from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. MPS says kindergarten applications are up more than 20% from last year, while 9th grade applications up to about 15%. Families can enroll students in kindergarten through 12th grade depending on available space. If you can't attend, MPS says families can enroll online or in person at Central Services before the September 1st start of the school year. The Marquette University student driving the car involved in a deadly crash is going to trial. 22-year-old Peter McColgan faces 2 felony charges of homicide by negligent operation of a vehicle in the deaths of his lacrosse teammates Noah Snyder and Scott Michaud. Prosecutors allege that McColgan was speeding through a yellow light last September when his car was hit by Amandrea Bruner as she tried to make a left turn. She was acquitted of the same charges in June. Wisconsin, part of an over $15 million settlement with one of the country's largest mortgage companies. State Department of Financial Institutions says New Res improperly charged more than 4,200 borrowers for insurance, even though they already had active homeowners policies. Those charges caused more than $4.5 million in consumer harm. New Res has already worked with state regulators to address that money and will pay nearly $11 million more in costs and penalties. Time now for news about your money with the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow has turned lower, now down 102 points, 53,681. The Nasdaq up 163, 26,752. S&P 500 up 34 points at 7,783. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Take a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Earlier crash off on the left shoulder, I-43 north, almost a mile beyond Howard Avenue. Here's your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Mostly cloudy and muggy today. A chance of midday rain. High 78. Overnight low tonight 68. Partly cloudy tomorrow. A chance of showers to the south. A high 78. Saturday, mostly cloudy, warm and humid. Showers and storms likely. High of 80. Partly cloudy Sunday. Warm and humid again. A chance of thunderstorms. A high of 81. Monday, mostly sunny. High of 75. 74 in Madison. 75 in Green Bay and in Milwaukee. I'm Connie Weber. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 10:34.
If you've ever worried about your heart, if you've ever loved someone with heart disease, if you've ever wondered if you're the one at risk, let's remind ourselves that we are not powerless. Because at the Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, we're pushing to outsmart heart and vascular disease by working with you personally to understand your history, assess your risks, and guide you to heart strength. By digging deep with tireless research and offering access to leading-edge clinical trials. And for the most serious conditions, including heart failure, heart valve disease, arrhythmias, and vascular diseases, we provide renowned expertise and the most advanced life-saving procedures you expect from academic medicine. So let's get out in front of heart disease. Let's outsmart it. Let's keep pushing so that every one of us can outrun it and embrace every beautiful day life in Wisconsin has to offer. To learn more about our nationally renowned heart and vascular care, visit freighter.com/heart.
Tune in Saturdays at 6 a.m. for Legally Speaking with Kirsten Hildebrand. Hildebrand Law. Legal talk without the filler and straight to the point. Miss the show? Catch the Legally Speaking podcast on WTMJ.com.
Summer's biggest tradition is back. The Wisconsin State Fair returns August 6th through the 16th with 11 days of family fun. Enjoy legendary cream puffs, can't miss fair foods, live music, thrilling rides in Spin City, amazing animal exhibits, shopping, and entertainment around every corner. Whether you're craving a classic corn dog or this year's newest food creations, there's something for everyone. Get your tickets today and start planning your visit at wistatefair.com. We'll see you at the Wisconsin State Fair.
It's time for some forward thinking on Point Taken. Brought to you by City Forward Collective, focusing on education in Milwaukee.
And we are joined by Clifton Morgan, Executive Director of City Forward Collective, a local nonprofit working to ensure there's a great Milwaukee school for every Milwaukee family, here to share how all of the information that we glean from Tuesday's election impacts the world you live in. Let's get your thoughts on the results from Tuesday and how that impacts the educational ecosystem.
It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
First and all, and this was a really fascinating Tuesday night and Wednesday morning, and I think I'm still trying to recover from the lack of sleep.
I would say we had the governor yesterday. He was working on about 2 hours of sleep. So
that sounds about right. I can believe it. But education actually became an issue at the end of this conversation. And, we spent some time talking about, some real differences. This was one of the few places where you saw the Democratic candidates really separate themselves.
So you wrote in spring that the Democrats had lost the public's confidence in elections. Did they fix that, start to get it back? Where are you at?
I think what we saw is that there's a real conversation inside of the Democratic Party, and I think it's been a long overdue conversation around how we reckon with school choice. This was the point we were trying to make in the spring. It's a point that I think our community has been saying for some time. I think we get this pitch sometimes as an either or. It's either strong public schools or we're all for school choice. And I think more and more voters see this as a both and conversation.
So as far as understanding where City Forward Collective came down and endorsing David, right?
We did not.
You did not officially endorse.
An endorsement, and I should be clear. We have a C4 affiliate, CFC Action Fund, that does our political work.
That being said, you understand what the candidates say on your issue. Do we know where David Crowley, county executive, now candidate for the Democratic nomination for governor, where he stands on some of these issues?
Yeah, we absolutely do, right? I think the last couple of weeks we had a conversation about the voucher program or the parental choice program. We've been talking about it a bit and sort of the facts and the ways in which I think this gets misunderstood or miscast sometimes in the statewide conversation. I think now candidate Crowley was pretty clear that he's not seeking to grow the program, but he's also not interested in eliminating the program, that he understands that this is a program that serves a number of families in Milwaukee and wants to see improvements across the board. I think he was also pretty clear in his support for public education and wanting to see better outcomes at Milwaukee public schools. And we've also spent a lot of time talking about funding, and I think I know the school choice discussion got really loud at the end, but I think that funding conversation, I suspect, is one we're going to get back to as we get to the general election.
Well, it's also interesting if you think of the background of Tony Evers, who was out there campaigning very hard for David Crowley, and Tony Evers being the education governor, or at least that was kind of what his background was in, that there has to be some agreement that Tony Evers wasn't too dismayed by David Crowley's position on schools.
The not so quiet secret here. We've talked about it before. I've been pretty supportive in the main of Governor Evers and the work that he's done to build some real cross-partisan bridges on this issue, because I think he too sees and understands the reality. Yes, we need to invest in our public schools and make sure they've got the resources that they need. And the reality is that school choice it's a majority support issue in this state.
So much of the conversation I hear away from the show when we do these segments is one side or the other. But you said last time you were on, from the fair, there's options, and I think giving people, this is my opinion, I'm going to ask you about my opinion, but I think you have a thought on it. Giving parents the option to decide where they go with their children to school, I think is an important consideration that I think most Wisconsinites, tell me if you agree, think that is a smart play.
Not only do I agree, the polling has been telling us this for some time. We had it at 52% support back in the spring. We had this as like a 2-to-1 issue amongst the now infamous undecided late-breaking voters. Like they were about 20, 30 points more supportive of school choice than, and that's just inside the Democratic Party primary. Move to independents, move to a general election audience, and you see much broader support.
Does Crowley's win, you think, squash some of the let's just get rid of it discussion?
I think we've all been in these conversations for far too long to think that we're going to get rid of this, but I hope maybe it helps us to recast the conversation where I think the intention needs to be.
And that's some of what you do.
Yeah, how do we do better for all of our kids across all of our schools? How do we make sure all of them get the resources that they need and hold every school accountable for results? I hope that's the conversation we can get to now.
When you were doing your polling, was that, because we've talked a lot about how there's a difference between the Milwaukee program and the statewide program.
Yep.
Did your polling decipher between the two?
So we polled, our spring poll was actually a statewide poll. We do see differences in perception between Milwaukee and the rest of the state. I would say broadly it feels like the conversation outside of, let's say, Metro Milwaukee, maybe is where the conversation in Milwaukee was a decade or so ago. And that makes sense. The program statewide is newer. There are some differences in the rules. Most notably, there are some funding implications for districts. They're relatively minor for any individual district. But some of the issues that we have had to work through and resolve in Milwaukee over time have not been resolved in the same way in the state program. I think those are all legitimate policy conversations for the next governor, the next legislature to be having over the next few years.
Celeste Morgan, Executive Director of City Forward Collective, a local nonprofit working on behalf of Milwaukee schools and Milwaukee families. That connection is very important. And we'll have another continued conversation with the Executive Director of City Forward Collective after this on Point Taken on 620 WTMJ.
Save big money at Menards. Menards is your paint destination, offering the selection you need to refresh your home in one weekend. Pristine Exterior Paint is Dutch Boy's most durable solution for all-weather protection. With its rain rinse technology, water naturally rinses away dirt and grime. Plus, it resists cracking and peeling. Save big money on Pristine Exterior Paint. Plus, view our weekly flyer on Menards.com and start your painting project today.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, if you're at the fair, you got to stop at Leff's Miller Lights Sports Bar and Grill. They are our fuel for the fair, I like to say, because they feed us lunch, feed us dinner. It's located right outside the raceway entrance, and they're right there. You walk right into them, and they have unbelievable. They're Sipconsin cocktails. They're great food. I've eaten about 4 of their different entrees. Fantastic. All the drink options you need. You got Miller Lite. You got all the beers. That is why you should go, if you're at the fair, to Leff's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. It is the best location to have fun at the fair. Fairs are always about fun, and Leff's understands that. And if you've never checked out Leff's Lucky Town in Tulsa, you should do that as well. So join us, eat the food, have fun at the fair at Leff's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at progressive.com.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Hi, I'm Matt Dorner, CEO of Milwaukee Downtown Bid 21. Downtown Employee Appreciation Week is back August 17th through the 21st, with daily giveaways, office challenge games, and much more. It's all designed to boost your team's spirits. Learn how your company can participate at MilwaukeeDowntown.com.
Recently, a seller that unfortunately ended up choosing another agent called me. She said she made a mistake, and what she was expressing to me sounded like she kind of was bullied into signing with him. Is it typical? Not always, but it will never happen when you hire a Century 21 Benefit Realty agent. I want our agents to be able to look in the mirror and say, I'd want to work with me. Not because they're good at saying what you want to hear or offer the lowest commission, but because of trust. Because if you're not feeling that from your agent, that's a problem. And I don't want that. At 1.9% on the listing side of your sale with our commission capped at $19,000, Century 21 Benefit Realty leads with a very fair and transparent commission structure with maximum marketing that can get your home sold fast and for the best price. And saving money matters, but working with someone who will tell you exactly what you need to know up front, that creates trust. And that matters too. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Milwaukee Weight Loss says back to school means back to you. Schedule now and enroll by August 31st to save $200 on the complete weight loss program. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com today. Schedule your free consultation. Hurry up. Offer ends August 31st. MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. We are broadcasting live from the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Clifton Morgan, Executive Director of City Forward Collective. All right, so Crowley's win opportunity here. What's the conversation we're going to have and see in the next 3 months?
Over the next 3 months, I think, we're already seeing Tom Tiffany start to talk about accountability and standards. I don't think this property tax conversation is going to go anywhere anytime soon, and obviously there are real implications for schools and as one of the major beneficiaries of property taxes. I think we're going to have a conversation, hopefully that focuses on what we need to do to improve outcomes, restore outcomes. People are going to have different words for that, but I hope that conversation is centered on our students rather than systems and pitting them against each other.
What differences do you, at least on the surface so far, what differences do you see when it comes to education between David Crowley and Tom Tiffany?
That's a good question, and obviously Congressman Tiffany hasn't been on the record as much on this yet because it's early in the general election season. I think you'd probably see a Tiffany administration seeking to expand school choice, probably some of the same policies that you've seen out of the legislature over the last few years. It seems like, while Crowley's not interested in expansion, he's not interested in elimination. So, there are some differences there. I suspect probably the bigger differences exist outside of education, though, which maybe is a good thing for once.
But do you see it as a good opportunity with both candidates?
Yes, right.
For what you do.
I think, any chance that we have to talk about students and student outcomes and ensuring that all of our kids are prepared and ready to succeed, I think is a good one. I'll go back to our polling. 93% of parents, you don't get to 93% without talking to a lot of Republicans, a lot of Democrats, and everything in between, are concerned that kids aren't graduating ready for whatever's going to come next, prepared for the future. There's lots of disruptions, lots of dislocations, not just AI, but certainly that's part of the conversation. I do think we've got to have a conversation about what does it mean to educate a child and have them be ready to succeed in the economy and the society that they're being launched into today. And I think that's incredibly, I think that's an important conversation for us to have.
We've had a lot of conversations about funding, and that conversation it's a big picture deal. Do we have the two candidates that would actually advance a real conversation in the legislature with the governor to actually remake how we fund schools?
I'll push that conversation to the legislature, right? Because the purse strings sit with them.
Right.
And I think that
we might have a different legislature.
Right? I suspect Governor Evers would have loved to have done work on the funding formula, but it takes probably three in this case to tango. And so I think what's going to matter is, do we have legislators that are willing to say this is an issue, this system is broken, and it's been broken so badly and for so long that we're going to actually take the next step and fix it.
Well, that's also the thing that we have not talked about this as much, is the fact that there's this looming lawsuit that's probably going to end up in front of the Wisconsin Supreme Court as far as a case that says how we're funding schools is unconstitutional right now. And so I was having a conversation this week, and I'd love your thoughts on this, Cleston, about the fact that if this were to rule in a certain way in the Wisconsin Supreme Court, it would actually force lawmakers to actually have to rethink how we do our school funding formula.
Yeah, so the case in question is it's working to the trial court level in Eau Claire, and they're doing the initial motions. I think the court at the trial court level has sort of focused this question pretty narrowly on the funding formula for school districts. That was one early question. Was this going to be about how we spend money on all K-12 education or just on the district funding formula? I've been pretty clear, that system's broken. It's been broken for some time. Whether it comes from the courts or it comes from the legislature, I think, I'll let the politics and the branches of government figure that out. But it is true that a solution needs, we have reached and probably exceeded the breaking point on this. That's where you're seeing the pain on property taxes and so many other places.
Klessa Morgan joining us from City Forward Collective. All right, so the voters have spoken for the first time in advance of their second bigger decision, who's going to be our next governor. What's the question or questions they should be asking the two candidates?
How do we ensure that every one of our students is prepared for the future that they're going to confront? We've talked at City Forward Collective about the challenges facing students on the north side of Milwaukee, about this being the epicenter of some worst in the nation outcomes for Black students specifically. I think that's a question that is a matter of statewide concern. I also think the broader question of how do we ensure that all of our students, no matter their background, whether they're a student on the north side of Milwaukee or up in the Northwoods, is graduating with skills to whatever is going to be next for them, right? That could be college, that could be career. We need to have that conversation. Are we doing the work we need to do to teach our youngest kids how to read, write, and do math on grade level to ensure our high school students see pathways to economic opportunity? I think that is an issue that was sort of sitting behind a lot of the conversation and discussion that happened even in the Democratic Party primary. I think that's absolutely on the table as we go into the general election. I think it's incredibly important that we have that conversation.
You and I had a long-form conversation on this Videology podcast with Dr. Howard Fuller. Where do you think he sees this race now with these two candidates and on the issue of education? Where would he be at, do you think? Speaking for him, obviously.
I was going to say,
you know him pretty well.
You're putting me in the really
dangerous
position.
But you guys know each other pretty well.
Trying to speak for Dr. Fuller, what I think he would, what I think he has expressed, right, is that we've got to love our students and care about our students more than we care about the systems and structures that sit around them. And so I think that means that we've got to maybe remove the sacred cows and get off of the ideological talking points on any side and actually get down to the dirty work of how do we actually educate our kids. I know he's been passionate on the reading issue in particular. Mm-hmm. That is absolutely something we've got to take on as a state. But I think beyond that, how do we focus on our kids and put them back at the center of this conversation? That's where they belong.
And I think because I asked him the question, he's rather pessimistic. I think there's opportunity where you used before that we can shift that to a more optimistic sort of look ahead, because ultimately it's about teaching our kids.
Yeah, we care about this. We're spending so much time even in our political conversations about this because, I don't find anyone on any side. I've had the opportunity to chat with most of these candidates for governor along the way. I don't think either David Crowley or Tom Tiffany doesn't care about kids in Milwaukee, doesn't care about their education and their future. I think that's a good and important thing, right? This matters to them. It's on their minds.
Do you know anyone who's just screw those kids?
I've heard that from some taxpayers.
Really?
They get enough money. I've heard that argument many times. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
I love the word opportunity, because I think that's my takeaway from this conversation today. Klessa Morgan, Executive Director, City Forward Collective. Always enjoy the conversations, always learn something. We'll see where this race goes and how it develops and how that impacts education. We'll see you on our next visit.
I am excited. And then meanwhile, I'm going to get my daughter out here to the fair today.
She's very excited about the fair opportunity.
What's your favorite thing at the fair? Cream puffs. Cream puffs. There we go.
Right across the park.
You're in a good location
I know
for
where
it.
I'm going next.
All right, we'll take a quick break here on Point Taking. Kristen and Steve from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair.
Our children deserve a real chance to make it in life, and a good education is a passport to opportunity. At City Forward Collective, we're working to make sure there's a great Milwaukee school for every Milwaukee family, because more good options lead to better outcomes. And who doesn't want that? Together, we can give every child the foundation they need to thrive, and a stronger future for kids means a stronger future for Milwaukee. To learn more about our mission, visit us at cityforwardcollective.org. That's cityforwardcollective.org.
No matter where you hear WTMJ, whether it be here.
So we are overlooking the bay. We're in the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studios.
Or there.
Here live in our Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studio.
Catch us at home or on the go, thanks to Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
In the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin podcast studio.
We are live wherever you are, on the air and on the go. The Pella Windows and Doors podcast studio is live on WTMJ.com.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
Do you suffer from moderate to severe slumpiness?
Slumpiness?
I've never heard that expression.
I know. I made it up.
What does that mean?
You know, when someone's hungry and angry?
Yeah, we say they're hangry.
Well, I've coined the term slumpy for someone who's grumpy from a bad night of sleep.
Clever.
But Penny Mustard has discovered the cure for severe slumpiness.
Let me guess. a nightly dose of a double-sided hybrid mattress.
It's just what the doctor ordered.
Penny Mustard's exclusive line of hybrid mattresses is made in Wisconsin and combines a steel coil spring center and specialty foam.
Our mattresses have been proven to last 45% longer than the average unflippable model.
Ask your doctor about Penny Mustard. They probably bought their mattress here too. Or at least I hope they did, because who wants a slumpy doctor?
Come see our selection of sophisticated double-sided hybrid mattresses at Penny Mustard.
Find a showroom near you at pennymustard.com.
Flippable versions of what slumpy people want.
See Europe from a completely new perspective with Fox World Travel and Avalon Waterways. Cruising down legendary rivers like the Danube or the Rhine, your luxury boutique hotel travels with you. Relax in award-winning panorama suites featuring wall-to-wall windows, enjoy premium local wine and dining, and step off directly into the heart of historic castles and villages. Your next incredible river cruise awaits. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com today.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Oh, yeah, kicking it up at the Wisconsin State Fair Bank 5-9 studio. Folks saying hi. Love to see folks coming out. They are coming out, even though the sun's not shining. It actually keeps the temperatures down. Hey, the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Well, how about a good deed and then getting rewarded for it? Join the WTMJ street team. And Julia Fellow, by the way, superstar
Julia Fellow.
Oh,
she was here early yesterday because she got to do she did midday.
So they got this whole thing going on right outside our little studio here, and it's you get a piece of WTMJ swag. You put a piece on the puzzle, and then you solve the puzzle at the end of the 2 hours, and it has a message for everybody. So come on out, right across from the Dairy Building, right north of the Expo Center.
So is she going to be like Vanna Whiting it?
Yeah, I think so.
She's very. Do you think she's going to wear a gown?
Knowing Julia, yes. She loves that. Julia is, would you not agree
she's listening right
that
now.
Julia is one of the best dressed teammates we have?
I know, Jessica ties very well. It's a
also,
TV thing.
It is the TV
I think
thing.
they both had very good wardrobes from their time in TV because this is why I could never do TV because those poor women, they get so much criticism about this. They're poor women being the women who work in local television. There's so many stories about a lot of feedback on what they're wearing.
Yeah, and that's feedback as a man that the men don't get.
Men definitely do not.
They wear suits, and then they just,
you might see me on the YouTube stream, but you don't really get to see the whole outfit. That is usually not that coordinated.
Yeah, so we have a full hour. I have not seen Jeremy Janine of UrbanMilwaukee.com, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be here because he sent us some things he wants to talk about. That's all coming up. If you are watching on YouTube, thank you. Put your comments. We're going to start paying attention to those comments. I was sort of hand slapped that I don't.
We
read
have one. Someone was very excited that you interviewed someone from Portese Pizza because it's the best pizza in Stevens Point.
I wonder if that was his mom.
There's a Portese in Wisconsin Rapids, too.
Yeah, and to the young man, Parker, I apologize to his mom because I said it would be on the next day and it wasn't. So we played it a couple days now. So hopefully young Parker, he is a really cool dude. I think he said he was 12 or something. He had the messaging down.
He did.
Oh, it was perfect.
That's why I thought it was Max at first. He was such a natural.
Also has the messaging down.
I know.
And Max, for those asking, Max is not sponsored yet. So that could be a whole thing. And don't you think Max is the guy that counts the money? Trust me.
I would say, what's NIL rules in Illinois?
Oh, I have no idea. But Max understands the value of the buck, as they say. All right, Kristen and Steve from Bank 5-9 Studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Lots more to get to after the news, which is next.
How do you know if you're truly ready to retire? Hi, I'm Tony Drake, certified financial planner and founder of Drake & Associates right here in Wisconsin. Many people focus on just one number, how much they've saved. But retirement readiness is about much more than a balance in your accounts. It's about having a clear plan for income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and how your money will support the lifestyle you want. Without that coordination, even a large nest egg can run into problems over time. At Drake & Associates, we help families create retirement plans designed to answer the big question, will your income last? Are you taking too much risk? And are there opportunities to reduce taxes along the way? To help you start thinking through those questions, I've created a complimentary retirement toolkit. It includes my book, Get Retirement Ready, and 5 practical guides covering investments, taxes, and retirement income strategies. Call 414-897-9522 or text the word READY to 414-897-9522 for your no-cost toolkit. That's 414-897-9522 or text READY to 414-897-9522. Because retirement isn't just about saving enough, it's about having a plan.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Hi, I'm Jim Frucci, Managing Partner and PGA Professional at Morningstar Golfers Club, and I'd like to personally invite you to play your next round of golf at Morningstar. Lush green fairways, velvet smooth greens, magnificent vistas from high above our championship golf course. Morningstar was created with the serious golfer in mind, and it continues to be the public course by which all other area public courses are measured. Book your tee time today and reserve a spot on our membership wait list. Come out and see what all of Southeast Wisconsin's been talking about. Hey, you've played the rest. Now play the best.
You're not just a job number as a Sidex customer. They've been family-owned since 1988, and they treat you as part of their family. Upgrade and transform your current bathroom space with Sidex Windows Siding and Bath. They have seasoned design consultants with 10 to 30 years of experience. The owner, Joe, is honoring his dad's legacy with top-tier products and expert craftsmanship. It's Sidex, the best in the business. Get a free shower door upgrade when you mention WTMJ. Visit sidexremodel.com.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps! And he made the catch! Banging up against the wall!
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center. It's back and gone!
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
11:01, we have 76 degrees, cloudy, muggy, chance for rain midday, high today 78. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Connie Weber. Democrats and Republicans now both know which candidate the parties will have on the ballot in the race for Wisconsin governor.
Unlike Republicans, the Democratic Party does not endorse candidates until after the primaries. Volunteer Greg Walls-Hamsky says they will now start distributing buttons and yard signs to support Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley in his Democratic campaign.
Generally, everyone's pretty positive about the result. I mean, there are disappointments as well, but that's life in a democracy, right?
He tells WTMJ,
We didn't endorse. We let the people decide that. If we have a nominee, then we're all on board.
Republicans endorsed candidate Tom Tiffany back in May. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Iran and the U.S. no closer to negotiating for the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. A U.S. blockade is in place, and efforts have been made with Gulf nations to reopen the strait, but Iran's holding to its strategy to patrol the area. ABC News contributor Mick Mulroy says the U.S. has two options to try to get it back to what it was before the war.
One option, of course, would be for the U.S. military to force it open, but that would be a substantial escalation. I do believe the U.S. military could do it. It could cause a lot of casualties, and there might be no in-state planned. I mean, we might have to stay persistently in key terrain that would allow that to happen, and I don't think the American people would really want to see that to be the case. The other thing is to provide so much economic pressure against the regime that they come back to the table with something the United States could accept.
The record-breaking deployment at sea has reportedly caused a mental health crisis aboard a U.S. aircraft carrier. About 5,000 sailors and Marines have been on board the USS Abraham Lincoln since November, partly because of the war with Iran. Family members say there have been multiple attempts by some sailors to jump overboard. As of Wednesday, the carrier had been at sea for 264 days straight, setting a new modern record. Trial against Meta underway in Oakland, the social media giant facing a lawsuit from a group of state attorneys general about how their platforms affect the mental health of teens and kids. Here's ABC's Elizabeth Schultz.
Meta claims that the damages could be as high as $1.4 trillion, by far the biggest penalty yet. And just last week, a New Mexico judge ordered the company to pay $567 million. In a similar case, Meta says that rather than sticking to the facts or the law, the state AGs have instead decided to chase an outlandish payout, and it stands by its record, creating strong protections for teens.
A U.S. appeals court declined to dismiss thousands of online safety lawsuits against major social media companies, alleging platforms owned by Meta, TikTok, and others encourage addictive behavior. A Wisconsin native among thousands of people recovering from the wildfires in Spokane, Washington. Kristen Langham from Burlington evacuated her home in Washington after the fire started August 1st. She tells Wisconsin's Midday News.
The level of devastation is just almost surreal and unable to really fully process. You know, when you think about one family going through something tragic like this, it's hard enough. And then you multiply that by hundreds. And just what is going to happen with our community and how it's going to rebuild and how long that's going to take.
Those fires burned through 700,000 acres. Time for news about your money and the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Mixed bag on Wall Street. The Dow down 87 points. NASDAQ up 159. S&P 500 up 34. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth. Annex Private Client. Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Sports, traffic, and weather up next. Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time 11:05.
They'd found a quaint little home, a stone's throw away from the park. The landscaping was well kept, and the inside was clean as a whistle. But it was outdated, and being that this was their first home, they didn't have a lot of extra cash to do a big remodeling job. You see, the home's living room had a wall of mirrors. He wanted to keep them up, but she was unsure. I told her how beveling the edges of the mirrors would add a hint of elegance, while keeping the spacious look that the mirrors provided. And I asked her to visit our showroom, so I could show her exactly what I meant. Turns out she loved the look. And now, even with the new remodeling job they're doing, the beveled mirrors are there to stay. This is Stacy Sinks with Less's Glass Service, and glass and mirrors have been our business for over 35 years. So if it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass and mirror home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Less's Glass. Less's Glass Service, serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lessglassservice.com.
Turnover. It's costly, it's frustrating, it's a silent profit killer. Vince Vitrano here for Go Trago Assessment Solutions. Go Trago helps you hire the right people the first time, reducing turnover, cutting hiring costs, and improving sales. Trago TPS predictive assessments identify top performers before they're on your payroll. Auto dealers nationwide are using Trago to operate with turnover rates more than 200% lower than the industry average. Visit GoTrago.com.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Siding Unlimited. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. Packers begin the preseason tonight in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. No shortage of storylines.
Packers head coach Matt LaFleur will stand on the opposite sidelines of Mike McCarthy, the man he replaced in Green Bay.
When he got the Pittsburgh job, I'm like, Green Bay Packers, Dallas Cowboys, Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, that's pretty special.
McCarthy has nothing but fond memories of his time in Green Bay, but his focus is on preparing his team for the regular season.
I mean, our history there, that's part of my life. But I'm more worried about our pre-snap penalties right now, to be honest with you.
According to LaFleur, quarterback Jordan Love and other key starters are expected to play if healthy. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
And the Brewers swept by the Padres after falling 4-3 in 11 innings from San Diego. Milwaukee's dropped 3 straight. They visit the Dodgers for a 4-game series that starts tonight. Take a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Just a couple of broken down vehicles. One on the ramp from Lapham to I-43 North. Another one on I-41 South. A quarter of a mile beyond the ramp from College Avenue. That one's off left.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. Milwaukee Mattress, where top quality mattresses are priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Found exclusively at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown Milwaukee.
Here's your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Cloudy, muggy, chance of rain today, high 78. Cloudy, 68 overnight. Chance of showers to the south tomorrow, high 78. Warm and humid tomorrow, showers and storms likely, high Saturday, 80. Partly cloudy, warm and humid Sunday, a chance for storms and a high of 81. Mostly sunny Monday, 75. 73 in Madison, 76 in Green Bay and Milwaukee. I'm Connie Weber. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 11:08.
11 o'clock on a Thursday means it's time for a full hour of city stories with urban Milwaukee president Jeremy Janine on Point Taken.
Indeed. As always, he made it. He hoofed it over here. We were a little worried because at 11:02, we're like, where is he? But he's never late.
I said, where the hell is Jeremy?
He's always here on time. All right, I have to say, one of my favorite tweets from Tuesday night was from Matt Wild, friend of the show, one of the founders of Milwaukee Record. And he said, I always love it when a right-wing account smirks out a tweet like this, and then someone like Jeremy clearly and concisely explains it, and then it's nothing but crickets. This was you accurately shutting down someone who had qualms about what happened on Tuesday night in Milwaukee Central Count. And so I do think that is like you were to everyone. You're like, I'm always going to bring the facts with no emotion tied to it, but this is what the deal is, which is what I love about you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I knew going into the election that if it was close, it was going to be close in Milwaukee, at the Central Count operation. And what Central Count is, and there's 40 communities across the state that use this, which was another response to that tweet from someone else. There are 40 communities, not just liberal communities. You got everything from Janesville and Beloit. You go up to Green Bay. There's some small towns. There's less urgency to do it in small towns. And what it is when you vote absentee, which almost 28,000 people did in Milwaukee in this election, more than 100,000 across the state, instead of trying to open all those envelopes at the 300 different polling places in Milwaukee, 300 different wards, 150 different polling places, they aggregate them all at one spot. That if there's an issue, which we're going to get to in a minute, the issue only occurs in one spot. If you're an election observer, you only need to observe then in that one spot. But the reality of state law, and this is what my tweet was about because there was a question from someone in Washington County, is that the way our state is set up, and there is some bipartisan agreement, we got real close last year on fixing this, is you can't even open the envelope that has the absentee ballot in it until polls open at 7 a.m. on Election Day. Well, what that does is creates hours of work of not running the ballot through the machine, but simply opening up mail, double-checking signatures, all kinds of stuff.
So it creates late nights for the county. All right. There are fixes that could happen. And I've said this a couple of times. U.S. Senator Ron Johnson is in favor of the fix, by the way. You're not going to get more conservative than that, so get it done, legislature. But beyond that, the election commissioner, Paulina Gutierrez, still a mistake, or at least a screw-up.
Yeah, there was a serious mistake. It was not anything that impacts the election integrity. Those are very important distinct points.
Yep.
And there's 9 of these high-speed tabulators. I think they each cost over $100,000 a piece. Very expensive machinery. You get batches of wards, their ballots throughout the day. They're scanned through these machines, and you can load essentially a very fast scanner that retains an image of every ballot, and then it totals up the results. So that when you go to a polling place, it's that machine you stick your ballot into on steroids, essentially. There's 9 of those machines. They split up into crews at the end of the night. The election staff splits up into crews, and then they have a bipartisan group, very deliberate, a Democrat and a Republican designated by the parties to watch them export the results from those machines. One of the employees, the deputy director of the Milwaukee Election Commission, it appears, instead of exporting the results, she exported the audit log, which is what the machine did all day, but not actually the results from the election. Because it's encrypted when it goes onto these USB keys, 9 USB keys, 1 for each machine, they drive to the county courthouse to upload the results. Well, there's no results. And you can't tell you made that mistake till you get to the county courthouse.
Right, so given current law, with the current people doing the job in Milwaukee County, how can they make sure that that doesn't happen again?
So in this particular mistake, you could at minimum make it occur earlier in the night, so it occurs at 9 p.m. instead of between 11 and midnight. And then the one thing, this mistake in particular has never occurred before. There was in 2024, there was something with securing the port for the USB drive. The Milwaukee Election Commission has unfortunately made many mistakes. They've never made the same mistake twice, to their credit. There's always process improvement, but there seems to always be new ways to make mistakes.
I mean, it is...
frustrating?
Well, it is frustrating. I mean, this was like Steve Kornacki like having a meltdown, right, on live television when this happened. He goes, "Wait, what?" But it is. I will say the fact that it's never the same mistake twice is great, and I do think there's something to be said as far as in how many steps there are in the pursuit of having it be accurate, having it be double checked, having this many hands on it. Like, there's a lot of steps to it, and a lot of places where it can go wrong.
And when I look at the interface on this machine, the user interface, this is a new, I talked about how expensive this machine is. It looks like Windows 3.1. It is not user-friendly.
Yeah.
I don't know how easy this mistake was to make, but it's not a friendly process. And then when you go to a polling place in person, they plug that machine in and it dials the county courthouse wherever you are and transmits those results. They don't do that for these 9 machines to prevent conspiracy theories, which unfortunately means you're literally driving 9 USB drives from this warehouse on the edge of Bayview to downtown. Well, if you make a mistake, you got to go do that whole lap again under police escort.
And there's a reason why they drive it, because we don't transmit this data anywhere, right? It doesn't get shot through the internet.
That's what he was just saying, that it's like unlike other,
Because that's the complaint I hear. It's like, why? No, because we don't want to do that, because it increases the likelihood that somebody messes around with the data.
Or it creates a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
It removes all that. You have this zip pouch for a zip drive that gets sealed shut. It does that all on camera. It is as boring as watching paint dry, but I do it every election, and yet you still see all these tweets of people like the conspiracies. There's no conspiracy here. There's a very bad human mistake.
That's never going to end, because that's just 2020. It's like they're still talking about it. As somebody who's sat there, you probably know all the principal characters now. You see the same faces.
Oh yeah. I was going to say a good time. It's not a good time. It's a very long.
Is it tense? Is it tense?
No. So I got there at 7 p.m. Many of the people, that meant they'd been working for 12 hours already.
That's insane.
They're tired, but at that point in the night, they're mostly done. But the reason they can't finish is Wisconsin law allows you to turn in your absentee ballot on Election Day.
Yeah.
So at 8 p.m., this is way before any of the quote dump happens. The city is able to say, we have X number of ballots. It's going to take us estimated this long to finish them. That's what happened on Tuesday.
Jeremy Janine, UrbanMilwaukee.com. Tchotchke shop location is
755 North Milwaukee Street, or online, UrbanMilwaukeeTheStore.com.
Yeah, one of the best places to get all kinds of cool Milwaukee stuff. They have everything there, so check it out. All right, we'll take a break. There's a lot more election takeaways we're going to get to. We'll do it with Jeremy after this on Point Taken from the Bank 5-9 studio. Fueled by Left's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill at the Wisconsin State Fair. Hey, this is WTMJ Steve Scaffidi. Have you listened to WTMJ Outdoors yet? Well, what are you waiting for? Every Saturday at 2 right here on 620 WTMJ. Stories of the outdoors of Wisconsin and beyond as we celebrate everything and recreation. Every week we explore the trails and waterways of Wisconsin in the great outdoors. It's a great state on a great lake. Join me every Saturday, every weekend on WTMJ Outdoors.
It's WTMJ Outdoors, presented by Outdoor Living Unlimited.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scaffidi. You've probably gotten really good at working around your nonstop joint pain. Well, don't put up with that. There's lots of women and men who have answered the call. They've gone to QC Kinetics. So whether it's your knees, your hips that are screaming, or you shift your weight when you're standing too long, you skip workouts, don't do that. Or you're never kneeling down because you might not get back up. It is a timely decision that you make when you call QC Kinetics. I talked to Dr. Caravelli early last year. I think it was about April. Got my second opinion on my left elbow, which was frankly almost unusable, hurt to open a door. And I talked to her great team. They're great communicators as well as medical professionals. And I hit the undo button from surgery. And if you don't know, my right elbow was operated on years ago. That was a big deal. Well, this is a big deal too, but you don't have to have surgery. It's another option. So if you're a busy woman, like you're out there and you're listening and you say, okay, I've got pain, they'll tell you how the regenerative treatments go to work, relieving that knee pain or hip pain, no scalpel, no long recovery. None of the things that surgery means, you can avoid that. So women like you have turned to QC Kinetics over and over again in Greenfield and Mequon. They're continuing to get better while life goes on. The consultation with QC Kinetics, the conversation is free. Explore those options. Free, courtesy of QC Kinetics. Call and schedule today. I'll give you the number twice. 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. QC Kinetics.
Where you live matters. Searching for assisted living can bring a lot of questions and a lot of emotion. At the Wisconsin Assisted Living Association, we believe you need a clear, complete picture without pressure. That's why we partnered with the American Seniors Housing Association on whereyoulivematters.org, a one-stop destination with unbiased information to help you understand your options and connect directly with providers in your area. No confusion, just tools that help you take the next step with confidence. Start your research today at whereyoulivematters.org.
All right, you're spending the day at the Wisconsin State Fair, make sure you stop by Left's Lucky Town's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. It's awesome. It's corner of Grandstand Avenue, 2nd Street. Where is that? Right when you come in from the raceway, the track. It's that entrance right there. Perfect place to take a break with great food, awesome food. They fuel us here at the Bang 59 studio. Cold drinks, they got them. Free live entertainment, awesome. And this year's new favorites like the Chimmy Brat Chunga. Ooh, that sounds interesting. And a candied bacon cheese curd. It's all about the curds at the fair. We'll see you at Left's.
All right, Jeremy Janine, you had some takeaways.
I had takeaways. Bruce Murphy's on vacation, so I got to put on, this is my opinion hat, although I think it's very much based in a lot of fact.
I was going to say, how are you at opinion?
I try to avoid it if all possible.
I know.
That's because you're like an actual journalist.
And so it's interesting that you had to actually have some takes.
So years ago, I used to write a data-driven breakdown of what we learned on election night. And one of the things we learned, there's a lot of discussion. I don't know if Joe hit on this yesterday. There was discussion about polls and like, the polls were garbage. One, it is very difficult to poll a primary race, especially one that seemed as wide open going into the polling 6 months ago. But what we did see was the final Marquette poll had Francesca Hong with a large lead. It had David Crowley with still only like 7% of the voters, something very small. But we learned this in 2016, and all you have to do is go anywhere that math is involved, and you'll learn the average person is not paying attention to all the details, and all the details on the polling matters. 34% of respondents in late July said they were undecided on who they were going to vote for. Similar to what happened in 2016 in the presidential race, it certainly looks like we saw all 34% of those people, or very, very close to it, go to David Crowley. That Francesca Hong had a uniquely bad 2 weeks in terms of recruiting voters.
Now, I mentioned that many times in the lead up, but I don't think it's surprising because many voters, and I know some of these people because they told me, whether in email and in person, that was a viable choice to Francesca Hong, and they took that option. And 35% or whatever, 34% is a big group of voters, and ultimately that was the decision maker.
That certainly was the decision maker. The people that showed up to vote that were undecided 2 weeks ago, again, they all went towards Crowley. It certainly would appear, and if you apply that thought to the polls from the Marquette Law School poll being kind of the gold standard in Wisconsin, they actually nailed the poll.
So I was studying something as far as the unexpected high turnout for a primary. Because I think at one point I was reading something yesterday that, Francesca Hong's campaign said, thought if we can get 300,000 votes, we're going to win. And she did. She got 311,000 votes. But the unexpected turnout of it being close to 800,000 people voting in this election was also something that the polls couldn't really predict, right?
They try to do that with they ask likely voters to try and figure out those percentages. The devil is always in the details, but no, they cannot predict that particular fact. Certainly they can kind of get a guess of, okay, we're having to call more people to get more answers or text more people as they do now. But it's really tough to nail the number of voters. Even like the election commissions locally across the entire state, they all struggle with that because they need to know how many ballots to print.
Yeah.
All right, some more of your hot takes on this.
I don't know if I'll call them hot takes, but one thing, David,
we'll decide.
Fair enough. One thing I was joking about as the election was really close was that David Crowley is certainly not going to send Joel Brennan a Christmas card if he loses by 3 or 4%. But the one person he owes a huge thank you to, and the single biggest factor in the race between July 18th, when David Crowley got back in Election Day, is Mandela Barnes dropping out. If Mandela Barnes stays in the race or even waits one more week to drop out, David Crowley does not win. Because Mandela Barnes would pull enough absentee votes.
All right, this is totally taking it away to opinion, but I think that aspect of this race, Crowley getting back in, there was a reason why he did it, and it turns out to be the right reason. The Mandela Barnes out decision, there's a lot more journalism and maybe pseudo-journalism to report on that story, I think.
I think so, and I think Mandela was also just honest where this is going to be a S-storm surrounding me, and I don't see the pathway for myself. One thing I want to say, holy mackerel, Tony Evers is popular. What's the difference?
What a surprise.
What's the difference between David Crowley polling at 7% and David Crowley earning 40% of the vote? A jazzed as hell governor on the campaign trail with him. The two-term governor looks like he could have probably coasted to re-election despite not.
I think that's a hot take, and I think you're right. Because my words, disrespect shown to a two-term governor who did a lot of things for Democrats that they probably don't appreciate, but we had to have a new thing. That disrespect backfired on all those people.
And I'll point to one I'll call it a data point on this. Do Republicans believe this? It's clear they think Tony Evers is popular because Tom Tiffany is running commercials saying "You betcha," which is holy mackerel to Tony Evers.
That is a great takeaway.
That is a good take.
That's why he's here. We'll stay on the election till at least the bottom of the hour. He is Jeremy Janine, UrbanMilwaukee.com, Kristen Steve, Point Taken, Bank 59 Studios at the Wisconsin State Fair.
Picture this, a perfect summer evening, great friends, and dinner on the patio overlooking a beautiful course. That's Racine Country Club. More than golf, it's a place to relax, gather, and belong. A new energy is here, and you're invited to experience it. From great food to unforgettable events, it's a lifestyle built around community. Whether it's a quick 9 after work, dinner with friends, or a weekend with family, Racine Country Club offers something for everyone, year-round. Discover what's new at Racine Country Club. Visit racinecountryclub.com.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
When you run a team, you want great uniforms, and you know selling spiritwear is vital. That's why Burkhart Sporting Goods will create a free custom website for you to sell your families and players the coolest spiritwear from Nike and Under Armour, as well as the basics, while helping you fundraise at the same time. We take the hassle out of coordinating your team's apparel and make shopping and buying easy. So when you need awesome spiritwear and uniforms for your organization, you can't beat Burkhart.
You can't beat Burkhart. You know, most mulch is reclaimed from landfills, but Erickson's mulch is ground from whole trees. Yep, we process the mulch ourselves to keep the prices nice and low, and use only premium colorant so the beautiful look of new mulch lasts. At Erickson's, we never skimp, and that's why first-time shoppers become repeat customers. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. How do we keep our prices so low? That's easy. We've removed the middlemen. Yep, most landscape suppliers have a couple of them in there, and that's okay. But each one of those men in the middle means a higher cost for your mulch, decorative stone, flagstone, and boulders. Feel free to check around. For the quality of our products, you won't find better prices. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Vince Vitrano here. That feeling after an incredible performance, applause, emotion. You look around and realize everyone just experienced something unforgettable together. UPAF makes those moments possible, supporting local performing arts organizations and arts education programs throughout our community. The arts don't just entertain us, they connect us. Join me in supporting UPAF's annual campaign. New or increased gifts of $1,200 or more matched by Northwestern Mutual. Donate today at upaf.org.
The saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Well, how about a good deed and then getting rewarded for it? Join the WTMJ Street Team and Julia Fell. I just saw her outside. The Bank 59 Studio, so right in the Central Park area, right across.
There she is.
Yeah, there she is, looking all great. Get a piece of WTMJ swag while you're at it. That's always worth it. It's easy. Stop by the Bank 59 Studio at the Wisconsin State Fair and say hi to us as well, because we're working hard. Day 6.
Day 6.
Of the
weekend. We got one more show left tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm working Saturday, too, so catch me on the Fix It shows and the Foxwell Travel show.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm very busy, very in demand lately.
You got a lot of shows.
Everybody wants a piece of me. Jeremy, Janine, let's wrap this election conversation up.
One thing, I looked at home field advantage. That was something that was being talked about a lot because what we knew about Milwaukee County's in-person votes was that David Crowley had a slight lead, and then Dane County had reported all of its ballots. They don't use a central count in the city of Madison. They have more poll workers at polling sites loading their absentees in across the entire city. So they report their absentees earlier. There's actually a push to get them to use central count for a variety of reasons. But in the city of Milwaukee, you knew you had 28,000 votes outstanding. What you didn't know, if it was a left blue or a blue-red election, you would know that the vast majority of those votes, 70-30, probably leaned Democratic. If you've got a Hong-Crowley election, you have no idea what those 28,000 votes lean. You might think that they were Crowley because it's home field advantage, but that didn't appear to be the case, actually. Crowley won Milwaukee County with 43% of the vote. Hong got 41.5%. That varied dramatically by area of the city. In Bayview, where I live, Hong won my ward in particular 2-1. Crowley was winning wards on the far northwest side of the city 9-1. Now turnout is a huge difference there. There's way more turnout on the east side and in Bayview, and we'll talk about that in the bottom of the hour. But
we're in the bottom of the hour.
Okay, top of the hour. See, that's why Steve needs to say that.
We'll just keep talking about it.
Yeah, we'll keep.
Let me run the show, Jeremy.
Sorry. So the absentee ballots, which way did they break? Well, actually, Hong and Crowley both underperformed in those absentee ballots. Joel Brennan appears to have done better in Milwaukee, which is home field for him.
Yeah.
Kelda Roy's did a little bit better. And then because of the timing on when Crowley got in and out of the race and when you could vote absentee, you actually saw Sarah Rodriguez did a little bit better. Mandela Barnes actually did worse, probably because he got no early votes, but he might have gotten some.
How many? Do you know how many he got total?
Him and Rodriguez both got about 32,000.
Okay.
Across the state, I don't know what it was in Milwaukee.
Yeah, so Brennan got 4.4% in Milwaukee County total, in-person and absentee, got 4.7 statewide. Barnes earned 4.1% statewide. Milwaukee, where he lives, Milwaukee County, he got 3.3%. So he underperformed.
That's an underperform.
Francesca Hong won 8 of the 19 municipalities, including Steve's Oak Creek. But David Crowley on the side, quoting from my article now and quoting David Crowley, who's quoting in turn Jay-Z, the rapper, he says, allow me to reintroduce myself on Wednesday morning, and he's going to have to do that to Milwaukee County voters because he did not dominate in Milwaukee County. And if he wants any chance of winning statewide, he's going to have to do that.
Look at all those liberal voters in Oak Creek for Hong. That surprises me. That's a takeaway I wasn't expecting. All right, so still have a half hour. We are live from the Bank 5 Studios at the Wisconsin State Fair, fueled by Leff's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill, which if you have not been, go check it out. Great beer prices, great food, all that stuff. And just come and say hi. There's our big event. Julia's getting ready for it out there in the Central Park area. They're going to put a puzzle together, which has another message on it. Thanks to Bank 5 for being a great partner of us at WTMJ. We have local news updates. Before we get to that, the latest from ABC.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A federal judge is going through documents in the Epstein files that were redacted or withheld by the Justice Department. In June, the judge ruling that the DOJ's omissions violated the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
The DOJ, in a way, is kind of using the victims of Epstein to justify withholding a lot of this information. The concern, though, mentioned in this lawsuit, mentioned by, for example, the New Mexico Attorney General, who's separately suing over these kind of documents, is that these are too many redactions, that some of these people aren't in fact victims, but actually associates of Epstein who are now being protected under the guise of the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
ABC's Peter Haralambous. In California, a 3.8 magnitude earthquake rattling the East Bay this morning, centered near the Oakland-San Leandro border. Residents reporting that they felt it. Authorities say so far no signs of damage. In the Central Pacific, Tropical Storm Lala has formed. A hurricane watch now posted for Hawaii's Big Island through the weekend. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 11:31. I'm Connie Weber. Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley's win in Tuesday's Democratic primary came after a major late shift in the race. A new Marquette Law School analysis shows Crowley had just 7% support in the final poll, but won nearly 40% of the vote. Francesca Hong had 38% of the poll and finished with about 39%. Most late deciding voters went to Crowley. Turnout was also much higher than expected, with nearly 800,000 people voting in the Democratic primary. Wisconsin joining 21 other states suing the Trump administration over changes to the Affordable Care Act marketplace rules. The states say the changes could make coverage more expensive and push people off insurance. The rule would add income and eligibility requirements and expand access to catastrophic plans. The Trump administration says the changes will prevent improper enrollments and give consumers more lower-cost options. 2 people seriously hurt after they were hit by a car near the Wisconsin State Fair. Milwaukee police responded to a crash near 84th and Kearney around 5:30 last night. Police say a man was driving north on 84th when he failed to stop at a red light, hit 2 people crossing the street. The 64 and 28-year-old pedestrians went to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The 27-year-old driver remained at the scene and was cited for failing to yield the right-of-way. Time for some news about your money with the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow still down 53 points at 53,716. The Nasdaq up 181, 26,770. S&P 500 up 39 at 7,788. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Something in the road. I-94 west at the ramp from Wisconsin 67. The right lane there is blocked due to that debris. Here's your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Cloudy, muggy, chance of rain today, high 78. Cloudy and 68 overnight. Partly cloudy tomorrow with a chance of showers mainly to the south, high Friday 78. Saturday, mostly cloudy, warm, humid, showers and storms likely, high of 80. Partly cloudy, warm and humid on Sunday. Again, a chance of thunderstorms and a high of 81. Then mostly sunny Monday, high 75. 73 in Madison, 76 in Green Bay and in Milwaukee. I'm Connie Weber. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 11:33.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
Come on into Tyson's, more for you.
This summer, Tyson's is giving one lucky winner the ride of a lifetime. A 2026 Harley-Davidson Street Glide Liberty Edition. Or $30,000 cash. You pick. Entering is free. Visit your local Tyson's and scan the sweepstakes QR code. One entry per day. And you can come back every day for another chance to win. Sweepstakes run July 4th through September 7th. We'll see you there. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 and older. Void where prohibited. See official rules at Tysons.com.
Tell them you want hardwood, but make it affordable. Vince Vitrano here for Hunt's Flooring. A lot of people think hardwood flooring is out of their price range. We did. Then we visited Hunt's Flooring in Greenfield. Right there on Highway 100, Hunt's has a large inventory of hardwood in stock at discounted pricing. We just got Phil to show us around, see what he had priced to move, and we locked in a great deal. We were able to do our entire first floor. These are in-store deals only, not something you find online. Stop in, take a look, tell them Vinny sent you to Hunt's Flooring in Greenfield.
Swing from the tabletop. My heart is crushed by a former love. Can you?
We're teaming up, as we always do, with Jeremy Janine on Thursdays. And to your credit, you came out to the fair for us. We appreciate that. It's not easy. There's food here.
There is. Are you going to stick around again today and hang out and wife and daughter maybe meet you out here?
Aubrey has been twice already. She is a big fan of the jumpy, bouncy thing you get strapped into this year.
And Jeremy is the only person I've had a beer with at the fair because we had one last Thursday. Today I can't. I got to work to do it.
Tomorrow, you and I? Beer?
Yes, tomorrow, last day for us. Yeah,
we're off.
All right, some more election stuff, but not the central count stuff.
Yeah, we're looking at the different assembly races. What you had is primaries in Milwaukee. This is true in Republican districts as well. That the result of gerrymandering and kind of our big sort that we're all living through as a society is that the primary for left-leaning or right-leaning districts is where the action happens. And in Milwaukee, that's those left-leaning districts. You had Ryan Clancy, who represents a Democratic Socialist. His wife was actually campaign manager for Francesca Hong. He represents a district that follows Milwaukee's lakefront from the city's border with Shorewood, so it includes UW-Milwaukee, down to the northern tip of Bayview. He was challenged in 2024. He was an opponent of Act 12. So David Crowley and Cavalier Johnson, Marcelia Nicholson-Bovell, County Board Chair, all actually took the odd step of endorsing against him. They didn't weigh into the race publicly, at least this time, but he had yet another challenger in Bridget Maniaki. But Clancy managed to pull it out. He won 54% of the vote to 46% for Bridget. I want to give you some numbers, and remember these numbers for the next race we talk about. Clancy got 8,300 votes. Bridget Maniaki got almost 7,000 votes. Now, one thing that's interesting about that district, Clancy and Hong had essentially campaigned together. I mentioned his wife ran Fran's campaign. Francesca Hong won that district with 59% of the vote. Clancy won it with 54%. I thought that was just a surprise that maybe she was helping pull his candidacy up. At the same time, he is a professional campaigner, even with the criticism. He is very good. But again, 7,000 votes for Bridget Maniaki.
That's pretty strong, too.
In a loss.
Future in politics.
She actually, oddly, was a Madison alderwoman. Anyways, more coverage there. I want to look at a race to the west of that. So this is the Hispanic-dominated south side of Milwaukee. We have Sylvia Ortiz Velez there, a multiple-term incumbent who actually pled no contest to a disorderly conduct charge for something she is alleged to have done to another state rep, a threat she supposedly made. She still disputes that, but the Democrats went all in with Ismael Luna challenging her. They dropped more than $100,000, the Assembly Democratic Campaign Committee. So that's $100,000 to unseat someone who...
An incumbent.
Yeah, a Democrat. And Ismael Luna won by a lot. He got 74% of the vote to 26% of the vote for Sylvia Ortiz Velez. So a big trouncing there. But the thing is, if you combine their votes together, I said 7,000 votes for the loser in this East Side Bayview race. The combined total in that entire race, 3,000 votes. And those are districts that border one another. So
yeah.
Was that the same for governor as well? Was there a big drop-off from governor to assembly rep? Or was it just that those wards didn't vote very much?
Those wards, Hispanic-dominated wards, just do not turn out to vote. And there's, I mean, we could go down a whole rabbit hole of why that may be and why that's even perhaps worse now with what's going on at the federal level. Jocasta Zamaripa used to hold that seat more than a decade ago. She won that seat with less than 1,000 votes, got into office. So,
all right, what else we got? We got Oak Creek Mayor won his primary. Dan Bukevich.
Dan Bukevich defeated Liberal challenger David Liners. That's an open seat because Republican Jesse Rodriguez, who has outran the Republicans in overlapping her district for several years now, she's not running for re-election. So a key left-leaning pickup, key Democratic pickup. Dan Bukevich outruns the more liberal-leaning David Liners. On the far northwest side of the city, Russell Goodwin Senior, holds on to his seat. He beat Jordan Roman 54-46. And then on the southwest side of the city, so keep going further west, Priscilla Prado beats Mimi Reza, a Milwaukee school board member. Prado is an incumbent, so she holds on to her seat from a challenger who already holds elected office.
So you were just saying that for a lot of Milwaukee districts, the primary is the election. Yeah, but where are the districts that are purple that now that we're heading into the general in Milwaukee County that we should be looking at?
There's two to look at. That Bukevich district, he's going to face a Republican challenger. Although Rodriguez dropped out and he's now running against a college student, he's a longtime labor leader. He's the mayor of Oak Creek. He's got a lot of support there.
Hey, maybe he has a career in radio.
There we go. And then Bob Donovan faces a really tough re-election fight. He's running against Ben Brist, who won a wide-open Democratic primary. That's a seat that was redistricted to look more liberal. Those two Southside seats are what to watch.
All right, sounds good.
Take us a break.
Well, let's. I think you just did, Steve.
All right,
let's go to break. We'll be back with more with Jerry Benjamin after this.
A well-placed mirror can be a decorator's best friend. And what I like best about adding a decorative mirror to a room is its ability to give it a bright, open feeling. It makes the most of a room's natural light, and that can give a real boost to your room's decor. So here are a few decorative mirror ideas that we can help you with. Say you have windows with a pretty view. Well, why not double your pleasure? Placing a large frame mirror directly across from a window that gets good light will give you great views from either side. Give your small apartment more space than meets the eye with a full wall mirror placed into a partially recessed wall. All you have to do is slide a chest or banquet in front of it, and the effect is subtle but very glamorous. This is Stacy Sinks with Less's Glass Service. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass and mirror home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Less's Glass. Less's Glass Service, serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lessglassservice.com.
Hey, with WTMJ, Steve Smitty, with summer winding down, hard to say that, right? And the kids heading back to school, how about getting into a new routine about your health and your weight loss journey? I worked with Milwaukee Weight Loss starting last January down, I think my latest count is 61 pounds. I wasn't looking for a quick fix, and it's certainly not been that. I've kept the weight off and lost more weight. It's one of the best decisions I've ever made. So I enjoy eating food. I'm going to have a shake after the show. I still eat the stuff I like, but I eat less, and I eat smarter, and when I eat is a big part of that. I have more energy, sleeping better, clothes fit better, obviously, and I feel more confident. Milwaukee Weight Loss is a doctor-developed, easy-to-follow, doctor-supervised program. That's also important. Lose weight safe, naturally, keep it off. Many patients lose 20, 30 pounds in a month or two. and you can lose up to a pound of fat per day. No drugs, no surgery, no injections, just a metabolic reset. That's what worked for me, and that's what the magic is. So how about getting a fresh start like your kids and give yourself one too. Back to school means back to you. Enroll with Milwaukee Weight Loss. By August 31st, you get $200 off the complete program when you enroll before the deadline. Don't wait till the holidays. Start yourself, your journey, your weight loss journey right now. Schedule your free consultation at 262-235-3980. That's 262-235-3980 or visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom-quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Enjoy the Fox & Hounds restaurant's fabulous all-you-can-eat fish fry. It's one of the best. The magnificent Sunday brunch is also all-you-can-eat. Kids and grandkids under 3 eat free. Call and reserve foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
All right, a couple more segments with Jeremy Janine. All right, so we're moving past election stuff. Let's talk about bike trails.
Bike trails, and then we're going to go to Fancy High Art next. But the Powerline Trail is this trail that's quickly taking shape through the south side of Milwaukee. If you look at a map, or if you're very familiar with Milwaukee, there's this corridor of land south of Howard Avenue that runs from 894 near the Hale Interchange the entire way to the lakefront.
Yeah.
Very logical spot to put a bike trail because it used to be an interurban line that delivered coal to a power plant in St. Francis. There's also a north-south segment of that corridor that parallels 894. When you're driving and you see the power lines, there will eventually be a bike trail there known as the Powerline Trail. This trail is an important link between the Hank Aaron State Trail, the lakefront. You'll eventually be able to get on a bike in Waukesha and stay off this road and go the entire way to Chicago as part of this trail network. This will be a link in that. Right now it goes from 105th Street to 35th Street. There is a grant that was recently awarded by the TOSA Foundation, which is a California couple. I believe it's Cisco Systems they were involved in starting, and they are named it after where they went to high school in Wauwatosa where they met. They've awarded the city about $1.5 million. There'll be a north extension from 105th Street near Cold Spring Road up to about Cleveland Avenue, and then there'll be a further east extension near the Mitchell interchange getting closer to the airport.
You're a big biker.
I bike.
Are you a fan of all these extra new trails? Or they're
I am. This one, just because of where I go, has a little practical purpose, but I can see long term, this is going to be a huge asset for the South Side, linking them into the Oak Leaf Trail and all these other investments that have been made.
We have made a lot of investments in that. We even did it in Oak Creek, too. I love the fact that they're thinking about that because people love the bike, and obviously I do the bike show at the State Fair Expo Center every year, and people are they want to get out. And it's a great way to connect us all because we always talk about separate communities. Man, you go through the communities as you take these trails. All right, what's next?
All right, Stolen Picasso.
So Stolen Picasso is back. In 2018, DeLinde Gallery, which is 1 block away from the famous Urban Milwaukee Tchotchke store, across from the Pfister Hotel, they had a Pablo Picasso print, not a painting, in their window, Torero. It was stolen. It was one of 30 made. The estimated value was between $35,000 and $50,000. Curiously, they did not have camera systems, and this print was supposedly in the window. Someone carried it off, and it was gone. And they thought maybe they'd see it for sale someday. But someone walked it into a police station last week, and they walked it not to the nearest police station, but way up on Silver Spring Drive in the far northwest corner of the city. The police department said, "We have it," in a press release. And then their quote just strikes me as somewhat odd, so I'm going to read it. "The Milwaukee Police Department is grateful that this community member recognized the etching print and did the right thing and returned it. We are better together." Not like we're looking into charges. We're referring it to the district
is there
attorney.
any description of the person who brought it in or their motive or how they came across it? There was just no questions asked?
Yeah, so then I was thinking, look, as a journalist, should I be requesting the video, the open records? I'm like, well, this is going to be insane. I don't know exactly when they brought it in. I'll just see where this goes. And at the moment, it's gone nowhere other than they're trying to locate the owner, which DeLinde was, I believe, holding it for a property owner, and I'm sure they know how to reach that person. But if you lose your Picasso painting, just know it might appear at a police station 8 years later.
Well, the good news is we've got the painting back, so that's
or a print, I should say, not
print,
painting, but a print.
But that's very odd.
So you want to hand down charges?
No, it's interesting to me as far as just no questions asked of how the person, they're just happy to have it back. And
it's like that library book that's been missing for 20 years. They don't ask questions, just they want the book back. Like that.
Well, that's a standard practice now. Most libraries now change. They realize that you get people to come back to the library when you don't have the library fines, and so that's a policy choice. I'm not sure that's a policy choice to ask no questions when a painting goes missing.
You didn't steal the library book from the library. You checked it out and then just didn't
return it.
This was some unknown person.
Yeah, we don't know that the individual that returned it stole it.
It'd be very tough to prosecute that person because there's no camera of the theft.
Yeah,
a fascinating cold case though for an enterprising documentary filmmaker. Track this whole thing, figure it out, make those open records requests.
You think the guilt was just weighing on this person for 8 years?
I don't think it's this person stole it. I think they just got it somehow. Yeah, rummage sale.
My hunch is, and if I had to guess a scenario, describe a scenario of what this is, the person's parents pass away, they go to clean out their basement. Oh, mom and dad bought this picture. Why did they have it? Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, I should take it back. That's my story.
That's why you got to be careful, because I've cleaned out, I think, 3 houses in my life for people that either passed away or were no longer around for various reasons, and there's always treasures.
Well, this was Habitat for Humanity Milwaukee back in 2022. They had a painting donated to their what is it called?
Restore.
The Restore, and it ended up being a $60,000 painting.
See? You can't just be pitching everything out. Look carefully. Not everything is treasure, but some stuff is. All right, last break. Jeremy and Janine, UrbanMilwaukee.com will wrap it up for our Thursday here at the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. If you're out here, go visit the Julia Fellow and all the good folks team for Bank 5-9. They have a fun thing they're doing out there with a big puzzle, and you get swag, WTMJ swag, so check that out. Quick break here on 620 WTMJ.
Stay informed with what's happening in the Badger State and beyond with Greg Matzik and Jessica Ty on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Today, after 60 years of being in business, Ridgeland Farm now closed, and I was here as the first bus pulled up with the final dogs.
Join us each weekday from noon until 3 p.m. or catch up anytime on our YouTube page or the Wisconsin's Midday News podcast.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve. One of the things I enjoy most about living here in Wisconsin is that you never have to travel far to feel like you've truly gotten away, and one of the places to do that, and the reason I love it so much, is Lake Lawn Resort in Delavan. Been going there for decades. Used to go there for work, business trips, large group meetings, small group meetings, family stuff, golf. It's the kind of place where you can slow down, leave the routine behind, and enjoy everything our state has to offer, like the beautiful Majestic Oak Golf Course, which is a spectacular-looking course right there on Delavan Lake. Fun, challenging round. Very challenging on some of the holes. Then after golf, nothing better than heading over to Calidora Spa to relax and recharge with a massage or facial. Whether you're planning a couples getaway or a golf trip with friends, just looking for a relaxing weekend away, Lake Lawn Resort really has something for everybody. And I'm not kidding. It's a great, great destination in Wisconsin. One of Wisconsin's most popular, resort locations. Book your stay today at lakelawnresort.com. Come find out for yourself why everything is better at the lake.
When it's time to explore assisted living, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. That's why we partnered with the American Seniors Housing Association to promote whereyouLiveMatters.org. I'm Mike from the Wisconsin Assisted Living Association. For over 30 years, our organization of more than 2,000 facility members has led through advocacy, education, and support to help advance quality care. That's why Wisconsin families trust WALA. When it's time to search for assisted living for yourself or a loved one, visit whereyouLiveMatters.org.
Jason, meet Gerald. He predicts winter.
Tracy, that's a garden gnome.
Gerald says the freeze is coming early. My furnace needs to be ready now.
You don't need a psychic lawn ornament. This is Milwaukee. Winter's always coming. That's why Capital's doing $29 heating or cooling beyondification tune-ups all August.
$29? Gerald did not see that coming.
Book in August and beat the freeze. The price only goes up after that.
Sorry, Gerald. Call Capital.
Call CapitalCares.com.
So I was talking with another real estate agent who has been in the business even longer than I have, with a couple of other big name companies. He was talking about how it's tough to compete with us because we have good agents and we charge less commission. And he even said that he lost a few listings to us, and it always bothered him because he realized that he was doing everything that we were doing, but he was charging more. We do charge less, and we do everything that a full-service agency does, because we are full-service real estate agents. The only difference is we give you our very best commission rate up front. You do pay for what you get. And with Century 21 Benefit Realty for 1.9% on the listing side of your home, with a cap of $19,000 commission on any size home, you can get full-service experienced agents, MLS marketing, professional photos, even virtual walkthroughs, and everything you get from any other big-name agent, all under the umbrella of the Century 21 brand. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Buy one pizza today, get a second pizza free at the Amazing Mineshaft restaurant in Hartford and in Oshkosh. Don't cook, don't even think about it. You don't need to clean up either. Call, order, and pick up shortly, or just walk in for your free Thursday pizza, mineshaft.restaurant.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
All right, some of the best things at the fair are impromptu. The cream puff eating contest just ended, and joining us in studio, DJ Shauna, who won the whole damn thing.
I did. Look at you, because so DJ Shauna and I ran into each other on Tuesday, and she told me she was doing it.
You are
and
a
she's
mess.
like, do you have any tips for me? I was like, well, I almost won, but you made it.
I did.
Was it close?
It was close.
All right, ask her.
I got to live out my sports reporter fantasy last year watching Kristen do it, trying to describe it. How would you describe it to someone if you were describing eating cream puffs as many as you can, as fast as you can on the radio?
Oh my goodness, as fast as I can, and I'm trying to catch my breath because I know we only get a couple more minutes on air with you. First of all, thank you for letting me, I sprinted over here.
I was like, you got
Kristen
3 minutes.
You have 3 minutes.
You.
Thank you. Of course, this is an honor. I would do anything for Kristen.
Hey.
Nothing for me, but everything for Kristen.
So I would do anything for you. You just don't have my number.
I know.
Yeah, we're not that good of friends.
Let's fix that.
Come on. So I did my recon. I did. You were somebody I asked about tell me what the experience was. I'll be very honest. I text Dario. And so I know
that's the guy to
he's
text.
the champ.
He's a 3-time
The
champ.
host of the contest.
Yes, yes. There were no rules against that, and I asked for his advice. Diana Gutierrez also gave me some phenomenal advice.
Last year's champion?
2024.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
so also on the trophy. And Dario said something, and I'm not trying to be funny, but he literally said, you either win or you die. And there is a moment, and I'm not kidding you, there's a moment you have to make a decision. Am I going to go and win this? Or am I going to choke? Or am I going to stop? So you have 3 options.
I love that.
And that's what made me lose last year. Is I came up for air.
Yeah,
and if I wouldn't have come up for air, I would have won.
You told me.
Shauna, you were a former Badgers basketball
Thank you
player.
very much.
Which is harder, competing in basketball or eating as many cream puffs as you just did?
It was 2 cream puffs as fast as you can, and that's the hardest thing I've ever done. I'm still sweating, and I think we're going to have to make cream puff sweats T-shirts now. It's got to be a merch thing.
You're going to feel terrible for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. I love you. Thank you for being my friend.
I asked Kristen last year. She has not had a cream puff since.
I'm not a big cream puff fan, and I say that
you went for it. You
lovingly.
won.
I'm an athlete.
Did you get a trophy?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I love that.
My name's gonna get engraved on it.
Best.
I'm gonna pitch it to the Bucks, and maybe we could get it presented in game and have a cream puff eating contest there. Who knows what's gonna happen this season, everybody?
You have the great opportunity to fix a dramatic injustice that happened last year. Kristen won.
Okay.
Yeah. Very controversial.
Engrave her name on it as well.
I'm gonna take Sharpie.
Sneak it in there.
Yeah, Shauna and Kristen.
All right, we got to wrap. DJ Shauna, congrats.
Thank
on
you
the
for
win.
having me.
Yeah, this
was amazing.
Thanks for hustling over. And
I'm an athlete.
We are friends.
Thank you.
We'll be even better friends. Jeremy and Janine, always appreciate you. UrbanMilwaukee.com. Kristen, one more show from the fair tomorrow with Bill and Joel. That's all we got. News is next on 620 WTMJ.
Here's a fact about our state that too few Wisconsinites are acting on. Wisconsin has the largest black-white academic performance gap in America, in every grade tested and every subject. It's a gap that has existed for decades, and in many areas, the gap is growing. This is a reality our state simply can't afford to accept. And it's a Wisconsin problem worth all of us understanding. Learn how City Ford Collective is leading the charge for change at cityfordcollective.org.
It's summer now, but you know what's coming down the pike? Yup, cold weather and high heating bills. Gene Miller here, and now is a great time to order new windows from my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. With national brands like Anderson, Pella, Marvin, and Softlight, Hometown can offer replacement windows that fit every home, style, and budget. Whether you're looking for wood, Fibrex, fiberglass, or vinyl, Hometown has a product for you. August is Marvin month. Call or stop in to win a Yeti cooler. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today. 25 years ago, a generational Bucks team made an unforgettable run.
This is the place to be.
Light It Up, narrated by Jim Paschke, is the new season of the Behind the Bucks podcast, presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. This is the oral history of the 2000-2001 Milwaukee Bucks and their run to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Absolute bedlam here at the Bradley Center.
Listen now on Bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Trying to keep up with the 21st century can really get you down.
When you need a break, come to Kessler's.
We'll turn your day around.
We have good air conditioning.
And we love making new friends.
The coffee's better than average.
Because we want you to come back again.
We want to be your jeweler.
My father told you for 29 years that he wanted to be your jeweler.
He put that desire in everyone he hired.
And then he gave us the company.
He transformed our lives and gave us the most fun job on earth.
It's easy to sell jewelry when you sell it for less than it's worth.
Come and take a look at our engagement rings.
And of course, we have thousands of other things.
When you're having an overcast day, come to Kessler's.
We're going to turn your day around.
Free jewelry cleaning done by world-class professionals.
While you drink your good coffee in a room full of diamonds and gold.
Makes you feel better, no matter what you've been told.
One thing you definitely want to see before you're done
is our exclusive Kessler 81.
To find the Kesslers nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
I'm Vince Vetrano, joined today by Dr. Corey Casper from Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
What's good for an airman is going to be, I think, good for the folks in Wisconsin as well. You don't have to be an athlete to come seek care from a sports medicine physician. It can just be getting back to moving and doing the things that you love to do, whether it be your job or gardening or playing pickleball or going for runs. My goal is just to get you back moving comfortably.
Get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
The Wisconsin State Fair is here. Catch WTMJ broadcasting live throughout the run of the fair at the Bank 59 Studios. Come by, say hi, and enjoy the fair with us. We are Wisconsin's radio station, live at the Wisconsin State Fair. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 12 o'clock. I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Thursday, August 13th. Your top story, a tragic shooting in Milwaukee.
I'm Jessica Ty. The White House press secretary resigns. Now, some light rain moving into southeastern Wisconsin here. Hopefully it fizzles out. Just some light rain, nothing severe. More of that stuff south of the state line. 78 your high today, mostly cloudy this evening, and a low of 68. It's 75 and cloudy at Wisconsin State Fair Park. From the WTMJ breaking newsroom, a teen is dead after a shooting this morning on Milwaukee's north side. A 16-year-old found dead when police arrived to 40th and Clark. At this point, no one is in custody. The Marquette University student who was driving the car involved in a deadly crash will head to trial. Meanwhile, the White House press secretary is announcing she is leaving her post at the end of the month. News Nation's Gabrielle Caracciolo. Well, Trump didn't indicate any potential replacement for the high-profile role in his statement. A federal judge is asking the DOJ why the department redacted or withheld certain documents pertaining to the Epstein files. Today, the judge is going document by document, inquiring about specific instances. Back in June, the judge ruled that the DOJ's omissions and redactions violated the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Time for news about your money. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow is off a little bit today, down 35 points at 53,734. NASDAQ up about 200 at 26,778. And the S&P is up about 45 today at 7792. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. It's financial planning at every level. For details, visit annexwealth.com. Just like that, the quickest newscast around. It is Thursday, and we are live at the Wisconsin State Fair. Stay close. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time is 12:02.
At Erickson's Landscape Supply, we have durable, maintenance-free polywood patio furniture and #1 grade treated natural pine Amish-made patio furniture. And we also have a wonderful assortment of concrete benches, statues, and fountains available in a selection you just gotta see to believe. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less, plus a whole lot more. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection or stop on in today. He told us to load 4 yards into his 8-foot bed, but we knew that 3 full, honestly measured yards were going to fill his truck bed to the rim. After we proved that, he told us the other guys have been telling him he's been getting 4 yards in there for years. Honest measurements and honest folks who just want to do you right. So you come back. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Are you looking for a welcoming place to unwind? Vince Vitrano here. Our family found a home at Racine Country Club. Premier golf on the historic championship course, rolling terrain, famously fast greens, tight fairways, and scenic Root River views. Work your game year-round with indoor simulators, hitting bays, top-notch practice facilities, and leagues for every level. Plus, at Racine Country Club, you enjoy elevated dining, swimming, and a full calendar of family-friendly events. Join me on the course at Racine Country Club, racinecountryclub.com.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps and he made the catch, banging up against the wall.
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center. It's back and gone.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
If you're in charge of uniforms and equipment, you want to get the most value for your team's budget. You want the most for your money, and you want the process to be easy. Because you already have enough on your plate. We get it. Burghardt Sporting Goods Team Outfitting Division is the best you'll find. With an abnormally high customer satisfaction rate and our own silk screening and embroidery facility for quality control. So if you want the highest quality team outfitting and incredible service, you can't beat Burghardt.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports desk. After being swept by the Padres in San Diego, the beat-up Brewers are scheduled to begin a 4-game series against the Dodgers tonight in Los Angeles. Pat Murphy's Brewers begin the day with the best record in baseball, but just 3 games up on the Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 8:35. Jordan Love expected to start tonight as the Packers kick off the preseason against the Steelers.
The main thing is to stay healthy. Obviously, avoid taking hits. If you get into a scramble situation, definitely not take any hits outside the pocket, anything like that. But really, it's just about being smart, trying to get the ball to your hands, find those completions, put together a good drive.
Packers and Steelers, one of 6 games on the NFL's preseason schedule tonight. Kickoff scheduled for 6 o'clock. And after 18 seasons in the NBA, point guard Russell Westbrook announces his retirement. The complete NBA regular season schedule will be revealed this afternoon.
Time saver traffic. Let me tell you this is a great day to come to the fair if you want to avoid all the crowds. If you want to just smoothly roll into the Wisconsin State Fair, this is the day to do it. I had a feeling that this would be the day to do it, but I wasn't sure. We've had a couple days that have surprised us. It was smooth sailing coming in. So if you've got the time and you want to be here, that would be a good time to get down here. And I'll tell you what, the roads are looking pretty good too. We do have a little bit of a delay in our typical spot in the construction zone on 94 eastbound and westbound. We also are still dealing with that pavement damage in the Hale interchange. That's been going on for a couple of days now. 41894 north, just a little bit, basically around the Howard Avenue area. We've got 2 right lanes that are still closed. That's better than a couple of days ago when we had 3 right lanes. So, hey, we'll take it. But hopefully we can repair that area soon because that is causing a clog.
Some light rain moving its way into southeastern Wisconsin. Nothing severe. It hopefully fizzles out here before it gets to the fair, but don't be surprised to see some raindrops if you're floating around State Fair Park this afternoon, somewhere between 2 and 3 o'clock especially. It's 75 right now, overnight low 68. The sun should return on Friday with a high of 78. Mostly cloudy, warm, and humid. Showers and storms are likely on Saturday, high of 80 degrees. It's 75 and cloudy at State Fair Park.
Cream puffs, concerts, and carnival rides. Wisconsin State Fair is back, and Wisconsin's Midday News is live from the Bank 59 studios on the State Fairgrounds. Now, here are your hosts, Greg Matzik and Jessica Ty.
A little bit of cloud coverage here. I was looking at Niz's forecast. He is hopeful that rain fizzles out before it really has any sort of impact here at folks who are at the State Fair Park. And hopefully that is the case. Just some light stuff showing on the radar. Hopefully it dies out and you get a nice day at the fair. But, hey, a little bit of clouds, but comfortable temperatures here as we hit Thursday edition of Wisconsin's Midday News.
Let's do it.
It's now at noon on Wisconsin's Midday News.
She is playing. There is now silence at Ridgeland Farms in Dane County. There are no dogs left at the biomedical research facility. It was the CEO of Big Dog Ranch Rescue who carried out the final beagle. The door closed behind her, and after more than 60 years in business, Ridgeland Farms was done. This was Lori Simmons' 6th trip to Wisconsin, and also the most rewarding. Her goal achieved. But could Ridgeland Farms ever carry on in a new capacity? I asked.
Our contract says no more breeding, no more animal testing, no more selling dogs. So if they violate that, of course we're going to go after them, but so is the entire world. State of Wisconsin took away their license to breed and sell. They did not take away their license to breed and test on their own. So that is something our contract took care of. So if they violate that, the world's coming after them.
We are now just a couple hours away from the Ridgeland dogs arriving at Big Dog Ranch Rescue down in Florida. They are on the highway right now.
Well, there will be football tonight in Pittsburgh. Sort of.
Oh, it's preseason. It's not real football.
Sound familiar? Yeah, that's Aaron Rodgers. Remains unclear if he'll play tonight against his former team. Head coach Mike McCarthy says the decision will likely be made before kickoff. Jordan Love is expected to start for the Packers, and he admits he plays with a little more caution in the preseason.
The main thing is to stay healthy. Obviously, avoid taking hits. If you get into a scramble situation, definitely not take any hits outside the pocket, anything like that. But really, it's just about being smart, trying to get the ball out of your hands, find those completions, put together a good drive.
Tonight's game kicks off at 6 o'clock. Why this game is not at Lambeau Field is an absolute mystery to this radio show host. This seemed like a missed opportunity for the NFL.
Oh, it would have been great.
Aaron Rodgers agrees with that. So Mike McCarthy was the coach. He was announced the coach before the NFL schedule came out. While Rodgers wasn't committed to the Steelers, there were some rumblings. Roll the dice, NFL. Put this game in Green Bay where it belongs, right? Even if it's McCarthy coming back. That is great. It would be Aaron Rodgers' final opportunity to be under center at Lambeau Field. My guess is he would have played a series. Now we don't know, and it becomes kind of a cute little story out in Pittsburgh, but would have been a great story for the NFL at a time when they need it in the month of August.
Yes, even for both of them, just to get out there so you can say you saw them both, you took a couple pictures, and that's it. I mean, just that storyline, it does seem like a missed opportunity, but here we are. Well, the Wisconsin State Fair has a pop-punk throwback on tap tonight.
I'll keep you my dirty little secret. Don't tell anyone, or you'll be just another regret.
Some guys out here at the fair jamming right now. You guys like the All-American Rejects? Thumbs up for that. Yep, they're shaking their heads. They were jammed to that one. It's a 7:30 show tonight. Joyce Manor is the opener. And hey, let's save some of you some money at the fair today. Teachers and educators, you get to save a little bit. It is Prairie Farms Dairy Day, honoring educators. Teachers, you get a deal today. Bring a school-issued ID or your name badge. Go to the ticket window before 4. Remember, that's key, before 4 o'clock today, and you get in free. We appreciate our teachers.
Definitely, no doubt about that. And kind of the final week for many of them before they got to go back to school in some capacity, while education and learning may not start until later this month or even early next month. Teachers back to work here, certainly in the month of August. Also, we've been pointing out the activity in the center the infield here, right where we're located by our information booth. And today it's WTMJ and Bank 5-9 with sort of a joint promotion. So stop by, talk about a good deed that you've done. You'll get a piece of swag. Always some activity. I see a bubble machine going, which is always exciting.
Are they blowing the bubbles? I see the bubbles flowing, but I can't find the origin of the bubbles. Who's the one? Or where's the bubble maker? That's always a blast.
Well, we've got 3 hours to figure that out. Wisconsin's Midday News continues after this on WTMJ.
Score big at the International Autos Group in Milwaukee and save up to $25,000 on an exceptional lineup featuring Audi, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and Hyundai. Or get rare 0% financing for 60 months and make no payments for 90 days. Get the service you deserve at a price you'll love at the International Autos Group or at iamilwaukee.com, where our ordinary needs to be extraordinary. Offers on select new models with approved credit. Savings off MSRP.
It's WTMJ's Julia Fellow here, live outside the Bank 5-9 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Our street team is hard at work, inviting fans to share an act of kindness for some exciting prizes. We also have free face painting going on right now, just north of the Wisconsin Exposition Center, across from the Dairy Building and Information booth. We can also see Jessica Ty and Greg Matzek. Greg loves waving at people from really far away. So once you're done with that and do your act of kindness, make sure you say hi to Greg. He loves waving at people. Bank 5-9 won the prestigious Community Choice Award as the best Milwaukee area bank, the top workplace for 17 straight years. Head to bank59.com. We're here until 2 o'clock. Stop by, say hello, support our amazing community partners who are encouraging you to spread awareness. So what you do is just fill out a puzzle piece, you get in line, spin the wheel, get a free prize, and then at the end of the day, a little work of art will be done once all these puzzle pieces are together. Head to bank59.com.
No matter where you hear WTMJ, whether it be here...
So we are overlooking the bay. We're in the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studios.
Or there.
Here live in our Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studio.
Catch us at home or on the go, thanks to Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
In the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin podcast studio.
We are live wherever you are, on the air and on the go. The Pella Windows and Doors podcast studio is live on WTMJ.com.
Well, conditions have been on repeat at State Fair Park here the last several days. We got a little mix of clouds, not much sun today, and some slight or light rain, I should say, moving its way into southeastern Wisconsin. Hopefully that fizzles out here. Nothing severe. We're not expecting any watches or warnings, at least with what we're hearing from Brian Nisnansky at TMJ4. But it could be a little sprinkly here at some point throughout the afternoon. Right now we're sitting at 75 degrees. Tomorrow's high 80. Chance of rain in the forecast. Partly cloudy skies. It's 75 right now and cloudy at State Fair Park. Well, flock safety cameras are currently experiencing widespread vandalism and theft in areas across the United States, even here in Wisconsin, with a case in Waukesha being investigated. So what does the flock system do? Well, it captures vehicle license plates and other descriptive details that are immediately logged into a searchable network deployed across thousands of communities. The goal? Make it easier for law enforcement to track down stolen vehicles, suspects, and missing persons. So what is with the backlash? We welcome at ABC's crime and terrorism expert, Brad Garrett. Brad, is this all backlash due to AI and what its capabilities are?
I don't think so. I think, from my perspective, it's partly not accurate information. In other words, this flock, to your point, captured high-resolution shots of your vehicle. It's motion sensor driven, so as a car goes by it, it scoops up, takes a picture, license plate, may even get a picture of you just through the windshield, depending on light, etc. And then it goes into the database. So, for example, if you have like an abduction of a child in some part of Milwaukee, and they're able to get a car description or even a tag or a partial tag number, you could potentially put it into Flock and track it. And they have saved children. They have caught people quickly after shootings using Flock. Yes, it's gotten bad press about officers logging in and not using it in a law enforcement manner, but use it to track ex-wives, ex-girlfriends, whatever it might be. But that could be resolved just by having a control system on that you have to log in, log out, and it tells the administrator what you looked at when you pulled it up. So that's one complaint. It's interesting that people are so worked up about these flock cameras because license plate readers have been around forever. They're on the back of patrol cars. Think about just in Milwaukee alone, all the CCTV you have that's been there for years, it's going to capture cars. Not as well as flock, but it's going to capture it. So the idea that if you eliminated flock, you've now eliminated you being tracked by cameras is just not accurate.
Brad, just this summer, we had a second member of the Milwaukee Police Department charged with misuse of flock cameras. I'm wondering if you have any idea how common this type of abuse is across the country.
Well, I don't know how common it is because it's not something that would get regularly reported. I mean, I could name off a half a dozen jurisdictions where I've read about it occurring, one recently in North Carolina. But how pervasive it is, it's really hard to say. And the question is, how many jurisdictions have this control aspect that I talked about a couple of minutes ago? Apparently, Flock now is going to require for them to have their system, that they have this oversight system about logging in, looking at, capturing what you look at and what time you log out, and then have somebody monitor it. So where jurisdictions don't have that, they're going to have that here in the near future.
So, Brad, if the backlash is about privacy concerns, how do these really differ from red light cameras that you might see installed in states like Arizona? I know it monitors, violations, those maybe running through a red light. It maybe doesn't pick up 100% of vehicles that go through. But to your point, there's CCTV everywhere. We always wait for the video when something happens in a city and who was the suspect, what happened, what was he wearing. You wait for the video to pop out. I just assume it's 2026. People know where I am, right? Like people are being followed. You're on camera wherever you are, it appears.
Right, and you have no expectation of privacy in the public domain. Walking in a park, walking down the street, driving your car. If it were capturing the conversation you're having in the car, that's a different story. But if it's just capturing a picture of your car at 10:15 in the morning, then you have no, legal. I don't think it violates anything. It's just you don't have the expectation of privacy. I do think there's another element to this story that I don't know the specifics. This is a guess on my part, that immigration, ICE and Customs, Immigration and Customs Enforcement might be using it to track immigrants, undocumented immigrants. If that is the case or was the case, that certainly would get some people fired up. But we'll have to see as time goes on.
Well, Brad, that leads me to the next topic I wanted to ask you about. The Department of Homeland Security is looking to purchase electric shock gloves for U.S. ICE officers in the field. A lot of people right now are asking, what's an electric shock glove?
So basically, I think I haven't seen a pair, but they've been described as basically looking like gloves that law enforcement wear every day, particularly uniform officers that have to handle people all day long. And, rightly so, you want gloves on. But they're electrified, the ones they're talking about. You can push a button and it'll actually shock the person that you're grabbing. And I think the concern is if 5 people are trying to detain or arrest somebody and all 5 of them have shock gloves and all 5 of them are shocking a person, then that's too much. In other words, it would be very difficult to control when it's used and when it's not used. Versus a taser, which you have to carry it in a holster, you have to draw it, you have to fire it just like a firearm. That it's clear what you're doing if you pull out a taser. And so the concern is, how do you monitor and control abuse with gloves that you don't even really know if they're on or not at any given point?
Is now the best timing for an announcement like this, Brad?
I certainly would think not. But, tone deaf is not the long suit here of the number of people.
ABC's crime and terrorism expert, Brad Garrett. Always great to connect, Brad. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Brad.
You're welcome. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Recently, a seller that unfortunately ended up choosing another agent called me. She said she made a mistake. And what she was expressing to me sounded like she kind of was bullied into signing with him. Is it typical? Not always, but it will never happen when you hire a Century 21 Benefit Realty agent. I want our agents to be able to look in the mirror and say, I'd want to work with me. Not because they're good at saying what you want to hear or offer the lowest commission, but because of trust. Because if you're not feeling that from your agent, that's a problem. And I don't want that. At 1.9% on the listing side of your sale with our commission capped at $19,000, Century 21 Benefit Realty leads with a very fair and transparent commission structure with maximum marketing that can get your home sold fast and for the best price. And saving money matters, but working with someone who will tell you exactly what you need to know up front, that creates trust. And that matters too. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Greg Manzik here. I want to tell you about my friends at Annex Wealth Management. Are you where you thought you'd be with your portfolio? Maybe you haven't looked at it much at all. Maybe you look at it every day. Maybe you're wondering what you own, maybe why you own it. I get it. And it may be time for a complimentary review. Tax planning, investments, estate planning can all be done with Annex Wealth Management. They've got a wonderful in-house team, no matter where you are in your financial journey. Just getting started or maybe eyeballing that retirement date. They can help you. They will review your portfolio. They'll help you build a portfolio with their expert financial team. We've been with Annex for about 8 years. I can tell you this. They have put us on a clear path toward retirement. We do frequent check-ins. We know that we are on target with our goals, and we feel comfortable with where we are at. And when it comes time to shift things around a little bit, we work with Annex on that too, because our life evolves, our situation evolves, and Annex understands it. Reserve your spot for their upcoming webinar. In fact, it's a social gathering outdoors. You can join Annex in person for the 7 tax moves to consider before December. This is coming up Thursday, August 27th at Ember Social. It's in Grafton. It's at 6 o'clock. Meet with the Annex team and meet with others in the community. Reserve your spot by visiting the events tab at annexwealth.com. And know the difference.
The stories you're talking about on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The I-94 reconstruction project through Milwaukee's west side could potentially take a couple of extra years.
Costs can go up. I'll give you some room on that.
That's always going to happen,
right? That's going to happen. Okay, fine. But the idea on the timeline, we only studied this project for 20 years.
The key phrase is potential delay. There are some ways they can reconfigure, maybe speed up one portion of the phases.
Okay, let's do that.
Only here on WTMJ.
Well, Jessica and I are back at work today, which means we did not win the Powerball, but there was a winning ticket sold last night.
Did you buy a ticket?
I did not. I usually
Should have bought
but
one.
I had a lot of stuff going on yesterday. It just sort of slipped my mind. It's not part of my usual routine.
Yeah, same.
You know what I mean? But I even talked about it with Julia yesterday. It's like, once you get to that B word, you're talking about the lottery.
That's when you start thinking about it. You feel a little regret if you don't, right?
It really jumps off the page, that is for sure. That winning ticket sold in Illinois.
Along the Mississippi River on the fat part of Illinois sits the city of Quincy, home to Powerball's newest billion-dollar winner. John Marshall got a call about it today from his boss.
At 3 a.m., I thought something was wrong, but he just wanted to let me know that we sold the winning ticket.
Worth in a lump sum $450 million minus taxes. Marshall's Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh gas station and convenience store will get $500,000 for selling the winning ticket, but he's all about the recognition.
Most of the jackpots are in bigger cities and on the coasts and stuff like that, so it's great to bring light to the Midwest.
Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Now, I did a little bit of calculation here, and because it was sold in Illinois and you do all the taxes, the winner will receive about $12. But nonetheless, it's really quite
More
an
than that.
entertaining
Come on.
day, nonetheless.
I love the fact that he was all about bringing some recognition to the Midwest. How about that?
Yeah.
What a great little spin on this.
When I say Illinois, you have a little bit of like, oh, that is so close to home. Not so much the time where the winning ticket for, and I don't remember what the total value was, but there was a winning ticket sold at a gas station in Green Bay that I frequented on my trips to Green Bay. When I'd go to cover the Packers on a Wednesday or even a game day, when I'd come back, I'd frequently stop for gas at this gas station in Green Bay, pretty close to Lambeau Field. That's the one bit of regret I had. I was like, oh, if I still were with the Packers each week and so on, maybe, just maybe, I would have bought a ticket. This doesn't hit quite as close to home, but hey, Illinois, neighbors to the south.
I think it's kind of fun if you have somebody or you're looking for a little gift and it's around one of these big jackpots to get a card and throw a Powerball ticket in, just in case. I mean, that just gets people excited, right? It gives them something to look to see if maybe they're not expecting that ticket, right? Now, granted, I've never bought one for anyone and then they won, but still, we can all dream.
No doubt about that. It is 12:27 here on WTMJ. We're with you till 3 o'clock. Wisconsin's Midday News live from Wisconsin State Fair. Don't forget to subscribe to our podcast. It's built by Siding Unlimited. And now about your house. It's where you live, but do you also live in your yard? My friends at Outdoor Living Unlimited help people extend their home, living beyond the wall. Your imagination may be somewhat limited, so let's call on Eric Brown, president of Outdoor Living Unlimited, to expand upon it.
I'm confident that 90% of the listeners can look outside their home and dream of a better, nicer, way more outstanding backyard. If you're one of the many, you'll need to call Outdoor Living Unlimited. Outdoor Living Unlimited's expert team can design a beautiful, functional, usable backyard space. Then our team can build it. You dream it, we build it. New deck, outdoor kitchen, pavers, retaining walls, screen room. How about a must-see automated pergola that doubles as a screen room? Picture this, a pergola that allows the sunlight through the slats, but with the press of a button, those slats close and now you have protection. Another press of the button and the screens roll down. There's your screen room. The ideas are endless. We recently built a brand new deck with a screen room pergola on top and stairs that lead to a paver oasis complete with a fire pit and seat walls. Amazing. New deck, outdoor kitchen, screen room, automated pergola. Let Outdoor Living Unlimited design and build the amazing backyard. Find us at OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
See all the cool things that Outdoor Living Unlimited can do for your yard on their Instagram page, or visit their unique outside-in showroom in Waukesha. And if you're looking outside of your home, dreaming of a more beautiful and functional, usable backyard, well, Outdoor Living Unlimited can design and build you an amazing showstopper of a deck, patio, complete with pergola and fire pit, just like they did for us. With expert care, Outdoor Living Unlimited installed a beautiful paver patio, complete with land and stone retaining wall, all sorts of space, room for a built-in kitchen, and complete with a gas fire pit. It's where we spend all of our time. Visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Attention travelers! The Fox World Travel Vacation Showcase is coming to Oshkosh on Saturday, September 12th. Meet over 20 top vendors, including major cruise lines, tour companies, hotels, and WTMJ's own Steve Scafidi. Attend expert travel presentations, unlock exclusive booking offers, and enter to win amazing prizes. Registration is required to attend this premium event, and space is limited. Secure your spot today. Visit foxworldtravel.com to register right now.
Coming up on 12:30, I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Thursday, August 13th. Your top story, victims in a triple homicide identified.
I'm Jessica Ty. Wisconsin joins a lawsuit against the federal government.
Chance of showers this afternoon, primarily cloudy skies, a little muggy, high 78 degrees. Mostly cloudy tonight and a low of 68. Rain in the forecast for Saturday as well. In fact, rain seems likely on Saturday with a high approaching 80 degrees. Right now it's 75 and cloudy in Milwaukee at State Fair Park.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Texas, military and civilian investigators are on the scene near Fort Hood following yesterday's deadly helicopter crash. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
The Apache attack helicopter was carrying 2 soldiers, both of whom were killed when the aircraft went down southeast of Fort Hood, where the Apache and the crew were based. It also sparked a wildfire that forced the evacuation of several homes and has burned about 155 acres of pasture and brushland.
In Colombia, search and rescue efforts continue for signs of life. Following Monday's powerful earthquake, officials say 273 people are dead and more than 370 others are reported missing. In Massachusetts, the trial continues for Lindsay Clancy, the mother charged with killing her 3 children. Defense attorneys argue Clancy suffered from postpartum psychosis and did not receive adequate medical care. And in California, a 3.8 magnitude quake struck in San Francisco's East Bay this morning, rattling residents. But there's no reports of damage. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 12:31. Victims in a Milwaukee murder spree identified. 26-year-old Vanessa DeHuria was shot during a party at a friend's apartment, and her 29-year-old friend, Scott Buchholz, was killed trying to intervene. The suspect then drove across town and shot 39-year-old Shamara Hare. The victim's family say the murder stemmed from a domestic dispute. A 36-year-old man was taken into custody earlier this week following a police standoff.
Wisconsin joins 21 other states in suing the Trump administration over changes to marketplace rules for the Affordable Care Act. The states say the changes could make coverage more expensive and push people off insurance. The rule would change things like income requirements and expand access to catastrophic plans. The Trump administration says the changes will prevent improper enrollments and give consumers more lower-cost options.
2 people are seriously injured after being struck by a vehicle near the State Fair.
Milwaukee police responded to a crash near 84th and Kearney around 5:30 p.m. Wednesday night. Police say a man was driving northbound on 84th when he failed to stop at a red light, hitting 2 people that were crossing the street. The 64 and 28-year-old pedestrians were taken to the hospital for non-fatal injuries. The 27-year-old driver remained at the scene and was given a citation for failing to yield the right-of-way. Jen Gregg, WTMJ News.
A research team is studying maps and checking its gear in preparation for a trip to a remote island between Australia and Hawaii. As ABC's Jim Ryan reports, it may also be a voyage nearly 90 years into the past.
16 specialists hope to find the answer to an enduring mystery, the disappearance of pilot Amelia Earhart during her round-the-world flight in 1937. The group plans an expedition to a remote Pacific island in October. Satellite images show intriguing shapes in a lagoon that could be Earhart's twin-engine Lockheed Electra.
Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 12:33.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Hey, reminder, it is summer storm season, and weather damage can be a real issue at the house. So if you think you've got a problem, remember, Tri-County Contracting gives free estimates on any potential wind or hail damage. And here's the best part, they can always work directly with your insurance. It's Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. Love your home again, even during the storm season, with Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi here for QC Kinetics. When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, do your homework. Remember, once the joint is replaced, there's no going back. Before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you here in Greenfield and Mequon. You start with a medical evaluation, reviewing your history, any imaging, and the actual source of your pain. If you're a good candidate, they'll concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. The whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that could change your life. Don't just accept surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion and know your options. The conversation and consultation are totally free. Call QC Kinetics at 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. QC Kinetics.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. The Packers play the Steelers tonight. Preseason game number 1. Jordan Love is expected to start. Aaron Rodgers wishes the game were in Green Bay.
I was really hoping that this one was going to be in Green Bay. Not just to get back at Lambeau one more time, but, to head out to Chives for a dinner and maybe, head out to Green Bay Country Club for a quick 9 or something. But I was definitely bummed out that we weren't Lambeau for this one.
It's not likely that Rodgers will suit up and play. Jordan Love is expected to start for the Packers. Head coach Matt LaFleur on what he's looking for out of tonight's contest.
You're looking at everything, how they compete, how they're able to process in the moment. There's nothing like it. The pressure of it's a game. So you're looking at everything.
Kickoff scheduled for 6 o'clock tonight. Meanwhile, the Brewers begin a 4-game series with the Dodgers in Los Angeles. Milwaukee 3 games ahead of the surging Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 8:35 on WTMJ.
Checking Checking out the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. We got a couple people outside of our studio here. Sir, did you get in okay? Thumbs up. Were the roads okay when you drove in? He's giving me a thumbs up. It was smooth sailing today into the Wisconsin State Fair, and I was smiling because of that. For the most part, we're doing okay. We do have a new disabled vehicle right by the Caledonia area. 4194 south at the ramp from County G. Right shoulder is blocked because of that car that's broken down. And we are also still dealing with the pavement damage on 41894 north, just a little bit beyond I-43 north. So we're talking about the Hale interchange. 2 right lanes are blocked because there's pavement damage and the crews still need to fix it. We're doing better than when we were at the start of the week, though, when 3 lanes were closed. So, hey, we'll take it, and we'll hope that they can open up those lanes sooner rather than later.
Well, some light rain moving into southeastern Wisconsin. Hopefully we stay dry here at the fair, but always a good reminder, there's a 200,000 square foot expo center. If you want to hop in, you can hop into the dairy barn. Plenty of covered spaces here at State Fair Park, but nothing severe or significant, but there is some light rain on the radar. High of 78 degrees today, overnight low 68. Tomorrow, similar situation, rain a little more likely in southeastern Wisconsin with a high of 78. It's 75 and cloudy at State Fair Park at 12:37.
All of the dogs are out of the building.
That was a sound as supporters got the word there were no more dogs at Ridgeland Farms in Dane County. There were cheers, and Greg, I also saw tears. There were people who literally had tears coming down their faces. They could not believe that this day had finally come. And right now, we are just a couple of hours away from the Ridgeland Beagles arriving at Big Dog Ranch Rescue down in Florida. The team didn't waste any time. They did their thing at the staging area. They got the dogs in front of vets so they could have some quick health checks. They got their vaccinations. They got microchipped. And then they were going to hit the road. Big Dog invited me out to the staging area in Marshall yesterday, the first spot the dogs went to after leaving Ridgeland Farms, and talk about an emotional scene. Many of the people I talked to worked years for that moment. This was the 6th trip up to Wisconsin for the founder and CEO of Big Dog Ranch Rescue. It was also the most rewarding one. Lori Simmons and her team, they achieved their goal, the release of all the dogs at Ridgeland Farms, a controversial breeding and research facility that started more than 60 years ago. I know you probably have something prepared, but forget that statement. What does this moment feel like for you?
Just so excited for these dogs. There were 10 senior mamas that have lived their whole life there that are probably 7 to 10 years old. They're the ones that give me the most joy because they've been there the longest and just breeding and breeding. And then there were 145 puppies, all under 10 months. A lot of them 3 months, 4 months. And those puppies have been subject to some testing. We don't know what that was. We'll never know what it was. All the medical records for what these dogs could have endured have been stricken. So knowing these puppies have been through whatever, and just getting them all out and watching them wag their tail for the first time, watching them run around and play like a puppy for the first time, and is just so heartwarming. So, it feels like the closing to a final chapter that we've worked so hard, negotiated for months for. We got the first 1,500 out. This is our 6th trip up here. But the best part is knowing those buildings are empty and knowing that no more animal testing or life living inside a captive metal barn will ever happen again there. This is a milestone, brought a lot of awareness of this issue to a lot of people, and I think it has brought out the best in animal welfare people coming together, wanting to end cruel animal testing on dogs. And, we need to be a more humane America. We've got better ways of testing. We got better, more humane ways with AI and with NAMS and with the new opening of Arriva that don't make animals suffer and have better results for testing. So why are we doing this?
Since May, Big Dog Ranch Rescue has secured more than 2,100 beagles from Ridgeland Farms. When they went in yesterday to get the rest, there were 155 to take out of cages and move out of Ridgeland Farms. The majority of those were puppies, but not all of them. In fact, the very last dog to come out of Ridgeland Farms was an old mama, as they like to call them. Simmons took her out, and then the door closed behind her for good.
The last dog out of that facility was probably a 9 to 10-year-old mama who's probably had 10 litters, lived her whole life in that building. Having her in my arms and knowing she was the very last one and knowing all these dogs are going to have a loving family soon and knowing none of that testing, breeding, inhumane treatment is going to go on there is just like a huge, huge weight off my shoulders, along with, I'm sure, the nation cheering. And just makes me want to fight harder for all the hundreds of thousands of dogs that are sitting in facilities like this throughout the country, being tested on, living their whole life in a cage, never having love, never having a family to call their own. And it just makes me want to fight harder, keep going until all of this ends and all of these dogs are free.
I took a tour of Big Dog Ranch Rescue back in May as the first batch of Ridgeland Beagles were settling in, and I sat down with Simmons at her office for an interview and asked her what was next. At that time, she told me Ridgeland was just a practice run. That's exactly her term that she used, and really that philosophy stuck.
We're just getting started. I told my staff this is just a warm-up run. This was 2,115 dogs. I think the activist and everybody is targeting Marshall to have them do the right thing, stop testing on these innocent dogs. There are so many facilities, Bronco, there's the one in California that unfortunately bought 33 of these dogs before we got our last deal done. And we're not going to give up on those. That is comparative biosciences in California. We want those 33 dogs. They're going to haunt me until we get them out. So we are going to picket in front of them. We are going to go after them in every single way possible until they give us those dogs. They can do it the easy way or they can do it the hard way. But one thing I can tell you, I won't give up, and neither will all the other people in this country that know about this issue now and care and want it to end.
Marshall Bioresources in New York raises dogs, cats, ferrets, and mini pigs for scientific, medical, and vet studies conducted by groups like pharmaceutical researchers. And there was a woman, Greg, helping with the final release of the Ridgeland dogs yesterday. She was wearing a shirt that had a list on it. It read Ridgeland Farms at the top, then said Tri-Valley Resources and Marshall Bioresources. And there was a red check by Ridgeland. And I took a picture of her because I thought that shirt right there, that is sending that woman's message.
Well, you mentioned there were tears, right? In tears, I assume, because it worked. All of their practices, everything they did to help shutter this facility and get those dogs out, it worked. Whether you agree with the methods or not, it absolutely worked. So now they set their sights on something else. I know also as part of this, Jessica, you've tried to connect with the folks at Ridgeland Farms to figure out what is next for them. It's still a facility that exists. It's still a structure. It is still a plot of land. Will it be sold? Will it be maintained within that family? It just kind of curious what happens next to this place now that it's shuttered, it is closed, and all the dogs are out.
I do know that the owners of Ridgeland Farms are older. Months ago, the spokesperson, when I had asked to do an interview with the owners, the spokesperson literally said to me, I don't know that I can put them through that. They have gone through so much, is what the spokesperson told me, and said they're close to retirement. I don't know if I can put them through that. But something I said to him was, I said, their story is important. I said, as soon as I started covering the story, I wanted to tell both sides of it. And I said, I do fear that the longer the months go on and the more we hear from the other side, the side of Ridgeland Farms gets muted. Because you can have me come out or you come out and state the facts so many times. But I said it's different to hear from you guys directly. It is different to hear from the owners. So I have tried, and I mentioned this yesterday. I have tried numerous times to reach out to them, and that's their right if they don't want to. But even this week, I reached out again for probably the fifth or sixth time and said that invitation is still open. I even said if you want us to disclose their identity, I know a lot of times a lot of you are listening to us on the radio, but of course we stream and we have video now. Right now, people are watching us on social media or on YouTube, and people can watch around the country and really around the world, and people are following this story around the world. So I was sensitive to that, and I said we could do that. I really do want to hear your story as well. So that offer remains out there. Something that you said, though, Greg, about kind of the ways this has gone about. Something I do want to make clear is people have to remember, too, there are two different groups involved in this. So when you talk about a nonprofit organization like Big Dog Ranch Rescue, that is not a group that went in and did those mass open rescues. They did not break into the facility. They were not a part of that at all. Now, you did have some people who were part of that, just, everyday citizens and whatnot, who then kind of jumped on and wanted to help in any way they could. But Big Dog Ranch Rescue and also Center for Humane Economy, they were working on this deal with Ridgeland well before Wayne Hsiung this year ever went in and took those dogs, that first open mass rescue when they took 20 dogs out. These teams were working on that well before that. And Lori did tell me specifically she wants no part in doing anything in a way that is not legal. So if you are just joining on this story, please know, too, that there are two different philosophies, but they ultimately all want the same goal. And the group wants change in this country, and they are not stopping with Ridgeland.
Why are we making them suffer? Scientists, researchers need to learn the new ways. And, what I've been told, this isn't going to happen overnight. It's not easy teaching an old dog new tricks. They've got to learn that the results are better and be educated on the better new science. So I do believe in this country it will end. I just wish it was tomorrow.
A few months back here at Midday, we talked with a nonprofit group called Americans for Medical Progress, and I asked them why we are still doing research on animals in 2026, because I think that's a question that a lot of you have. And AMP, as they're called, it's a group that works to keep medical advances moving forward. So they're not against AI or new tech. In fact, they're for it. But the rep we talked to, who's also a doctor, told us, while technology is advancing quickly, it is not a replacement just yet. So opinions are mixed on that. And back to Ridgeland Farms for a minute. Simmons said the best part of this is knowing that those Ridgeland buildings are empty now and that no more animal testing will happen there again. That's something I've been working to confirm with Ridgeland, but it's one question that they still have not responded to yet. So I asked Simmons if she thinks Ridgeland could ever carry on in a new capacity. Here's what she told me.
Our contract says no more breeding, no more animal testing, no more selling dogs. So if they violate that, of course, we're going to go after them. But so is the entire world. State of Wisconsin took away their license to breed and sell. They did not take away their license to breed and test on their own. So that is something our contract took care of. So if they violate that, the world's coming after them.
Now, Ridgeland Farms did respond to my questions for months, and maybe not every single question was answered, but I would always get responses back. But ever since I started asking, is this it? Is this an official closure? Could Ridgeland Farms do anything as far as testing or research in any other capacity? And I said, I don't know what that would be, but is there a possibility? I have not heard back since then. And the last statement that I have from them was June 15th. And I also can't say why they haven't responded, but ever since that question, I haven't received a response to that. So the last statement that I have from them is June 15th, and I won't read it all, but I will read this. Ridgeland Farm says, we ask that the years-long harassment campaign targeting the research facility's owners, staff, and neighbors comes to an end. We also hope Wisconsin's legal system will hold accountable the individuals who organized and carried out the repeated violent assaults and thefts that have recently taken place at our facility. And that was the last statement from Ridgeland Farms on June 15th. Should also be pointed out that you were among a very select group of media invited out to be a part of this. This was not an open media event, and I think it speaks to the level of thoroughness and the level of
thorough understanding of this process and how it's all played out, trying to tell the story from both sides. Really, it's incredible work in uncovering this story before anybody else had it and seeing it through to its completion.
Well, I appreciate that. It was a small group. There were just 3 of us invited. It was myself, it was one of the investigators over at Fox 6, Brian, and then it was a network. It was CBS National for 60 Minutes. They're doing a piece there as well. So
Wow.
a very, very small group, but a lot of dogs.
It is 12:51 here on WTMJ. Great work.
So, Dad, what gives with the square pizzas?
Well, Marty wanted to be different, but little did he know that he was giving everyone a real value. We figured it out. Our 12-inch square pizza covers 27% more space than a 12-inch round.
A bigger pizza and a better value.
Yep, 27% more.
Marty's Pizza in Delafield.
And martyspizza.net for easy online ordering.
Register online for Red Card Loyalty, and after 15 pizzas, you'll get your next one free!
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow here. We're live outside the Bank 5-9 studios of the Wisconsin State Fair. Our street team is hard at work right across from Jessica Ty and Greg Matzik. They're hosting Wisconsin's Midday News, and we're out here in the field inviting fans to share an act of kindness for some exciting prizes. They're filling out puzzle pieces, and there's almost 300 puzzle pieces that are going to be filled out, and it's going to make something really, really cool. It's starting to make shape. There's lots of people. One person wrote, someone let him merge on the freeway. Another person wrote that they gave to the homeless. Another one, a woman told me that she wrote out, she spoke kind to someone. And then another person wrote, they helped a friend get to the airport really early this morning. So Bank 5-9 won the prestigious Community Choice Award as the best Milwaukee area bank. Their mission is to make lives better, not only through services, but volunteerism, charitable giving. This is one act that they do every year, and it's top-notch, fantastic. Head to bank59.com. We're here until 2 o'clock. Stop by, say hello, support an amazing community partner that is encouraging you to spread kindness. Also, Bank 5-9 is the proud sponsor of the Bank 5-9 Amphitheater, the largest stage on the grounds. Tonight's act is Two Hype Crew. Head to bank59.com.
The fact is, without us, you'll pay more. When you buy advertising, unless you're seeking out every avenue that the chosen medium has to offer and negotiating with every entity to find out what the true floor is, there's no way you can know if you really did get your best deal. In fact, there's a big chance that you'll overpay. We've done all the legwork, and with a very high volume of consistent year-in and year-out billing, we've uncovered rates that we're sure will surprise you. Anderson-Smith.com. We help small business advertisers get better results. The proof is in the pudding. Advertisers that hire us stick with us for years and years because they trust us, because we always promptly respond to customer needs, and because bottom line, we get results. Go to Anderson-Smith.com's Our Clients page to see who trusts us and check out a long list of real advertising success. Then hit the Contact Us button, email me, and I'll call you in short order. Because it's time we grew your business. Anderson-Smith.com.
Chance of light rain in the forecast here somewhere in the next hour or so. You could see some sprinkles at State Fair Park and in southeastern Wisconsin, though NIS says it's likely to fizzle out. So I do see a little bit of red, not red, but orange and yellow on the radar. Hopefully that does fizzle out before it gets our way. Cloudy the rest of the day, high of 78 degrees. Similar situation tomorrow. In fact, rain is more likely on Friday of this week with a high temp of 78. Saturday's high 80. It's going to be a little muggy, chance of rain in the forecast, really for the next several days. It's 75 right now in Milwaukee at State Fair Park. Well, we must have a lot of good deeds being told because our crew here at WTMJ, along with our partners at Bank 59, have taken over the infield at State Fair Park. You report on a good deed being done, and what's the phrase? No good deed goes...
Undone,
unserved,
unrecognized.
unnoticed. Yeah, maybe it's unnoticed. Something like that. You get the point, right? Do a good deed, talk about it, and they'll give you a free piece of WTMJ swag.
I think that guy's laughing at you over there, Greg.
I think most people laugh at me. I wish more people laughed with me, but I am very much used to people laughing at me. So, yes, that would not be a surprise.
Well, hey, this is a fabulous day. I love this for everybody who's out here at the Wisconsin State Fair because it's just not so busy right now. I just stood up to take a peek outside. There's so much room to roam around right now, and some of you are looking for a day like that at the fair because come around this weekend, it's going to be a busy one. I'm going to be out here this weekend too, Greg. I'm coming back. Got to get my hot Wisconsin cheese.
Yeah,
I haven't had it yet. Leff's has been so good. Everything at Leff's is so good. And I don't say that lightly because I have said that for 3 years in a row now. Their menu out here is spectacular. It's not just any fair food. Leff's has been awesome. But I still have to get that Wisconsin cheese. It's always a favorite of mine.
It's a staple, and many people have their own version of that. So come get it at the fair. We've got news coming up next on WTMJ.
Hi, I'm Jim Frucci, Managing Partner and PGA Professional at Morningstar Golfers Club, and I'd like to personally invite you to play your next round of golf at Morningstar. Lush green fairways, velvet smooth greens, magnificent vistas from high above our championship golf course. Morningstar was created with the serious golfer in mind, and it continues to be the public course by which all other area public courses are measured. Book your tee time today and reserve a spot on our membership wait list. Come out and see what all of Southeast Wisconsin's been talking about. Hey, you've played the rest. Now play the best.
Horicon Bank is a bank founded by inventors, fueled by community, and also focused on business. Greg Madsick here, speaking on behalf of my friends at Horicon Bank, who have been in business since 1896. That is amazing. With financing requests that can be approved in days, not weeks. Your banker, your friends at Horicon Bank understand you and your business and how things need to work. Hand in hand, service and products at Horicon Bank do go hand in hand. They get the job done for you. Check out Horicon Bank in Horicon or in other parts of southeastern Wisconsin, like New Berlin and Wauwatosa, Menominee Falls and Grafton, even West Bend. It's Horicon Bank. Together doing good for 130 years, and member FDIC.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a good karma brand station.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Griffin's Hub. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. Griffin's Hub is making August a huge month to save. Right now, you can lease a brand new Jeep Cherokee 4x4 Laredo for just $381 a month for 42 months with $39.99 down plus tax and fees with approved credit. That's an outstanding way to get behind the wheel of a legendary Jeep. Or if you've had your eye on a new truck, check this out. Griffin's Hub has a 2026 Ram Rebel for just $59,340. That's an incredible $18,000 off MSRP. One of the biggest savings you'll see all year on a Ram Light Duty. Whether you're looking for SUV capability or truck toughness, Griffin's Hub has the deals to get you moving. Visit Griffin's Hub today or shop online at griffinshubchryslerjeepdodge.com. But don't wait. August offers end August 31st. See Griffin's Hub for complete details. Offers available with approved credit, lease, and purchase offer. Expires August 31st, 2026.
Struggling to provide for your family is a real thing, like having to choose between feeding them a warm meal or paying the utility bill. These are the choices many Milwaukee residents are faced with, which is why they turn to St. Vincent de Paul Society's meal program for help. Our meal program has been a consistent resource for those in need for over 42 years. Nutritious meals, warm showers, and clean clothes, all in a safe, family-friendly environment. Our mission is clear, and that's to help you break the cycle of poverty by connecting you with life-changing community and educational resources. Last year, we provided $2.2 million in goods and services, plus 57,000 warm meals. If you or anyone you know needs a warm evening meal, you can find us at Harambe Kitchen 5 nights a week on the northeast side of Milwaukee in the basement of All People's Church. And at Crossroads Kitchen on the south side of Milwaukee 6 nights a week on 9th and Madison. As always, we're grateful for community members and volunteers who help us help you. To learn more, visit svdpmilw.org.
Get started with your no-hassle refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com.
The Wisconsin State Fair is here. Catch WTMJ broadcasting live throughout the run of the fair at the Bank 59 Studios. Come by, say hi, and enjoy the fair with us. We are Wisconsin's radio station, live at the Wisconsin State Fair. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 1 o'clock. I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Thursday, August 13th. Your top story, a tragic shooting in Milwaukee.
I'm Jessica Ty. More measles cases detected in Wisconsin.
Mostly cloudy, a little muggy today. Chance for some midday rain, high 78. Cloudy tonight and a low of 68. It's 74 and cloudy in Milwaukee at State Fair Park. From the WTMJ breaking newsroom, a teen dies after a drive-by shooting this morning in Milwaukee. A 16-year-old found dead when police arrived to 40th and Clark. At this point, no one is in custody.
More measles cases confirmed in portions of southwest Wisconsin. 15 more cases have been detected between Iowa and Lafayette counties, and another 6 probable cases are being analyzed right now. DHS officials will share more information about those new cases coming up later this afternoon.
Iran being pressured by more than 24 European nations to stop executions of protesters. News Nation's Robert Sherman.
Some exclusive reporting coming out of Iran from our own News Nation colleague Diana Falzone indicating that the Iranian regime has threatened citizens with the death penalty to stay quiet about the rising number of executions that have been taking place relating to those protests that we saw earlier this year, largely involving protesters when it comes to those executions. This week, we've heard from more than 30 countries demanding Iran stop their use of the death penalty and allow the people inside of Iran to speak, to assemble, to protest, and decide their own future.
The countries have urged Tehran to respond to Iranians who have demanded political change following months of unrest in some of the largest protests held against the Islamic Republic.
Violence in the West Bank is intensifying. For several nights now, Israeli settlers surrounded a few Palestinian homes, preventing families from leaving. ABC's Brooke Clennon.
The property belongs to Abu Ridi's brother, a Palestinian-American businessman who contacted the U.S. Embassy. U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee, he says that the embassy asked Israel to remove the settlers, and really in an unusually blunt language, kind of language that we've heard from Huckabee, he called those responsible Israeli terrorists, and he said there was no excuse for their intimidation of the family.
Israeli troops have intervened multiple times, but the settlers, they keep coming back.
Well, now that the Wisconsin primary is over, Governor Tony Evers says the state's education system should be a top priority for gubernatorial candidate David Crowley. Wisconsin Governor Evers on WTMJ's Point Taken.
The issue about early childhood education is critical, and that is an education issue, that is a work issue, that is a economic issue for the state of Wisconsin. And, you know, we've made some huge steps forward and a few steps back.
The general election is going to be held on November 3rd. Time for news about your money in the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow is starting to bounce back a little bit here. Still in the red, down about 12 points at 53,757. NASDAQ up about 200 points at 26,780. And the S&P up 42 at 7791. For sound financial advice from a fee-only fiduciary, check in with Annex Wealth Management. Go to annexwealth.com and click on the Get Started button today.
Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, East 104.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first softwave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
Want to thank our friends at Left's Lucky Town for keeping us fed here in our WTMJ Bank 5-9 studio. Great people at Left's Lucky Town. They've got great food on that menu. Stop by Left's here. It's the Left's Lucky Town Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. Easy to find, great music, great menu, and great people at Left's Lucky Town, serving us and you here at the fair.
Pickleball is America's fastest growing sport, and those courts aren't going to build themselves. Good thing PLM Paving and Concrete has been building courts long before pickleball was cool. For 60 years, PLM has been Wisconsin's trusted paving partner. Did you know for the last 15 years they've been building tennis, basketball, and pickleball courts too? Now that expertise has an official name, America's Sports Construction. Thinking about adding or resurfacing a court or have any pavement maintenance needs? Don't wait. Wisconsin's construction season is running out. Visit plmpaving.com/sports.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on August 18th.
Curio sends it deep to left, and there she goes!
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the Seattle Mariners.
And Yelich launches one deep right center field. Forget about it. Oh my goodness, third deck.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Delta Dental of Wisconsin. Tune in August 18th at 6:40 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports desk. Brewers take on the Dodgers tonight. Game 1 of a 4-game series after losing all 3 games in San Diego.
If you've got the best record in baseball, you're going to go through times like this where things aren't very good and everything seems to go against you. It's in your head, things are going against you. You got to just not feel sorry for yourself, and you got to just keep your head up and go.
Brewers begin the day just 3 games ahead of the Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:35. Jordan Love expected to start tonight as the Packers kick off the preseason against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The main thing is to stay healthy. Obviously, avoid taking hits. If you get into a scramble situation, definitely not take any hits outside the pocket, anything like that. But really, it's just about being smart, trying to get the ball out of your hands, find those completions, put together a good drive.
Packers and Steelers, one of 6 games on the NFL's preseason schedule. Tonight, kickoff scheduled for 6 o'clock. And the complete NBA regular season schedule will be revealed this afternoon at 2.
Checking out the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. We have a pair of disabled vehicles on 4194 South. Heads up here. Doesn't look like there is a backup just yet, but these are pretty close to each other. 4194 South at Elm Road. Right shoulder is blocked due to one car that's broken down, and then not too far from that one. Actually, it looks like we may have a pair of incidents here. 4194 South, a little bit beyond the ramp from Elm Road. Right shoulder blocked. Okay, we're doubling up on that one. And then 4194 North, just a little bit beyond the ramp from 7 Mile Road. Right shoulder is blocked there. We are seeing just a little bit of a delay. Actually, it's getting worse now as I zoom in. 94 westbound. That's our area that we typically see delays due to the construction. And I'm a little surprised that we're seeing it as bad right now, just because we don't have that as many people as usual out at the State Fair right now. Would you say, Greg, this is the most quiet day we have seen so far? I was on assignment yesterday, so I'm not sure what you guys saw yesterday, but to me this looks like the best time to come.
I think you're right. Like, if you're wanting to get on rides and you're not wanting to wait in line for food, maybe the expo center's a little less crowded. Yes, I would say right now, Thursday, as we're looking at it about 1:10, it's comfortable. You can move around freely here at the fair.
But right now, if you are on 94 westbound, trying to inch your way around American Family Field, headed out here to State Fair Park, you are seeing some slowdowns. Once you get past American Family Field, though, once you get past, it looks like the Hawley area, you're good to go there. We'll keep you posted if anything changes.
This report sponsored by Exterior Pros and Baths. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation. Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right. Built to last.
From Team J4, I'm meteorologist Lindsay Slater with your 5-day Storm Team forecast. Tonight, temperatures going back down to about 70 degrees, and we could have a few of those pop-up thunderstorms mainly near the state line and, quite frankly, in the southwest part of the state. This could linger into early Friday morning with a few spotty showers that are possible, but this clears pretty quickly with mostly cloudy skies, likely some morning fog, and highs on Friday near 76 degrees. But unfortunately, that mugginess is still with us. As we go into the weekend, 78 degrees with a chance of showers and thunderstorms, not a washout. And we do have that muggy humidity with us all the way through the weekend. 80 degrees on Sunday with a chance of storms as well, and 77 by Monday with mostly sunny skies. Live interactive radar available at TMJ4.com.
75 and cloudy in Milwaukee at State Fair Park.
Cream puffs, concerts, and carnival rides. Wisconsin State Fair is back, and Wisconsin's Midday News is live from the Bank 5-9 studios on the State Fairgrounds. Now, here are your hosts, Greg Matzik and Jessica Ty.
And kind of winding down our time here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Of course, we'll have a broadcast tomorrow. It's a little shortened up by Brewers baseball yesterday, and then you get through the weekend, and boom, just like that, another Wisconsin State Fair will be in the books.
How about that? What's up next? Then it's school time, everybody. It's back to school.
Yeah, a little bit of Irish Fest corresponding with the fair. You've
Irish
got that
Fest this weekend.
Could make it a lot of fun this weekend. The Brewers are out west, so yeah, take advantage of festival season here in Milwaukee.
And now it's time for 3 Big Things on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Number 1, and this is disturbing. Reports are surfacing that sailors on board the USS Abraham Lincoln are dealing with dwindling essentials and even thoughts of suicide. Their time in the Mideast has now stretched well past a typical deployment. Family members have told the Military Times some sailors have even tried to jump overboard. The Navy denies those reports of suicide attempts, but says supplies are running low and they're working right now to address that issue. The sailors also don't have a set end time. ABC News contributor Milk Milroy.
There isn't a set date yet for them to be done with their deployment. So it's hard to plan things with the family. It's hard to know what to tell your spouse. So this is a lot of pressure. It's not unique to the USS Abraham Lincoln, but I think it is getting more and more dire the longer they're out and extended past beyond what is normally a 6-month deployment, which is now over 9.
And think about how much pressure they already have on themselves every single day. Despite the challenges, though, military experts say this crew has done an exceptional job carrying out the mission.
Well, number 2, what's the best part about road construction? I'll go ahead and say the completion date, right? We all look forward to that. The orange barrels being moved out of the way and nicely fresh paved road, maybe an expansion. Well, we are looking forward to that date, but it is way down the road here with the I-94 East-West Corridor expansion in Milwaukee. Originally projected to be an 8-year project, it now may take up to 10 years, according to a new report from state transportation officials. A report issued by the DOT and obtained by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel points to some complications with moving utility lines across this 3.5-mile stretch. So we're talking between like 16th Street and 70th Street. And if you've driven through that corridor, whether you're going east or west, that is where the bulk of your traffic is, right between 16th Street and 70th Street, going either direction. And you got some exits closed, some on and off ramps, and so on. But they're looking at this as the root cause that could push the completion date from 2033, which feels like forever.
It does. Sounds like it.
To 2035, when my daughters, who are 11 and 9, might be married, for goodness sake. I say that jokingly, I hope. This is not a massive stretch of freeway, but it would result in a massive increase. So you're talking about $1.7 billion to complete this project versus $1.65 billion. I don't know, what's another $500,000 or so. State transportation officials note the delay is not final. It could be prevented, however, if lawmakers step in pending their budget. So the DOT is pointing out this could happen. There could be a delay. Not guaranteed to be a delay, but I would like to see 2031. I'd like to see it go the other direction. Maybe a possible projection that this could be done earlier than we anticipate, because when this project is complete, whenever it is, there will be another one right behind it.
Wow. We thought 8 years was long. 10 years? Yuck. Number 3, many Americans are feeling the strain of higher prices for just about everything these days. And guess what that's leading to? More credit card use.
Credit card debt is skyrocketing.
So we are seeing credit card debt at an all-time high.
Overall, Americans face outstanding credit card balances just shy of the $1.28 trillion all-time record set last year, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. So how did we get here? NerdWallet's Sarah Rathner says credit card debt can add up quickly with high interest rates, often over 20%. The other major factor, inflation.
And that's affecting the costs of things that people buy every day and have to pay for every day. So that's food, housing, gas, for transportation.
Late July polling found 41% of Americans said they were very concerned about being able to afford groceries over the next few months, up from 24% in April. Nearly half of Americans said the cost of groceries was a major source of stress.
I just put my groceries on credit card yesterday.
Brian Shirley tries to pay off his credit card bills in full each month to avoid paying interest, but it's not always possible.
Sometimes I'll get a big gig, and sometimes it'll be a couple of weeks, and I'm not making but 100 or so a week. So that's where credit cards come in.
For those with mounting credit card debt, Rathner recommends taking inventory of all your debt and your interest rates and finding a debt repayment strategy that works for you. Moving debt to a balance transfer card or lower interest personal loan is another option that Rathner says can save you hundreds or even thousands of dollars.
That's News Nation's Laura Hutchinson. It's okay if you want to put your groceries on the credit card. I put mine on the credit card all the time, but you want to be able to pay it off. Sure. I know not everybody can do that, and it's getting harder and harder and harder, but that's the key. The problem isn't using the credit card. It's just about the matter of use. By the way, the Federal Reserve Bank says credit card delinquency rates remain high right now. About 13% of balances 90 days or more were past due in June. 13%.
It's 1:16 on WTMJ. The Packers play the Steelers tonight in Pittsburgh. Did the NFL miss out on an opportunity? Number 8 thinks so. We'll explain after this.
You know, I mean, your home is about as personal as it gets, right?
We want to build a relationship with homeowners, not only educating them, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us.
Yeah, the interview goes both ways. Mm-hmm. Getting to know people while also serving them. It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
Besides that, it's just the right thing to do. See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
Well, Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee wants to get you ready for anything that you're looking to get into, right? Could be that you're wanting to go to the ballpark. Well, Potawatomi can take you there. There's a shuttle that goes to American Family Field anytime the Brewers are playing at home. Just make a same-day sports wager or get a bite to eat, something to drink maybe from the sports book. You'll get a wristband. You can pop aboard the Potawatomi shuttle that drops you off at American Family Field. Not going to the game? No problem. You can watch the game, or any game for that matter, at the beautiful sports book. It's been open now for going on 2 years, getting pretty close to that, and they've got an incredible viewing experience for you with that 2,000 square foot video wall. Go for the game, stay for dinner at the sportsbook, or Rockin' Brews, maybe try Ria Sushi and the Asian cuisine. There's even fine dining at Dream Dance, one of 12 restaurants on site for you at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee.
Foster care isn't about finding perfect kids. It's about being there when they need you most.
Mrs. White stuck out even when she didn't have to. She took me back in. That's why I'm here.
The hard part is you got to stick around. It's only through a lot of hard times sometimes that a kid kind of gets to that turning point to then have the breakthrough where you did change that kid's life.
Exactly.
Sometimes changing a child's life starts with simply refusing to give up. Learn more at lacausa.org.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps! They made the catch! Banging up against the wall!
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center. It's back and gone!
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
Well, there is some light rain in the vicinity. No raindrops here yet at State Fair Park. Eventually, this will work its way out. Will stay cloudy, however, a high of 78 degrees, overnight low 67 degrees. Saturday's forecast looks pretty similar to today. Good chance of rain mixed in with some clouds. Rumbles of thunder are also possible. Pretty good chance of rain on Saturday. That looks to be the day of the weekend where you might have to make some alternate plans or at least be mindful of those situations before you step out. We get to Sunday, and it's partly cloudy, little mix of sun, and a high of 82. It's 74 and cloudy right now at State Fair Park. Well, football tonight in Pittsburgh as the Packers begin the preseason against the Steelers.
Oh, it's preseason. It's not real football.
Well, yes, Aaron, we know your stance on preseason football. Totally get it. This season for Aaron Rodgers will be his 22nd. We know it'll be his last as well. Rodgers very reflective. They made it available to Wisconsin media on Wednesday afternoon. Aaron Rodgers did a session with the media that he has come to know over the last several years, regardless of where he has played. He's got some relationships with Wisconsin media. They did a Zoom call yesterday, and Rodgers was very reflective. He expressed what he misses most about Green Bay.
Definitely the people I got to do it with. That's what makes it so much fun. Even here being 42 and not having the extended time with these guys. It's just you really love those moments when you're off and when you're joking and playing cards and hanging out and just shooting the. That's what this game's all about. It's about the relationships, and I'm just most thankful for all the men and women who've been in my life through this game over the years. So many great people in Green Bay, in the entire organization, top to bottom. Just salt of the earth type of people, and I think a lot about the kind of the unsung heroes, the unknown people, the Larry Von Holsteins of the world. Who was our white cap referee for so long at practice. We went hunting, actually, pheasant hunting a couple times together, became close. He's like a fabric of the team. I think about Larry McCarron, the Rock, just what a great dude he is and how many hundreds of games he called to mind and just always loved the interaction with him. The guys in the equipment room, Kevin Nelson and Tom Bakken and Red Batty and Brian Nearing and Tim Odie, and all the other understudies and obviously Andy, just so many great people that I got to meet over the years that never would have met without this game and that I still consider friends and then obviously all the teammates I've had over the years who had such a big impact on my life and still talk to a lot of them, a lot of the quarterbacks I've been able to be around and help mentor and who've mentored me and I've learned stuff from them. But if you miss out on the relationships in this game, you're kind of missing the whole gist of what we're actually doing. Obviously, we're judged on our wins and losses and paid based off our production. But the thing that actually lasts the longest is those people that impact your life. And there's been a lot of, especially in Green Bay, that had a huge impact on my life. So think about those people a lot.
2 minutes, unedited, Aaron Rodgers reflecting on the things he misses the most. Yeah, I suppose you get to that point in your career where it's coming to an end, so you do think back. But here's a guy who was reunited with his family recently. He's certainly looking back on a Hall of Fame career. And there were contentious moments, don't get me wrong. And we covered many of those moments, and it became tiresome and exhausting. But he's now at that point in his career, and likely has been for maybe the last couple of years. But reflecting back on how special it was to be in Green Bay. He did not mention the front office. I think that's by design, right? There were some moments of contention there with Brian Gutekunst and the current front office, but he went out of his way to mention the people that he truly saw each and every day and formed a relationship with.
Yeah, and he is seriously disappointed that tonight's Steelers-Packers preseason game is in Pittsburgh rather than Green Bay. He was hoping for one more opportunity to return to Lambeau Field as an NFL player. I also love, too, that he was talking about some of the things he loved about Green Bay outside of football.
Yeah.
I remember he'd always talk about going to Chives. I was thinking about Chives because it's a great restaurant in Door County. I've never gone to the Green Bay one, but he said he wanted to return to some of his Green Bay favorite spots, including dinner at Chives and maybe some 9 holes at Green Bay Country Club. But yeah, 18 seasons with the Packers. I like that he seems very genuine with what he's saying now as he reflects and looks back, because it was not exactly a warm breakup. But now, what a storyline to be had this year with him being back together with Mike McCarthy, which is also why it just seems like a miss that game is not in Green Bay.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And I don't think Rodgers plays in Pittsburgh or at all this season if McCarthy is not with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that is by design, and Aaron even mentioned it. There's too much work to try and get on the same page as someone you have no familiarity with in what they want in terms of an offense. But LaFleur and Love taking the Packers to Pittsburgh does not have the same intrigue as Rodgers and McCarthy coming back to Green Bay.
100%. When I heard that it was possible to play both my former teams, I was really hoping that this one was going to be in Green Bay, not just to get back at Lambeau one more time, but to head out to Chives for a dinner and maybe head out to Green Bay Country Club for a quick 9 or something. But yeah, I was really hoping it was going to be in Green Bay for a lot of reasons. It would have been strange being in that locker room and stuff, but I would have found my way over, like many former players have over the years, find my way over in the Flea's office and hang out back there and see some of the guys and see some of the trainers and the equipment staff and all the people that I really care about that still work there. So yeah, I was definitely bummed out that we weren't in Lambeau for this one.
So the NFL releases its complete schedule in May, usually early May, sometime after the NFL draft. At that point, Mike McCarthy was committed to Pittsburgh, but Aaron Rodgers wasn't. I still believe there is a strong enough gravitational pull for the NFL to have put this game in Green Bay. Even McCarthy coming back to Green Bay. I think there's something there.
It's such a storyline.
And then you roll the dice on it being Rodgers. And look, the NFL tries to drum up any sort of headlines and juice during the preseason because there just isn't any. Right? These games are terrible to watch. Right? We're going to sit down.
Because most people aren't playing in. So that right. Leads me to, do we think that Rodgers will play at all? Will he even jump in so that people can take a picture and say, I saw him against the Packers?
My contention is if this game were in Green Bay, he would play a series. And it's still possible he will tonight. I get it. Mike McCarthy has not ruled that out. We know Jordan Love is going to play. But if for a league that is starving for positive storylines in the preseason, which is kind of a joke, you had an opportunity, and the NFL blew it. They just totally blew their opportunity for something unique, different, special. Yeah, I think to some it would have been special. You don't often get juice like that in the preseason.
Well, it certainly would have been special for Aaron Rodgers, too, because he definitely reflected in that interview on how easy it can be to take Lambeau Field for granted while playing there every week. I mean, it just becomes a part of what you're doing, right? It's your job. But I'll tell you what, talking to players throughout the years, too, going up to Lambeau Field and doing interviews that were outside of the sports world, but that had a news angle to them. A lot of times I would go up there and the players would specifically talk about how special it was. And the first time they walked through that tunnel and they came out onto the field, just how incredible and how different it feels in Green Bay. And Rodgers in the interview, he pointed to the crowds. He talked about the tailgating culture and just the loyalty that people here in Wisconsin, that Packers fans have. And you love to hear that. I also love, too, and this reminds me of Giannis Antetokounmpo a little bit. He talked about how he basically grew up in Wisconsin. I mean, Giannis talked about that too. He grew up in Milwaukee. Well, Aaron Rodgers is like, I pretty much grew up in Green Bay and I matured there, and he still has close friends there, and he carries some very, very strong ties and has a lot of good bonds and has great memories of Green Bay.
Well, there will be football tonight regardless. Not sure if Rodgers will be on the field. Jordan Love is expected to take the field as the Packers take on the Steelers. Kickoff scheduled for 6 o'clock from Pittsburgh. News coming up.
You might not think of Burkhardt for corporate uniforms and other business apparel, but you should, because a lot of businesses do. And it's because most times we're cheaper than our competition on the same high-quality apparel choices that the other guys offer, plus Nike and Under Armour that the other guys can't get. So for businesses and corporations, if you want your employees to look great while representing your brand, and you want to get your apparel for less, you can't beat Burkhardt, your business uniform specialists.
You can't beat Burkhardt.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow here. I'm live outside the Bank 5-9 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Our street team is working so hard inviting fans, you, to share an act of kindness for some exciting prizes. Everything is filled out. The puzzle piece is completed. Many people wrote some really cool stuff, like they helped their grandma move into her new home. And then another woman wrote, I'm here from Arizona and everyone at the State Fair is so nice. A little boy wrote out that he shared toys. We're just north of Wisconsin Exposition Center, across from the building and information booth. Bank 5-9 established in 1859 in Oconomowoc. So that is in reference to the founding year. That's why it's called Bank 5-9. The mission is to make lives better, not only through services, but volunteerism and charitable giving. By the way, they are the title sponsor, Bank 5-9 Amphitheater, the largest stage on the grounds. The acts tonight is Two Hype Crew, also the title sponsor of Bank 5-9 main stage tonight, All American Rejects. It is so much fun. We're here until 2 o'clock. Stop by, say hello to support our amazing community partners who are encouraging you to spread kindness. Head to bank59.com.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller $10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Hildebrand of Hildebrand Law Firm. Since 2001, we've proudly helped Milwaukee families and business owners protect what matters most. We combine the experience of a larger law firm with the personal attention you deserve. We take the time to listen, explain your options, and create a plan that's right for you. When the stakes are high, you need trusted legal advocates who will stand by your side every step of the way. Protect your family, your legacy, and your peace of mind. Visit hildebrandlawfirm.net to schedule a consultation today.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. I hope you'll join me on Saturdays at 1 o'clock for Experience Wisconsin right here on WTMJ. We check in with cities, communities, groups, events across our great state. We're going to spin you around and give you information on some really cool things to do and introduce you to some really fun people. This week we are joined by Road America's John Everett and Hayward Lake's Mindy Simons. It's going to be a fun show. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 right here on 620 WTMJ.
It's 1:31. I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Thursday, August 13th. Your top story, the former Marquette student charged in the deaths of his former teammates, now heading to trial.
I'm Jessica Ty. A major construction project in Milwaukee could face a big delay.
Mostly cloudy, a little muggy today. Chance of some midday rain, high 78 degrees. Cloudy tonight at a low of 68. 74 degrees and cloudy in Milwaukee at State Fair Park. From the WTMJ breaking newsroom, the Marquette University student driving a vehicle in a deadly car crash, heading to trial.
22-year-old Peter McColgan allegedly sped through a yellow light last September when the car was hit by Amandrea Brunner as she tried to make a left turn. He faces 2 felony charges of homicide for the deaths of Noah Snyder and Scott Michaud, who were killed in the crash. Brunner was acquitted of the same in June. McColgan is back in court on September 4th. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
The I-94 reconstruction project through Milwaukee's west side might take 2 extra years than they initially anticipated.
A combination of significant utility relocations along the freeway corridor and impacts on work zones and through traffic could push the planned 2033 completion of the major project back to 2035. The DOT says it is still trying to preserve their earlier schedule by accelerating funding and repackaging contracts, while adding a delay in completion is not guaranteed as of yet. The project's expected final cost is now estimated to cost north of $1.7 billion, 3% more than previous estimates from February. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Wisconsin joining 21 other states in suing the Trump administration over charges or changes to the Affordable Care Act marketplace rules. The states say the changes could make coverage more expensive and push people off of insurance. The rule would add income and eligibility requirements and expand access to catastrophic plans. The Trump administration says the changes will prevent improper enrollments and give consumers more lower-cost options.
Wisconsin lawmakers are looking at how other states are regulating artificial intelligence in healthcare. A group of them just heard from Samantha Scotti with the National Conference of State Legislature about approaches already being used around the country.
If the state introduced legislation, it will be to regulate. The one thing I will point to examples of sandboxes. So that is an example of a state who is looking at lightening some sort of regulation to test a new AI tool. That's Utah, Texas, Delaware, and Connecticut. And so partnering with some AI developers to look at patient safety outcomes and how these tools are being used.
Scotty says these programs give states a way to test this new tech while still considering potential risks to patients.
Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 1:34.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first soft wave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
Hi, this is Julie Coombs and Cindy Storm Fisher with Storm Fisher Investment Group. Are you a retiring professional worried about the direction of our economy, about making your money last? Come see what we can do for you. Let us show you how we take care of you to help you have a great retirement. We are at 262-796-8400 or stormfisher.com. See you soon.
Securities offered through Osaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Osaic Advisory Services LLC. Osaic Advisory. Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory are separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, and services referenced here are independent of Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory.
Every homeowner has a list. That roof, those windows, that bathroom you've been meaning to update. If you've been putting off home improvements, you're not alone. At Exterior Pros and Baths, they help homeowners upgrade their homes with beautiful roofing, siding, windows, doors, gutters, and bathrooms built to last. Right now, save up to $3,000 on your next project. Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Call 262-800-4274 or visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right, built to last.
Buy one pizza today, get a second pizza free at the amazing Mineshaft restaurant in Hartford and in Oshkosh. Don't cook, don't even think about it. You don't need to clean up either. Call, order, and pick up shortly, or just walk in for your free Thursday pizza, mineshaft.restaurant.com.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. Football tonight. The Packers begin the preseason in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. It's not likely that Aaron Rodgers will suit up and play. Jordan Love is expected to start for the Packers. Head coach Matt LaFleur on what he's looking for.
You're looking at everything, how they compete, how they're able to process in the moment. There's nothing like it. You know, the pressure of just it's a game. So you're looking at everything.
Kickoff scheduled for 6 o'clock tonight. Meanwhile, the Brewers take on the Dodgers, looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. A heartbreaking series in San Diego results in 3 consecutive losses for the Crew. Coverage gets underway at 8:35.
Checking out the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. I have some good news for you, and I have some bad news. Which one do you want first? Greg, I think some people are saying the good news, other people are saying the bad news.
Roll with the bad.
Are you flipping a coin? We're going to go with the bad news first. Oh, man. The delays on 94, both eastbound and westbound, are getting more intense. Before, it was just westbound, headed out of the city here to State Fair Park, where we were seeing extra delays. But now headed into the city, right around American Family Field, those delays are getting longer, too. That is just what happens with Wisconsin construction here in the summer. Also, the good news, no crashes. We do have pavement damage on 41-894 North, very close to Howard Avenue. That's in the Hale interchange. 2 right lanes are still closed. It's better than it was earlier in the week when 3 lanes were closed, but hopefully they'll get that work completed soon.
Well, I am not a trained meteorologist, though I do play one on the radio every once in a while. I've been told not to interpret the radar, but I'm going to do that right now.
We have the experts.
Well, yes, we do have our expert in TMJ4 meteorologist Lindsay Slater. I can report to you, Lindsay, that it is not raining at State Fair Park, though the radar would indicate...
Looks like it could.
It's close, or it could be happening right now.
Right. Isn't that funny when that happens? When you look at it and you're like, it should be raining right now. What you might be experiencing is
there's some random drops. Random drops is what I'm hearing.
Well, and here's the thing, Lindsay. We do have a lovely lady standing right out here watching the show, and you were just doing a little. She was pointing. Does that mean raindrops? A couple drops? Yep. She's feeling just like drop, drop, drop. That's what she's saying. Kind of people sometimes mime it because we can't always hear them.
Yes.
So some people here are feeling some drops, but it looks like it could get a little bit more intense. What are you seeing on the radar? What should people expect here at State Fair?
So, quite frankly, a lot of the heavy stuff is and always was going to be kind of like veering southward. But I do think we get like a light to moderate rain shower here probably in the next, like if you're at State Fair Park, I would say within the next 20 to 30 minutes, you'll likely start to get in on more of those drops, getting a little bit more intense. I wouldn't say it's intense by any means. Nothing like what they have right now in Chicago. And we'll likely just have this kind of continue through the early afternoon. It's not a big issue. And you might get a quarter-inch of rain out of it. So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at here at this point.
It's kind of been a similar story the last few days where rain has been in the mix potentially, and I know Chicago's been hammered here the last few days.
Oh, gosh.
The last couple of days, though, sun eventually sort of broke out. I don't know if that's an option for today, but right now it's pretty cloudy.
Well, yeah, and I have in my forecast a lot of clouds, at least through Monday. There's not a lot of opportunities for sun. I mean, yesterday it did break through, and I think that any of these days we could see some things breaking through, but we still do have that boundary is sitting on the state line. This is what fuels energy and moisture and dynamics that basically storms want to go to. It's the equivalent of if you're at the state fair and you see the salad on a stick and then you see that corn dog. You're probably going to gravitate to that corn dog. You get it. I mean, hypothetically speaking, a storm is going to do the same thing. It's like, oh, I like all that energy. I'm going to go that way. And that's exactly what has been happening. It goes towards where these boundaries are, where these fronts are. Anything kind of pops up. And that's why Chicago has been getting picked on, because they're right in the middle of those boundaries. So in our case, we just get like a little flutter of a bit and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I'm grateful that we don't have the bad stuff.
Well, happening now here at the Wisconsin State Fair, I do see people popping open their umbrellas. A handful of people have black umbrellas up. You can bring a small umbrella in. That's probably something good that we should mention for people who are coming to the State Fair today. You can't bring in a massive, like one of those huge golf umbrellas, but you can bring in those collapsible umbrellas. Lindsay, I'm also noticing the flags up by the booth for the elephant ears. They're waving a little bit more than they were before. Some of the people in the main entertainment area are moving things in so it doesn't get too wet.
Right.
Once this moves through, though, for this system, what are we looking at? Tomorrow's Friday. You've got a lot of activities happening. You've got State Fair, the final weekend here. You also have Irish Fest. People have some big plans.
Absolutely. And so what I'm looking at for tomorrow, I think technically overnight we'll have a couple of rounds of scattered showers and storms. A lot of this is, again, state line and closer to southwest Wisconsin. So I think we stay cloudy. In the morning, some of those storms are going to die off as they move east, but we could have a spotty morning shower. I do think the rest of the day looks good.
It's hard not to think back to how the fair ended last year with those devastating floods that people are still trying to recover from. And in some cases, have really not been able to recover from. We were not far from that, Lindsay, right? I mean, that's been quite the weather system rolling through day after day after day south of the state line.
We're lucky we're not in that. The flooding that happened in 2025, that was a day and a half of a similar pattern. Then the pattern moved out. The pattern that we have right now is we just have a stationary boundary, which it wiggles. And then every time it wiggles, it just like chucks off another blob of rain and another blob of rain. And as long as it stays there and there's energy for it to work with, there's nothing big to move it out. So we're lucky that we're not in the crosshairs, but unfortunately we are close enough that we sometimes get a little taste of those blobs of rain that do impact our friends to the south of us. But yeah, when it comes to the flooding, you really can't predict a 14-inch rainfall. That's not how weather works. It's just, you can see. We knew we were going to have rain that day. I remember forecasting it, and I remember we had concerns for flooding as early as the day before. But the thing about it is that once things start setting up, then okay, this is now turning into a bigger situation because the storms aren't moving. And that's kind of what happened. They just kept producing more and more activity without any breaks. Right now in Chicago, they're getting like 12-hour breaks in between these batches of rain.
Well, and when people look at the forecast for Sunday, especially the vendors here at State Fair, and they know that's the final day of State Fair, and they see a chance for thunderstorms, what would you tell people about the forecast for that day when they think, oh my gosh, they look at the forecast and then they go back to that final day? What would you tell them about this Sunday?
I mean, just be prepared for a chance of thunderstorms in the forecast. It's not like a huge chance right now. Quite frankly, I almost took it out of my forecast, but I'm including it because, again, we're still near that boundary. We're going to get a cold front that moves through. So that should honestly get things out of here. And that's why we're sunny and less humid on Monday, is because that's going to move its way through. This is not like a stalled front. It's nothing like that. It's a normal, I guess, if you will, weather system. So yes, there are some chances of storms. I think the storm chances are higher on Saturday.
All right, good stuff, Lindsay. We appreciate it. We'll check it again soon. Thank you.
You got it.
144 on WTMJ, our weekly wellness check with Dr. Ben Weston at our State Fair studios is after this.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble. If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margle Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
Well, thanks to the brilliance of Inspired Closets Milwaukee, we no longer have a cluttered master closet. Greg Matzik here. No, we've got a beautiful master closet. Inspired Closets Milwaukee, the people to thank. They came out and took some measurements and recognized what we had been dealing with over the last several years. That was a cluttered space with builder-grade racking that was too high. It was kind of falling off the wall. We had laundry that was just sort of on display, too many shoes. It was a mess, and we had to solve the problem. Inspired Closets Milwaukee did it for us in our master. They'll do it for you, too. In your master closet, your front hall closet, linen closet, laundry room, pantry, your garage, you name it, the mudroom needs fixing. Inspired Closets Milwaukee can design a beautiful solution to help transform that space and reduce the clutter and reduce your stress. Visit InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com. Let Katie and Dan, the husband and wife team at Inspired Closets, help you like they did us.
Picture this. A perfect summer evening, great friends, and dinner on the patio overlooking a beautiful course. That's Racine Country Club. More than golf, it's a place to relax, gather, and belong. A new energy is here, and you're invited to experience it. From great food to unforgettable events, it's a lifestyle built around community. Whether it's a quick 9 after work, dinner with friends, or a weekend with family, Racine Country Club offers something for everyone, year-round. Discover what's new at Racine Country Club. Visit racinecountryclub.com.
You already know that Kessler's is the world's largest employee-owned group of jewelry stores.
We were recently told that Kessler's is the fastest growing group of jewelry stores in America.
Well, it just goes to show you.
Show you what?
That people like to feel good.
What do you mean?
Rick, you know how many people will drop by and look in the showcases and have some coffee and chat with their sales associates?
Yes.
That doesn't happen at other stores.
Really?
People come to Kessler's because it brightens their day.
It makes them feel good.
It certainly makes me feel good.
Tell me why.
Well, everyone's always in a good mood. And everything is clean and sparkling and romantic and happy.
It feels like sunshine and rainbows, doesn't it?
Sarah, that's exactly what it feels like.
When you're having a great day, come to Kessler's.
Have some coffee and let us clean your jewelry.
Our jewelry cleaning equipment is completely different than what you have at home.
And we're delighted to do it for free, of course.
Welcome to Kessler's.
To find the Kessler's nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow here. I'm live outside the Bank 5-9 studios of the Wisconsin State Fair. Our street team has been hard at work. We're here for the next half hour, inviting fans to share an act of kindness for some exciting prizes. We're just north of the Wisconsin Exposition Center and across from the Dairy Building and information booth. So some people have written out some really fun things. One person said they bought some of the Ferris wheel rides for their family and someone behind them in line. Another person wrote that they helped a friend who is sick. Another person said they're a huge fan of Debbie Lazaga. She keeps me safe in traffic every day. How nice is that? So it's been really fun being out here. We're here until about 2:15, so stop by, say hello, support an amazing community partnership. We're encouraging you to spread kindness. It's been really fun. There's also free face painting going around. Susie Sparkles is doing such a good job. Bank 5-9 was established in 1859 in Oconomowoc. So that is why it has the 5-9 in its name, its founding year. The mission is to make lives better, not only through services, but volunteerism and charitable giving. By the way, Bank 5-9 is also the title sponsor of the Bank 5-9 Amphitheater, the largest stage on the grounds. The act tonight is Too High Crew. They're also the title sponsor of Bank 5-9 main stage tonight. All American Rejects. Head to bank59.com.
From large manufacturer to local pizza shop and every business in between, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions. Whatever you're building, you've got this. And Summit Credit Union's got you.
Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you.
Time for our weekly wellness check with Dr. Ben Weston joining us in studio, professor of emergency medicine at the Medical College of Wisconsin, chief health policy advisor for Milwaukee County. You made it. Welcome in.
Good to be with you.
Now, do you travel with your own walkie-talkie, or did the State Fair people give that to you when you entered?
This is my walkie-talkie for working with the fire department.
Okay, so
yeah.
it's part of a functional role here.
It's a
on the State
functional
Fair
role.
grounds?
Yeah, it's not just look cool. It's a functional role.
So on a serious note, if like somebody has, and I did see this on one of the really hot days, we had a couple of elderly people who needed to be, carted out and just to have some medical attention. Is that kind of like, will they say, Dr. Weston, you're needed?
No. I'm doing field time today. I try to get out every once in a while in the field and interact with our crews, go to some calls rather than just like sitting in an office making guidelines. And so this is one of those days. So I'm out. If there was something at State Fair, I might decide to mosey over.
Sure.
But it's pretty rare that I get called out to a scene. Probably once every month or two that happens.
Well, there is no shortage of things on a stick, and we're going to try and eat all of those because for our health, you got to have every single one of them, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
blow
right.
out the moderation theme when it comes to State Fair. Hey, I did want to ask you about matcha. This seems to be popping up in coffee shops around the country, and it becomes popular at Starbucks, and now everybody's got this weird-looking green drink that looks kind of tasty. It's a little polarizing, but it does also seem to be everywhere, coffee shops around the country, especially here in Wisconsin. What is it exactly? Is it more of a tea than a coffee, and how does it differ from others in that world?
Yeah, so it was interesting learning a little bit about matcha. So it's this finely ground, vivid green, concentrated powder. It's made from the leaves of a plant called Camellia sinensis. There's some good trivia for you. Now, unlike traditional green tea, even though it is green tea, you steep the leaves, you throw the leaves away, you drink the steeped water, right? With matcha, you drink the whole thing, including the leaves, and so it's a much more concentrated form.
That's why it tastes like that.
That's why it tastes like that, and you get that kind of grittiness, right? Now, it's really old. It's back to the 7th century, but in more modern times, it's become pretty popular, both because of that unique flavor, that unique texture, but also because of potential health benefits.
So, health benefits, potential health benefits. What are the health benefits of matcha? Are there any, really?
Yeah, so there's a few that are not overly well studied, but have some evidence to them. So it's interesting. Matcha is grown in the shade before it's harvested. And so what that does, as opposed to sun plants, is it increases certain compounds, certain chemicals in the plants. These are antioxidants, phytochemicals, amino acids. And because you're drinking that entire leaf, you're getting a lot more of them than you would if you just sort of steep the tea. Now, it does also contain more caffeine than your typical drink as well. But when combined with some of these amino acids, the thought is that it gives you energy that's more gradual over time, so you don't get that high and that caffeine crash, and so people feel like it gives them energy for kind of a longer time period. There's other things too. Antioxidants in matcha have been shown to decrease the bad cholesterol levels, to improve blood pressure, also some anti-inflammatory properties. Now, obviously there's research ongoing, like there are with a lot of things, but there is some evidence pointing to health benefits.
Okay, so healthier than Red Bull. I'll add that to my notes here.
Healthier than Red Bull, there you go.
It can be part of a healthy diet, but are we stopping short of saying this is the miracle drink that we all need to focus on?
That's right. It's not the miracle drink, and most things aren't the miracle that they're purported to be, but it can be part of a healthy diet. I'd say a few things. First of all, a lot of matcha's kind of like coffee, mixed with a lot of sugar, a lot of cream, a lot of flavorings. Not as healthy when that's the case. So you want to keep it as pure as you can. And then be careful with that caffeine. And also remember that health is more broad than just a drink that you're adding to your diet. It's about eating healthy. It's about getting good exercise. It's about mental health, sleep, all the things that we talk about around health. But matcha certainly can be a good contributor to that.
Okay, real quickly here, hands up if you enjoy the taste of matcha in this room.
Not seen any.
Nobody.
Yeah, my hand's not going. It's a little earthy for me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to say that's my alternative to having, a cold brew or something like that, I'm going to go for the coffee and try and make it as good tasting as possible. Maybe with a little maple syrup and a little bit of half and half or something. I'm kind of off the matcha.
I think it's the kind of thing where I'd have a sip.
Yeah.
and maybe enjoy that sip and think that's interesting, and then kind of be done.
I thought I would like it. I tried it once. There was one at Starbucks. I can't remember what flavor it was, if it was coconut or something. It was a flavor that I would like, and I thought, let me try this. I'm hearing a lot about it. I thought it tasted like trash. So I was just curious if anybody in this room liked it. Not a fan.
Okay,
that would not be a fan.
Trash.
Well, families still have a few days left to come out here to the Wisconsin State Fair. Kids, we know they love to see the animals. A lot of the adults do too. But what should parents especially know before their kids go into those livestock barns and start petting some of the animals?
Yeah, I mean, the animals are a highlight, and the kids obviously love them. But for parents, there's a few things to keep in mind. One, on a positive note, these are not just wild animals out and about. These animals are carefully tested. There's regulations, there's vaccines, there's daily inspections that go on. And so you can feel pretty comfortable as far as like general diseases that you might get from these animals. But that said, animals still carry a lot of germs. They're walking around on floors that everybody else has walked around and everything else. And so those germs can spread, can give you some illness. And so a lot of it's about just common sense hygiene. If you're in there, you're petting the animals, you're touching the animals, it's probably good to wash or at least hand sanitize when you're coming out, especially if you're going to go see the animals and then you're going to go get your, funnel cakes and corn dogs and things like that. You probably want to wash hands in between those. So, and for kids in particular, remind them not to touch their face and avoid eating until you can wash your hands. And so keep a little thing of hand sanitizer next to you. That's what we do when we go. Our kids, they can pet, they can touch the animals and everything. And then quick squirt as we're on our way out.
They used to have some of those hand sanitizer just dispensers out there. I haven't been by the bar this time yet to see. But yeah, that's always kind of a nice little thing for the fair to do.
Well, it's easy to abandon health goals here when you're at the Wisconsin State Fair, right? And we're eating great food from Les every day, innumerable amounts of things on a stick and deep fried. That's part of the understanding going in. You're going to sample a little bit, probably not the healthiest thing, good tasting. It's part of the fair experience. How can you do it without overdoing it?
Yeah, and of course, it's good to have a special treat here and there. You're not going to State Fair 365 days a year and eating the stuff here. And so really, it's about thinking of what are your health conditions, what can you eat, what shouldn't you eat. If you have diabetes, eating a huge sugary thing is probably not the best plan in the world. Also, maybe try not arriving starving. If you haven't had anything for the last 8 hours of your day and you come here starving, you're going to eat a lot. So maybe have a little bit of a snack before, fill up just a bit, then you can come here, still snack on this, snack on that, share things with people. Probably a cream puff is a lot for one person.
Greg has a great idea with cream puffs. Tell Dr. Weston your idea.
Well, they do the 6-packs, right, at the big cream puffs, and you take them back to the office, and then everybody like cuts them and they separate them, and they're like, well, whose hands have been ripping this thing apart? So why not just sell like 24 small ones?
Little mini cream puffs.
Yeah, kind of smaller ones. Like you might see those even at bakeries or stores. You can buy them already done, but that seems to me like you wouldn't have to worry about people mangling the cream puff when you get to it at your office. It's just more palatable. For me, I love the taste of a cream puff, but one is big. That used to be in my wheelhouse. It's not anymore. I would go for a smaller one.
I think you got a business plan there.
I totally think so, too. I'm going to have him pitch it tonight. I
Yeah,
know you're off tomorrow, so tonight.
You get a
And if you
percentage
don't
of that.
pitch it, I'm going to pitch it for you, Greg.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay,
Put the proceeds.
The one thing we know, Dr. Weston, you are going to get your steps in. That's for sure when you come to the Wisconsin State Fair, because you're walking all around, and not only that, but you're walking from wherever you parked.
That's right. That's right.
I know today I actually left something in my car. I left my binder. I always like to have my binder. I didn't need it, but I looked at the time. I'm like, I can go get it. But then I had to walk all the way back, and then I walked in. I said, I got my steps in today. How many steps do you think people are on the average?
Oh, boy. It's easy to get your 10,000 here. I bet people are getting more than that, especially if you're one of the people that come here and you spend like several hours walking around. You can get 10, 14, 15,000 steps in easily. Now, that's not going to cross off, all the elephant ears and fried cheese curds and everything like that, but it makes a difference. And walking has a lot of health benefits beyond just the calories you're burning. So certainly there are health benefits to walking around, eat in moderation, stay hydrated. Can be a good time.
I've seen stuff on social media circulating indicating that the best time to go for a walk is right after a meal. Is there any real science to that, or as long as you're walking, you're giving yourself the health benefits you need?
Yeah, I mean, walking has health benefits no matter what. Now, for a lot of people, it helps with digestion, certainly. So if you eat a big meal and you go and walk around, you're going to help with that sort of digestion. That's why a lot of people like to go for a walk after a big meal. But that said, any time of day you can get out, get up, get out of the chair, and go for a walk, you're going to have health benefits.
So people walking a little more briskly, perhaps, to the Expo Center. It's starting to rain a little bit outside. Light showers falling here. Hopefully this passes quickly, and we'll be able to enjoy the rest of the day.
Okay, when you asked Dr. Weston about those walks right after dinner, I thought you were going to a different spot, and this is a topic that I was actually going to pitch to you, Dr. Weston. People are calling them toot walks. And they are saying this is a thing on social media. There's another word for it, too. My mom always taught me you shouldn't say it, the F word for the other thing. She said you should say toot instead. But I said, well, that's like what a horn does.
I don't know what you mean, but
yes.
I'll listen to
so
the rest
a
of
lot of people are taking that walk. And you mentioned digestion, but this is a popular thing. That's what they call it. It's like, well, let's go for the toot walk because... You know what happens then. No,
my social media has not had that come across my feed.
Different algorithms.
That's right.
My algorithm is it's got such a variety on it. I love it.
Now that we've been talking about it, all of our algorithms are going to be manipulated here. Dr. Weston, great to have you in our studios. Enjoy the rest of your day at the fair.
Good to see you as always. Thank you.
You bet. It's 1:59. A little late for the news. We've got headlines coming up.
Catch a battle between two of the National League's best when the Brewers take on the Braves Friday, August 21st and Saturday the 22nd. It's a weekend of great matchups and great events as the Brewers celebrate Black Culture Fest at the opener Friday the 21st, featuring live art, live music performances, and a maker's market. Then it's Hank Aaron replica jersey giveaway day on the 22nd, courtesy of UW Credit Union. Don't miss it. Get your tickets today at brewers.com.
Happening now, it's a Steinhoffel's Labor Day sale. It's one of the best times of the year to save. Get up to 30% off furniture and home decor, plus incredible deals on top mattress brands like Beautyrest, Tempur-Pedic, Helix, and more. I saw a big billboard for Steinhoffel's when I was driving to State Fair Park the other day. On it, a beautiful mattress. I'm like, look at that. Looks so comfy. Also, for a limited time, when you test rest a Beautyrest Black mattress, you'll get a free $25 gas card just for giving it a try. How great is that? Hurry into your nearest Steinhoffel's showroom. Tell them Jessica Ty sent you, or shop online at steinhoffels.com.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood, connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
Experience 90 years of history this week at the Fox and Hounds, the Up North Timbered Supper Club near Holy Hill. WTMJ's John Mercure here. It is my favorite place. Make some great memories at the Fox and Hounds. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you care to eat and one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, that's so good. The pecan-crusted salmon, my wife loves that. The spinach and cheese tortellini, the surf and turf, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Try the ribs. Desserts are buy one, get one free. Relax with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, more than 120 wines from around the world. Rustic bar, 8 unique dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds cuddles the Kettle Moraine Forest near Holy Hill. The summer drive is a Wisconsin must-see. Escape from your kitchen with a free dinner at the Fox and Hounds, serving from 4 p.m. Dine early. Saturday, buy one prime rib dinner, get one free. Enjoy Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. Visit foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. Call and reserve your free dinner.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Whether it's help with hormone therapy, weight management, or sexual health, every woman should have access to affordable prescription medication and personalized care that understands the whole woman. Join me, Dr. Doug Lucas, clinical lead of hormone optimization and longevity at LifeMD, along with other leading experts on the podcast Here's Something Good on Women's Health and Longevity. To learn more, go to lifemd.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Wisconsin State Fair is here. Catch WTMJ broadcasting live throughout the run of the fair at the Bank 59 Studios. Come by, say hi, and enjoy the fair with us. We are Wisconsin's radio station, live at the Wisconsin State Fair. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Thursday, August 13th. Your top story, more measles confirmed in Wisconsin.
I'm Jessica Ty. Victims identified in a Milwaukee murder spree.
Well, rain is starting to fall here at State Fair Park. We've got our intern team. We've got our events team of Stella, Allie, and Julia out there right now under a tent. They're shutting down the operation right now as the rain is falling. Maggie is out there helping out with the cause. Mary Jane, everybody is out here. And sadly, it's ruined Julia Saganiak's autograph signing. So they'll try and get that signed up perhaps when the rain stops.
By the way, as long as you mentioned our interns, can we just give a big shout out to our interns? Almost every summer I say we have a great batch. I don't know how GKB does it, but we just seem to get these awesome interns, and this might be one of my favorites for sure.
Yeah, a good
Can't
group
say
of people.
The favorite,
right?
Right?
Well, hopefully they get this.
Said that last year too. No, I'm serious though. They rock.
Well, the rain is falling right now. Eventually, the rain will stop, and hopefully we get clearer skies. But I think clouds are going to hang out, high of 78. From the WTMJ breaking newsroom, more measles cases being confirmed in portions of southwest Wisconsin. 15 more cases detected between Iowa and Lafayette counties. 6 more probable cases are being analyzed, according to the Department of Health Services. Officials expected to share more information on the new cases later this afternoon.
We now know the identities of the people killed in a Milwaukee murder spree.
26-year-old Vanessa De Herrera was shot during a party at a friend's apartment, and her friend, 29-year-old Scott Buchholz, was killed trying to intervene. The suspect then drove across town and shot 39-year-old Shamarla Hare. The victims' families say the murders stemmed from a domestic dispute. A 36-year-old man was taken into custody earlier this week after a police standoff. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Well, the White House press secretary announces she's leaving her post at the end of the month. White House correspondent Gabrielle Caracciolo.
The youngest ever White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, is stepping away from the role at the end of August. President Trump writing on Truth Social, Caroline has been a real leader in the White House and has done a phenomenal job fighting for justice, liberty, and freedom. Sparring with reporters from behind the briefing room podium, she's become one of the most visible proponents of the MAGA movement. In a post of her own, she called the role the honor and adventure of a lifetime.
And to this point, the president has not indicated any potential replacements for Leavitt.
Prosecutors in L.A. have stepped up the charges against Nick Reiner for the murders of his parents, Rob and Michelle. News Nation's Courtney Friel.
In a statement, the L.A. DA said in part how, quote, this was a profound betrayal by someone who was loved and trusted by the very people he is accused of killing. In addition to the 2 counts of first-degree murder, the DA also added a special circumstance allegation saying the murders were committed by means of lying in wait. If found guilty, Nick Reiner could face life in prison or even the death penalty.
The Reiners were found stabbed to death in their Southern California home in late 2025. Nick Reiner lived with his parents and has spoken openly about his struggles with not only drug addiction, but also bouts of homelessness.
Time for news about your money in the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow has fought back here. It was down in the red for the last couple of hours now, 23 points in the green at 53,793. NASDAQ continues to surge up nearly 270 points at 26,855. And the S&P 500 up about 55 points today, just over the 7,800 mark. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite, financial planning at every level. For details, visit annexwealth.com.
Well, more umbrellas are coming out. And Greg, I know I said earlier that you can have a small collapsible umbrella. Those are the rules. I see some that look a little bit larger than small.
Well, I think you kind of need it right now, too. The rain's starting to come down a little bit, but you're right. Not all collapsible. But, yes, many are out here at State Fair.
So I don't know if there's anybody actually measuring those out there, but we do have people who are prepared. They're walking around. Look at this. I mean, some of these people are like, yeah, it's okay. I've got my umbrella. I'm set to go to Wisconsin State Fair, and it only comes once a year. That's indeed the case. It is Thursday, and another great day despite a little bit of rain here at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Stay close. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is now 2:08.
Welcome back to Ask Hassles. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Is this one of those viral pranks?
Beg your pardon?
I think you promote Hassles Mattresses employee-free showrooms just to lure me in so you can film a practical joke on me to go viral.
Sir, I assure you, we take employee-free mattress shopping very seriously.
What do? Tie me to a bed and spray me with silly string?
We simply let you try our selection of Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Good one.
Other Others sell a Beauty Sleep by Beauty Rest Queen Elm Cove A mattress for $1,599. But Hassellus has it for just $794.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest mattress. Plus, free next day delivery.
So shopping at Hassellus won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at hassellus.com.
Sports parents know the countless hours and dollars spent on practice, games, equipment, training, travel. So when an injury happens, why don't we invest in recovery too? Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy supports the body's natural healing process, whether it's recovering from injury or a concussion, because it's not just about getting your athlete back on the field, it's about helping them recover for school, work, and life long after the season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
When you run a team, you want great uniforms, and you know selling spiritwear is vital. That's why Burkhart Sporting Goods will create a free custom website for you to sell your families and players the coolest spiritwear from Nike and Under Armour, as well as the basics, while helping you fundraise at the same time. We take the hassle out of coordinating your team's apparel and make shopping and buying easy. So when you need awesome spiritwear and uniforms for your organization, you can't beat Burkhart.
You can't beat Burkhart.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports desk. Jordan Love expected to start tonight as the Packers kick off the preseason against the Steelers.
The main thing is to, stay healthy, obviously. Avoid taking hits. If you get into a scramble situation, definitely not taking any hits outside the pocket, anything like that. But really it's just about being smart, trying to get the ball out of your hands, find those completions, put together a good drive.
Packers and Steelers, one of 6 games on the schedule tonight. Kickoff scheduled for 6 o'clock. And the Brewers look to snap a 3-game losing streak in Game 1 of a 4-game series against the Dodgers in Los Angeles. Coverage gets underway tonight at 8:35.
Checking out the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. I'll tell you again, in case you are just joining us now, this is, despite the rain, if you don't mind a little bit of rain, and it's not going to rain for the whole time, and it's fairly light right now, this is a good day to come down to the Wisconsin State Fair. At this point, we are seeing most likely the lowest crowds that we have seen so far for this run. Let's check out the roads right now. We're doing good for the most part. We are seeing extra delays on 94 eastbound and westbound around American Family Field. Just a little bit heavier than usual, not for any particular reason. Let me take a peek, though, as one new incident just popped up. Let's see this one. Okay, good. It is does not seem to be a crash, though it doesn't say. I-94 West at 35th Street, the center lane is closed right now. That's because, as I pull up the cameras here, it's a disabled vehicle. That is going to cause a problem. That's also going to cause more delays. I-94 West at 35th Street, that's a very busy spot, and we've got the center lane closed right now. You never want your car to break down, especially as you're on the highway, Interstate 94, but now you got a car that just broke down in the center lane. I feel for those people there. So be careful if you're on 94 right now and you are traveling by that person. Also, heads up, we are still dealing with that pavement damage in the Hale interchange, 41894 North, very close to Howard Avenue. The 2 right lanes remain closed.
Yeah, some light rain falling right now at State Fair Park. Umbrellas are out, and some of the outdoor activities being moved indoors right now. Some of the people moving indoors as well. So hopefully it doesn't last all that long. This is kind of on par with what was expected in the forecast today. Nothing severe, no lightning in the area, no watches or warnings to be concerned with. But rain is falling. Some people popping into the dairy building, some people popping into the expo center. Plenty of indoor and covered space here. The Ag Building, the Wisconsin Products Pavilion, all places you can be. Plenty of places to be here at State Fair Park that'll keep you dry. Overnight low 66 degrees, rain likely on Friday with a high of 78. It's 74 right now, rain falling at State Fair Park.
Cream puffs, concerts, and carnival rides. Wisconsin State Fair is back, and Wisconsin's Midday News is live from the Bank 59 studios on the State Fairgrounds. Now, here are your hosts, Greg Matzik and Jessica Ty.
Oh, don't let a few raindrops bother you. If you got plans to come out to the fair, come on out. No need to alter your plans at all. It's just a light rain that is falling. Some umbrellas, some not. It's fine. You'll be fine.
Some
Everything is
ponchos,
fine.
too. I'll tell you what, do you ever have memories from a kid that maybe you don't necessarily remember it, but you remember it because your mom or your dad had the picture, or they have a photo album, so you can visualize that picture of yourself as a kid?
Yes, that's how my deathly afraid of the Easter Bunny drew from a picture as a kid, but I'd rather not. That's a haunting memory.
And that's why. Well, I bring it up because I just saw the cutest little moment over here. There was a young lady, a young girl, and I mean, she was probably, like 3 feet tall, and she was holding this tiny umbrella. She was walking out at the state fair, and her mom had her cell phone out, either taking a picture or taking a little video of her walking, and I thought, that's a moment you might remember.
Yeah.
Being a kid at the Wisconsin State Fair, especially on a rainy day, which is really, we've lucked out so far this year, for the most part.
It's 2:14. We'll take it till 3 o'clock here on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Here's your top 2 at 2 on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Number 1, the cages at Ridgeland Farms in Dane County are empty today. And the dogs that were inside just yesterday are now just hours away from arriving in Florida at Big Dog Ranch Rescue. There are no dogs left at the biomedical research facility. It was the CEO of Big Dog Ranch who carried out the final beagle. The door closed behind her, and after more than 60 years in business, Ridgeland Farms was done. This was Lori Simmons' 6th trip to Wisconsin, and also the most rewarding. Her goal achieved. But could Ridgeland Farms ever carry on in new capacity? I asked.
Our contract says no more breeding, no more animal testing, no more selling dogs. So if they violate that, of course we're going to go after them, but so is the entire world. State of Wisconsin took away their license to breed and sell. They did not take away their license to breed and test on their own. So that is something our contract took care of. So if they violate that, the world's coming after them.
No matter what side you're on, whether you believe that animals should never be tested on, there should be no animal research in 2026, or whether you believe, listen, those dogs should stay there. This is a business that's been in Dane County for 60 years, and what are these people doing? Doesn't matter what side you're on. I think it is a very powerful visual to know that right now we are probably about an hour away from about 150 plus dogs who were inside cages at Ridgeland Farms yesterday, arriving at Big Dog Ranch Rescue down in Florida to this spot where they've got a pool in the shape of a bone. And just yesterday they were inside cages and inhabiting cages for the rest of their lives. If you just think about that, the change for these animals, it's drastic.
Number 2, football tonight in Pittsburgh, sort of.
Oh, it's preseason. It's not real football.
Yeah, that's Aaron Rodgers. He's very familiar with how the preseason works, and teams typically don't show anything but it's football on TV, and the Packers are involved, so we'll pay attention. It does remain unclear if Rodgers will play tonight against his former team. Head coach Mike McCarthy says a decision will be made before kickoff. Translation, McCarthy and Rodgers both know if Aaron's going to play. He's just not telling everybody yet. Jordan Love is expected to start for the Packers. He admits that he plays with a little more caution in the preseason.
The main thing is to stay healthy. Obviously, avoid taking hits. If you get into a scramble situation, definitely not taking any hits outside the pocket, anything like that. But really, it's just about being smart, trying to get the ball out of your hands, find those completions, put together a good drive.
So the Packers have 3 preseason games. Tonight is the first. The final game against Arizona will be the only game at Lambeau Field this preseason. And as we talked about, the NFL missed a great opportunity to kick off the preseason. Packers, Steelers, McCarthy, Rodgers at Lambeau. But for whatever reason, this game is in Pittsburgh.
Why do you think that happened? It's such a storyline. There had to be people in a conference room somewhere, or maybe they've got hybrid work. Maybe a couple of them are there and some of them are jumping on through Skype or something. But that it had to be a conversation.
I don't know how this game does not get scheduled for Green Bay. Mike McCarthy was the head coach at the time the schedule came out. He was locked in. That in and of itself, to me, is enough to warrant this game being played in Green Bay. Now, at the time, Aaron Rodgers was not committed to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We didn't know if Rodgers was going to play when the NFL schedule came out. But if I'm the NFL, I'm going to say McCarthy's a big enough draw to get this game in Green Bay. And just the idea that Aaron Rodgers could be on the team is enough for me to say, you know what, let's do this. This could be something really unique and special. Maybe it's a nothing burger if Rodgers doesn't play, but let's roll the dice a little bit. Let's get this game in Green Bay, potentially for the final time ever for Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers to be there.
Especially a preseason game when you're probably just hunting for a
Any
couple storylines,
yes,
right?
Anything.
Okay.
Anything to drum up interest in a preseason game. The NFL is usually in the market to do. They missed on this one. This is an absolute complete whiff from the NFL. Nonetheless, the game will be played tonight in Pittsburgh with the Packers taking on the Steelers. It is 2:18 here on WTMJ. Rain falling right now at State Fair Park. Some umbrellas up, some not. It's just a light shower that's falling right now.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
For 70 years, Geist has been the trusted garage authority in Wisconsin. If you got a busted garage door, don't let it get you down. Call my friends at Geist today. Incredible inventory and incredible brands like CHI and LiftMaster, and they make the process easy for you at Geist. They even have custom designs. If that's what your project requires, Geist can help you from start to finish. For swift and reliable garage repair solutions, check out GeistDoors.com. Visit their showroom in Brookfield. It's right off Barker Road. Wonderful people, experts in the business. It's Geist. Don't think twice. Call Geist and visit GeistDoors.com.
Buying a new roof might not be the most exciting thing you'll do this year, but for us at Big Fish Contracting, being chosen to do that roof for you not only provides income for multiple families in southeastern Wisconsin, but has a global reach and impact around the world. To us, it's more than just a roof. We've been earning trust for over 2 decades, roofing, siding, windows, and more. Go to bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Siding Unlimited. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact NX Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at nxwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Some light rain falling at Wisconsin State Fair Park. When it moves out, it'll remain cloudy. It doesn't look like the sun is going to pop out here, and that's okay. It's just some light showers, nothing severe. No lightning expected. Shouldn't hear any rumbles of thunder either. So no risk of the gates closing. At least we don't expect that. If there is lightning in the area, that's when they do shut things down a little bit to get everybody indoors to safety. But that does not appear to be a threat here this afternoon.
Some people in yellow ponchos walking by right now. Yeah, there you go.
Packer ponchos, I'll call those. There you go.
Yeah, they look like Packers. They could be Packers ponchos. Oh, look at that. In order for her to wave, she had to get out of the poncho.
Yes, yeah.
We appreciate that. Appreciate you. I will say, too, a few minutes ago, the speed in which I saw a man briskly walking away because the rain was coming down. He did not have an umbrella, but he was holding a funnel cake and he was holding a beer. And he was walking pretty fast to get under cover, so his funnel cake didn't get soggy.
Oh, nobody likes wet powdered sugar, that's for sure. It is 2:22 here on WTMJ. Time now to celebrate an everyday hero, a story told weekly by WTMJ's Eric Bilstad.
An everyday hero is an average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they were getting up one morning they'd be saving a life. Today we head to Culpeper, Virginia. 3 teenagers, 15-year-olds, Andrew Tuggle, Gavin Kane, and Jackson Castro. They were out on the golf course trying out for the high school golf team.
We're just thinking about warming up, trying to get out as early as possible.
They're at the Country Club of Culpeper, which sits along the beautiful Lake Culpeper. So they're out near the second hole when all of a sudden they hear screams coming from the lake.
At first it was just like a little boy who was screaming.
The teenagers sharing the story with WUSA 9. So a 3-year-old and 2 adults were out on a kayak that had overturned. It flipped over and they were struggling to keep the boy above the water. So the teenage golfers ran down to help.
And I went in and we all jumped in.
They run down a steep, thorny rock terrain, get to the water, and start swimming out to where this kayak had overturned. This is about 50 yards. Once they got there, the man was struggling to keep himself and the boy above the water.
Because the guy's holding him up and it's causing him to go underwater.
So the teenagers grab the boy and the 2 in the water, help bring them to shore. They got to shore by the golf course before police even arrived. You can see it all on video. Just text the word HERO to 855-616-1620 on the Saturday Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line. The father was so appreciative, telling the boy,
the guy actually came up to me and said, "You saved my life."
They were soaking wet, and the coach of the golf team said, "Yeah, you guys can go home."
Talk about the character of the kids. After they got done, they wanted to go ahead and finish the hole. Of course, I sent them home and made sure they got changed, and within 15, 20 minutes later, they were back on the course ready to play.
And all 3 boys did make the golf team. Thank you, Andrew Tuggle, Gavin Kane, and Jackson Castro. You are everyday heroes. Eric Bilstead, WTMJ News.
2:25 on WTMJ. Great story is told weekly by WTMJ's Eric Bilstead. Coming up after the 2:30 news. So all this talk about cyclosporiasis and where you should be buying your lettuce right now. Some farmers markets have seen a little bit of an uptick in their sales. People want to go local and not worry about the aisles at the grocery store with the bag stuff. Well, that has flatlined a little bit, and some Wisconsin growers are actually in a bit of a bind right now. We'll explain the reasons why coming up after the 2:30 news.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Start your weekend tonight with a free dinner at the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club, right near Holy Hill. I love the Fox and Hounds. When you buy one dinner, your second dinner is free every night. Desserts and ice cream drinks are delicious, and also buy one, get one free. Enjoy the choice porterhouse steak, the braised pork shank, roast duck, twin lobster tails, the surf and turf. Any entree, and your second dinner is free. Relax with your favorite beverage on the patio in the woods. Spectacular views, amazing dinners in the 8 dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167 near Holy Hill. It's a one-of-a-kind summer dining destination. Wherever you live, it's worth the beautiful easy drive through the Kettle Moraine for your free dinner. And the Friday haddock fish fry is one of the best, and it's all you care to eat. Weekends might be too busy. Enjoy your free dinner tonight at the Fox and Hounds Supper Club. Tables are open. Google and reserve.
Well, the folks at Gruber support so many wonderful community initiatives, including right here at State Fair Park. That's right. They're behind the Milk House, right, with a portion of the proceeds going to the State Fair Foundation. Gruber Law Offices giving back to the community. They've been doing that for 40 years. And winning your case if you've been hurt in an accident. Make a call to Gruber at 414-276-6666. Family-run business. They are wonderful. They are Wisconsin through and through, but they also have a large enough team of attorneys to fight your legal battle. 30-plus attorneys, bilingual attorneys. They've got you covered at Gruber. Visit gruber-law.com.
Get your final August plans in for Brewers Rangers Action Friday, August 28th through Sunday the 30th. Starting with the Cole Swindell postgame concert at Country Music Night on Friday, featuring a belt buckle with a special ticket. Then it's Jackson Churio Mania. Get the Churio Bowl giveaway Saturday, courtesy of 620 WTMJ. And get it on the Final Kids Cheer Free Sunday before summer ends. Kids get a Churio Height poster on Sunday, courtesy of Joy. Get tickets for it all at brewers.com.
Hi, this is Julie Coombs and Cindy Storm Fisher with Storm Fisher Investment Group. Are you a retiring professional worried about the direction of our economy, about making your money last? Come see what we can do for you. Let us show you how we take care of you to help you have a great retirement.
We are at 262-796-8400 or stormfisher.com. See you soon.
Securities offered through Osaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Osaic Advisory Services LLC. Osaic Advisory. Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory are separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, and services referenced here are independent of Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory.
There's not a bad time to better insulate your home, but there is a better time, and it's right now. Vince Vitrano here just talked with Jeff from USA Insulation. Jeff says they always get busy in the fall and early winter as everyone's concerned about keeping their houses warm. But doing a project with USA Insulation does just as well to keep your house cooler in the summer months and saving you money on your electric bills. Tell Jeff Vinny told you want the government rebates and discounts that can save you thousands on your project. Get started at usainsulation.net.
No matter what business you're in, as the #1 SBA lender in Wisconsin, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions.
Awarded the #1 SBA lender by the Small Business Administration of Wisconsin in 2025. Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on August 18th.
Churio sends it deep to left, and there she goes.
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the Seattle Mariners.
And Yelich launches one deep right center field. Forget about it. Oh my goodness, third deck.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Delta Dental of Wisconsin. Tune in August 18th at 6:40 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game.
It's 2:30. I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Thursday, August 13th. Your top story, 2 people injured after being hit near the State Fair.
I'm Jessica Ty. A possible delay for a major construction project in Milwaukee.
Light rain falling right now at State Fair Park. Mostly cloudy, muggy throughout the day. A high of 78. Cloudy tonight and a low of 68 degrees. Better chance of rain on Friday with temperatures reaching the upper 70s. A little bit of a cooling trend here in southeastern Wisconsin. It's 75.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The Kennedy Center Board, appointed by President Trump, voting today to add his name to the facade of the performing arts venue and move forward with a 2-year closure. The move challenges a judge's order in May that Trump's name be taken off the facade because it was illegal. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
Ohio Democratic Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, who as a function of her service in the House has a seat on the Kennedy Center's board, says that her fellow trustees voted today to close the center for renovations and to add President Trump's name back onto the front of the building. Beatty says the facade would read, "The John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts, restored and renovated by President Donald J. Trump."
U.S. investigators say a broken engine part shattered a window on a Ryanair plane last month shortly after takeoff from Greece. That caused a man's head to be sucked into the hole into the fuselage, with passengers helping pull him back inside the Boeing airliner. And stocks are up this hour on positive economic data. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 2:31. 2 people seriously injured after being struck by a vehicle near State Fair Park.
Milwaukee police responded to a crash near 84th and Kearney around 5:30 p.m. Wednesday night. Police say a man was driving northbound on 84th when he failed to stop at a red light, hitting 2 people that were crossing the street. The 64 and 28-year-old pedestrians were taken to the hospital for non-fatal injuries. The 27-year-old driver remained at the scene and was given a citation for failing to yield the right-of-way. Jen Gregg, WTMJ News.
It could take 2 years longer than expected to finish the I-94 reconstruction project through Milwaukee's west side.
A combination of significant utility relocations along the freeway corridor and impacts on work zones and through traffic could push the planned 2033 completion of the major project back to 2035. The DOT says it is still trying to preserve their earlier schedule by accelerating funding and repackaging contracts, while adding a delay in completion is not guaranteed as of yet. The project's expected final cost is now estimated to cost north of $1.7 billion, 3% more than previous estimates from February. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Part of the 16th Street Bridge in Milwaukee reopened The southern portion of the bridge closed in December of 2025 for a floor beam that needed to be replaced. And the bridge now has one travel lane open to traffic between Pierce and Canal Streets. Project has returned to its original detour route, and it is expected to be fully completed by the end of the year.
Well, check it out, Bucks fans. The full schedule for the upcoming season is in.
The Milwaukee Bucks will open their first season without Giannis Antetokounmpo in more than a decade on October 21st at the Washington Wizards. The home opener is October 23rd against the I-94 rivals Chicago Bulls. Bucks have 16 weekend games scheduled at Pfizer Forum, including 7 Fridays, 4 Saturdays, and 5 Sundays. 2 of Milwaukee's matchups against the Miami Heat and Giannis will be nationally televised, one in November and the other in January. Milwaukee also returns to full season over-the-air television for the first time in 31 years, with non-national games airing on My24 and statewide affiliates. Nasir Spencer, WTMJ News.
So January 28th, that's when Giannis is scheduled to return to Milwaukee.
I can't wait. I can't wait. It's going to be a weird moment. It's just going to be strange, right? It's going to feel weird. It's going to look weird. But honestly, I'll be happy to welcome him back. Can't wait to cheer for him, stand up, give him a big round of applause. But then I do hope the Bucks beat him.
But yeah, I hope that he plays. January 28th, that's pretty far into the season, and Giannis has had a bit of an injury history, too. So you'd like him to be healthy, at least take the floor in that game. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 2:34.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. What is Matt LaFleur looking for tonight when the Packers begin the preseason against the Steelers in Pittsburgh?
You're looking at everything, how they compete, how they're able to process in the moment. There's nothing like it. You know, the pressure of just, it's a game. So you're looking at everything.
Kickoff scheduled for 6 o'clock tonight. Meanwhile, the Brewers begin a 4-game series against the Dodgers in Los Angeles after being swept by the Padres in 3 games in San Diego. Coverage gets underway at 8:35 on WTMJ. Milwaukee 3 games ahead of the surging Cubs for first place in the NL Central.
Delays are getting longer. You might want to. If you're one of those people who, if you look ahead at what's going on the roads before you get onto the interstate to see, should I take 94, say westbound out to the burbs, or should I kind of take the side roads and go through the Marquette area and whatnot? This would be one of those days I might say I'm going to avoid 94. Maybe not the whole day, but just a little bit of time. It is getting slower and slower and slower. Just to give you an example, I always kind of call the delays, they're color-coded basically. Sometimes it looks like a gummy worm. You got one of those gummy worms, it's a little bit red, a little bit orange, a little bit yellow.
Sounds
yellow Yellow's not too bad. Reds, ooh, that's getting bad. Right now, 94 westbound from downtown out to the burbs past American Family Field. We have spots that are deep dark red, Greg, almost a maroon. That means it is incredibly, incredibly slow. I'm not seeing any accidents right now. It's possible something just popped up that's not on the radar here yet. What we do have, though, there is something. They're just calling it an incident here. It's a little bit before, so it's possible that this is contributing to it. The ramp from I-94 East to I-43 North, the right shoulder is closed because of an incident. There is one camera that sometimes I can see a little bit. I'm going to pull that up for you here. Okay, this is going to cause a problem, but it's not causing all the backups here. We do have something going on. I see a couple of emergency responders already out there, and I see one car that is off to the side and facing the wrong way, but it looks like there might be a tow truck out there. It's hard to see on this because the camera, it doesn't have that wide of a view, but it looks like right off of the camera's angle, it's possible that I see just the very, very back end of a tow truck. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that that's indeed what it is, and this car didn't have some sort of accident, and it's really just they're pulling it up from behind. The music is out. Greg, that means I am out of time, but the bottom line is 94 westbound out to the burbs right now from downtown Milwaukee out here to Wisconsin State Fair Park is extremely slow right now.
Light rain continues to fall, high 78 degrees, overnight low 64 degrees. Rain in the forecast again on Friday with a high of 78. 77 the high on Saturday, slight chance of rain. Kind of a theme here over the next few days. It's 74 right now, light rain at State Fair Park. So cyclosporiasis remains a big story here around the country. Thousands and thousands of cases. You've got certain hot spots, too, around the area where you've got Minnesota, a number of cases, Michigan, a number of cases, and over 200 cases in the state of Wisconsin. Typically, a given year, you might see 20 to 30. So this is clearly an outbreak, and it's something that has prompted nationwide recalls of lettuce from one particular farm. Taylor Farms has been at the source of recalls. So I was curious, what does that do here? In a state where, comparatively speaking, lettuce doesn't grow like potatoes or corn, but it is still a thing for farmers, and part of their livelihood is the growth of their crops, and that is inclusive of lettuce. I caught up with Pam Yonke. She's behind the Midwest Farm Report. She is She's connecting with agriculturists all over the place throughout the state of Wisconsin. I wanted to figure out the impact of cyclosporiasis on lettuce growers. And I found that in the state of Wisconsin, according to Pam, she believes there's a two-pronged effect.
So initially we thought we might see an uptick in people that were very interested in buying local, buying fresh, talking with the producers about how they do what they do. It's been kind of a flat line for our Wisconsin fresh growers. Where we've really seen a traumatic impact is the actual lettuce producers that would have been vending into the system in, say, like California. You can imagine anybody that's ever grown lettuce, it's a pretty fast crop. It turns pretty fast. You drop the seeds in the ground, matter of a few days later, and you've got a crop. Well, the problem is that the company that was impacted by all the headlines canceled all of their lettuce contracts with all of the farmers that were supplying them. Well, now what do I do with it? It's a perishable good. So a lot of the farmers plowed the crop down, and now they have to decide, am I going to try it again? Will the consumer have gotten comfortable again with that kind of fresh product? Will those major vendors like the Taco Bells and that, will they come back online? And right now the jury's out. Some of them just said the margins are not good enough for them to go back in and try that crop again. They could get another crop, no problem. And then one of the growers that I talked to has said, so when you see lettuce coming from Mexico, now you'll know why. We couldn't sell our crop, and our break-evens aren't enough to go back in and try to do it again.
It's kind of fascinating because you do have some growers who are able to kind of get their stuff to farmers markets, and people were probably more cognizant of where they were buying their lettuce. Forget about the bag stuff in the grocery store. Forget about the aisles. I'll just go to the farmers market here in West Dallas and grab my lettuce or my spring mix or something. And that did happen. But some of the growers here in the state of Wisconsin sell into the system that Pam was talking about that prompted the recall, which means they're just sort of done. They're out. They had to plow over their crop.
That's so sad that they had to ultimately get rid of the crop. Plow it right over. I will say there was a while that, just to be safe, I didn't want to mess around with it, and I just didn't buy bagged lettuce. And I didn't really have an appetite for it because it was in the news so much, and you were hearing about the explosive diarrhea. I just didn't want to do it, so I said no. But it was either last week or 2 weeks ago now. I feel like it was last week. Dr. Weston said said, you can be safe eating that lettuce, that bag lettuce at this point. So I still haven't bought any yet.
Well, and some may have pivoted to the farmer's market and decided, you know what, this tastes fantastic. And they kind of want to keep going down that path. Why even risk anything else? I did ask Pam for those who had to just plow over their crop. Okay, we're done here. We can't do anything. Our contracts have been canceled. I asked if there's an opportunity to pivot. Can they try and grow anything else and sort of salvage
Is there anything
their
else
crops?
that can go quickly? Because it's something that I didn't know that she said in there, and I thought that's interesting. Because sometimes you can go and grow your own lettuce, right? I've never done it before, but people do that. I'm not just talking about farmers either. But when she said it grows pretty quickly, you pop the seed in, and then you get a crop pretty quickly. I didn't know that. So it does make you wonder if there's another crop that is so quick like that.
Well, there might be, but if there aren't contracts procured, you're sort of at square one, right? That's part of what she explained.
If I'm always doing lettuce, my shipping lines are not able to handle, process, or clean any other product. There's nothing else that I can grow that fits my system. So although I may have the ability as a farmer to grow pretty much anything, I don't have a contract for where it's going to go. I haven't got equipment or maybe even labor for this specific item when we were geared for lettuce. So it really upends the entire chain of production, specifically in this case for lettuce, but it could happen to any fresh product that people are counting on from the farm. So you want to think about that next time. Farmers cannot pivot and immediately turn and get another product to you because their systems aren't built for that. They don't have a contract for that. And contrary to what people may think, farmers have to work through a broker, a distributor, an aggregator to get their fresh goods to market.
Yeah, so much easier said than done, right? So people producing lettuce, in this case, that goes into that big system, these are pretty good-sized operations, right? These aren't small operations. So contracts, brokers, right? Things that you maybe don't think about as much, that's clearly affecting Wisconsin farmers.
Without a doubt, it's tough to hear about those farmers in that situation right now. It is 2:44. Heads up for you here. There is a new crash that I was not able to alert you to. Remember when the music went out, Craig?
I do.
That's not the reason why, though. This is actually out in the Delafield area, which is usually a little bit sleepy, but I do check it out, and I want to let you know this is a brand new crash. I-94 West at County C. The left lane is closed because of it. There's a fire truck out there right now, a couple emergency responders. I do see what looks like an SUV off in the grassy, now muddy median due to the rain. The roads are wet, the interstates are wet, so be careful, give yourself a little extra time. There is a backup indeed right now because of this new crash. I-94 West at County C. Left lane is closed.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin doesn't believe in games. They never inflate pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. Buy direct through Pella, and one trusted team handles everything with Pella certified installers every step of the way. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Every homeowner has a list. That roof, those windows, that bathroom you've been meaning to update. If you've been putting off home improvements, you're not alone. At Exterior Pros and Baths, they help homeowners upgrade their homes with beautiful roofing, siding, windows, doors, gutters, and bathrooms built to last. Right now, save up to $3,000 on your next project. Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Call 262-800-4274 or visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right, built to last.
Screaming Sicilian, more is amore. Screaming Sicilian, more is amore. Amore, pepperoni, amore, mozzarella, amore. Screaming Sicilian, screaming Sicilian, more.
Screaming Sicilian frozen pizza. More toppings, more flavor. More is amore.
Academic Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255
5368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accunet Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So Accunet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with Accunet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests.
That's WTMJ.com/contests.
Still some umbrellas out here at State Fair Park. Still light rain falling right now. No risk of anything severe in the forecast. No watches or warnings to worry about. So if you're coming to the fair, if you had plans to do it, come on down. Plenty of indoor space, of course, and not expected to be an all-day or all-afternoon rain. But it is coming down right now mildly. 76 your high, overnight low 66. Tomorrow, similar to today, a little better chance of rain on Friday with a high of 78. It's 74 and sprinkles in Milwaukee at State Fair Park.
So not as many umbrellas as we were seeing about 20 minutes ago. Some still have their ponchos on. In fact, this group going by, this lovely group right in front of us, yeah, buddy, hi there. They still have their ponchos on, as do some people. We have a couple of umbrellas going by right now, but the reason I bring this up is because as it is raining, a little bit lightly here at Wisconsin State Fair, the variety of umbrellas I've seen is pretty magical. I mean, you've got everything from polka dots to zebra prints to purple stripes. I saw, actually, there's been quite a few generic black ones. That one that you just put in your trunk just in case. You think you're probably not going to use it. You don't really love it, but it just is what it is. It's an umbrella. It works. It's functional. I also saw one umbrella. It was a pink umbrella with what seemed to be cat ears on it.
Okay.
That was unique. I've never seen that one before. And then about 25 minutes ago, a woman walked by with a paper bag on her head. It was not a paper bag like a grocery bag. It was a paper bag as though it was a gift bag. You go into the store and then they give you one of those paper bags that's a little bit smaller and has the handles on it.
Oh, yeah.
That's what that woman was using.
Interesting.
As an umbrella. So, hey, whatever works, right? You got to stay dry. You want to stay dry. Not everybody needs to stay dry. Some people don't care.
Well, you can be dry here at the State Fair. No doubt about that. The Expo Center is huge. The Dairy Building offers you an opportunity. The Wisconsin Products Pavilion. Some of the barns as well. So plenty of indoor space or sheltered space here at the fair. No worry.
In fact, you can actually come and take cover right outside of the Bang 5-9
that too.
main studio right here. As we're checking out these people. Some people have come by because there's a little bit of spot. Not only do they want to look in, but they also want to stay dry right under the cover. Well, hey, if you're coming down to the Wisconsin State Fair tonight, the fair has a pop punk throwback on tap for you.
I'll keep you my dirty little secret. Don't tell anyone or you'll be just another regret.
That's the All-American Rejects. They hit the Bank 5-9 main stage tonight. It's a 7:30 show. Joyce Manor is the opener. Also, we've been doing this for you every single day that there's a deal. Let's save you some money, at least for some of you at the fair today. It is Prairie Farms Dairy Day, honoring educators today. Teachers, you get a deal today. Bring a school-issued ID or a name badge to the ticket window before 4 or until 4. So you've got a little bit more than an hour here, and you get in for free.
Love it. Love it. It's always a great way to get into the Wisconsin State Fair, supporting great community causes and saving a few bucks on your own to get in.
Look at this. Looks like this lady is walking out with possibly an Oriental rug.
Yeah.
Or it's a zebra print. Zebra print or Oriental? Oriental?
It looks nice.
It looks nice.
Well,
but
hopefully it doesn't unravel, too.
You can get anything there at the Expo Center.
Well, that is absolutely true. Whether you need it or not, you can find it at the Wisconsin State Fair Expo Center. The Sky Glider is still going. Sometimes that is my barometer for how hard it's raining or how bad the weather is. But the Sky Glider is still operational. From what I can tell, there are still people aboard the America 250th.
Is it moving, though?
The Sky Glider?
No, the America 250 wheel.
Well, every time I look up, it is sort of stalled. So for whatever reason, it is in its momentary pause right now, which is not uncommon. I think that does happen, kind of like the Sky Glider.
Maybe somebody just, there it goes.
Yeah,
Maybe somebody was
see?
just jumping on.
Well, that certainly could be.
So everything is still moving.
Hey, quick nugget here from the world of Little League Baseball. Whitefish Bay wins again.
Nice.
And they are moving on to the regional championship game tomorrow. They're going to play a team from Iowa. And if they win, they're off to the real deal Little League World Series in Williamsport, Pennsylvania.
Nice.
This has been televised for years and years. I mean, decades. It's sort of that last bit of summer for youth baseball. And I used to watch this all of the time as a kid, just hoping I could be on a team that would qualify to play. And that never ended up being the case. We fell short the times that I was playing, but that's how far this thing goes back. But that is one of the truly special areas for kids to play baseball in the United States. And a team right from our own backyard is one step closer to being there.
What a dream. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. We will wrap up the program with some final thoughts from the fair after this.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs, each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin doesn't believe in games. They never inflate pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. Buy direct through Pella, and one trusted team handles everything with Pella-certified installers every step of the way. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Earn now, spend later at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Now through August 26th, rewards members earn $10 in Blaine's Bucks for every $100 spent in store. Redeemable just like cash September 3rd to the 16th. Right now, save $5 on the state lawn fertilizer, weed and feed, or winterizer. Rewards members save an extra $5. Plus, new and only at Blaine's, Ever Elm women's tees are on sale for just $9.99. Earn Blaine's Bucks now to spend later, just like cash. Only at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Wrapping up a Thursday edition of Wisconsin's Midday News from the Wisconsin State Fair. Wisconsin's afternoon news is right around the corner. Our street team is trying to stay dry right now. They had a bunch of tents set up here in the infield area as part of our Bank 5-9 activation. That is on pause momentarily because of the rain. Today's rain is by no means a washout, and no severe weather expected, which is good news for everybody if they're coming to the fair.
Yeah, and we do have a big show tonight, the All-American Rejects with Joyce Manor. As we just mentioned, that show starts at 7:30. Also, that's at the Bank 5-9 main stage. But you also have the Bank 5-9 Amphitheater, 8:30. That show is Two Hype Crew. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Well, looking for a great night here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Come out and hang out. Julia Fellows now walking into the studio. She was out doing the call-ins from the Bank 5-9 setup, and she was very excited about it. Now very excited to be into our studio. So that unfortunately had to end a little bit early, but nonetheless, a great day here at the Wisconsin State Fair, and also a very interesting night here. So Packers football and Brewers baseball, and one rolls right into the other because the Packers kick off at 6 and the Brewers don't start till after 9. So if you want an evening of sports, you can get your football fix this evening with Jordan Love and the Packers, and then see if the Brewers can snap a 3-game losing streak tonight against the Dodgers.
There is something very exciting about the possibility of being able to sit down and watch the Packers. I say possibility because it's still summertime. A lot of people won't be sitting down to watch it tonight, but it just gets you in the mood, right? Gets you in the mood. We don't want fall to come too quickly.
Yeah.
Especially the kids are saying, no, school's going to be here right around the corner, but it's always a fun time.
Well, definitely. Well, that kicks off at 6 o'clock tonight. Brewers baseball. Our coverage gets underway at 8:35. We are out of time. Wisconsin's Afternoon News is next here on WTMJ.
It's WTMJ's Debbie Loziga. Nobody likes backups, not on I-94 and definitely not in your own backyard. That's why I'm so glad we called Comfort Awnings. Now our outdoors time isn't delayed by rain or the scorching afternoon sun. One touch of a button gives us instant shade and shelter while also protecting us from harmful UV rays. So instead of heading inside when it gets too hot or starts to rain, we can enjoy the patio for longer. Don't let any more of the summer pass you by. Right now, get $200 off any awning or screen. Call 414-AWNINGS or visit comfortawnings.com.
You should be listening to Wisconsin's Midday News with Greg Matzik and Jessica Ty each weekday.
This is a deep cut. I like this song. I'm gonna buy this song, so tell me what it is.
Nobody does it like McFarlane. It's AI generated 90s R&B featuring our favorite Chief Washington correspondent. It's you, buddy.
But if you missed us, catch up anytime with our Wisconsin's Midday News podcast. Powered by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Lake Geneva. It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside resorts and spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood, connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
Traffic is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Highway 100 and Layton Avenue in Greenfield. 23rd and Lincoln and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee. Great bargains and a great cause. You're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
The Wisconsin State Fair is here. Catch WTMJ broadcasting live throughout the run of the fair at the Bank 59 Studios. Come by, say hi, and enjoy the fair with us. We are Wisconsin's radio station, live at the Wisconsin State Fair. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm John Mercure. This is Wisconsin's Afternoon News, live from the Wisconsin State Fair. Your top story, a measles outbreak hits Wisconsin.
I'm Julia Fellow. A tragic shooting this morning in Milwaukee.
Loziga, 894 southbound. We've got a crash right at the ramp from Beloit Road. It is on the right shoulder, so watch out for that. It's got backups basically from National Avenue down through the Hale interchange. On the northbound side, don't worry, we still have that 2 right-lane blockage right at Beloit Road, or right at Howard Avenue, technically, where the pavement buckling ended up happening. Then we've also got westbound 94 at Highway C. The left lane is blocked with a crash. Looks like a car that went through the median and went right into that retaining fence there. And then we've also got some delays along southbound on 43 from about Capitol Drive down through the Marquette. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Tonight, cloudy, low 68. Tomorrow, chance for showers, mostly to the south, a high of 78. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a measles outbreak is ongoing in southwest Wisconsin with more than a dozen new cases reported this morning.
13 newly identified cases brings the total confirmations of measles in Iowa and Lafayette counties this week to 15, with 6 additional probable cases. Dr. Ryan Westergaard with the Department of Health Services says no public exposure sites have been determined yet, and more cases are likely to be confirmed.
The rapid emergence of these cases indicates that there is active local transmission.
Nearly all Wisconsin measles cases this year have occurred in people who are unvaccinated against the disease. Interviews with those who have been potentially exposed are ongoing. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
A teenager was killed after a drive-by shooting this morning on Milwaukee's north side. The 16-year-old was found dead when police arrived. This was at 40th and Clark. No one is in custody.
A California man in the country illegally is accused of stabbing a California homeowner to death. He had allegedly been released from jail just one day before the killing. News Nation's Nancy Liu.
36-year-old Marcos Herarte Valdez was captured on surveillance images at the victim's home last Thursday, arriving and leaving in a Cadillac SUV. At the time, 68-year-old Todd Stewart stabbed to death in his front yard. Neighbors say the retired engineer was working on a project in his open garage that evening, and Herarte Valdez is linked to multiple residential burglaries in the region.
The murder has ignited a new wave of outrage over illegal immigrants in the area.
Carolyn Levitt, the White House press secretary, has announced she's leaving her post at the end of this month. White House correspondent Gabrielle Caracciolo is going to be the next person.
The youngest ever White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt, is stepping away from the role at the end of August. President Trump writing on Truth Social, Caroline has been a real leader in the White House and has done a phenomenal job fighting for justice, liberty, and freedom. Sparring with reporters from behind the briefing room podium, she's become one of the most visible proponents of the MAGA movement. In a post of her own, she called the role the honor and adventure of a lifetime.
And that was the White House correspondent Gabrielle Caracciolo. Trump did not indicate any potential replacements yet.
The Milwaukee Bucks 2026-27 full season schedule is out.
The Milwaukee Bucks will open their first season without Giannis Antetokounmpo in more than a decade on October 21st at the Washington Wizards. The home opener is October 23rd against the I-94 rival Chicago Bulls. Bucks have 16 weekend games scheduled at Pfizer Forum, including 7 Fridays, 4 Saturdays, and 5 Sundays. 2 of Milwaukee's matchups against the Miami Heat and Giannis will be nationally televised, one in November and the other in January. Milwaukee also returns to full season over-the-air television for the first time in 31 years, with non-national games airing on My24 and statewide affiliates. Nasir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Single game tickets go on sale tomorrow at noon.
Coming up, the Brewers take on the Dodgers after getting swept by the Padres.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time, 3:04.
Sports parents know the countless hours and dollars spent on practice, games, equipment, training, travel. So when an injury happens, why don't we invest in recovery too? Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy supports the body's natural healing process, whether it's recovering from injury or a concussion, because it's not just about getting your athlete back on the field, it's about helping them recover for school, work, and life long after the season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
It's Mike with Infinity Exteriors. I've seen it all, Wisconsin. Sketchy sales gimmicks for low-quality windows, siding that costs more than a new home, fly-by-night roofers. 60,000 happy customers made a better choice. Infinity Exteriors roofing, siding, and windows all come with our lifetime workmanship warranty, no overcharges, and transparent pricing. At Infinity Exteriors, we're on a mission to save our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
When you come to our showroom, you'll find more than a dozen glass shower door displays. Now that's what you're going to want to see, because browsing a bunch of options usually spurs ideas that you've never even thought of. And when you walk around with one of our glass shower door experts, you can ask questions and get assurance. We're here to help. And after nearly 50 years in the glass shower door business, there's not a whole lot we haven't seen. So don't worry, your project's about to be put in the very best of hands. At Les's Glass Service, you can count on our experience that makes it easy to promise top-flight installation. Glass shower doors are our specialty, and we're out there humping it every day to add to our portfolio to make the next project even better than the last. This is Stacy Sinks. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass and near home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Les's Glass. Les's Glass Service. serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lessclassservice.com.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law offices. One call, that's all sports desk. After being swept by the Padres in San Diego, the beat-up Brewers are scheduled to begin a 4-game series against the Dodgers tonight in Los Angeles. The Brewers still have the best record in baseball, but just a 3-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:35 on WTMJ. Jordan Love is expected to start tonight as the Packers kick off the preseason against the Steelers.
The main thing is to, stay healthy, obviously. Avoid taking hits. If you get into a scramble situation, definitely not take any hits outside the pocket, anything like that. But really, it's just about being smart, trying to get the ball to your hands, find those completions, put together a good drive.
And the Bucks begin the regular season October 21st against the Wizards in Washington.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 3:07.
Networks, streaming services, retail chains, and tech giants are all adding plus to their names. But where did the concept originate? We may be biased, but we think these big wigs found their inspiration for plus at Hassellus Mattress. Hassellus showrooms are employee-free. Give your mattress a try with no pushy sales guy. Plus, our 35 beds from the top 5 brands start at $293. Plus, unbeatable prices on Tempur-Pedic. Plus, free next-day delivery and setup. Plus, free haul away and disposal of your old mattress. Plus, 60-month interest-free financing on select Tempur-Pedic with approved credit. Plus, a $300 MasterCard gift card with your Tempur-Pedic mattress. Plus, a ruggedly handsome spokesman with a smooth radio voice. Get all this, plus a whole lot more when you shop at Hassellus Mattress. Or maybe we should change our name to Hassellus Plus. Nah. Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at hassellus.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air. Now broadcasting live inside the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here are your hosts, John Mercure and Julia Fellow.
A little bit of rain coming down. Actually, a little stretcher. It was a little heavier a minute ago.
I saw some umbrellas out.
It's supposed to clear out, though. So if your plans include coming to the Wisconsin State Fair, come on down because the rain is going to be out of here, it sounds like, in the next couple of hours. Of course, we'll check in with Chief Meteorologist Brian Isnansky coming up a little bit later on. First, what are we doing today?
This is the 3 at 3 on Wisconsin's afternoon news.
Number 1, John, a historic conclusion at Ridgeland Farms. After more than 60 years in business, the Dane County Breeding and Research Facility is finally closing its doors and releasing its final dogs. Jessica Ty was there.
I'm Jessica Ty, live in Dane County. Big Dog Ranch Rescue is removing the remaining beagles from Ridgeland Farms. CEO Lori Simmons.
We are so excited to be back here in Wisconsin to get the last 155 dogs out of Ridgeland Farms and watch them close their doors.
The final transfer comes nearly 5 months after animal rights activists broke into Ridgeland Farms and took more than 20 dogs. That moment set off arrests, protests, and felony charges. Then came the agreements, contracts that moved more than 2,000 beagles out of the controversial facility and over to rescue groups and homes across the country.
These dogs, they are the lucky ones. There are thousands and thousands of dogs throughout this country in different breeding and testing facilities that need our help too.
Big Dog Ranch Rescue says Ridgeland Farms has now agreed to permanently end its dog breeding, sales, research, and testing operations.
Big Dog Ranch Rescue and the Dane County Humane Society have coordinated with dozens of partner groups nationwide to intake, medically evaluate, vaccinate, and rehabilitate these beagles. Some of them are now headed to Big Dog Ranch Rescue in Florida.
All right, the second one. Update on the tornado, specifically schools, impacted now by the lack of buses. That tornado that went through Appleton and Menasha destroyed 50 school buses and damaged 130 other buses. The buses that remain have broken windows, roof hatches, lights busted out, windshields shattered, covered in dirt and insulation. The company now is working as hard as they can to get the buses they can get repaired, but 50 have been absolutely totaled, so they're scrambling to try to bring in other buses, but they say the school year will start on time, August 30th. They will have enough buses to start the school year on time.
Number 3, John, acts of kindness shared here at Wisconsin State Fair in partnership with Bank 59. So right across from our Bank 59 studios in the field, just north of the Expo Center, across from the Dairy Pavilion, we were out there with tents asking people to fill out a puzzle piece, and it made this some beautiful piece of art. All you had to do was just write out some acts of kindness that was done towards you or to someone else. Some people wrote that someone let them merge on the freeway. That's a big deal, especially with what's going on 94.
Right.
My goodness, it's going to go through 2035,
Yikes.
another 2 years.
Oof.
Another person said they helped drive a friend to the airport. That's nice. And then there were a lot of little kids with their parents, and they were teaching the child about kindness. And one of them said he shared his toys with his sister. Isn't that nice?
That's super nice.
And Bank 59's mission is to make lives better, not only through services, but volunteerism and charitable giving. It was really nice to have our 620 Street team hard at work, inviting fans to share an act of kindness. And they got some exciting free prizes, so that was really fun. And it brightened everybody's day, even though there's just a little bit of drizzle out.
What a cool thing. What a great, great thing. I'm glad you were part of that. That is super sweet. By the way, All-American Rejects on the Bank 59 main stage at the Wisconsin State Fair tonight. It is 3:13 at WTMJ. We're sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies, your life, your goals. Visit dwstrategies.com.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Otto's Wine and Spirits, serving Milwaukee since 1945. Employee-owned, super friendly staff. No wonder they're in a good mood. They own the stores. I love going into Otto's because I know they'll have whatever I need. They've got the greatest selection, also greatest value. They will literally beat any advertised price. That's how they roll at Otto's. Just picked up a couple of 12-packs of Leinie's products. It was the best deal I've ever seen on the Leinie's bottles. Incredible. It's Otto's Wine and Spirits. They are in Milwaukee, Elm Grove, Brown Deer, Cedarburg. My location, Menominee Falls. Check them out today. It's Otto's.
See Europe from a completely new perspective with Fox World Travel and Avalon Waterways. Cruising down legendary rivers like the Danube or the Rhine, your luxury boutique hotel travels with you. Relax in award-winning panorama suites featuring wall-to-wall windows, enjoy premium local wine and dining, and step off directly into the heart of historic castles and villages. Your next incredible river cruise awaits. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com today.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps and he made the catch, banging up against the wall.
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center. It's back and gone.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
Hey, you want to be out here tomorrow at 3 o'clock. You know why? Every afternoon at 3, Left's Lucky Town's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill gives you the chance to win Brewers tickets with their Taste Great, Less Filling coin flip game. Here's how it goes. They got a big coin. You pick your side. They flip that giant coin. And if you're still standing, you get the chance to win. While you're there, enjoy great food, cold drinks, and don't forget to ask about the Euchre Tournament happening on the final day of the fair. It's Left's Lucky Town.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. Milwaukee Mattress, where top quality mattresses are priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Found exclusively at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown Milwaukee.
All right, let's check those roads. Debbie Lazica, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. On 41 southbound, right about at Appleton Avenue, we have the left shoulder blocked with a crash. So that's going to be slowing down from basically the county line all the way down to that Appleton Avenue area. We still have this crash on westbound 94 at Highway C. The left lane is blocked with this. It's a minivan that ended up going through the median there. So just be careful if you're heading through there. Also, a crash southbound 894 right about at Beloit Road on the right shoulder. The northbound side still has the two right lanes blocked because of the pavement buckling through there. I'm Debbie Lozigo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, cloudy, low of 68 degrees. Tomorrow, chance for showers mostly to the south, a high of 78. Saturday, warm, humid. Showers and storms are likely on Saturday, a high of 80 degrees. Sunday, warm, humid, more rain possible, a high of 81. Monday, mostly cloudy, a high of 75 degrees. Preseason football starts tonight.
How fun.
Yeah, and usually I don't care at all about preseason football, but this is an interesting matchup. It is the Packers against Aaron Rodgers, Mike McCarthy, and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Coach Matt LaFleur has already said that Jordan Love, the quarterback, and all healthy starters will probably play tonight. It'll be limited, but they're going to play. You know, sometimes in years past, the main people have not played literally because they're afraid they'll get injured. What about Aaron Rodgers? Well, as of this afternoon, it's still uncertain whether he will play. Coach Mike McCarthy, the former Packer, says that he has not decided and Rodgers has not been ruled in or out. So will Aaron Rodgers play tonight? We don't know. Rodgers is excited about playing the Packers, but wishes, he says, the game was in Green Bay. Here he talks about the game a little bit.
I was really hoping that this one was going to be in Green Bay, not just to get back in Lambeau one more time, but, you know, to head out to Chives for a dinner and maybe, you know, head out to Green Bay Country Club for a quick 9 or something. But I was definitely bummed out that we weren't in Lambeau for this one.
The game starts at 6 o'clock on the NFL Network.
The ball was dropped with NFL. Why wasn't it at Lambeau? That would have been the best setting.
Yeah, that would have been the best scenario for sure. Yeah, they didn't really think that through.
They don't even have a regular season game. Yeah, no, they don't with the Packers.
No, they don't. Yep.
That would have been his last chance.
Yep.
If he retires.
No chance. It is 3:18 at WTMJ.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics,
since I've gone to them, I run 20-30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training,
it's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
Vince Vitrano here with your HVAC guy, Urban Heating and Cooling. How much longer does that furnace have? Question to ask my man Ryan. His family-owned business with his wife Ellie, based in Franklin. They serve all of southeast Wisconsin. Now, what Ryan most wants to do is help you get as much life out of that furnace that you've already got. But when you have him in for a tune-up, now he can give you an honest assessment on how much longer that older unit will hold out. Free estimate is always part of the deal, so you know it will fit your budget. Tell him Vinny sent you when you call urbanheatingandcooling.com.
If you're in charge of uniforms and equipment, you want to get the most value for your team's budget. You want the most for your money, and you want the process to be easy. Because you already have enough on your plate. We get it. Burghardt Sporting Goods Team Outfitting Division is the best you'll find. With an abnormally high customer satisfaction rate and our own silk screening and embroidery facility for quality control. So if you want the highest quality team outfitting and incredible service, you can't beat Burghardt.
So I was talking with another real estate agent who has been in the business even longer than I have, with a couple of other big-name companies. He was talking about how it's tough to compete with us because we have good agents and we charge less commission. And he even said that he lost a few listings to us, and it always bothered him because he realized that he was doing everything that we were doing, but he was charging more. We do charge less, and we do everything that a full-service agency does, because we are full-service real estate agents. The only difference is we give you our very best commission rate up front. You do pay for what you get. And with Century 21 Benefit Realty for 1.9% on the listing side of your home, with a cap of $19,000 commission on any size home, you can get full-service experienced agents, MLS marketing, professional photos, even virtual walkthroughs, and everything you get from any other big-name agent, all under the umbrella of the Century 21 brand. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
All right, as we look out the window here from our Bank 5-9 State Fair studios, one of the things that's pretty easy to notice is that a lot of people walk around at the Wisconsin State Fair in T-shirts. More than at the ethnic festivals, more than at Summerfest. It's all about the T-shirts. I headed out and asked people to share with me what they're sporting on their T-shirt. All right, let's see what we got this year. Heading out to look for some T-shirts. What do we got? How does it compare to last year? Is it nastier? Is it fun like it was a few years ago? Let's see what people are wearing. What does your T-shirt say?
You, people.
Kind of how you're feeling?
Check it out.
I think that dude legitimately did not like people, period. Did not. Let's see what else. Read me your T-shirt.
I work harder than an ugly stripper.
What?
I work very hard.
Bro, what are you talking about, man? Lots of Brewers stuff, but I've never seen one quite like this one. Interesting. Read me what's on your T-shirt.
County Stadium. Remember that place?
That's vintage.
That's vintage.
Flashback.
Yeah. It is. It goes back a while.
Yeah.
I spent many a time there.
Go Brewers.
Keep them rolling. That's right.
Tell me what's on your T-shirt. I'm asking people to read me.
Brewers. Roll out the barrel.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Tell me what your shirt says.
Okay.
For all it's worth.
Right.
Is that life? Is that the fair? What does that mean?
You got me on that one.
Never had that happen before. How do you ask a guy about his shirt when he doesn't even know what it means? All right, let's keep moving. What does your T-shirt say?
Yeah, life is better with my voice.
Is it?
It is.
Fantastic. Is this one of your boys?
It is.
Have fun at the fair. That one's pretty classic. I couldn't catch up with the guy, but it said Reagan Bush 2028. And it had the same logo as when Reagan and Bush ran in 1980. I guess that's kind of where we are. These are the only choices we have? Tell me what your shirt says.
Oh, do all things with love.
Nice.
Yeah.
The girls' shirts are nicer than the boys' shirts.
I bet.
Whoa, over there. Rare that you see a T-shirt with an F-bomb on it. How about a T-shirt with 3 F-bombs on it? Yikes. Okay. Moving on. What does it say?
I don't know exactly.
Don't need a permit for these guns.
Right.
Thank you.
It's bad to the bone.
But it's not just bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's really fun. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Definitely a lot more T-shirts than any other summer get-together in Milwaukee. Summerfest, ethnic festivals, they got nothing on the State Fair T-shirt game. What does your T-shirt say?
Best Papa ever.
That's amazing.
Word on the street.
What does your shirt say?
Fresh, squeezed sunshine.
It's so nice. I like that.
Thank you.
I bet you're fun to hang out with.
Oh, a little bit.
What does your T-shirt say?
This guy loves cats. Right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
What's this say?
The State Fair. Goodbye, self-esteem. Hello, fried Twinkies.
You have such a smile. That's so fun. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Have a good night. Also, more than last year or other years, I'm seeing America-themed stuff. Lots of flags, lots of USA, lots of hashtag America, some 250 stuff. I think that's probably the root of it, right? 250th anniversary this year, and lots of people wearing their red, white, and blue. I love that. I'm really intrigued by yours. So read me what your T-shirt says.
Just a girl that loves Dave.
Who's Dave? Oh my gosh, Dave is your husband?
Yes.
Or is he your boyfriend?
Well, boyfriend.
I just met her.
Yeah, we just met here.
We just had this shirt made.
I love that. That's so fun. All right, read me yours.
Coors Banquet Rodeo.
You look like a cowboy.
Thank you.
All right, read me your shirt.
I fish on the first date. That's how I met my husband.
Read me what your T-shirt says.
Cowboys.
Thank you. All right, so the verdict, definitely more T-shirts this year. Definitely T-shirts that were, what's a nice way to say it? Edgier? Yeah, I guess that's right. But lots of T-shirts. T-shirts, State Fair T-shirts. Let's just all be nice to each other. So I saw a girl wearing a t-shirt that said, "This girl is a mess." And I wanted to go up to her and talk to her, but I was afraid if she was really a mess.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I was going to give that to you.
No.
You were looking at me
You
weird.
have your act together. I would never give that t-shirt to you.
You were looking at me so weird with your glasses.
No.
Like you
not
you were looking at me over your glasses, like with your spectacles, like.
Have you noticed the t-shirts out here?
Yes.
Isn't it so different than like Summerfest? Like it's the
Jaw-dropping.
place really people decide, I'm wearing my t-shirt. If you have one t-shirt that you wear,
That's outrageous.
yeah, you're going to wear it out here. All right, let's check the markets. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update on this Thursday. Everything ended in the green. The NASDAQ was up 214 points. That's 0.8%. The Dow was up 69 points. That's 0.1%. And the S&P had a nice day. It was up 51 points. That is 0.2%. Annex Wealth Management is financial planning at every level. Feeling fiduciary all the time. Know the difference with Annex.
Your financial life is not just about numbers. It is a journey, and Annex Wealth Management aims to help you move through it with clarity. When markets shift, it can be hard to understand what it means for what you have built. Annex offers guidance as a fee-only fiduciary firm, which means their recommendations are built around your best interests rather than commissions or product sales. Annex gives you access to a local team that includes wealth managers, financial planners, investment managers, estate planning attorneys, and client service specialists who work together to create a strategy tailored to your situation. They help clients with investment management, retirement income, planning, tax coordination, estate planning, education funding, and business succession strategies. Annex knows there's different financial plans for different stages of life, and they can help you adjust as things change. With nationwide accessibility, Annex blends personal attention with leading-edge tools to offer an experience built around informed decision-making. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference. Click Get Started at annexwealth.com.
For 176 years, St. Vincent de Paul Society of Milwaukee has been neighbors helping neighbors, working to eliminate poverty and hunger with compassion and dignity. When families face hard times, our volunteers step in. Over 600 trained volunteers ready to meet people where they're at, in their homes. And that's what our Neighbors Helping Neighbors home visit program is all about. Volunteers travel in pairs, listening first, then offering personalized support. They provide families and individuals with things like furniture, beds, food, clothing, and connect them to vital community resources. Help that provides stability during challenging times. These home visits don't just address an immediate need, they help create a safer, more stable future for our families and individuals in our community. Last year alone, St. Vincent de Paul Society volunteers completed nearly 11,000 home visits across Milwaukee County, serving those who need us most. Together, we are neighbors helping neighbors. To learn more about our mission or get involved, visit svdpmilw.org.
Want to watch all your favorite WTMJ shows? Check out the WTMJ YouTube channel. Live streams of all your favorite WTMJ shows. From Wisconsin's morning news to what's on tap. Subscribe to 620 WTMJ.
Traffic is sponsored by Mission 94 Firearms Education Center, centered in safety, anchored in history, designed for discovery.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Learn the right way to handle firearms. Just Google Mission 94.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It's 3:30. I'm John Mercure. Your top story: victims in a Milwaukee murder spree have been identified.
I'm Julia Fellow. A man accused of killing a healthcare CEO may plead guilty.
I'm Debbie Loziga. Westbound on 94, backing up from 27th Street all the way to Hawley Road, and then more delays, basically west of Highway 16 from about the Highway SS all the way to where there was an accident at Highway C. And the left lane was closed. This is the one with the minivan that went into the median there. Looks like they just cleared it. So things should be going through there without too much of an issue, but the delays are working themselves out. Eastbound, we've got delays coming into that area from Sawyer Road all the way to that accident scene. Back on the brakes from Highway 16 past Barker Road, and then from just before Hawley Road to 35th. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Muggy tonight, a chance of rain later tonight. Mostly cloudy, though, a high of 78. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, a low of 68. Right now, here at the State Fair, it's 72 degrees and cloudy.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, victims in a Milwaukee murder spree have been identified.
26-year-old Vanessa De Herrera was shot during a party at a friend's apartment, and her friend, 29-year-old Scott Buchholz, was killed trying to intervene. The suspect then drove across town and shot 39-year-old Shamarla Hare. The victims' families say the murders stemmed from a domestic dispute. A 36-year-old man was taken into custody earlier this week after a police standoff. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Part of the 16th Street Bridge reopens here in Milwaukee. The southern portion of the bridge closed December of 2025 for a floor beam that needed to be replaced. The bridge now has one travel lane open between Pierce and Canal Streets. The project has returned to its original detour route and is expected to be fully completed by the end of this year.
Luigi Mangione is expected to announce a guilty plea tomorrow in the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. ABC News' Brian Buckmeyer.
The note that we're getting is that a guilty plea will be announced. That's not how anyone I know talks about guilty pleas in the criminal justice system. Either a guilty plea is taken or not. And I fall back on, I think this is a last-ditch effort by the defense to ask for an open plea from the judge based on the language that we see here. But if a guilty plea is taken, I think the overall hope is that if you can finalize the federal case, then you can revitalize the argument for double jeopardy with the state case. But even there, I think that's a losing argument.
Mangione could still decide against pleading guilty.
Iran is being pressured by more than 24 European nations to stop executions of protesters. News Nation's Robert Sherman.
Some exclusive reporting coming out of Iran from our own News Nation colleague Diana Falzone indicating that the Iranian regime has threatened citizens with the death penalty to stay quiet about the rising number of executions that have been taking place relating to those protests that we saw earlier this year, largely involving protesters when it comes to those executions. This week, we've heard from more than 30 countries demanding Iran stop their use of the death penalty and allow the people inside of Iran to speak, to assemble, to protest, and decide their own future.
This follows months of unrest and some of the largest protests held against the Islamic Republic.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law offices. One call, that's all sports desk. There will be football tonight. The Packers begin the preseason in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. It's not likely, we're being told now, that Aaron Rodgers will play. Jordan Love is expected to start for the Packers. Head coach Matt LaFleur on what he's looking for.
You're looking at everything, how they compete, how they're able to process in the moment. There's nothing like it. You know, the pressure of just... it's a game, so you're looking at everything.
Kickoff scheduled for 6 o'clock tonight, and the Brewers begin a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight in Los Angeles. Milwaukee 3 games ahead of the surging Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:35 on WTMJ.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 3:34.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger.
Out to the public, I think people are expecting this big rah-rah slam on the table, everything's going to be, fixed by this one team meeting. There's a lot of things the Brewers are going through right now, most notably with lineup construction, right? Christian Yelich didn't play at all in yesterday's extra inning affair. William Contreras has been DHing more, and they're trying to give him more days off here down the stretch. And they both have moved down in the order. I think that until those two guys start to, play better, for lack of a better term, that the Brewers need to start, collectively playing better as well. Now, at the same time, I think that when you have a team meeting, and Pat Murphy talked about this post-game yesterday, saying, hey, when you wake up on August 13th and you're still tied for the best record in baseball, you're doing something right. Every team goes through a bump, and that's what they're going through right now.
All right, looking ahead, looking forward, We're going to LA. That could be maybe the thing that will get us the one thing in the way to the World Series. So, I mean, how crucial is it for them to get back on track now?
Yeah, it only gets harder, right? I think the only way out is through, because not only do you have the Dodgers for this 4-game set to finish this 17 games in a row stretch, that after you get the Mariners, and the Mariners kind of fallen on hard times, you get another division winner in the Atlanta Braves next weekend, throwing in the curveball that is the Little League World Series Classic that you're playing in next Sunday. So it doesn't get any easier here over these next 7 days, and you can really find out what you're made of. Sometimes, Pat Murphy's talked about and talking with guys on the road, that sometimes being on the road really is the way that these guys get together, and the way these guys are able to make sure that they, find a way to be a team once again and be that great team that they've been the last couple of seasons.
So we'll get the Miz this weekend. The Dodgers have not been playing well the last 10 days or so. How about the last couple of days? Have the Dodgers started to look like the Dodgers?
Yeah, they did play one of the worst teams in the American League, though, and that being the Kansas City Royals. Now, the thing about the Dodgers that doesn't surprise me, or doesn't, is on the scouting report, they can pitch, right? That's never been an issue for them the last, few weeks. And the Brewers are seeing the peak of their rotation here, including culminating on Sunday, which will be a really entertaining matchup of Logan Henderson for the Brewers against Tarek Skubal for the Dodgers. The rumored trade that the Tigers allegedly asked for Logan Henderson, and the Brewers allegedly said absolutely not. So that would be really funny to talk about coming Sunday. But their offense has been in a weird rut. Now, Mookie Betts has started to wake up a little bit recently. Kyle Tucker has been carrying their offense, which he was not the first couple months of the season. But if there's a time that they're vulnerable, it seems to it's the best time to catch them is the regular season, because they get this luxury that they get to coast through the regular season because they know they're in October every year.
All right, I want to go back to the San Diego series, but a lighter question, because I think everybody enjoyed this. Austin Hayes at the dish. Gary Sanchez is on the mound, the catcher. If you want to see what we're going to talk about, text the word watch to 855-616-1620. This EFIS style, I don't know what you'd call it, is going viral. Take us inside that pitch, Dom.
Yeah, it's just, look, it was an 11-1 ball game. It's meant to be silly. It's meant to be, no one enjoys a position player pitching. I think Gary would be the first to laugh that I'm even, breaking down his pitching mechanics or anything that went into this. And, it dropped 203. No, it's gravity. Gravity did all the work on this. He didn't do anything special.
37 miles an hour.
I mean, it was, and unfortunately, that big follow through from Austin Hayes clipped William Contreras. He was okay in the arm. But it was, honestly, position player pitching, no one really enjoys it, including the opposing team, because you're in a lose-lose situation, right? Like, wow, you swung and missed against 37 miles an hour. You're a big league hitter. And then if you hit a homer, it's like, wow, you hit a homer off a guy that doesn't pitch. So everyone just kind of wants to get it over with.
I think if you're Austin Hayes or the other guys, you, to your point, Dom, feel extra pressure. Like, I don't want to go to the dish in that situation, because anything other than a hit is a failure. I would hate to be Austin Hayes or those other guys.
Well, remember, Jackson Chourio swung left-handed earlier this year in St. Louis when they were facing a position player pitching, just because let's have some fun with it, have some humor in it. He ended up flying out to center. It was one of the funnier moments of the season.
How popular is the Miz going to be in LA coming up on Saturday?
It's going to be quite a matchup. I think for Miz, it's the stardom continues to grow, right? And it'll be a nationally televised game on Fox. We'll have it, of course, on WTMJ. But the Dodgers saw it firsthand multiple times what Miz is capable of last season. Also in the regular season, remember his 5th career start when he struck out 12 against LA and then was named to the All-Star game after that game was last July. Then what he did in the postseason, especially in Game 3 of the NLCS. I know the Brewers got swept, but Jacob Mizorowski was arguably the highlight of that whole series because of the way that he dominated, going toe-for-toe with Tyler Glasnow in that series. So what is he capable of? Could he hit 105 with the adrenaline flowing to face the LA Dodgers? He just wants to give you a quality start and see what happens on the other side.
He's the host of Brewers Weekly and Brewers Extra Innings. He's Dom Cotroneo. Dom, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, it's been a busy week because of the elections. A recap of what happened with some interesting insight on how it happened. Anthony Chergowski, a political scientist, with us after the break right here on WTMJ.
We opened our store in like July 31st of 93. And a year later in August of 94, we sold a lot of furniture that month. I'm like, wow, we make money at that level.
Ben and Arvid Huth, brothers and owners of Penny Mustard Furnishings.
Of course, we didn't have any employees yet, and so it was easy for us to make money at that level. And that is where it clicked to me that this is going to work. We can afford to hire an employee, and it's going to work. We can take it to the next level, which at that point was hiring one guy.
You said it was easy to make things work when it was just us two. Only from a profit and loss standpoint.
Yes.
But from a work standpoint, it was 7 days a week. We were doing deliveries on Sunday mornings sometimes. We were...
we didn't have any expenses.
Yeah. But we didn't have a life either.
No.
We had no life other than work.
See more at pennymustard.com.
But we were okay with that. That's a decision we made. You know, that's the path we went down. We were okay with that.
John Mercure here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation. It definitely shouldn't feel like a game. One of the things I appreciate about Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin is that they do it the right way, and part of that is straightforward pricing and honest conversations. They help homeowners find the right fit for their home. It's not inflated prices. It's not high-pressure sales tactics. I know because I'm also a customer. I've been through the process with Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Great team they've got there. Considerate, kind, and looking out for you. At the end of the day, they know a fair final price matters more than some flashy discount. Check them out. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, one trusted team handling everything from start to finish. The same company that manufactures your windows and doors is the one selling, installing, and servicing them with Pella certified installers every step of the way. That means confidence in the process, confidence in the product, confidence in one team standing behind the work from beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin is real pricing, premium quality, no games. It's Pella.
Hi, this is Bruce Nemovitz, Senior Real Estate Specialist and founder of Bruce's Team. We understand that moving from your longtime home can feel overwhelming. Ready for a smaller space, warmer climate, want to live closer to the grandkids, or you're just sick of the upkeep? From downsizing to preparing your home for sale, our team has guided over 3,000 families through the transition. Bruce's Team helps you every step of the way. Let us take you from overwhelmed to I can do this. Visit brucesteam.com today.
If you missed this,
So crazy. They were up by so much that Jackson Churio, who's a righty, came up to the dish and decided, you know what? I've never done this before. I'm going to try it from the other side.
Jackson Churio batting left-handed, smokes one out to center.
or this,
A little more than 300 people lined up to get a moment with The Miz for a special ball signing. Take a look at my ball.
Ooh, that's really, really
I
sweet.
know.
catch up on the Wisconsin's Afternoon News Podcast wherever you stream. Sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies.
Traffic is sponsored by the Wisconsin Assisted Living Association, supporting communities and residents through advocacy, education, and service. Where you live matters. Get the answers you and your family need about assisted living in Wisconsin. Start with clear, trusted guidance by visiting whereyouLiveMatters.org today.
3:45, traffic and then weather. Debbie Lazaga, how are the roads right now? All right, let's get to our WTMJ 5-day forecast. Maybe we'll get to Deb after I'm done with my 5-day. Mostly cloudy tonight, a low of 68. Calm wind. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a chance of showers to our south, a high of 78. Saturday, cloudy, warm and humid with showers and storms likely, a high of 80 degrees. Sunday, partly cloudy, warm and humid with a chance of thunderstorms, a high of 81. Monday, mostly sunny with a high of 75. Here at the State Fair, it is 72 degrees and cloudy.
Forecast sponsored by Infinity Exteriors, your local experts for roofing, siding, and window projects. Want to get you up to speed on how things happened on Tuesday. We now know what happened. David Crowley beat Francesca Hong, and he will face Tom Tiffany in the general election in November. It was a fascinating night. Speaking of fascinating, Anthony Chergowski is a fascinating guy. He's done eating the pepperoni pizza. He's got a little bit of sleep. He's with us this afternoon. Anthony, good to catch up with you.
I've still got some in the fridge, John, for later.
Were you up there all night? Were you up all night?
I was up until about 2:30, right when they got the correct results reported from Milwaukee County.
I saw Anthony on Spectrum. He spent more time on Spectrum than most of their anchors and reporters do on election night. It was impressive.
Did
you like
the
that?
whole place up?
Well, around midnight or 1 a.m., we were just trying to string complete sentences together at that point. That's election night in Wisconsin for you.
You've had a couple of days now to kind of digest this. What, in your estimation, happened? Almost everybody I spoke to, and nobody apparently knew anything, said, yeah, it's pretty much foregone conclusion that she's probably going to win, and that didn't happen. What happened? Why did this come together this way?
Of course, it's a long story, but I think the simple version of it is that a lot of voters remained undecided up until the very last minute. Now, that much we knew from the polls. We knew that even up until the very late stage of this campaign, there were a solid chunk of undecided voters. What we didn't know, John, is that those undecided voters would go almost entirely for one candidate. I've never seen anything like this. I've talked to other people who have been around Wisconsin politics longer than I have. They've never seen anything like it either. Where not only do you have such a huge share of voters waiting until the last minute to make their decision, but they almost all go towards the same candidate, in this case, David Crowley.
Senior White House correspondent Scott McFarland with ABC News told us yesterday on the midday news that he thought that the polls were wrong. We're dead wrong. Is that something that happened with Marquette's polls again?
I'm actually going to defend the polls here a bit, because if there are a lot of voters remaining undecided and they decide at the very last minute, the polls aren't going to pick that up. Polls are just a snapshot in time. They measure the state of the campaign at a particular moment. And polls can be off because voters wait until the last minute to make up their decision. Now, there were some methodological issues with the polls that I've seen, including not having a sample that directly reflected the actual voters who showed up to the polls. So there are some methodological issues if we want to put on our geeky pollster hats here. But big picture, Julia, I think we can defend the honor of the polls here by saying that it's not the polls' fault that so many people waited until the last minute to make up their mind.
You know voters better than I do, Anthony, but I've read a lot about it in the last decade, and it seems that older people are more reliable voters. They just are. Younger people sound enthusiastic, but then often don't vote. It seemed like there was a real enthusiasm from Francesca Hong when you talk to young people. Do we know whether they showed up to vote? Because the old people, it seemed like, did, and David Crowley was courting that vote.
Yeah, the election analysis does show, or analyses of voting data from this election do show that Hong did quite well among young voters. However, it wasn't enough to offset some real weaknesses she had, as you mentioned, John, among older voters. And you're spot on. Older voters are consistent. They show up election year every single time. You can bank on high voter turnout among older people. The nominee was to watch if she could get elevated young voter turnout in November. Now, we don't have that test this time because Hong is not the nominee. However, I think Democrats are still really going to want elevated voter turnout among young voters because young voters often fall out of the electorate in midterm elections. If they can get young people to show up, it would be really big for the party. Now, it remains to be seen if Crowley can do that as effectively as Hong might have been able to.
So I'm getting a lot of messages from our fans and our listeners. Here's just one example about what they thought about the election results that night. I really hope you guys address the 28,000 ballots that somehow were lost and reproduced in Milwaukee County. I kept hearing that over and over and over. Does that put a lot of questions into, credibility and what's been going on with the FBI, even investigating the city of Milwaukee and the mayor trying to say there's nothing here for the 2020 election, and then something like that happens? And it gets people to go to bed without knowing the results.
Yeah, it was inexcusable what happened, and that cannot happen. Now, we know because of the transparency that local officials offered, along with excellent on-the-ground reporting from journalists, that this was human error. It's inexcusable human error, but it's human error nonetheless. Now, Julia, I do think there is a conversation to be had about early processing of those absentee ballots, because we've been down this road so many times where we're staying up really late to wait for the vote report from Milwaukee. That takes a while because the absentee ballots have not been processed up until Election Day. And I know that the Republican legislature has been going back and forth about that, with the Assembly clearing a bill to allow for pre-processing of absentee ballots, but then it got hung up in the state Senate. I think that's a conversation worth reviving, because until that issue gets resolved, we're going to be back here every single election waiting for that late night / early voting report of the vote totals from Milwaukee.
And I hate that being the narrative, because it probably didn't affect the outcome here, but you're right. That just can't happen. I want to ask you a Republican question. I've spoken to a couple of Republicans that I really respect over the past couple of days, and they're trying to put their best face on and say that, Tom Tiffany's going to run his race and it doesn't matter who he's running against. But then one of them told me, of course we wish it was Hong. Is this a much harder lift for Tom Tiffany because he's running against David Crowley than against Francesca Hong?
Absolutely. And I know they're putting a brave face on it, John, and understandably so. They want to project confidence to their voters and their donors going into November. That being said, the playbook against Francesca Hong was painfully obvious. Dig through the records from her social media accounts and try to make her answer for those various social media posts. Try to do the Thanksgiving thing, but every day throughout the general election campaign. With Crowley, it's not as obvious of a playbook. They could try to portray him as having extreme positions, but that's going to be tough to do because Crowley, for weeks, has been portrayed as the moderate. He is moderate by comparison to Francesca Hong, and he begins the general election campaign with a real advantage, having that moderate image. Republicans can try to undercut that, but they'll have some work to do on that front. They may also try to go after him on his record as leader in Milwaukee County government, maybe going after him on his competence or trying to focus on his record there. It remains to be seen, though, what's going to stick against Crowley and what negative angles might work against him. We knew exactly how Republicans were going to run a general election campaign against Francesca Hong. It's not obvious to me where they're going to go with Crowley and how they're going to try to land those negative attacks against him in a way that resonates with voters.
And how will the Democrats go after Tiffany?
I think they're anxious to frame this as a referendum on Donald Trump. Now, it remains to be seen how Trump's approval ratings change between now and November. That's going to be really important to watch. But we know that Tom Tiffany is a deeply conservative member of Congress. We know he is a close ally of Trump. And so I think for Democrats, they're going to try to portray Tiffany as the moderate to Crowley as the moderate to Tiffany's extreme conservatism. At least I think that's the type of rhetoric they're going to use. They're going to try to portray Crowley as someone who is up against the MAGA agenda, is trying to block that from taking hold in Wisconsin state government. So framing this as a referendum on Trump, I think, is the ticket that Democrats are going to strive for.
He is the pepperoni pizza prognosticator from UW La Crosse, Anthony Chergowski. Anthony, thank you.
Thank you, John.
It is 3:56 at WTMJ.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
West Bend Company is expanding its Wisconsin manufacturing operation and adding 26 jobs. But executives say more than $4 million in tariffs on specialized equipment from Italy are raising the cost of that expansion. Milwaukee advertising firm Kramer Krasset is moving to a new office in the 3rd Ward, making way for plans to turn its current building into a hotel while keeping its 23 employees in the neighborhood. Kroger, the parent company of Pick and Save and Metro Market, saw customer traffic fall in July, dropping to 13th among 16 major grocery chains, according to an analysis by Jefferies, as the company works to win shoppers back. I'm Juan Lasso with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living is changing the way we take care of our loved ones, especially those that have Alzheimer's, dementia, cognitive decline. It's a special challenge, and Azura has special training for all of their staff. Those that will deal directly with your loved ones, those that will see them anecdotally. Everybody in the Azura facility, and there are many beautiful Azura facilities, has this specialized training. Locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. They will take great care of your mom, dad, grandma, grandpa. Wisconsin-based, family-owned. I love the feeling when I'm in one of their facilities. It's just right. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Summer always starts with good intentions.
Kids home from school, weekend trips, more time outside.
But somehow the house is in complete chaos by June.
That's why summer is the perfect time to get organized with Inspired Closets.
We create custom solutions for garages, pantries, laundry rooms, and more so your home works better for real life.
And when everything has a place, summer feels a whole lot less stressful.
Visit us today at InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Inspired Closets.
A wife and husband team.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. The best time to plan a funeral is when you don't have to. Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Every child deserves someone who won't give up on them. That's what LaCouse's treatment foster care program provides.
She just made me feel like I could breathe. At the end of the phone call, she said, "I love you." And I'm like, you don't even know me, but I felt like she did love me. It just let me know everything's gonna be okay. Like everything is gonna be okay.
One caring adult can change a child's life. Learn how you can become a foster parent with LaCousa at lacousa.org.
Sponsored by Accunet Mortgage.
Get your rock-solid pre-approval or a no-pressure refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
The Wisconsin State Fair is here. Catch WTMJ broadcasting live throughout the run of the fair at the Bank 59 Studios. Come by, say hi, and enjoy the fair with us. We are Wisconsin's radio station, live at the Wisconsin State Fair. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
I'm John Mercure. This is Wisconsin's Afternoon News from the Wisconsin State Fair. Your top story, a measles outbreak confirmed in southwest Wisconsin.
I'm Julia Fellow. Who will be the next White House press secretary?
I'm Debbie Lazaga. You got an accident southbound 894 right at the ramp from Beloit Road. The right shoulder is blocked, so that means we got backups coming in from Blue Mound Road all the way down to the Hale interchange. Those delays continue eastbound to about Forest Home. Northbound 41 backing up from Burleigh all the way to Silver Spring. Got about a 16-minute ride there, an extra 3 minutes onto your normal ride. We've also got some delays with a crash on the ramp from Highland to southbound 43. Backups from Capitol Drive, pretty solid all the way down through the Marquette interchange. Right now we're looking at 11 minutes to get from Brown Deer Road into downtown. That's going to be an extra 4. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, mostly cloudy, low of 68. Tomorrow, chance for rain mostly to the south, a high of 78. Saturday, good chance for rain and showers. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, more than a dozen measles cases have been confirmed in 2 southwest Wisconsin counties, as health officials warn more cases are likely to follow.
The current outbreak stems from 2 cases reported Tuesday in Iowa and Lafayette counties, though Dr. Ryan Westergaard with the Department of Health Services says no official initial exposure site has been determined yet.
It's very likely that additional cases exist in the community.
15 cases in total have been confirmed as of Thursday, nearly all among unvaccinated people. The outbreak comes the same week as President Trump's executive order separating the MMR vaccine into 3 separate shots.
The executive order does not square at all with our recommendations on how to prevent measles.
Interviews with those potentially exposed are expected to continue for weeks. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
The Marquette University student driving a car involved in a deadly crash will head to trial.
22-year-old Peter McColgan allegedly sped through a yellow light last September when the car was hit by Amandrea Brunner as she tried to make a left turn. He faces 2 felony charges of homicide for the deaths of Noah Snyder and Scott Michaud, who were killed in the crash. Brunner was acquitted of the same in June. McColgan is back in court on September 4th. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
The White House press secretary has announced she's leaving her post at the end of the month. News Nation White House correspondent Gabrielle Carciolo.
The youngest ever White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, is stepping away from the role at the end of August. President Trump writing on Truth Social, Caroline has been a real leader in the White House and has done a phenomenal job fighting for justice, liberty, and freedom. Sparring with reporters from behind the briefing room podium, she's become one of the most visible proponents of the MAGA movement. In a post of her own, she called the role the honor and adventure of a lifetime.
Trump has not indicated any potential replacements for the high-profile role.
2 people aboard an Apache military helicopter that crashed in central Texas yesterday have died. Here's the Bell County Sheriff, Cliff Coleman.
Fort Hood CID arrived on scene and confirmed that it was an Apache. Michael Tice, the Justice of Peace for Precinct 2 of Bell County, pronounced 2 decedents at 2:30.
The crash also sparked a brush fire. It led to evacuations and closed roads.
Coming up, the Packers play tonight.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 4:04.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Back to school season always seems to get everyone back on a schedule. So here's my question. When are you going to make yourself part of that routine? I'm Steve Scaffidi, and that's exactly what I did with Milwaukee Weight Loss. Honestly, I wish I would have started sooner. I'm feeling better. I've got more energy because it really, really works. Right now, if you enroll by August 31st, you'll save $200 on the complete Milwaukee Weight Loss program. Don't keep putting it off. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Schedule your free consultation today. Results may vary.
Hi, I'm Matt Dorner, CEO of Milwaukee Downtown Bid 21. Downtown Employee Appreciation Week is back August 17th through the 21st, with daily giveaways, office challenge games, and much more. It's all designed to boost your team's spirits. Learn how your company can participate at MilwaukeeDowntown.com.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit AnnexWealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all sports desk. After being swept by the Padres in San Diego, the beat-up Brewers are scheduled to begin a 4-game series against the Dodgers tonight in Los Angeles. Here's manager Pat Murphy.
If you've got the best record in baseball, you're going to go through times like this where things aren't very good and everything seems to go against you. It's in your head. Things are going against you. You got to just not feel sorry for yourself, and you got to just keep your head up and go.
Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:35, and Jordan Love's expected to start tonight as the Packers kick off the preseason against the Steelers.
The main thing is to, stay healthy, obviously. Avoid taking hits. If you get into a scramble situation, definitely not take any hits outside the pocket, anything like that. But really, it's just about being smart, trying to get the ball out of your hands, find those completions, put together a good drive.
Kickoff scheduled for 6 p.m.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 4:07.
Hi, this is Michelle Voskel, CPA and team member at the Neal Group, with over 40 years of experience saving businesses money. I want to speak to you small business owners and make a bold statement. I will bet you our team can put at least $25,000 in your pocket. Yes, you heard right. $25,000. We work closely with small businesses to help them use tax strategies, along with developing processes and procedures to make their business generate cash to keep in their pocket. Our team has saved clients thousands of dollars by using our knowledge and experience to develop strategies tailored to your business. Would you like to see if you can do it? Your only cost is 33 minutes of your time. That's right, just 33 minutes, and who knows how much you can pocket. Remember, you earned it, we help you keep it. Call us at 414-325-2040 and ask the $25,000 question. That's 414-325-2040. Or visit us at nealgroup.net. That's NEAL group.net.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air. Now broadcasting live inside the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here are your hosts, John Mercure and Julia Fellow.
All-American Rejects tonight with Joyce Manor, 7:30 on the Bank 59 main stage and in the Bank 59 amphitheater. 2 Hype Crew.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be a good night weather-wise, it sounds like.
Yeah.
One of the news stories you've been hearing a little bit about is that they're calling it a measles outbreak in southwest Wisconsin. WTMJ's Adam Roberts has been on this story, and he is with us. All right, Adam, bring us up to speed.
Absolutely, John and Julia. Yeah, this all developing in the last couple of days with a big uptick today, as you did hear in the top of the hour news. 13 new cases. These are all connected to 2 earlier cases reported on Tuesday in Iowa and Lafayette counties. So in far southwest, rural Wisconsin, west and south of Madison. 15 cases in total are being associated with this outbreak. Importantly, there are also 6 more probable cases, not officially confirmed yet by DHS, but they're considered probable. And in addition, Dr. Ryan Westergaard, who you heard a bit from in the news on the call DHS did earlier today, says it is an active local transmission situation, which means it's likely that more cases are still out in the community and have not yet been reported.
If the rapid emergence of these cases, particularly among people who have not traveled outside of Wisconsin, indicates that there is active local transmission. And it's very likely that additional cases exist in the community that have not yet been identified or reported to public health.
So we did press a bit, us in the media, on where this is being centralized in, and even if it's not, necessarily a crossroads or a specific address, is there a particular town or a city where this is centralized in? Didn't get any of that. So far, DHS says no public health exposure locations have been confirmed. We did also confirm no one has been hospitalized so far in these 15 cases, and that the majority of them are occurring in unvaccinated people. And the Department of Health Services is really trying to work quickly on a lot of these interviews they're conducting with people, John and Julia, because as we sit here on August 13th, in just a few weeks, most of Wisconsin's school districts are going to be back in session, and the Health Services Department really wants to clamp down on this before that point.
Now's the kind of the critical time, a couple of weeks before school starts, that we can really lean in and try to make sure that we contain the outbreak before it spreads further into the community.
So in Iowa County, one of the 2 where this is happening, roughly 81% of the county's 2-year-olds received 1 or more doses of that vaccine, the MMR, last year. Only about 60% did in Iowa County. Compare that with the state average of just under 80%. And that average in Wisconsin has trended down from just under 90% where it was about 13 years ago. And it's also pretty far below the national average of 91%. And as I mentioned, interviews with those potentially exposed, they're happening this week. DHS says that's going to likely be continuing for several weeks. And again, with those 6 probable cases and the active transmission, the number of 15 is likely to go likely to go up sooner rather than later.
Adam, how dangerous is it for Milwaukee County? Could it come to us?
It's definitely possible. I mean, when you check the vaccination rates really throughout all of southern Wisconsin, they're all around 80 to 81%, indicating there's a pretty sizable majority of people, or not majority, but a sizable amount of people who are not vaccinated or don't have the up-to-date dose amount. And because all of these cases, at least 22 out of 23 we've seen this year, are in those who are unvaccinated, it does indicate that until they can get a clamp on this, it could spread further. No confirmed cases right now outside of these two counties, Iowa and Lafayette, in this outbreak. However, we have seen other instances this year. We had the case at UW-Madison. We also had the airplane pilot who had measles at Milwaukee Mitchell International. So there have been spotty instances before, but this one appears to be much more concrete than either of those two.
WTMJ's Adam Roberts. Good update. Important stuff. Thanks, Adam.
Of course.
It is 4:13 at WTMJ.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show, live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow here for Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. I was dealing with horrible back pain. I couldn't even stand upright after I stood up for a long time. I thought of going to the urgent care actually in May. Then the next month in June, I went to Jens Family Chiropractic. I got soft wave tissue regeneration therapy and adjustments. Soft wave is a non-invasive treatment, helps your body repair itself naturally. It stimulates healing, blood flow, and activates your body's own repair cells to target pain at its source. So if you're dealing with pain like me, or knee pain, shoulder pain, that back pain, make sure you do this. Don't wait another day hoping it gets better on its own. I wish I would have done this sooner. For a limited time, your first soft wave treatment is just $57. An incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to doing the things you love. Appointments are filling quickly. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. jensfamilychiropractic.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. I hope you'll join me on Saturdays at 1 o'clock for Experience Wisconsin right here on WTMJ. We check in with cities, communities, groups, events across our great state. We're going to spin you around and give you information on some really cool things to do and introduce you to some really fun people. This week we are joined by Road America's John Everett and Hayward Lake's Mindy Simons. It's going to be a fun show. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 right here on 620 WTMJ. Traffic and weather, Debbie Lazaga. Good afternoon. How we doing?
Good afternoon, John. Yeah, looks like things are still getting a little bit busy. Southbound on 43, we have delays basically solid from Capitol Drive all the way down into the Marquette interchange from Brown Deer Road to downtown. We're looking at about an 11-minute ride. It's about an extra 4 onto your normal ride. Westbound 94 delays right through the Stadium interchange from 35th Street to Hawley Road. More backups from about Springdale Road to Highway 164. On the eastbound side, backing up a bit from Highway 16 towards Highway F, and then again from 76th Street to 35th. And we still have that accident on southbound 894 at Beloit Road. It is on the right shoulder, and that means we've got delays from the Zoo interchange pretty much all the way down to the Hale interchange. Right now from the Zoo to the Hale, you're looking at about a 6-minute ride, an extra 2 to 3 minutes onto your normal ride. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, cloudy, low of 68. Tomorrow, chance for showers south, a high of 78. Saturday, warm and humid. Storms likely, a high of 80. Sunday, warm, humid, chance for rain, a high of 81. Monday, mostly sunny, a high of 75 degrees. All right, listen to this story from the University of Michigan. So the University of Michigan has decided in some of their colleges they are not going to use letter grades for freshmen next fall. They say it's because freshman year is hard. It's tough. It's stressful. We need to protect the mental health of our 17 and 18-year-olds. We want them to start strong and not be uncomfortable. So they're not going to give grades. The classes are going to be pass or fail.
What?
It's only for the College of Literature, Science, and Arts. So if you're in like accounting or engineering, good luck. You don't get the same benefit. We don't care apparently about your mental health. It's only in this one college. They say we don't want a tough first semester to send students into a spiral. So we will not be issuing grades. We want to encourage students to try harder subjects without worrying as much about their grades. It's not just Michigan, by the way. MIT, the famous technology school on the East Coast, they've been doing this for many, many years. I think this is ridiculous. This is less incentive to excel. It basically encourages our young people to take a pass on the transcript. It doesn't matter what grade you get. If you just show up and you try hard, and as long as your little head is in the right space, then you're okay. How are we not giving grades to kids?
And you get no credit. No credit for that, just so you know. It's a no credit class. So mom and dad are paying for it. Sorry, but they are. And then they're just going just for fun for college? Is that what this is?
I just don't understand it. I just don't get it. And University of Michigan is a real school. And it's not an easy school to get into. Now, they cheat at football and basketball, but we can, I guess, look past that, especially if we're protecting the mental health of our little flowers.
Then you're not ready to go.
Yeah. Great point. Then maybe you're just not ready to go. So, nice job, University of Michigan. One more reason to not like Michigan. 4:18 at WTMJ. We'll be right back.
Earn now, spend later at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Now through August 26th, Rewards members earn $10 in Blaine's Bucks for every $100 spent in store. Redeemable just like cash September 3rd to the 16th. Right now, Rewards members save $100 on a Charbroil Performance 4-burner grill. Assorted rustic pantry spices, jams, and pickled vegetables are 15% off. Plus, Blaine's brand trail mixes also 15% off. Earn Blaine's Bucks now to spend later, just like cash. Only at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
Famous Fox and Hounds, the Up North Timbered Supper Club near Holy Hill. I absolutely love it. It's a special place. It's a beautiful place. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you can eat and one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. Pan-fried walleye, pecan-crusted salmon, spinach and cheese tortellini, the surf and turf, any entree, buy one, get one free. Desserts are also buy one, get one free. Relax with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, 120 wines in the rustic bar, and 8 unique dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds kind of cuddles the Kettle Moraine Forest near Holy Hill. The summer drive is a Wisconsin must-see. Escape from your kitchen with a free dinner at the Fox and Hounds, serving from 4 p.m. Dine early. Saturday, buy one prime rib dinner, get one free. I had the prime rib last week. It is fantastic. Enjoy Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. Visit foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. Call and reserve your free dinner.
All you have is one chance after an accident, one decision on who to call, one shot to get the help you need. Don't waste it on the one offer you get from your insurance company. Make the one call to Gruber Law Offices. It's the only one you'll need to make. Call us today. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
When you're buying a used car, you want to be in the driver's seat. So make a smart move by choosing a local Adam new car dealer. Adam dealers have a great selection of quality pre-owned cars, SUVs, and trucks to fit every budget, including many certified pre-owned vehicles. They offer top dollar for trade-ins, competitive financing, and expert service technicians for down the road. Start your pre-owned vehicle search by finding an Adam dealer at adam.com. That's ADAMM.com.
You might not think of Burkhart for corporate uniforms and other business apparel, but you should, because a lot of businesses do. And it's because most times we're cheaper than our competition on the same high-quality apparel choices that the other guys offer, plus Nike and Under Armour that the other guys can't get. So for businesses and corporations, if you want your employees to look great while representing your brand, and you want to get your apparel for less, you can't beat Burkhart, your business uniform specialists.
You can't beat Burkhart.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
We are excited to be joined in our State Fair studio by Starla Batsko. It's Starla's Seasonings in the Wisconsin building. They do pickles down there. It's incredible. You need to check it out. Starla, thank you so much for being with us.
Well, thank you, John. I appreciate you taking the time to have me on today.
Let's get to a little bit of sampling here as you tell us about your business. So what is this one that I'm trying right here?
So that is my brand new tikka masala. That one won the #1 dip and seasoning in Wisconsin and also the judge's choice.
Oh, my gosh.
Just super flavorful, great on
What is
chicken
that?
and
Curry in there? What?
It's a masala. So yeah, there's curry and there's mango. There's a little bit of chili pepper, but a fantastic blend of flavor.
Wow, this one says sour cream, but it feels like there's so much more ingredients.
There is. So that one is just mayonnaise and sour cream. You could do it with yogurt. You could blend cottage cheese smooth, ribs. Then I put a key lime pie in front of you there. That's a fruit dip. That one consistently wins #1 dip or #2 dip in Wisconsin.
Really?
But yesterday Tikka beat it out.
All right, my weakness is sweet, so I'm going to try this.
That's
Tell me what's in. Tell me what's in here.
So that one you don't even have to measure. It's a brick of cream cheese, a tub of Cool Whip, then it's a fruit dip, or you can put it into a graham cracker crust or an Oreo crust. It's a cheesecake, or add it into your eggs for your French toast, your pancakes. You can, add it into Rice Krispie treats.
So Starla, this is
unbelievable
so good.
wing. As crazy as it is, that one makes a great wing.
So really?
A key lime pie wing.
It looks like in my sour cream there's carrots and other things.
So that one's a Grandma's Garden.
Oh.
So that was the first flavor I came up with.
That's really good.
So it's got garlic, onions, carrots, peppers, and then a little bit of cumin. So that one is made with Westby sour cream and mayonnaise. And then this one is Westby cottage cheese blended smooth. This one took me 20 seconds to make.
All right, let me try that one.
They actually taste different, which is really wild. And there you get the increase
John,
of
you should
protein.
try this one.
So try them both.
Oh my gosh, I have them all. Okay, so
You
tell
got
me
a heck of a pile.
how'd you come up with this idea? Was this invented in your kitchen? How did you start doing this?
So my background is in nutrition, and I was an airbrusher for years, needed some hand surgery, and just couldn't airbrush anymore. So I was talking to my dad's college buddy, and he's like, why don't you do what you have your degree in? And he says, you love flavor, so Grandma's Garden was born.
I love that. How hard is it to start a small business and then grow it, make it work?
There's a lot of effort involved in it. The dedication to, to the task and, high organization.
Try that one, John.
Let's try pickles.
Oh, you want to try some pickles? Okay. So this is the garlic pickle. This one is like the best pickle in Wisconsin. So made with my glorious garlic seasoning with a refrigerator pickle.
Do you like fried pickles?
I do.
That is good.
Me too.
I do love fried pickles, but then I love dipping them in my dip.
My mom's screaming right now.
Yep.
She's yelling at the radio because I'm eating while I'm talking.
Oh, yeah, you know better. And this is my Bloody Mary pickle. This is my brand new one. So it's got tomato.
I'm not going to need
garlic,
dinner tonight, Starla.
No, I'll just keep feeding you.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me about this as I'm trying it.
So that one's made with my twisted tomato seasoning. Bloody Mary pickle, brand new one. I know.
Oh, that's fresh. That's a fresh crunch.
Where do you get the pickles?
I get them. I know an old guy that grows pickles here in Wisconsin. So, you got to try this one.
Oh, my God.
Wait, one more.
Oh, my gosh. You're going to kill me here.
This is my strawberry pickle. This is the most unique pickle that I do.
Okay.
And this one I make with my strawberry seasoning.
Okay, strawberry pickle. Here we go. That's not my favorite.
It's not, but it is unique.
It is unique.
If you want to make your own pickles, what's the big secret? What's the best part of it?
I like a refrigerator pickle because they're crunchy. I'm not big. I make canned pickles, but the refrigerator ones, you're going to have the crunch. Nothing worse than a flimsy pickle.
Oh, the worst.
You don't want a limp pickle.
No,
your mic's off.
That's bad.
A limp pickle's a bad pickle.
It's a bad thing.
Off.
Limp pickle's a bad pickle, right?
It's a bad pickle. You want a nice, crispy pickle, and that's a refrigerator.
You want a firm pickle, that's for sure.
All
right.
Okay,
tell us where you are. You're in the Wisconsin building. Tell folks where you are. How do we find you?
So just come down to the Wisconsin building. We're there every day from 10 to 10, except for the last day, 10 to 9.
How's business been?
We have a lot of faithful customers because we're local.
I love that.
You know, I'm out of Belgium, Wisconsin, so a lot of friends, family, you know, a lot of regular customers come and see us. So,
all right, quickly, what's the website? If people want to sample this incredible pickles, the dips, which are really easy to make, what's the website?
So my website is starlessseasonings.com, and the pickles are delicious pickles, but you can't buy those online because it's a refrigerated pickle.
I love it. It's such good stuff. All right, so check them out online or in the Wisconsin building. Just head down the street here. Try the strawberry pickle. I'll guarantee it's like nothing you've ever had in your life.
Amen to that.
Starla, thank you so much. It's fun to get to know you.
Thank you.
All right, it is 4:27 at WTMJ. I'm John Mercure here with the president of Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, Jill Kreider. Jill, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Thank you for having me.
When people ask you what makes Azura so special, what do you tell them?
For us, it's really all about the culture. So we work really hard to create an environment for our residents and our team members to enjoy work. And it's such a hard line of work for our team members, and it's such a need in the communities that we just want to make sure that we're providing the best possible care for our residents through their journey and their final stage in their journey.
And I feel that when I'm in there. I feel that commitment. I feel that culture. And the state has actually gotten involved with making sure that the specialized training, which has always been in effect at Azura, is now the standard, right?
Yes. At Azura, we provide over 120 hours of dementia-specific training the first year of someone working with us. So we've really invested in hiring people to do that training, do the research on what is dementia, training our caregivers and all of our team members, even the chefs and the housekeepers. They're getting that specialized training on how to interact with our residents, how to handle different situations.
The household model is so special at Azura. Can you tell us briefly about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have really focused on creating environments for our residents and families for it to look and feel like they're at home. Most people don't ever want to move out of their home. And so we've created an environment within our communities where it is a household. So a 20-bed household, there's a living room, a residential kitchen, dining room, and their suites or apartments are truly their bedroom.
For more information, check out AzuraLiving.com. Wisconsin-based, family-owned, kindness at the core. Jill Kreider is the president of Azura. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Hurt at work? Call Tayback for the payback. An injury at work may leave you eligible for compensation benefits, including lost wages, coverage of medical bills, or a cash settlement. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit DWStrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It's 4:30. I'm John Mercure. Your top story: a man accused of killing a healthcare CEO may plead guilty.
I'm Julia Fellow. Wisconsin joins states suing the federal government.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, northbound 94, right about at the ramp from Drexel. Looks like we got the right lane blocked with a crash, so keep that in mind. Starting to slow things down through that area. Southbound 43 is going to be slowing just south of Capitol Drive all the way down through the Marquette to the KK River crossing. Northbound 41, backups from Burleigh all the way to Silver Spring. Right now, that is a 17-minute ride to get from the Zoo to Highway Q, so we're looking at an extra 4 minutes onto your normal ride. Eastbound 94, backing up from 76th Street through to 35th. Westbound from 27th to Holly Road. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly cloudy and muggy tonight. Low of 78, excuse me. Tonight, mostly cloudy, a low of 68.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Luigi Mangione is expected to announce a guilty plea tomorrow in the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. ABC News' Brian Buckmeyer.
The note that we're getting is that a guilty plea will be announced.
That's not how anyone I know talks about guilty pleas in the criminal justice system. Either a guilty plea is taken or not. And I fall back on, I think this is a last-ditch effort by the defense to ask for an open plea from the judge based on the language that we see here. But if a guilty plea is taken, I think the overall hope is that if you can finalize the federal case, then you can revitalize the argument for double jeopardy with the state case. But even there, I think that's a losing argument.
Mangione could still decide against pleading guilty. Federal law enforcement and military units are teaming up to slow down the Juarez cartel, a notorious organization known for smuggling heroin, cocaine, and marijuana across the border. U.S. Border Patrol Chief Jesse Munoz.
If you are a member of a terrorist organization, or if you have provided material support to terrorists, including those under the recently designated foreign terrorist organizations, you will face severe legal and immigration consequences.
The cartel is one of Mexico's oldest drug trafficking organizations and has controlled a key crossing point south of El Paso.
Wisconsin is joining 21 other states suing the Trump administration over changes to the Affordable Care Act marketplace rules. States say the changes could make coverage more expensive. The rule would add income and eligibility requirements. The Trump administration says the changes will prevent improper enrollment.
The Milwaukee Bucks 2026-27 full season schedule is out.
The Milwaukee Bucks will open their first season without Giannis Antetokounmpo in more than a decade on October 21st at the Washington Wizards. The home opener is October 23rd against the I-94 rival Chicago Bulls. Bucks have 16 weekend games scheduled at Pfizer Forum, including 7 Fridays, 4 Saturdays, and 5 Sundays. 2 of Milwaukee's matchups against the Miami Heat and Giannis will be nationally televised, one in November and the other in January. Milwaukee also returns to full season over-the-air television for the first time in 31 years, with non-national games airing on My24 and statewide affiliates. Nasir Spencer, WTMJ News.
The governor's Blue Ribbon Livestock Auction raised more than $400,000.
The event brought together buyers, businesses, and agricultural organizations to support young people involved in agriculture. The Blue Ribbon Sale of Champions Foundation also awarded $57,000 in scholarships and launched a new Youth Impact Grant program, providing another $22,500 in support. The Grand Champion steer sold for more than $30,000. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Artists from all over Wisconsin converging on the state fair to find their work a permanent new home.
A new sculpture paying tribute to Wisconsin wildlife joins the growing list of wood carvings throughout the grounds.
There's the eagle, there's the owl, the Wisconsin dells, and the outcroppings. We have the carving across from the Bud Pavilion. We have the bears at the fair.
Director of Park Beautification Jill Albanese tells WTMJ that most of the wood carvings have literal roots at State Fair Park.
Anytime a tree has to come down, we like to either make it art or make a bench out of it and really repurpose it and give people seating and anything they need.
At the Wisconsin State Fair, Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Grouper Law Offices. One call, that's all sports desk. Football tonight. The Packers begin the preseason in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. Not likely that Aaron Rodgers will suit up and play against us. Jordan Love is expected to start. Head coach Matt LaFleur on what he's looking for.
You're looking at everything, how they compete, how they're able to process in the moment. There's nothing like it. You know, the pressure of just, it's a game. So you're looking at everything.
Kickoff is at 6 o'clock tonight, and the Brewers begin a 4-game series against the Dodgers tonight in Los Angeles. Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:35 right here on WTMJ.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time, 4:35. We're sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies. Your life, your goals.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Leading a nonprofit takes more than heart. It takes the right leader with the skills, experience, and passion to move your mission forward. Vince Vitrano here for Spano Pratt. They focus exclusively on nonprofit executive searches, from discovering high-caliber candidates to rigorous assessment and selection to engaging and aligning your board of directors throughout the process. Spano Pratt doesn't just fill roles. They help you find leaders who truly align with your purpose and mission. SpanoPratt.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
You're simply the best.
She is the best. She's our travel secretary, Ann Sayers. We love catching up with her. Ann, thank you so much for carving out some time for us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh, a topic that we all love. We've talked to you about in the past. It's outdoor dining. My goodness, this is a special part of Wisconsin summers, isn't it?
You know I am so good at this. I am my best self if I'm eating on a patio or a rooftop. So yeah, let's get into it.
And I love eating along the water sides.
Yes. Well, one place to check out then is Manitowoc. You can enjoy sunny skies, lakeside breezes, and an alfresco dining trip up to Manitowoc, starting with The Wharf. This is a waterfront bar, restaurant, live music venue. They have a sprawling outdoor patio and a retractable roof, so you can just settle in, enjoy a pub-style dish, and then pair your meal with one of the Wharf's frozen drinks. So you're going to absolutely feel like you are on vacation, and stick around in the evening for live music on most weekend days. And I have to say, I once stumbled upon a Van Halen cover band at the Wharf. My husband was so happy. They were great.
That's fantastic.
We were there for the entire thing. It was awesome. Okay, so while you're in Manitowoc, you can make the trip to see the historic SS Badger. That car ferry is running a shoreline cruise Saturday, August 15th. It's the last one for the season. You're going to ride up and down the Wisconsin coast for 2 hours on the coal-fired ferry boat. You'll catch incredible views from the deck of a ship that is actually an official National Historic Landmark.
That's really cool. And let's head to Wausau. When I think of Wausau, I think of maybe a little bit of skiing, kind of the entry into the Northwoods, but they also really have outdoor dining figured out in Wausau.
Yeah, I love this. The Velveteen Plum. It's a modern dining experience with unbeatable views in Wausau. It's a rooftop restaurant, and its outdoor patio overlooks Rib Mountain. So, of course, Rib Mountain, that's the geological oddity that's rising 700 feet kind of out of nowhere that towers over the Wausau community. Velveteen Plum's atmosphere is casual. The menu's elevated. They have creative fusions of flavors that are going to put a unique spin on every plate. And you're going to enjoy combinations like pork marinated in smoky mezcal barbecue sauce, adobo-flavored fries, and rustic bread topped with chimichurri sauce.
Wow.
I know.
That's
Sounds
fancy.
really good. Yeah. And you can keep the outdoor adventure going by visiting Monk Botanical Gardens. This is a space of nearly 30 acres. It's like an oasis. You stroll the grounds of designed gardens, perfect for meditation, or great if you have kids, you know, a nature-inspired playground. And then extend your stay in the Wausau area by booking a room at Banter Grand Hotel. This property is freshly renovated hotel. It's a short drive from Granite Peak, Rib Mountain, and 9 Mile County Park. Recently finished upgrades maintain a Northwoods aesthetic, but with all new contemporary interiors and an alpine lake escape.
Wow, that's wonderful. There's also music and lawn games in Eau Claire, Anne.
Eau Claire is so good at this. So if you head up there, check out the Lakely. They want their guests, whether they're locals or travelers, to just feel at home on their courtyard patio. You can expect a menu of chef-driven Midwestern comfort food, handcrafted cocktails that are best enjoyed in the outdoors. You can actually settle in around one of the picnic tables or by their fire pits, and then challenge your friends and family at the Cube Pitch, a space dedicated to the Swedish yard game that's a cult favorite up there in Eau Claire. And if you're looking for a place to overnight, you gotta look at the Oxbow Hotel. The Lakely is located actually within the hotel, co-owned by Boney Bear founder Justin Vernon. Each room is lined by locally crafted furniture and record players with albums available to check out at the front desk. That part is so fun when you get to go through and pick out what you're bringing up to the room. And then foodies will want to experience one more outdoor dining experience worthy of extending the trip, because in nearby Mondovi, Together Farms operates an incredibly popular burger night into early October. The farm crafts specialty burgers from grass-fed beef and sources ingredients and sides from local suppliers for a true farm-to-table experience.
So, Ann, speaking of outdoor dining, we went to a place recently, and the sign as we walked in said Yacht Rock Night, and I was like, Yacht Rock, really? Which I kind of like, but it was so fun. It was really, really fun to have the Yacht Rock on in the background. Outdoor dining for you, what kind of music is your favorite? If you could line up the playlist, what's it going to be?
I mean, if I saw the Yacht Rock sign, I would be very in. I was very in on the Van Halen cover band.
Yes.
I like it all, like singer-songwriter kind of stuff, or just you name it.
I love it. It's so easy. Outdoor dining in Wisconsin, incredible. If you want more information, suggestions, all of that stuff, the website is travelwisconsin.com. It's interactive. It's fun. It's a great website. Ann Sayers is the travel secretary. Ann, thank you so much for making time for us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, you got it. Hey, coming up next, this is pretty cool stuff. Do Good with Food is 50 restaurants raising money for Children's Hospital of Wisconsin. It started with children saving the owner of the Calderon Club's daughter's life. It's an amazing story, and this year it's bigger than ever. We've got the details up next on WTMJ.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing, too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory is arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy. And helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. Annex knows how important it is to work with an advisor who understands the community you live in. Annex Wealth Management is local, independent, and committed to Southeast Wisconsin. Their investment, retirement, tax, and estate planning teams are based right here. I'm a customer of Annex, and I'm proud that they're helping us be in the position to do what we want to do later on in life. My advisor, Mike, is absolutely fantastic, and he gets us and he understands it, and that's what you get at Annex. An advisor who's a fiduciary, placing your interests ahead of their own. Do your advisors have the same local tax knowledge when strategy and timing can be critical? They do at Annex. Are they able to guide you in organizing an estate plan that honors your wishes? They do that at Annex, and I've worked with those teams as well. Check out Annex Wealth Management. Join Annex in person for the 7 tax moves to consider before December. That's on Thursday, August 27th at Ember Social in Grafton at 6. It is free, but you must RSVP. Check out events at annexwealth.com.
It's WTMJ's Debbie Loziga. Nobody likes backups, not on I-94 and definitely not in your own backyard. That's why I'm so glad we called Comfort Awnings. Now our outdoors time isn't delayed by rain or the scorching afternoon sun. One touch of a button gives us instant shade and shelter while also protecting us from harmful UV rays. So instead of heading inside when it gets too hot or starts to rain, we can enjoy the patio for longer. Don't let any more of the summer pass you by. Right now, get $200 off any awning or screen. Call 414-Awnings or visit comfortawnings.com.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on August 18th.
Churio sends it deep to left, and there she goes.
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the Seattle Mariners.
Yelich launches one deep right center field. Forget about it. Oh my goodness, third deck.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Delta Dental of Wisconsin. Tune in August 18th at 6:40 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game.
445 traffic and then weather. Debbie Loziga, how are the roads?
Well, looks like we've got more issues out on the road. We've got a crash on westbound 94 just past 70th Street. It is on the left shoulder, so watch out for that. Delays also from 27th Street to Hawley Road. On the eastbound side, backing up from 84th Street through to about 35th. In Waukesha County, we've got westbound delays starting right at the county line, on and off the brakes all the way to Calhoun. And again, from Barker Road to Springdale. Eastbound, that's actually looking okay at the moment. Southbound on 43, 3. Watch for the delays from Capitol Drive down through the Marquette all the way to the KK River. On the northbound side, we got delays coming up and over the high-rise bridge all the way to Locust. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Tonight, cloudy, a low of 69 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy with a high of 78. Saturday, a chance of rain and hail with
State Fair's a funny place.
with a high of 78. I'm sorry. Thunderstorms continue, the high of 78. Monday, clearing up to partly cloudy skies, the high of 74. Right now, Milwaukee, it's cloudy and 72 degrees.
Do Good with Food is a really cool thing that's become quite a tradition here. It's a fundraiser for Children's Wisconsin. Had the chance earlier today to talk to Gino Fazzari, the owner of the Calderon Club, who's behind this, and Maddie Wynn of Children's Wisconsin. Here's that conversation.
Okay, Gino, I want to start with you because this all comes about because of an incredible, terrifying, and then ultimately really good experience you had with Children's of Wisconsin with your daughter, Viviana. Tell us briefly what happened.
Yeah, so about 13 years ago, my daughter Viviana was born, and when we brought her home, from the hospital, basically she was healthy, no problems at all. After one day being home, she started to have difficulty breathing, and she started to have some issues where her color was changing, and we, contacted the hospital, the birthing hospital, and they said no, everything was fine. Wouldn't have let her go home if she wasn't healthy, and she's healthy. The next day, we ended up taking her to the emergency department at Children's Hospital because she had turned significantly gray and was kind of laboring to breathe. So we showed up there. What we didn't know is that the minute we pulled up, she had stopped breathing and no heartbeat. So we got into the emergency department, and I had dropped off my wife Leanne with Viviana in the car seat. Parked the truck, took the rest of the kids, went inside. I didn't see anybody. All of a sudden, the doors opened, and I could see that there was a kind of an alarm sounding. They took the kids, rushed them off, and took me back there. And I saw my daughter was blue at this point, and they were working on her, trying to resuscitate her. And I can't explain to you the emotion that you're going through because we had just brought her home, and here's a brand new baby, healthy, and brought her home, and she was fine. And now, 2 days later, she's on the table there in the emergency department, not breathing, blue, and they're trying to bring her back to life. So they did. They actually brought her back, and she spent the next almost 30 days in the NICU there. What happened was she had a very rare condition. So they brought her back and worked on her and tried to figure out what was going on. When she started taking breast milk on, that was spilling into her chest cavity. And so what was happening is one of her lungs had collapsed and shifted her heart over, and so she was slowly suffocating, and nobody realized that. So she had this fluid built up in her chest cavity that was not allowing her lungs to expand. They diagnosed the problem, and it was an unbelievable situation to watch them work on her. In fact, what they said was not too many children go without oxygen for more than 2 minutes and without a heartbeat and recover from it. But they were going to do everything they could. And they did. And I always say that, God worked a miracle, but he used Children's Wisconsin to provide that miracle. And thank God that we did bring her there because they have a, Class A or Class 1 trauma unit, and they had the emergency department team and the trauma team working on her. I mean, there were 11 or 12 people working on her. It was something unbelievable. It was something I'm forever grateful for.
There's no doubt Children's Wisconsin saved your daughter's life, and you decided to pay it forward. Do Good with Food is bigger than ever this year. Before we get to Maddie to talk about a specific program, tell me about Do Good with Food and why it's important that you do this.
So Do Good with Food started a little over 7 years ago, and it was my wife Leanne's idea. We were bringing food to the emergency department annually during Christmas time to feed the staff and sort of say thank you, and the kids were writing Christmas cards and thanking them for saving Viviana's life. And I said to Leanne, how do you thank somebody for saving your child's life properly? I mean, we're doing this, bringing food back every year. I said, there's got to be something more to do. And she came up with Do Good with Food. It's basically, we pick a day out every year in August, the last week in August, a weekday, right around Vivi's birthday. And we donate 100% of our proceeds at both restaurants, Calderon Club and San Giorgio, to Children's Wisconsin. And it started out with 3 restaurants, our restaurants, and then we had Water Street Brewery Group and a couple other restaurants. So we started out with less than 5 restaurants. Wow. Now it's up to 55 restaurants.
It's absolutely amazing. I'm going to give you detail on the date and all that and how you can help make a difference in a minute. But it's more than just the emergency room. It's the partners in the programs. The Nourishing Partners program is such an elite program. Maddie, tell us about the Nourishing Partners program.
The Nourishing Partners program, kind of around the same time, 7-8 years ago, we started to recognize that patients in our emergency department were struggling with more than just medical needs, and that families in their own way would kind of share struggles at home, struggles with transportation, struggles with, medical bills. Life is hard, life is expensive, and on top of all of just the regular bills and stuff that comes across your plate on a day-to-day basis, if you have to visit the emergency room, that's generally an unplanned, unwelcome visit. So we decided as staff in the emergency department to see if we could identify families who were food insecure, struggling to feed themselves and their children, and see if we could do something about it. And we started screening, we started collecting the data, and we started providing some gift cards and things to help families eat in the immediate moment, and started setting up follow-up and kind of that closed loop support for families. But all of that takes money, and all of that takes investment and time. And so we were struggling to kind of figure out, how do we continue to sustain this program? There were grants, there were, people that would donate. But around the same time, we started to hear about Gino and his wife's, desire to give back. And so this partnership was really beautiful. And in the last 7-8 years, we've continued to partner, and some of the money that's raised on the Do Good with Food Day goes directly to our program that feeds families who are struggling feeding their children at home who visit the emergency department.
So food is a pathway to happiness and tradition and celebration for a lot of families. Food insecurity can also be a pathway and an indicator to broader problems or issues or challenges for kids. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So food, like you said, is kind of an easy way to have a conversation about your home environment. Just brings so many people together. So when you talk about food, if you start to hear that families are struggling with food, and you start to talk more about other needs like transportation and housing, finances, it's rarely just food. It really is a good screen to better understand that larger environment that the child is in, and understand that this family in this household is struggling. But it's a very non-confrontational way to have that conversation, and really can build a relationship between a medical provider and a patient in the emergency room when you say, let's talk about this, but also let me feed you. It really brings down the stress. It brings us together, and it really shows that Children's Wisconsin cares more about just why your foot is hurting or why you're coughing or not breathing, in Gino's daughter's, Viviana's case.
I love this. The Children's Wisconsin Nourishing Partners program addresses food insecurity in a holistic way. It improves children's health on so many different planes. So this year, 55 restaurants donate a portion of their sales on August 27th to Children's Wisconsin Nourishing Partners, other programs that help support Children's Wisconsin. Gino, this is an incredible tribute to you and your family and your vision, and to the work that Children's does, that it's 55 of your friends, competitors. How does that make you feel? It's 55 different restaurants.
Yeah, John, it's extremely humbling, and to know, especially now, how tight margins are in restaurants, and the fact that we have restaurant operators that are committing a portion of their proceeds to help Children's Wisconsin is amazing. Because today, with the cost of everything, not only food but labor and everything else, it's a big ask. And the fact that Children's has such an impact not only in our community and the state but nationwide. John, when Leanne and I were at the NICU there at Children's for nearly a month, I cannot tell you how many families that we saw there, from different places, not only Wisconsin but different countries as well. We were absolutely just blown away by the kind of care, the specialists there. I mean, it's the number one, NICU in the country.
Yeah, best in the world.
Yeah, and so it's God's providence brought us there to handle Vivi's case, because I don't know how many other hospitals would have been equipped to handle that situation, especially showing up at their door, with a 5-day-old baby coding with no heads up, no warning. No, those situations usually show up at the hospital, either in an ambulance or in a helicopter or something. You have first responders working, on the patient, and this was something just off the street. To see how they responded was incredible. And John, they do that every single day.
That is Gino Fazzari, the owner of the Calderon Club, with that amazing story. Maddie Wynn, Children's Wisconsin. So once again, if you want information, it is August 27th is the fundraiser. For a list of the restaurants, childrenswi.org. Go to childrenswi.org. You get all the information there. It's a great thing, and Children's is a great place. So we thank Gino for sharing his story with us. It is 4:56 at WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation, and it definitely shouldn't feel like a game. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin believes in straightforward pricing, honest conversations, and helping homeowners find the right fit for their home. Because a fair final price matters more than some flashy discount. Pella never inflates pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. And when you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, one trusted team handles everything from start to finish. The same company that manufactures your windows and doors is also the one selling, installing, and servicing them with Pella certified installers every step of the way. That means confidence in the process, confidence in the product, and one team standing behind the work from beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano talking with Dr. Mike Nolte at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Doc, a lot of people are hesitant to visit a surgeon for spine care.
The good news is that the vast majority of patients that I see and the majority of conditions that I can see can be successfully treated without surgery. And I don't want patients to think that just because you're seeing a spine surgeon means that you're going to be signing up for surgery. We talk about in my clinic kind of a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C.
Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. orthowisconsin.com.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Hildebrand of Hildebrand Law Firm. Since 2001, we've proudly helped Milwaukee families and business owners protect what matters most. We combine the experience of a larger law firm with the personal attention you deserve. We take the time to listen, explain your options, and create a plan that's right for you. When the stakes are high, you need trusted legal advocates who will stand by your side every step of the way. Protect your family, your legacy, and your peace of mind. Visit hildebrandlawfirm.net to schedule a consultation today.
Buy one pizza today, get a second pizza free at the amazing Mineshaft restaurant in Hartford and in Oshkosh. Don't cook, don't even think about it. You don't need to clean up either. Call, order, and pick up shortly, or just walk in for your free Thursday pizza, mineshaft.restaurant.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Mission 94 Firearms Education Center, centered in safety, anchored in history, designed for discovery.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Learn the right way to handle firearms. Just Google Mission 94.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps! And he made the catch! Banging up against the wall!
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center. It's back and gone!
A Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm John Mercure. This is Wisconsin's Afternoon News from the Wisconsin State Fair. Your top story, a measles outbreak confirmed in southwest Wisconsin.
I'm Julia Fellow. A tragic shooting in Milwaukee this morning.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, and on westbound 894, right about at 84th Street, we have the right shoulder blocked with a crash. So that's going to be slow through that area, but it stays slow all the way through the Hale interchange, swinging northbound onto 894, all because of those two right lanes blocked just before Beloit Road with that pavement buckling. Southbound on 894, backing up from the zoo all the way around the Hale interchange to Forest Home. We've got an accident on southbound 43 right at Highland. This is off on the right shoulder, so watch out for that, and backups starting from Keefe down through the Marquette to about Chase. And then an accident on westbound 94 just past the 70th Street ramp. The left shoulder is blocked there. So we got delays basically from 35th Street to Hawley Road, and then right at that accident scene, eastbound slowing from 84th Street to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Tonight, cloudy, low of 68. Tomorrow, chance for rain south, a high of 78. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a measles outbreak is ongoing in southwest Wisconsin, with more than a dozen new cases reported this morning.
13 newly identified cases brings the total confirmations of measles in Iowa and Lafayette counties this week to 15, with 6 additional probable cases. Dr. Ryan Westergaard with the Department of Health Services says no public exposure sites have been determined yet, and more cases are likely to be confirmed.
The rapid emergence of these cases indicates that there is active local transmission.
Nearly all Wisconsin measles cases this year have occurred in people who are unvaccinated against the disease. Interviews with those who have been potentially exposed are ongoing. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
A teenager was killed after a drive-by shooting this morning on Milwaukee's north side. The 16-year-old was found dead when police arrived at 40th and Clark. No one is in custody.
Iran is being pressured by more than 24 European nations to stop executions of protesters. News Nation's Robert Sherman.
Some exclusive reporting coming out of Iran from our own News Nation colleague Diana Falzone, indicating that the Iranian regime has threatened citizens with the death penalty to stay quiet about the rising number of executions that have been taking place relating to those protests that we saw earlier this year, largely involving protesters when it comes to those executions. This week, we've heard from more than 30 countries demanding Iran stop their use of the death penalty and allow the people inside of Iran to speak, to assemble, to protest, and decide their own future.
The countries urged Tehran to respond to Iranians who have demanded political change following months of unrest and some of the largest protests held against the Islamic Republic.
New findings in an investigation on a passenger who was partially sucked out of a broken window on a Boeing 737 over Greece. Fellow passengers had to pull the man back in. Here's ABC's Alex Stone with the new details.
When the Boeing 737 took off, passengers and crew reported abnormal engine vibrations that got worse over 9 minutes before what was described by some on board as an explosion. When a window was shattered, the plane depressurized and a man was partially sucked out before being pulled back in. The NTSB saying it found multiple fan blades broke and punctured the plane. The blade showed signs of metal fatigue even though they had been inspected in May. The NTSB says it is aware of other fan blade issues on 737s and is looking to see if there's a connection. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Coming up, Brewers Dodgers tonight.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 5:04.
I'm very familiar with Gruber Law Offices because they're always out in the community.
Gruber Law Offices are known to be honest, hardworking.
They're always involved in our neighborhoods.
Gruber Law Offices make our community a better place.
They are the best. For nearly 40 years, Gruber Law Offices has helped people throughout Wisconsin. If you're injured, we're here to help. One call, that's all.
Wisconsin would not be the same without Gruber Law Offices.
When you run a team, you want great uniforms, and you know selling spiritware is vital. That's why Burkhart Sporting Goods will create a free custom website for you to sell your families and players the coolest spiritwear from Nike and Under Armour, as well as the basics, while helping you fundraise at the same time. We take the hassle out of coordinating your team's apparel and make shopping and buying easy. So when you need awesome spirit wear and uniforms for your organization, you can't beat Burkhardt.
You can't beat Burkhardt.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Hey, reminder, it is summer storm season, and weather damage can be a real issue at the house. So if you think you've got a problem, remember, Tri-County Contracting gives free estimates on any potential wind or hail damage. And here's the best part, they can always work directly with your insurance. It's Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. Love your home again, even during the storm season, with Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
This summer, escape to Lakelon Resort, where lake life meets resort luxury. Nestled along the shores of beautiful Delavan Lake, Lakelon is the perfect destination for a weekend getaway, family vacation, or even a few days to simply unplug and recharge. Enjoy boating and water sports, lakeside golf at Majestic Oaks, relaxing spa treatments, exceptional dining, and breathtaking sunsets along 2 miles of shoreline. Whether you're looking for adventure on the water or a quiet lakeside retreat, the perfect Wisconsin summer is waiting at Lakelon Resort. Visit lakelonresort.com to book your stay today.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all sports desk. After being swept by the Padres in San Diego, the Brewers are in L.A. tonight to take on the Dodgers. And guess what? It's the first of a 4-game series in L.A. Coverage begins at 8:35 tonight on WTMJ. And Jordan Love's expected to start tonight as the Packers kick off the preseason against the Steelers in Pittsburgh. Plus, after 18 seasons in the NBA, point guard Russell Westbrook, announces his retirement.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 5:07.
We're sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies. Your life, your goals. Visit dwstrategies.com.
Hey, it's WTMJ. Steve Scaffidi. We had so much fun in Mexico last February. My wife, Kathy Rosegray, and I are going back again, and we want you to join us. This February, we're experiencing the Sea of Cortez, staying at the exceptional Dreams Los Cabos Suites Golf Resort and Spa, a resort that captures all the beauty and elegance of colonial Mexico with unlimited luxury. Everything is included. Best-in-class service, gourmet restaurants, top-shelf drinks, and endless activities. We fly nonstop from Milwaukee and spend 7 nights at this world-class resort. Off-property, you can enjoy championship golf, whale-watching excursions, I'm going to go on that, or a visit to San Jose del Cabo. Once again, we've teamed up with Fox World Travel's Rosegray to join us, Steve and Kathy, and a bunch of listeners just like us, and handpick a destination and resort we know you'll love. Last year's Mexico trip sold out quickly. This one will too. Don't miss it. Call Fox World Travel at 866-GO-FOX-GO. That's 866-GO-FOX-GO right now. Come with us. Secure your spot today.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air. Now broadcasting live inside the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here are your hosts, John Mercure and Julia Fellow.
People still trying to sort out what happened on Tuesday. Charles Benson, one of the best in the business, helps us break it down. He's with us coming up at 5:15. But first,
this is the 5 o'clock focus on Wisconsin's afternoon news.
let's focus on people watching at the State Fair. We have a really cool vantage point here where we get to check it out. And one of the things we noticed was a lot of T-shirts going around. I wanted to get a closer look at what people are sporting. All right, let's see what we got this year. Heading out to look for some T-shirts. What do we got? What do we got? How does it compare to last year? Is it nastier? Is it fun like it was a few years ago? Let's see what people are wearing. What does your T-shirt say?
You, people.
Kind of how you're feeling?
Check it out.
I think that dude legitimately did not like people, period. Did not. Let's see what else. Read me your T-shirt.
Well, I work harder than an ugly stripper.
What?
I work very hard.
Bro, what are you talking about, man? Lots of Brewers stuff, but I've never seen one quite like this one. Interesting. Read me what's on your T-shirt.
County Stadium. Remember that place?
That's vintage.
That's vintage.
Flashback.
Yeah. It is. It goes back a while.
Yeah.
I spent many a time there.
Go Brewers.
Keep them rolling. That's right.
Tell me what's on your T-shirt. I'm asking people to read me.
Brewers. Roll out the barrel.
Let's go. Tell me what your shirt says.
Okay.
For all it's worth.
Right.
Is that life? Is that the fair? What does that mean?
You got me on that one.
Never had that happen before. How do you ask a guy about his shirt when he doesn't even know what it means? All right, let's keep moving. What does your T-shirt say?
Yeah, life is better with my voice.
Is it?
It is.
Fantastic. Is this one of your boys?
It is.
Have fun at the fair. That one's pretty classic. I couldn't catch up with the guy, but it said Reagan Bush 2028. And it had the same logo as when Reagan and Bush ran in 1980. I guess that's kind of where we are. Are these the only choices we have? Tell me what your shirt says.
Oh, do all things with love.
Nice.
Yeah.
The girls' shirts are nicer than the boys' shirts.
I bet.
Whoa, over there. Rare that you see a t-shirt with an F-bomb on it. How about a t-shirt with 3 F-bombs on it? Yikes. Okay. Moving on. What does it say?
I don't know exactly.
Don't need a permit for these guns.
Right.
Thank you.
It's bad to the bone.
But it's not just bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's really fun. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Definitely a lot more t-shirts than any other summer get-together in Milwaukee. Summerfest, ethnic festivals, they got nothing on the State Fair t-shirt game. What does your t-shirt say?
Best Papa ever.
That's amazing.
Word on the street.
What does your shirt say?
Fresh, squeezed sunshine.
It's so nice. I like that.
Thank you.
I bet you're fun to hang out with.
Oh, a little bit.
What does your t-shirt say?
What? This guy loves cats. Huh? Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
What's this say?
The State Fair. Goodbye, self-esteem. Hello, fried Twinkies.
You have such a smile. That's so fun. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Have a good night. Also, more than last year or other years, I'm seeing America-themed stuff. Lots of flags, lots of USA, lots of hashtag America, some 250 stuff. I think that's probably the root of it, right? 250th anniversary this year, and lots of people wearing their red, white, and blue. I love that. I'm really intrigued by yours. So read me what your t-shirt says.
Just a girl that loves Dave.
Who's Dave? Oh my gosh, Dave is your husband?
Yes.
Or is he your boyfriend?
Well, boyfriend. Yeah, we just met here.
We just had this shirt made.
I love that. That's so fun. All right, read me yours.
Coors Banquet Rodeo.
You look like a cowboy.
Thank you.
All right, read me your shirt.
I fish on the first date. That's how I met my husband.
Read me what your t-shirt says.
Cowboys.
Thank you. All right, so the verdict, definitely more t-shirts this year. Definitely t-shirts that were, what's a nice way to say it? Edgier? Yeah, I guess that's right. But lots of t-shirts. T-shirts, State Fair t-shirts. Let's just all be nice to each other. Check it out if you're coming here to the Wisconsin State Fair.
That
it
was
is
fun.
the T-shirt game. Yeah. Hey, Charles Benson up next. Some perspective on what happened on Tuesday. Charles with us live at the State Fair studio. Straight ahead.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
John Mercure here for my friends at Dave Drake Camp Heating, where your comfort has been their family's issue for a long time, and they're going to take great care of you. Your comfort, it's their family's tradition. That's how they roll. I've been with Dave Drake Camp, and it's air conditioning, it's heating, it's taking care of all of it. It's emergency situations, it's routine maintenance. You need a new system, you can trust the honest experts at Dave Drake Camp to take care of you. They might just recommend a tune-up or some maintenance. I've done all of that with Dave Drake Camp Heating. You'll always get that straight shot from their kind and professional team. We've had the same guy come into our house literally for about 10 years or so. It's Dave Drake Camp Heating. Let them take care of you. The longer you wait, the longer the wait ends up. It's Dave Drake Camp. Just Google it. Visit DaveDrakeCamp.com today.
When you're at the State Fair, be sure to check out the Big 5-9 main stage, featuring amazing acts like Nelly, For King and Country, Winona Judd, Melissa Etheridge, and more. Tickets are on sale now. Big 5-9 is a proud sponsor of the fair and a proud supporter of the local Wisconsin communities they have served since 1859. So grab your bucket of lemonade or beer, something on a stick, and join Bank 5-9 at the Wisconsin State Fair between August 6th and August 16th. Member FDIC.
Traffic sponsored by Marty's Pizza in Delafield.
Remember, Marty's Pizza.
Right off I-94 and Highway 83 in Delafield.
Traffic and weather begins with Debbie Lazica. Hey, Deb.
Hey there, John. Southbound on 43, we are seeing backups from about Center Street all the way down through the Marquette to about Chase Avenue. On the northbound side, we got backups from Beecher all the way to about North Avenue. Southbound 894, watch for the backups from Greenfield all the way down through the Hale interchange onto 894 eastbound. Don't really let up until you get past 60th Street. On the westbound side, of course, backing up from before Forest Home through the Hale up to the two right lanes blocked for that pavement blockage just about at Howard Avenue. Southbound 41, heavy from before Good Hope Road to Silver Spring. Northbound's backed up just before Capitol Drive to Silver Spring. I'm Debbie Lazica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, cloudy, low of 68. Tomorrow, chance for showers, mainly to the south, a high of 78. On Saturday, warm, humid, chance for rain is likely, a high of 80. On Sunday, warm, humid, chance for thunderstorms, a high of 81. Monday, mostly sunny, a high of 75 degrees. Charles Benson is the senior national political reporter for Scripps News and the chief political reporter for TMJ4. He's with us here live in the State Fair studio. Good to see you, Charles.
Where's my caffeine?
Hope you got caught up. Did you sleep much on election night?
No, that's what I said. Where's my caffeine?
Let's get into this a little bit.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, so most people surprised, including experts, including pollsters, at what happened. David Crowley narrowly defeats Francesca Hong. You've been able to dive into the numbers a little bit, and you're a numbers guy. What do you believe happened on Tuesday? Why did this play out the way that it did?
So, Julie will remember this. Usually on Election Day, I'm get called to make the prep speech. Go team, go.
He does.
Right? It's a big night. Be prepared. And I have this one motto of covering politics for like 40 years in Wisconsin, and I tell them, expect the unexpected. And that delivered on Tuesday, election night. And so how I've sort of recapped this election and what happened on Tuesday night, I say it was a Hail Mary and a historic night for David Crowley. All right, the Hail Mary, because this is a guy that was out, jumps back in, gets the key endorsement from the governor, and that gives him the boost to get over the finish line. But here's what's remarkable when I look at these numbers. Nearly 800,000 people voted in Wisconsin. The margin was 3,800. Let me put that in perspective. We have 72 counties. We have 1,800 municipalities. We have roughly 3,600 precincts. He wins by an average of 1 vote per precinct.
Wow.
So if anybody ever tells you
it doesn't matter,
your vote doesn't matter, go talk to David Crowley. That's how it broke down per precinct. But when you look at the state, and I brought my little mapping here. So
that's your map.
Right,
we love the map.
And so he won a lot. He won like 50 counties. He won big. In terms of the number of counties, but the margins were really pretty thin. And so when you look at like Dane County.
I was wondering Dane County.
Yeah, Francesca Hong did what she needed to do. I mean, that's her base. And she runs up the scoreboard by about 11,000 votes. Okay?
But it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough.
Right.
She actually did pretty well in Milwaukee County. David's hometown, his home county. He wins by, I think it was around, let me look at it here again, about 2,300.
That's
votes.
not a lot.
Right, so it's razor thin. And it was, once we got those Milwaukee numbers that we had to wait till like 1:30 in the morning, that gave him the cushion that he needed. But he did it in a way that I think what surprises people is that Hail Mary part of it. Like, he wasn't where the polls said he was. And I'm not here to defend or offend the polls, but look, one of the things that last poll that Marquette gave us was that Francesca Hong was at 38%. She was leading, not winning. She was leading with 38%. Guess what percentage of the vote she got?
Yeah, 39.
Right. So that number was spot on. The other number everybody missed was 34% undecided.
We're never going to go to her.
Well, or undecided.
But that means that if you play that out, she likely got almost none of the undecided votes.
Which I think we had talked prior. Like, I don't know anybody in history that doesn't get, some of it.
Right.
Now, obviously, there were some things going on that, whatever. But, to have all of that undecided.
Or at least get some of the Mandela or whoever.
Right, but I looked at the numbers for Mandela and for Sarah Rodriguez. I think they totaled about 60,000, 65,000 votes. That's a lot of votes for those two, right? So what does that look like if it's in the column for either Francesca or for David Crowley? So, but it was a big turnout, almost 800,000. It's bigger than what we've seen in some of the recent August primaries. Look. And then it becomes historic, right? That's the other part of it. For David Crowley, the first black nominee for the governor's office. And so it's been a wild couple of weeks.
I want to ask you, a Republican operative that I trust a lot tried to tell me initially that it doesn't matter who we're facing. He towed the party line. Doesn't matter. We're focused on Tom Tiffany's mission. But then told me, of course, we would have rather have faced Hong, and now we're retooling what our ads look like.
Well, I think they have to. I mean, they had a pivot in the morning. I was at an event Monday with Tom Tiffany. He's talking about a housing program, that what he would do as governor to try to make housing more affordable. And all the questions, including for some national media, is one: are you telling people, should Republicans? Because there was this talk about Republicans are going to cross over and vote for Hong to make it easier, so they thought for Tom Tiffany. And he said no, there's too many Republicans on the ticket. But they were all asking about Hong and everything. Right. So their whole focus, even the Republicans were up on TV, groups, political action groups talking about Hong, right? So there wasn't ads about David Crowley, and now I think, yes, everything does pivot.
What did you gauge from Tiffany? Because he seems so relaxed. But the day after, when he found out that it's not Hong,
it's game on.
He was gauging those questions.
Yeah, I think it's game on. You all heard that phrase in the famous book Around the World in 80 Days, right? We're going to go around the state in about 82, 83. We're in a short span here now to the November midterm election. Look, he's had it pretty good. He's had his uninhibited, this untethered lane where nobody had to, question him or talk about whatever votes he had, talk about the Trump endorsement. He's had this free lane to get up on TV, define who he wants people to see him as, the Tiffany's, breakfast at Tiffany's, right? He's had this ability to tell his message. That all changed the day after the election because now you'll see the opponents go up against him and the ads that will go up against him as well as it will be for David Crowley.
All right, we've only got 1 minute, Charles. Right. Probably unfair to only give you 1 minute on this question. Was the Milwaukee screw-up a big deal? Is this a big deal?
Look, I've done a lot of stories with this group called the Democracy Defense Project. Right? It's DDP. They are a bipartisan group with Republicans and Democrats here in the state. Their one focus is to improve the perception of election integrity. Mm-hmm. They just did a poll in May before all of this, and they asked people, how confident are you that the votes will be cast and counted correctly? And nearly half didn't have a strong confidence in the votes being counted.
Oh, my.
So this doesn't help that.
It does not. So what if you are looking at the checks and balances that have to be in place, if you're looking to build confidence,
no kidding.
Tuesday night did not do that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, look, you have election poll workers down there, you have election observers down there, and then you have the staff out of the city of Milwaukee. And I think people are going to have to look at, and they will focus on this in November. They want to make sure you've got to get it right. They didn't get anything wrong. Right? It wasn't like, we got wrong numbers. Right. We had wrong data. Right. They just didn't hit the right button to get the right results to take it over to the county.
And they were transparent. I mean, they walked us through the process, and they made it right. You make a good point.
Yeah. And so I think people have to understand what happened, how it got resolved, and all of that. But there's the but in it.
Charles Benson is TMJ4's chief political reporter. Always really good perspective, Charles. Thank you so much.
Great to be here.
Let's check the markets. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The NASDAQ up 214 points. That's 0.8% today. The S&P was up 51. That's 0.2% today. The Dow is up 69 points. That is about 0.1%. Annex Wealth Management is financial planning at every level. Know the difference with Annex.
In Wisconsin, we know the value of a great home team. It's people who know the field, show up, and play for us. That's what you get with Wisconsin's community health plans. They understand the providers, the local needs, and are committed to helping families, businesses, and communities thrive. Your health, your community, your plan. Learn more at wicommunityhealthplans.com.
Sponsored by the Wisconsin Association of Health Plans.
Hey, come out to the Wisconsin State Fair and do what executive producer Greg Hill's doing. He's taking his family to Left's Lucky Town Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. His little guy loves Left's. That's where he's going. Check that out. He's such a cute kid. He's standing outside the window here. Come check them out. They have great food, cold drinks, free live entertainment, and that wife, Hill, you outkicked your coverage big time. It is Left's Lucky Town. Check it out today. Get happy at Left's.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Market swings can feel very different when you're close to retirement. Hi, I'm Tony Drake, Certified Financial Planner and founder of Drake & Associates right here in Wisconsin. When you're younger, volatility is often something you ride out over time. But as retirement approaches, big market drops can have a much bigger impact on your long-term plan. That's why many retirees need a different investment approach, one that balances growth with protection and provides income even when markets are unpredictable. At Drake & Associates, we help families design diversified strategies intended to help manage risk while still giving your money the opportunity to grow. My complimentary retirement toolkit walks through how thoughtful investment planning can help you stay confident during uncertain markets. You'll receive a copy of my book, Get Retirement Ready, along with 5 guides covering income planning, taxes, and smart investing. Call 414-897-9522 or text RISK to 414-897-9522 for your no-cost toolkit. That's 414-897-9522 or text the word RISK to 414-897-9522. Because the goal isn't just growing your money, it's protecting the retirement you've worked for.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Welcome to The Knowledge Brokers, our weekly feature covering the dynamics of the insurance market, how it affects Wisconsin businesses and residents. Sponsored by the original Knowledge Broker, R&R Insurance. Joining me today is Jeff Salazinski, Executive Vice President of Insurance Operations. Jeff, let's talk about employee benefits. R&R Insurance provides employee benefits for all of us here at Good Karma Brands. I'm very happy with the program. When it comes to benefits, there are a few, though, defining factors that can determine whether a plan is successful or not.
There are, Vince. Thank you. Given that employee benefits are a company's second or third largest expense, you need to partner with the right employee benefits insurance professional to get the most out of your plan. At R&R Insurance, ensuring employees understand their benefits and how and when to access them is critical, and not just done at open enrollment, but year-round. Understanding the tools offered by the plan as well, using price transparency tools, and selecting the most appropriate provider benefits both the employee and the employer.
Yeah, Jeff, I've used some of those tools myself. Employee education really can be a win for everyone involved.
It certainly can, Vince. Importantly, we help employers brand their benefit packages in a customized, easy-to-understand fashion, taking out the complex and confusing nature of shopping for health insurance. More importantly, we'll manage and provide as much support as you need for open enrollment and beyond.
Jeff, what else is R&R Insurance providing that really sets you apart?
Our sales professionals really understand how to not only design programs, but help our client partners implement these programs as well. Lastly, plan performance today is built on data and strong analytics. Our analytics team is a great resource for guidance.
That's Jeff from R&R Insurance. Thanks for the great info, Jeff. More information for you at MyKnowledgeBroker.com.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Veterans benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Tayback Law fights for those who fought for us. If you're a vet and have been wrongfully denied the VA benefits you're entitled to, call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
I'm John Mercure. Your top story: victims in a Milwaukee murder spree have been identified.
I'm Julia Fellow. Law enforcement teaming up to stop an infamous cartel.
Tonight, mostly cloudy, low 68. Tomorrow, chance for showers, a high of 78 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, victims in a Milwaukee murder spree have been identified. 26-year-old Vanessa DeHara was shot during a party at a friend's apartment, and her friend, 29-year-old Scott Buckholz, was killed trying to intervene. The suspect then drove across town and shot 39-year-old Shamarla Hare. The victim's family say the murder stemmed from a domestic dispute. A 36-year-old man was taken into custody earlier this week after a police standoff.
Part of the 16th Street Bridge reopened in Milwaukee. The southern portion of the bridge closed December of last year for a floor beam that needed to be replaced. The bridge now has one travel lane open to traffic between Pierce and Canal Streets. The project has returned to its original detour route, and it's expected to be fully completed by the end of this year.
Federal law enforcement and military units are teaming up to slow down the Juarez Cartel, a notorious organization known for smuggling heroin, cocaine, and marijuana across the border. U.S. Border Patrol Chief Jesse Munoz.
If you are a member of a terrorist organization, or if you have provided material support to terrorists, including those under the recently designated foreign terrorist organizations, you will face severe legal and immigration consequences.
The cartel is one of Mexico's oldest drug trafficking organizations and has controlled a key crossing point south of El Paso.
Luigi Maggioni is expected to announce a guilty plea tomorrow in the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. He's accused of executing him. ABC News and Brian Buckmeyer.
The note that we're getting is that a guilty plea will be announced. That's not how anyone I know talks about guilty pleas in the criminal justice system. Either a guilty plea is taken or not. And I fall back on, I think this is a last-ditch effort by the defense to ask for an open plea from the judge based on the language that we see here. But if a guilty plea is taken, I think the overall hope is that if you can finalize the federal case, then you can revitalize the argument for double jeopardy with the state case. But even there, I think that's a losing argument.
Sources caution that plans for a guilty plea are not final at this point and will not be official until the hearing. Maggioni should still decide against pleading guilty. He could still decide against pleading guilty.
The Milwaukee Bucks 26-27 full season schedule's been released.
The Milwaukee Bucks will open their first season without Giannis Antetokounmpo in more than a decade on October 21st at the Washington Wizards. The home opener is October 23rd against the I-94 rival Chicago Bulls. Bucks have 16 weekend games scheduled at Pfizer Forum, including 7 Fridays, 4 Saturdays, and 5 Sundays. 2 of Milwaukee's matchups against the Miami Heat and Giannis will be nationally televised, one in November and the other in January. Milwaukee also returns to full season over-the-air television for the first time in 31 years, with non-national games airing on My24 and statewide affiliates. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Navigating the state fair is made easy thanks to the info booths.
There are 8 information booths scattered across the grounds of the Wisconsin State Fair. The workers there are experts, from where to find Sporky's winners to old favorite vendors and restaurants.
I just
just love every aspect of the fair. I love talking to people. I love being able to answer the questions.
Guest services specialist Alyssa Aleke.
It's just a nice option to give people an easy ask a person, so that we're quicker to give them an answer instead of just wandering around the park because it's a big place and it might take them a long time to find it on their own.
Aleke says they get the most questions about food than parking and accessibility. From the Wisconsin State Fair, Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
While local farmers markets have seen an uptick in sales of leafy greens due to the nationwide outbreak of Cyclospora, a nationwide recall is having a negative impact on a segment of Wisconsin lettuce growers.
The company that was impacted by all the headlines canceled all of their lettuce contracts with all of the farmers that were supplying them.
Pam Yonke of the Midwest Farm Report. That company is Taylor Farms. With contracts canceled, there's no immediate market for lettuce.
So a lot of the farmers plowed the crop down.
And pivoting to another crop may not be an option.
If I'm always doing lettuce, my shipping lines are not able to handle, process, or clean any other product.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Time for a WTMJ Sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports desk. After being swept by the Padres in San Diego, the beat-up Brewers are scheduled to begin a 4-game series against the Dodgers tonight in L.A.
If you've got the best record in baseball, you're going to go through times like this where things aren't very good and everything seems to go against you. It's in your head. Things are going against you. You got to just not feel sorry for yourself, and you got to just keep your head up and go.
The Brewers have the best record in baseball, but just a 3-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:35 right here on WTMJ. Jordan Love expected to start tonight as the Packers kick off the preseason against the Steelers.
The main thing is to stay healthy. Obviously, avoid taking hits. If you get into a scramble situation, definitely not take any hits outside of pocket, anything like that. But really, it's just about being smart, trying to get the ball out of your hands, find those completions, put together a good drive.
Packers versus Steelers are one of 6 games in the NFL's preseason schedule tonight. Kickoff is scheduled for 6 o'clock.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time, 5:37.
If you're in charge of uniforms and equipment, you want to get the most value for your team's budget. You want the most for your money, and you want the process to be easy. Because you already have enough on your plate. We get it. Burghardt Sporting Goods Team Outfitting Division is the best you'll find. With an abnormally high customer satisfaction rate and our own silk screening and embroidery facility for quality control. So if you want the highest quality team outfitting and incredible service,
you can't beat Burghardt.
From large manufacturer to local pizza shop and every business in between, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions. Whatever you're building, you've got this, and Summit Credit Union's got you.
A new deck from Outdoor Living Unlimited is built to last. We are Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck installation team. For amazing ideas, go to Outdoor Living Unlimited's Instagram page. For a free estimate, go to OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
We are joined by Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky. Niz, it's turned out to be a fantastic late afternoon, early evening here at the State Fair.
Yeah, it's comfortable. I mean, the clouds that we've had, honestly, I'll take the clouds given how steamy things are. It creates a little bit of comfort, and honestly, I think we're going to stay dry besides right along the state line as we go through the evening, guys.
That's good. I didn't think it was possible that we were going to see the sun today, Niz.
Yeah, it took a little while. There's a lot of moisture in the air. What we're in is a very Florida-like pattern here. When you think of Florida, sometimes you think of, it's sunny every day and, it's whatever. But no, this time of year too, there's a lot more clouds than sun. It's always humid. And you get the chance of a little pop-up stray shower or storm. And honestly, I think we're staying dry tonight. We're probably going to have to keep a slight chance of storms still in the forecast tomorrow, but I think tomorrow will end up being a mainly dry day as well, guys.
I don't know if you saw, Niz, stuff continues to come out about the tornado that went through Menasha. 50 school buses completely totaled and destroyed by the tornado and more than 100 severely damaged. What does that tell you about the power of what happened up there?
Yeah, I'd have to see if any of those buses were lifted off the ground. If there was signs that they went airborne, then you're talking at least EF3 strength, which we've already gotten a confirmed EF3. But, when you look at the tornado path, and as it went through, when it's rated EF3, that doesn't mean that the entire journey was at EF3 strength, or just maybe bits and pieces of it as it tracked through. But yeah, I mean, at the very least, to do that, you're at a high-end EF2, and if they were actually lofted, then that would be a spot where EF3 would have been verified.
Just tells you how incredibly dangerous this was. My goodness.
Yeah, and we talked about this before too. When I went up there, seeing what I saw on TV and what I saw on radar, I would say the severity of the damage was about what I expected. But the magnitude of how large of an area and how many people this was and how wide this thing was blew me away. It was like nothing I have ever seen before. You're talking about a tornado that at points was a mile wide that went through dense population. If you ever been to Menasha, Menasha is like houses that are really close to each other. A lot of them are older homes. It's like if a tornado went through West Dallas. You know what I mean? Like that type of close-knit neighborhood. Very hardworking people. A lot of these neighborhoods are very working class. You hope they have proper insurance, and insurance does them right. It's a struggle up there. It really, really is.
Yep, you're right. Well said, Niz. All right, how about tonight and the next 5 days?
Yeah, so for tonight, again, we're looking at a mainly dry forecast. I mean, sure, like a 5 to 10% chance a little shower pops up somewhere, but I would plan on being dry. Still going to be humid. Humid weather isn't going anywhere. Maybe a little bit better tomorrow, but then it ramps back up this weekend. Highs tomorrow in the 70s, just a slight chance of rain tomorrow. Better chance of rain on Saturday, and this looks to move in around midday on Saturday. High temperature on Saturday, back up to 84. Sunday, 84 degrees with another chance of showers and storms. And then on Monday, we dry out again with temperatures around 80 degrees. So the weekend isn't a washout, folks, but I do think our rain chances Saturday and Sunday are better for everybody, not just the state line, better for everybody than what we've had these last couple days.
All right. We'll stay tuned to the forecast. It's going to be important as we head towards the weekend. Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky. Niz, we always appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you bet, guys. Yeah, we close out the state fair this weekend. I can't believe it. And then fall starts to get real. Oh, I don't want to think about it.
You're right about that. Okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, see you guys.
Forecast is brought to you by Infinity Exteriors, your local experts for roofing, siding, and window projects. Anthony Chergowski, UW La Crosse political scientist, up next.
Hey, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Buying a roof, siding, or windows can feel overwhelming. Hidden costs, confusing contracts. We don't play that game. We educate you so you can decide. And when you know the facts, Infinity Exteriors is the clear choice. Since 1997, we've installed peace of mind with no surprise upcharges, flexible budgets, and immediate financing. Infinity Exteriors, saving our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow here for Sweet Talks Medical Spa in Menominee Falls. I want to say happy birthday to nurse practitioner Angie. Today is her birthday. She's incredible. She's taking care of me with IV injections to get my energy back up. She's also not only a nurse practitioner, a wonderful boy mom, she also is a Navy veteran. So big shout out to her. She's made me feel better, more like myself again. You can go there too. Go to sweettalks.com to book your appointment. They also offer injectables, advanced skin treatments, and wellness services. Make sure you get on the defense if you start your journey with Angie. It's super good, great IVs. They are great service. Everything is a pink ambiance too. It's a non-clinical vibe. Really friendly, personable staff. Head to sweettalks.com.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. The staff is deeply committed to providing a welcoming and engaging environment for everyone at every level. Learn the right way to handle firearms, level up your skills, and experience replica firearms from different historical eras while learning about their role in protecting our freedoms throughout history. Visit veteran-owned and managed Mission 94 in Kenosha today. Check out the 5-star reviews. Just Google Mission 94.
Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin has the best doctors, the best physical therapists. They've got state-of-the-art imaging, and they have it right there on site, which I absolutely love. Physical therapists are actually located throughout the Milwaukee area. My wife, Michelle, used one of their physical therapists. She hurt her back, and like a lot of people, maybe you, she was fearful if she went in that it would need surgery. One of the things I love about OHOW is that wasn't the path they chose. They'll try every other solution first, but then you can know that if it requires surgery, they have the best in the business. Start your journey to feeling better with the company I trust at the website OHOW.com, OHOW.com. Hit request an appointment, and they're going to take great care of you. OHOW.com. You deserve to feel better. Let Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin help put you there.
Earn now, spend later at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Now through August 26th, rewards members earn $10 in Blaine's Bucks for every $100 spent in store. Redeemable just like cash September 3rd to the 16th. Right now, save $5 on the state lawn fertilizer, weed and feed, or winterizer. Rewards members save an extra $5. Plus, new and only at Blaine's, Ever Elm women's tees are on sale for just $9.99. Earn Blaine's Bucks now to spend later, just like cash. Only at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
546. Let's get you where you need to safely with Debbie Lazaga.
All right, things are still slow westbound on 94 from before 27th Street all the way to Hawley Road. On the eastbound side, you got backups from 76th Street to about 35th. Southbound 41 is actually looking pretty good right now. The northbound side, well, most of the 41 delays are going to be between Good Hope Road and about Silver Spring. Northbound from Capitol Drive to about Hampton. We've got southbound on 894, slowing from Greenfield down through the Hale Interchange past Forest Home, pretty much all the way to 51st Street. On the westbound side, backups from Forest Home up to the 2 right lane blockage for the pavement buckling that happened just before Beloit Road, so you want to keep that in mind. Otherwise, southbound 43 tightening up from Locust all the way down to Fond du Lac Avenue, back on the brakes from the base of the high-rise bridge down to the KK River crossing. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Want to get you up to speed on how things happened on Tuesday. We now know what happened. David Crowley beat Francesca Hong, and he will face Tom Tiffany in the general election in November. It was a fascinating night. Speaking of fascinating, Anthony Chergosky is a fascinating guy. He's done eating the pepperoni pizza. He's got a little bit of sleep. He's with us this afternoon. Anthony, good to catch up with you.
I've still got some in the fridge, John, for later.
Were you up there all night? Were you up all night?
I was up until about 2:30, right when they got the correct results reported from Milwaukee County.
I saw Anthony on Spectrum. He spent more time on Spectrum than most of their anchors and reporters do on election night. It was impressive. Did you like that?
The whole place up.
Well, around midnight or 1 a.m., we were just trying to string complete sentences together at that point. That's election night in Wisconsin for you.
You've had a couple of days now to kind of digest this. What, in your estimation, happened? Almost everybody I spoke to, and nobody apparently knew anything, said, yeah, it's pretty much foregone conclusion that she's probably going to win, and that didn't happen. What happened? Why did this come together this way?
Of course, it's a long story, but I think the simple version of it is that a lot of voters remained undecided up until the very last minute. Now, that much we knew from the polls. We knew that even up until the very late stage of this campaign, there were a solid chunk of undecided voters. What we didn't know, John, is that those undecided voters would go almost entirely for one candidate. I've never seen anything like this. I've talked to other people who have been around Wisconsin politics longer than I have. They've never seen anything like it either. Where not only do you have such a huge share of voters waiting until the last minute to make their decision, but they almost all go towards the same candidate, in this case, David Crowley.
Senior White House correspondent Scott McFarland with ABC News told us yesterday on the midday news that he thought that the polls were wrong. We're dead wrong. Is that something that happened with Marquette's polls again?
You know, I'm actually going to defend the polls here a bit, because if there are a lot of voters remaining undecided,
and they decide at the very last minute, the polls aren't going to pick that up. Polls are just a snapshot in time. They measure the state of the campaign at a particular moment. And polls can be off because voters wait until the last minute to make up their decision. Now, there were some methodological issues with the polls that I've seen, including not having a sample that directly reflected the actual voters who showed up to the polls. So there are some methodological issues if we want to put on our geeky pollster hats here. But big picture, Julia, I think we can defend the honor of the polls here by saying that it's not the polls' fault that so many people waited until the last minute to make up their mind.
You know voters better than I do, Anthony, but I've read a lot about it in the last decade, and it seems that older people are more reliable voters. They just are. Younger people sound enthusiastic, but then often don't vote. It seemed like there was a real enthusiasm from Francesca Hong when you talk to young people. Do we know whether they showed up to vote? Because the old people, it seemed like, did, and David Crowley was courting that vote.
Yeah, the election analysis does show, or analyses of voting data from this election do show that Hong did quite well among young voters. However, it wasn't enough to offset some real weaknesses she had, as you mentioned, John, among older voters. And you're spot on. Older voters are consistent. They show up election year every single time. You can bank on high voter turnout among older people. With younger voters, it's much more inconsistent. Now, what was going to be really interesting had Hong become the nominee was to watch if she could get elevated young voter turnout in November. Now, we don't have that test this time because Hong is not the nominee. However, I think Democrats are still really going to want elevated voter turnout among young voters because young voters often fall out of the electorate in midterm elections. If they can get young people to show up, it would be really big for the party. Now, it remains to be seen if Crowley can do that as effectively as Hong might have been able to.
So I'm getting a lot of messages from our fans and our listeners. Here's just one example about what they thought about the election results that night. I really hope you guys address the 28,000 ballots that somehow were lost and reproduced in Milwaukee County. I kept hearing that over and over and over. Does that put a lot of questions into, credibility and what's been going on with the FBI even investigating the city of Milwaukee and the mayor trying to say there's nothing here for the 2020 election, and then something like that happens and it gets people to go to bed without knowing the results?
Yeah, it was inexcusable what happened, and that cannot happen. Now, we know because of the transparency that local officials offered, along with excellent on-the-ground reporting from journalists, that this was human error. It's inexcusable human error, but it's human error nonetheless. Now, Julia, I do think there is a conversation to be had about early processing of those absentee ballots, because we've been down this road so many times where we're staying up really late to wait for the vote report from Milwaukee. That takes a while because the absentee ballots have not been processed up until Election Day. And I know that the Republican legislature has been going back and forth about that, with the Assembly clearing a bill to allow for pre-processing of absentee ballots, but then it got hung up in the state Senate. I think that's a conversation worth reviving, because until that issue gets resolved, we're going to be back here every single election waiting for that late night / early voting report of the vote totals from Milwaukee.
And I hate that being the narrative, because it probably didn't affect the outcome here, but you're right. That just can't happen. I want to ask you a Republican question. I've spoken to a couple of Republicans that I really respect over the past couple of days, and they're trying to put their best face on and say that, Tom Tiffany's going to run his race and it doesn't matter who he's running against. But then one of them told me, of course we wish it was Hong. Is this a much harder lift for Tom Tiffany because he's running against David Crowley than against Francesca Hong?
Absolutely. And I know they're putting a brave face on it, John, and understandably so. They want to project confidence to their voters and their donors going into November. That being said, the playbook against Francesca Hong was painfully obvious. Dig through the records from her social media accounts and try to make her answer for those various social media posts. Try to do the Thanksgiving thing, but every day throughout the general election campaign. With Crowley, it's not as obvious of a playbook. They could try to portray him as having extreme positions, but that's going to be tough to do because Crowley, for weeks, has been portrayed as the moderate. He is moderate by comparison to Francesca Hong, and he begins the general election campaign with a real advantage, having that moderate image. Republicans can try to undercut that, but they'll have some work to do on that front. They may also try to go after him on his record as leader in Milwaukee County government, maybe going after him on his competence or trying to focus on his record there. It remains to be seen, though, what's going to stick against Crowley and what negative angles might work against him. We knew exactly how Republicans were going to run a general election campaign against Francesca Hong. It's not obvious to me where they're going to go with Crowley and how they're going to try to land those negative attacks against him in a way that resonates with voters.
And how will the Democrats go after Tiffany?
I think they're anxious to frame this as a referendum on Donald Trump. Now, it remains to be seen how Trump's approval ratings change between now and November. That's going to be really important to watch. But we know that Tom Tiffany is a deeply conservative member of Congress. We know he is a close ally of Trump. And so I think for Democrats, they're going to try to portray Tiffany as the moderate to Crowley as the moderate to Tiffany's extreme conservatism. At least I think that's the type of rhetoric they're going to use. They're going to try to portray Crowley as someone who is up against the MAGA agenda, is trying to block that from taking hold in Wisconsin state government. So framing this as a referendum on Trump, I think, is the ticket that Democrats are going to strive for.
He is the pepperoni pizza prognosticator from UW La Crosse, Anthony Chergowski. Anthony, thank you.
Thank you, John.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. I hope you'll join me on Saturdays at 1 o'clock for Experience Wisconsin right here on WTMJ. We check in with cities, communities, groups, events across our great state. We're going to spin you around and give you information on some really cool things to do and introduce you to some really fun people. This week we are joined by Road America's John Everett and Hayward Lake's Mindy Simons. It's going to be a fun show. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 right here on 620 WTMJ.
Lake Geneva. It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside resorts and spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
Acumen Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
Don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval. Get the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as better than the rest. The rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from AccuNet. Get yours by clicking on the blue button at accunet.com.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
Kessler's Diamonds. Kessler's Diamonds.
Lights, camera, action.
And
pitch, driven out to right, going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps, and he made the catch, banging up against the wall.
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center, it's back and gone!
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 6 o'clock, it's 75 degrees. Tonight, rain coming to an end, but still some pretty heavy dew points, a low of 70. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. More than a dozen measles cases have been confirmed in 2 southwest Wisconsin counties, as health officials warn more cases are likely to follow.
The current outbreak stems from 2 cases reported Tuesday in Iowa and Lafayette counties, though Dr. Ryan Westergaard with the Department of Health Services says no official initial exposure site has been determined yet.
It's very likely that additional cases exist in the community.
15 cases in total have been confirmed as of Thursday, nearly all among unvaccinated people. The outbreak comes the same week as President Trump's executive order separating the MMR vaccine into 3 separate shots.
The executive order does not square at all with our recommendations on how to prevent measles.
Interviews with those potentially exposed are expected to continue for weeks. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
The victims in a Milwaukee murder spree have been identified.
26-year-old Vanessa De Herrera was shot during a party at a friend's apartment, and her friend, 29-year-old Scott Buchholz, was killed trying to intervene. The suspect then drove across town and shot 39-year-old Shamarla Hare. The victims' families say the murders stemmed from a domestic dispute. A 36-year-old man was taken into custody earlier this week after a police standoff. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
An emergency at Chicago O'Hare Airport, where a United flight about to take off suddenly aborted. ABC's Will Reeve.
The terrifying emergency on takeoff at Chicago's busy O'Hare Airport.
455 is rejecting the takeoff. No assistance required at this time. Stand by for additional. Definitely blew a tire.
A packed United 737 jet heading to Phoenix with 167 people on board, thundering down the runway at 115 miles per hour when it suddenly blew 2 main gear tires.
We saw lots of chunks of tire going down the runway.
The pilot slamming on the brakes, aborting takeoff, that jet screeching to a halt. Passengers forced to evacuate by stairs, right there on the runway. Buses transporting them back to the terminal.
No injuries were reported. The company behind controversial cameras that automatically scan license plates is rolling out changes.
In a pre-recorded statement sent to ABC News, CEO Garrett Langley says Flock will change the default data retention period from 30 days to 7 days.
So will it solve less crime? It will. And I would encourage local officials to still make decisions that they think match their local needs. But as a business, we think 7 days is that new standard.
In response to these changes, the nonpartisan nonprofit Center for Democracy and Technology saying in a statement, quote, ultimately, it is the same just trust us policy with a fresh coat of paint. Jacqueline Lee, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Wisconsin lawmakers are looking at how other states are regulating artificial intelligence in health care. The Legislative Council Study Committee heard from Samantha Scotti with the National Conference of State Legislatures about approaches already being used across the country.
If the state introduced legislation, it will be to regulate. The one thing I will point to examples of sandboxes. So that is an example of a state who is looking at lightening some sort of regulation to test a new AI tool. That's Utah, Texas, Delaware, and Connecticut. And so partnering with some AI developers to look at patient safety outcomes and how these tools are being used.
Scotti says these programs give states a way to test new technology while still considering potential risks to patients and consumers. Milwaukee Public Schools is hosting an enrollment day next week for families who still need to enroll their children for the upcoming school year.
MPS says kindergarten applications are up more than 20% from last year, while 9th grade applications are up to 15%. This year's enrollment day is August 20th at Wick Playfield from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Families can enroll students in kindergarten through 12th grade, depending on available space. If families can't attend, MPS says enrolling online or in person at Central Services will work, but before the start of the school year on September 1st. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Sports traffic and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 6:04.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Tracy, why are you wearing a cape?
I've created the League of Home Defenders, Jason, personally protecting my house from furnace failure.
Yeah, but you can't even fix a furnace.
No, but I can stand near it heroically.
Or join Merle's League for real. 2 tune-ups a year, priority service, no diagnostic fees. Capital does the defending.
Okay, I'll give up the cape. After all, in August, you're also giving $100 off a humidifier or air cleaner.
Good call, Tracy. Call Capital.
Call CapitalCares.com.
You might not think of Burkhart for corporate uniforms and other business apparel, but you should, because a lot of businesses do. And it's because most times we're cheaper than our competition on the same high-quality apparel choices that the other guys offer, plus Nike and Under Armour that the other guys can't get. So for businesses and corporations, if you want your employees to look great while representing your brand, and you want to get your apparel for less, you can't beat Burkhart, your business uniform specialists.
You can't beat Burkhart.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law offices. One call, that's all sports desk. After being swept by the Padres in San Diego, the beat-up Brewers are scheduled to begin a 4-game series against the Dodgers tonight in Los Angeles.
If you've got the best record in baseball, you're going to go through times like this where things aren't very good and everything seems to go against you. It's in your head, things are going against you. You got to just not feel sorry for yourself, and you got to just keep your head up and go.
Pat Murphy's Brewers begin the day with the best record in baseball, but just a 3-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:35. Jordan Love is expected to start tonight as the Packers kick off the preseason against the Steelers.
The main thing is to, stay healthy, obviously. Avoid taking hits. If you get into a scramble situation, definitely not take any hits outside the pocket, anything like that. But really, it's just about being smart, trying to get the ball out of your hands, find those completions, put together a good drive.
The Packers and Steelers are one of 6 games on the NFL's preseason schedule tonight. That game just now getting underway. And taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic, looks like we have some pavement damage causing some issues on 41894 North. The 2 right lanes are closed about half a mile beyond 43 North. Also an issue, another crash that was just cleared, but we do still have some delays right around American Family Field, especially heading eastbound. You're going to be on the brakes for a while. That's from 70th Street all the way to about 27th. Westbound, not quite as bad. Delays mostly between 27th and the stadium. And taking a look at your WTMJ forecast. Rain coming to an end tonight, a low of 70. Friday, some spotty showers early, then humid and mostly cloudy, high of 76. Saturday, some morning rain showers likely. We'll have clear skies by afternoon, but still humid, high of 78. Sunday, a chance for showers, still humid, a high of 80. On Monday, less humid and sunny skies, a high of 77. Right now in Milwaukee, it's 75 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso, Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:08.
Your need-to-know cultural snapshot of Wisconsin and beyond. This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. A deep dive into all things intriguing, riveting, and entertaining. Now live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here's your host, Sandy Max.
Well, hello there on this lovely summer evening at the Wisconsin State Fair. I appreciate you joining me here on What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. And I'm surrounded by the flavors. Naya, who's one of my WTMJ teammates, just came in to bring me one of the menus that you can get at the guest services information. Thank you. Where you can, it's all mapped out where you can find your favorite flavors, including all things jerky, which is right at the top of the list there, because they also have $11 meal deals. So if you're thinking, how do I stretch my entertainment dollar? You have so much free music, and you've also got bargains at, almost 20 different of the vendors here for an $11 meal deal. So looking for ways to help you stretch your entertainment dollar here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio. This is What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. And we get an extra half hour together tonight because your Milwaukee Brewers on the West Coast, they're in L.A. That game, Brewers-Dodgers, coverage will start here at 8:35. So that means we get a bonus half hour together. And I have two particularly unique stories to share with you on this episode. What does more than 3 decades at the Wisconsin State Fair look like when you're on stage? We're going to find out at 7:05. Milwaukee musician Bobby Way of Bobby Way and the Fabulous Wayouts, who you have probably seen at least once here at the Wisconsin State Fair. He's going to join me with stories of his incredible streak. He has performed every day of the Wisconsin State Fair since 1992. According to my sources. That is a long time. That's a lot of state fair, and that's a lot of people that you've entertained. So he is, Bobby Way will join me just after 7, and that is one of our unexpected special stories. My other favorite one is one of my favorite fair employees, Piper Faust. She is a scooper trooper. Yes, one of those people who make sure that the barns and the Coliseum and our walkways here at the Wisconsin State Fair are clean. And 4 years later, since meeting her the first time, she is still doing this very necessary job that keeps you from stepping into something that you don't want to step in. And she's also funding her international career aspirations. So we're going to catch up with Piper Faust to learn what it takes to be a scooper trooper for all this time at 7:35. And we're also finding new art hidden inside the exploratory park with WTMJ's Jessica Gatso in just a few minutes. And you'll discover what the Green Thumb activities that you can do right here at the Wisconsin State Fair every single day for the rest of the fair to help make your garden grow better. And at 8:35, an encore of my conversation with Lindsay Sterling, electric violinist, singer, songwriter, dancer on stage. She even flies around the stage on a harness. She is going to share with us what to expect at her show on Friday. She's headlining the Bank 5-9 main stage tomorrow night, and plus a rundown of weekend events here in Wisconsin to help you make the most of your recreational time. So characters, traditions, unexpected stories of the Wisconsin State Fair right here on What's on Tap. And I do have my eye on the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line. And if you have been here or you're looking forward to coming here, tell me about your food rave. What is your favorite food here at the Wisconsin State Fair? Is it something that you've tried that was new? Is it something that you're looking forward to that is traditional? What is your favorite food? Let me know on the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line 855-616-1620. 855-616-1620. Text might work best, but the phone does work too. 855-616-1620. Isaac Marquardt producing back in the WTMJ studio at 3rd Street Market Hall while I am here at the Wisconsin State Fair. We're going to learn about new wood carving art at the Wisconsin State Fair, made from meaningful trees, when WTMJ reporter Jessica Gatso joins me next on What's on Tap.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
We know that the people of Milwaukee are hard workers, that they're tough. But even the toughest among us need help after a serious accident. If you've been injured, call Gruber Law Offices today. One call, that's all.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Healthy joints, healthy lifestyle. Vince Vetrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Arthritis, injuries, wear and tear, common joint issues that keep you from doing what you love. At OAW, a visit to the doctor doesn't always mean surgery. Everyone is different. Surgeons, nurses, physical therapists work together to come up with a plan for you. Maybe it's PT, medication, injection, and if you do need surgery like I did, you know you're in the best of hands. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. Book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
Want to stay up to date with the crew?
It's back. Chourio has done it for a third straight
great game.
Tune in to Brewers Extra Innings with Dominic Cotroneo after every game.
Churio hitting another homer, 3 homers in 3 games. He continues to heat up.
I feel like he's a guy, obviously understands big moments, big games, big times of the year.
Or listen anytime on the Brewers All Access podcast feed. We are your home of the Brewers, WTMJ. You're listening to What's on Tap with Sandy Max on WTMJ.
Broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. I am Sandy Max, and it is a beautiful summer night. The sky glider's going, just a light breeze that is making the flags flap, the flags that say funnel cakes and corn dogs. The lights are starting to sparkle here, right here in the Central Mall as the sun starts to set. It's a beautiful night to come here, maybe stroll through the Expo Center, hear some live music, and even see some art. There's a lot of beautiful garden beautification around the grounds, and there are really impressive wood carving art structures. And WTMJ's Jessica Gatso is joining me now. And Jessica, you got a chance to see some of these wood carvings and even the newest one.
Yes, I did, Sandy. So, the backdrop or home for the newest wood carving is the Exploratory Park. That's across from the Expo Center, and that's always been one of my favorite spots at the fair. It's a little break from the crowds and the noise. Often a lot of the art and garden walks, the art in general, is located in this section. And the fair they've slowly been adding some more wood carvings to its art collection over the years, and this had such an interesting backstory to me. So to kind of launch into this new piece right away, it's called Wildlife and Winds of Wisconsin. And to me, it's just this very harmonious tribute to Wisconsin wildlife and landscapes. It's carved out of an ash tree, and it features an eagle, a badger, a sandhill crane, a bear, and an owl. So I don't think you can get any more iconic Wisconsin animals.
How large is this wood carving structure? And by the way, if you're listening now, if you text the word watch to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line, text watch to 855-616-1620. Jessica took some wonderful photos of these wood carvings. But how tall is Wildlife and Winds of Wisconsin?
Oh, if I had to put my best estimate, I want to say 8 to 10 feet. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, definitely taller than a person.
Kind of a totem feel to it with incorporating these animals.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way to describe it. And it almost looks like it's, maybe 3-sided, but if you walk all the way around to the back, there's a little bit more art sort of hidden in there. It turns into this landscape of the area by the Wisconsin Dells and some forests, and there's even a little State Fair logo engraved on the back, kind of near where the artist has signed, or I should say engraved his name. That artist is Jeff Moore of Oxford, Wisconsin, and so this is his first permanent piece at the fair.
And wonderful that it's a Wisconsin artist truly capturing what's special about Wisconsin nature in this organic way.
Of course, it really flows with the title Winds kind of implies how the art kind of flows through with the grasses next to the crane. And it's very fitting for this section of the fair, and you can touch it. I think you're in fact encouraged to. It's very tactile. You can feel like how the different, like the feathers on the crane or the owl and the different textures are really remarkable. It's not just, visually striking, but feeling just the handiwork that went into it is really neat.
And Jessica, I love that you mentioned that because I enjoy public art, and I always respect the art itself, even if it's very appealing to like play with it or touch it. I'm always like, I don't know. I need permission.
Me too. Yeah.
So I'm glad that you have said that when we go to Exploratory Park and we find these wood carvings, that it really is okay to appreciate them in that sense and to touch them. And I think it's also great for inclusive. If you can't really see well, you get to feel it. And, and just being able to have that tactile sense to truly connect with a piece of art.
Absolutely. And yeah, the other wood carvings include, there's one called Bears at the Fair. That one's in the Exploratory Park. There's one across from like the Bud Pavilion, and then there's a couple that have been moved indoors into Grand Champion Hall. But the story behind most of these sculptures are all from the State Fair itself. All the trees that they're made of are ash trees that were decaying and had to come down on the State Fair grounds. And a lot of them also have been made into benches, especially in the exploratory park.
What a wonderful way to give those trees a legacy and a new life just in a different way on the Wisconsin State Fair grounds instead of just, chipping them up. They could be mulch. That wouldn't be the end of the world. But to have these ash trees, as something that we can use functionally and sit on them. But and Jessica, I walked by the carving that's right outside the Bud Pavilion on my way today, knowing that you and I were going to talk about this. And I was like, I know I've walked by this, but I'm now noticing it more because every time they add a new piece of artwork, I think it invigorates and helps you realize the environment here, that it is, for as much as we have the fun permanent structures of all the band stages and the big expo center, it really is quite a green space here at the Wisconsin State Fair.
Yeah, I thought that was so neat to learn that they always have this sense of like repurposing in mind with everything that exists at the State Fair Park, including its, the natural things here.
Well, it's resourceful. You can't be a good farmer without being a resourceful person and fixing things and giving them the longevity as well.
Right. So for the Wildlife and Winds of Wisconsin sculpture in particular, I think the story goes with that one is an ash tree had to come down recently near Gate 5, and the idea was to again make that into an engraving. But when they were taking down that tree, it was like completely waterlogged and not really usable for an engraving. So that one did end up having to become some benches, but they still really wanted to go through with this sculpture. So the artist still was like, yeah, I can source a tree from elsewhere. So they brought in another ash tree, a little more usable for the engraving, but, just kind of goes to show that they found another use for it, turning it into a bench or some other type of seating anyways.
That is very thoughtful. So the Exploratory Park is where you can see Wildlife and Winds of Wisconsin, this new wood carving. Thank you, Jessica. And you also, I was just talking about being a resourceful farmer. Tell me about Faces of Farming, 170 years of Wisconsin agriculture.
So this one is very fitting for the 175th anniversary of fair. To celebrate that, some fair staff put together this wonderful little display of photos and newspaper clippings, all submitted by farmers and agriculturists across the state. Anything from tractors and cows to beekeepers, these photos from back to the early 20th century to now have some like little descriptions of family farms there. And there's also this big 175 big numbers display with these little collages of photos glued on there, just very meticulously put together. That's by the Coliseum.
Okay. And that is another wonderful way to preserve this history and these stories, because when you think 1851 is when the first Wisconsin State Fair, and how many of the methods of farming have either stayed the same? We still have tractors. They're just more mechanical now, and to see what some of those similarities and evolutions are through these collections of farmers themselves. And one of the photos that you had, I loved the ribbons that have been saved because they're such a point of pride.
Yeah, and interesting to see how the ribbons have changed over the years. That's the display. It's called Retro Ribbons. It's the display case. It's a little hard to find if you're not looking for it. If you go into the sheep and goat barn, it's kind of like on the wall behind the gift shop. And there's some other like sheep-related arts and crafts in there. But fair participants have donated some ribbons from their collection. And I think the oldest one I was able to at least see with my own eyes in the case was from 1899. And
wow, that's a snapshot of the past. A good eagle eye there you had.
Well, and it was interesting to me to see that
we're seeing it on the screen. Yeah,
they were. It looks like they were horizontal instead of vertical at one point in time. So I don't know when that changed, or if that was a universal thing. But I thought that was a neat little historical factoid as well.
1899 heifer, 2 years old and under 3. Commended. Yellow ribbon. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ reporter, thank you for giving us even more reasons to explore the Wisconsin State Fair. As you mentioned, these retro ribbons in the sheep barn, the agricultural Faces of Farming by the Coliseum, and then wandering the exploratory park near the Expo Center to see these wood carvings. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And they're all free things to do.
Even better, stretching our dollar. And for the gardening fans, there are lots of green thumb activities daily here at the Wisconsin State Fair through Sunday. I'll share how you can get the best out of your garden with tips and demonstrations here next on What's on Tap.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
A great way to add value and curb appeal to your home is with the new LiftMaster or CHI maintenance-free garage door. Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik. A study by Remodelers Magazine reports that the average return on investment is an amazing 82%. Garage doors rank first among all home improvement projects. To see Geiss's huge selection of doors, visit their showroom in Brookfield, or you can also visit their online showroom at geissdoors.com. Geiss has everything from alley doors to custom wood designer doors and everything in between. Remember, for all your garage door needs, you call Geiss at 262-784-4250. That number again, 262-784-4250. It's Geiss. Visit them online at geissdoors.com.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
Bring us your problems, deadlines, complexities, anxieties, distractions, and budget distresses.
Plum Media is listening.
Share with us your creative block.
Plum Media is ready.
Give us your audience with limited time and attention.
Plum Media sets your message free.
Let's get your message heard. Let's strive for retention from beginning to completion. Whether your next event is for celebration, education, motivation, inspiration, Plum Media is waiting to take action.
Professional collaborators, planners, managers. Plum Media, video production and event management.
Plum Media, wow moments, flawless execution, clarity, calm, control.
And results.
Plum Media, a video, meetings, and event producer with global experience. PlumMedia.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on August 18th.
Curio sends it deep to left, and there she goes.
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the Seattle Mariners.
And Yelich launches one deep right center field. Forget about it. Oh, my goodness, third deck.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Delta Dental of Wisconsin. Tune in August 18th at 6:40 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game.
What's on Tap with Sandy Max is back on WTMJ.
And having fun in the Bank 5-9 studio here at the Wisconsin State Fair. If you want to stop by and say hi, give a wave. If hey, there's somebody right there in their Green Bay Packers hat and shirt. There we go, getting the season started off right. We are right by the guest services information booth. We are across from the Dairy Building and near the Expo Center. And honestly, one of the best ways to find us, we're at the one end of the Sky Glider. But stop by, say hi. It was just great to see the good vibes here. And you do have it on What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. Handcrafted, homegrown, world-class. Discover more at visitmilwaukee.org. And this is, we were just talking with Jessica Gatso, WTMJ reporter, about how much the Wisconsin State Fair has greenery and natural art and these wood carvings and some real beautification. Almost everywhere you look, there are pots of plants and flowers. It really is a green space to enjoy. And if you love gardening and digging in the dirt and making your own greenery in your own home space, there are some demonstrations that you should know about. I don't know if you realize, every single day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the rest of this week, you can get in on bonsai demonstrations, that artful craft of growing teeny tiny meticulous trees. The bonsai societies are here on display at the Grand Champion Hall and on the Grand Champion Hall stage every day at 3 o'clock. You can learn more about the art and craft of bonsai. And I got to tell you that the people that I know who have bonsai as a hobby and as an art, they are so passionate and would love to share with you what they know about it and their tips. So if it's something you're curious about, every day at 3 o'clock, bonsai demonstration. Every day at 5 o'clock, orchid demonstration, which I am one of those people, I love to see them. And every time I take one home, eventually the blossoms fall off and then I'm just stuck with green leaves. And I don't know how to keep it going. And I found out, you know who I found out from? Melinda Myers. She was visiting WTMJ and I asked her about orchids and she told me about the right way to cut the stalk. So, two things. If you're into orchids, every day at 5 at the Grand Champion Hall, they have orchid demonstrations, so you can learn as well. Melinda Myers isn't teaching that one, someone else is, but you can see Melinda Myers 3 times a day at the We Energies Energy Park, 10:45, 1:30, and 4. Melinda is an absolute expert. She loves sharing what she knows. She loves finding out from you what works because she'll tell you. So she's just a joy to talk with. So if you have a green thumb and you want to get it even greener, the Wisconsin State Fair can do that for you. And we're going to find out some ways to spend your weekend here in Wisconsin. I have some suggestions on the weekend trend next on What's on Tap. But right now, we go to the WTMJ newsroom, the Breaking News Center, and here is Jessica Gatso.
Thanks, Sandy. A teenager is dead after a drive-by shooting this morning on Milwaukee's north side. The 16-year-old was found dead when police arrived to 40th and Clark. No one is in custody. Wisconsin is joining 21 other states in suing the Trump administration over changes to Affordable Care Act marketplace rules. The states say the changes could make coverage more expensive and push people off insurance. The rule would add income and eligibility requirements and expand access to catastrophe plans. The Trump administration says the changes will prevent improper enrollments and give consumers more lower-cost options. Part of the 16th Street Bridge reopens in Milwaukee. The southern portion of the bridge closed in December for a floor beam that needed to be replaced. The bridge now has one travel lane open to traffic between Pierce and Canal Streets. The project has now returned to its original detour route and is expected to be fully completed by the end of the year. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Still looking at some pavement damage, blocking some lanes on 41 894 northbound. That's the 2 right lanes closed about half a mile beyond 43 north. And still seeing delays around American Family Field. Eastbound, you're going to be hitting the brakes before Hawley Road. That continues until about 35th Street. Westbound delays mostly between 35th and American Family Field. And time for your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, rain is exiting, but the high dew points will stick around, a low of 70 degrees. On Friday, we have some early spotty showers, then humid and mostly cloudy, a high of 76. Saturday, some morning rain showers are likely and still humid, but we should see some clear skies by the afternoon, high of 78. Sunday, a chance for showers and still humid, a high of 80. Monday, less humid and sunny skies, high of 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, a high of 80. Right now in Madison, it's 77 degrees. In Green Bay, it's 79. In Waukesha, it's 75. And in Milwaukee, it's 75 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso, Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:32.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for QC Kinetics. You suffer from joint pain, and you're told the only way to solve the problem is surgery. The idea of going under a knife keeps you up at night just as much as that bad back does. Well, there may be another way. QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis or a torn meniscus or years of wear and tear, regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics gives you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. That's why it makes sense to explore every option before you make that decision that'll change your life. Don't just accept surgery as your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion and learn your options about regenerative treatments. The conversation and the consultation, totally free. QC Kinetics. Call 414-667-5559. Again, that's 414-667-5559. Learn your options from QC Kinetics. 414-667-5559.
Accident Mortgages and Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
Before you go looking for an area rug that you'll have to settle for because you think that the one you really want will be out of your budget, come to Design Exchange, where you'll find a formidable selection of Oriental, Persian, and other wool area rug choices at 25 to 70% off retail. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor on consignment at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
If you're trying to find really good, high-end, distinctive furniture, the kind they just don't make anymore, then come to Design Exchange. But you better get here quickly, because the best furniture we take in on consignment doesn't usually last long. It may be vintage, it may have once been out of your range, but now you'll find it's priced right. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value.
Design Exchange.
Welcome back to What's on Tap on WTMJ.
Out in the wild, broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio here at the Wisconsin State Fair, right on the Central Mall, watching people's feet dangle off the sky glider, watching other people stroll with beverages in their hands, smiles and waves. It is a happy vibe here at the Wisconsin State Fair, and you can get here all the way through Sunday. And I'm looking for you on the Siding Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line, 855-616-1620, 855-616-1620. Interested in your favorite fair food? Is it something that you already tried that you loved, or is it something that you are looking forward to this weekend that's a traditional food? 855-616-1620. Let me know what your favorite fair food has either been so far or that you're looking forward to. And when it gets to the weekend, I like to help you make the most of it. And Thursday mornings at 9:45, I visit Wisconsin's Morning News, Vince Vitrano and Eric Bilstead, and share some suggestions for fun events. It's called the Weekend Trend. And if you text the word trend, T-R-E-N-D, if you text trend to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line, you'll get the full list, even events that I didn't mention. 855-616-1620, text trend, and you'll get that link to start browsing and making your plans. But if you want to hear what I think we should do, check it out.
Sandy Max in the house with us this morning as we look ahead to the weekend, which is kind of, some number of things that we're going to talk about are underway.
Yeah, it's here.
Do you want to start at the fair?
Sure.
Just a couple of things you're looking at there, and then we'll move on to other events.
Yeah, because, I know a lot of people can't go to every single day of the fair like me. But it's been really fun to broadcast there every night. The vibe is high there, as some people like to say. Lots of smiles. It's been overall, knock wood, really nice weather to stroll around and just enjoy. And I would say that Friday night, she's back. We talked about her a little bit last weekend. That electric violin sound. Lindsay Sterling.
Vitrano's favorite.
Yeah, but
we made her.
I got a chance to talk with her and I have a Zoom with her.
Did she remember us?
I didn't bring you up.
Did she speak of us? We interviewed her one time when she was going to be at the Riverside.
And then she exploded.
And then after that, she got really big, Sandy.
But she puts on a spectacular show. She dances, she plays violin,
really
she
unique
sings.
Performer.
She's going to do some aerial dancing as well, so she'll be flying around the stage. So that is Friday on the Bank 5-9 main stage at the Wisconsin State Fair. And I do think that wrapping up the State Fair that Sunday is going to be fun. You can see Thunder, Claire Sardina, with one of the Neil Diamond tribute acts
Nice.
on stage, and also Pat McCurdy wrapping up with a lot of sing-alongs at the Wisconsin State Fair on the Bank 5-9 Amphitheater stage on Sunday afternoon.
We should also point out today the street team out there, the WTMJ street team, is going to be outside the Bank 5-9 studios where we're broadcasting live, and they're going to be giving away WTMJ swag. So big day today to stop by. It's that easy. Just stop by and talk about your good deeds. Bank 5-9 likes to celebrate the good deeds that we all do.
Told you the vibes were high.
Yep, you get yourself a little piece of WTMJ hardware.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about the relatively rare, it's not unprecedented, but rare convergence of State Fair and Irish Fest, because the fair is a little bit on the late end this year, and Irish Fest is about the same time it usually falls. So Irish Fest starts tonight.
It does, and it is so fun. If you've never been, it took me a little while to get there, and when I was like, oh, this is incredible. It's
We've been waiting for you.
Exactly. Such a celebration of culture. There are at least 24 stages and tents of all kinds of music entertainment, not just the traditional Irish sound, the trad music that you think of, but all kinds of styles and dancing. It's really a wonderful celebration of Irish culture. I know it sounds redundant, but it really is. So I highly recommend going tonight through Sunday. And there are some new things this year, not just, the bands that you think of that are coming back, like Gaelic Storm. You were talking about Alten earlier today, weren't you? And your Northern Irish accent.
They've been coming since the 90s to
Isn't
Irish
that
Fest.
fantastic? And this really is one of the country's, and maybe even the world's, best Irish fest. Scythian, Jig Jam, and Ali the Piper, a viral internet bagpiper, is one of the new artists who will be here. But
Intimate Piper.
No, internet.
Oh, I thought you said an intimate piper.
Excuse me? What are you doing with that bowl?
Nope.
No, but
Please continue.
What is brand new, though? Sheep herding. Those border collies that know when they just do the whistle and precisely get sheep going where they need to go. It's going to be in the urban park just outside the North Gate, and you can get your hand stamped and go out there. If you've never seen this, it is absolutely fascinating. And the guy from Ireland Michael Cowell is coming to host these demonstrations Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon. And also then there is a new Irish language workshop tent, which I recommend for you, Vince, to hone your accent. And then you realize next year, about this time next year, the Wisconsin Badgers are going to be playing football, the Aer Lingus College Football Classic in Ireland. So there's going to be a great big pep rally with the UW band and Bucky.
Oh, cool.
They'll have a setup there where you can test your football skills. And where do you think the home of Halloween is? It's not Transylvania. It is Ireland. It looks
They
like
invented Halloween, huh?
Well, Sam Hain used to be the name of a punk band, but how you say it actually is Samhain. So it looks like Samhain, but it's Samhain, and that is a Celtic festival where Halloween first began, and you can learn about the ancient Halloween mask-making traditions. And so there is so much more than just what you think of, the good corned beef and the beer.
Festivals on the neighborhood level. What do you got?
Well, on the neighborhood level, I would say one more cultural festival to enjoy is the Ukrainian Fest on Sunday at Croatian Park. See, combining your cultures there in Franklin, where you can enjoy Ukrainian culture and cuisine there. But locally, you've got your Center Street Days Festival on Saturday, which is one of the great gatherings of local music and fun. And
So
have you
that's
been to Center
River
Street
West?
Days? Yeah,
Yeah,
River
okay,
West
that
neighborhood.
neighborhood.
One of our
Cool one.
most creative neighborhoods.
They always
in the
have a
city.
party.
Yeah.
They always got
they
something
find
going on.
That's
some
also
reason,
called
don't they?
Saturday, right? River West, but right. No, very, very well. Yeah,
They've
that's a
got-
good one.
And also, you've got the wonderful picnic in the park in Kenosha, right there at the Petrifying Springs
Ooh, now,
Park Beer
is that
Garden.
fancy?
No,
It
it's
sounds
nice and
fancy.
casual, and you get to relax and have fun. And you know who's celebrating their 150th anniversary? Pewaukee. So they've got the Glacier Lakes Antique and Classic Boat Show, and there'll also be a Veterans Tribute and a vintage airplane flyby there. And in Manitowoc on Friday, the Lakeshore Balloon Glow on the lakefront.
Dude, Brian Adams is coming to town?
Brian Adams Sunday at Fiserv Forum. And you know who's opening? Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. That is going to be a great night of classic rock.
That's pretty cool. And they're playing Fiserv.
Big.
That's great.
Yeah, it's same level of. I've seen Heart there. I've seen Kiss there. So
Yeah.
that is a great venue for classic rock.
All right, lots more that we didn't get to. How do people find this online? Because you have curated a wonderful spot on the website.
I would say there is even more.
Yes.
It's called the Trend. Text the word TREND, TREND, to the Citing Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line. You text the word TREND, we'll send you this web link and full of even more options. And we also put the link in there so you're 2 taps away from more info.
That's awesome.
And you're live at the fair again tonight?
Yes, from 6 till 8:30. And Bobby Way of Bobby Way and the Fabulous Wayouts is my guest. You know why? because he has performed at every day of every Wisconsin State Fair since 1992.
Nice.
He's going to have some stories to tell.
If this weekend's lineup sounds fun, you're going to want to catch our friends at Three Pillars Senior Living Communities, where top-notch events and activities are at the heart of everyday life on their beautiful Lake Country campus. Visit threepillars.org.
Thank you, Sandy.
Today.
Thank you. Even more fun to tell you about happening at the Wisconsin State Fair. My picks for Friday fun, plus the song you need to hear. Long-time local favorites playing at the Wisconsin State Fair tomorrow night. Keep it here on What's on Tap.
Classic feeling. Saturday, bring your pictures to our Siding Unlimited showroom and let's chat. Start your home updating journey with Siding Unlimited at sidingunlimited.com.
Visit the city where festivals take over the lakefront, breweries pour late into the night, and every neighborhood brings its own flavor. Milwaukee doesn't just host festivals,
It owns them.
with more than 100 every year, including the world's largest music festival. The lakefront views,
Incredible food and breweries,
live sports,
and nightlife that doesn't quit.
make Milwaukee a city built for unforgettable weekends. Expert guides at visitmilwaukee.org will help you plan every detail of your next visit. Get started today
At visitmilwaukee.org.
Sports parents know the countless hours and dollars spent on practice, games, equipment, training, travel. So when an injury happens, why don't we invest in recovery too? Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy supports the body's natural healing process, whether it's recovering from injury or a concussion, because it's not just about getting your athlete back on the field, it's about helping them recover for school, work, and life long after the season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
I remember our very first online order. That was a while back. Yeah, the second came shortly after, and the build was slow. But now today, our online orders are rivaling call-ins. Well, we made our online ordering system pretty easy. Yeah, it is easy. Just simply log on to marty'spizza.delafield.com, and you'll see how easy we've made it. And soon, you can have the great pizza that's been making people smile for generations. Marty's Pizza in Delafield. Because it's delicious.
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
When you run a team, you want great uniforms, and you know selling spiritware is vital. That's why Burkhart Sporting Goods will create a free custom website for you to sell your families and players the coolest spiritware from Nike and Under Armour, as well as the basics, while helping you fundraise at the same time. We take the hassle out of coordinating your team's apparel and make shopping and buying easy. So when you need awesome spiritware and uniforms for your organization, you can't beat Burkhart.
You can't beat Burkhart.
You're listening to What's on Tap with Sandy Max on WTMJ.
Broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio here at the Wisconsin State Fair. The sun is out. It's a beautiful evening. Lots of folks strolling. It's a good warm summer night. It's not chilly. I don't think the wind is going to shift, and you don't really need a jacket. Lots of T-shirts. Special expressive T-shirts that people get to wear here at the Wisconsin State Fair. And a big thank you to Leff's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. They are set up right at the tunnel entrance as you come in on the Grandstand Avenue, 2nd Street and Grandstand, next to the Wisconsin Products Pavilion, serving up tasty food, including good chicken tenders dinner and other tasty treats. And they are one of the many spots here that have live music. And tomorrow, at Friday, on the Leff's stage, 3:45, Night Fever, the Milwaukee Beachies tribute band. How fun is that going to be for an afternoon of some disco music? And then at 8 o'clock at Leff's will be Prime Country. So they've got some fun entertainment lined up for you. And some other picks that I have for you for Friday. If you're coming to the Wisconsin State Fair, maybe squeak out, start your weekend a little bit early. Oh, I love the big massive horses. The Belgian and the Percheron Draft Horse and Hit Show is happening in the Coliseum. And if you dig the dog sports, there's the Champions Challenge inside the Coliseum on Friday, something called Hunter Over Fences. So that should be pretty agile. But if you really are a dog person, every single day they have the Canine Sports Arena. And that is all day, every day. Dock diving, agility. They have stunt dogs. They have scent work. So those four-legged friends are having a lot of fun in the Canine Sports Arena, where you can sit a spell in the shade and enjoy them being all active. And you can also stroll through the sheep and goat barn on Friday. And I was talking about having a green thumb. There's the bonsai tree demo on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 3 o'clock in the Grand Champion Hall stage. And remember, this is all ages here at the Wisconsin State Fair. You got the family variety stage. There are yo-yo tricks and juggling by Mark Hayward. I think that sounds like fun. And then the headliner tomorrow night, Lindsay Sterling with her electric violin on the Bank 5-9 main stage. And not just her electric violin, she has a whole show set up where she has dancers, costume changes, choreography, and you'll get a preview at 8 o'clock here on What's on Tap with, I share with you my conversation with Lindsay Sterling earlier this week. And also free music, 11:30 every day. Bobby Way playing at the Tropics. And I mean every day of the Wisconsin State Fair. You'll meet him in about 10 minutes and find out about his streak of playing every single show of every single Wisconsin State Fair since 1992. I mentioned Night Fever, MKE, the Bee Gees tribute band, and in from Green Bay, Whammy Award-winning The Glam Band is playing on the Bud Pavilion Friday night at 8. And talk about costume changes that Lindsay Sterling's doing. There's a lot of spandex and a lot of hair going on for the Glam Band. They absolutely deliver the fun. So those are some of my Friday picks here at the Wisconsin State Fair. And there's one more band that you can see tomorrow night here. Local guys, the Guffs, performing at the fair Friday night on the Bank 5-9 Amphitheater stage, and one of their songs that will make you smile. Next on What's on Tap.
Hey, is your son, daughter, or grandchild's birthday soon? WTMJ's John Mercure here. I've got a great idea. Hosting a birthday party is a lot of work. No need for you to cook and organize, then clean your home. How about having your party at the amazing Mine Shaft restaurant in Hartford, the area's most affordable birthday party destination? Your party room is free, with a world-class game room with over 70 games, including the easiest ones for your little ones. The pizza party packages are super affordable and include free game room credits. Whether your birthday party is for 10 or 50, the Mine Shaft will host your party or your business event. It'll be the best and easiest birthday party ever. Your kids and grandkids will love you more than ever. They even have your cake. I highly recommend the Mine Shaft restaurant for your next birthday party or a really fun, interactive business gathering. Reservations are required 2 days in advance. Google the Mine Shaft Restaurant in Hartford. Click on Party Planning for all the details. Birthdays are easy at the amazing Mine Shaft.
Struggling to provide for your family is a real thing, like having to choose between feeding them a warm meal or paying the utility bill. These are the choices many Milwaukee residents are faced with, which is why they turn to St. Vincent de Paul Society's meal program for help. Our meal program has been a consistent resource for those in need for over 42 years. Nutritious meals, warm showers, and clean clothes, all in a safe, family-friendly environment. Our mission is clear, and that's to help you break the cycle of poverty by connecting you with life-changing community and educational resources. Last year, we provided $2.2 million in goods and services, plus 57,000 warm meals. If you or anyone you know needs a warm evening meal, you can find us at Harambe Kitchen 5 nights a week on the northeast side of Milwaukee in the basement of All People's Church. And at Crossroads Kitchen on the south side of Milwaukee 6 nights a week on 9th and Madison. As always, we're grateful for community members and volunteers who help us help you. To learn more, visit svdpmilw.org.
After a crash with a semi-truck, everything can change instantly. At Gruber Law Offices, we have the knowledge and experience to make sure you're protected. And we're here to help whenever you need us. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. Your family, your memories, our priority. Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
Hey, this is WTMJ Steve Scaffidi. Have you listened to WTMJ Outdoors yet? Well, what are you waiting for? Every Saturday at 2 right here on 620 WTMJ. Stories of the outdoors of Wisconsin and beyond as we celebrate everything in recreation. Every week we explore the trails and waterways of Wisconsin in the great outdoors. It's a great state on a great lake. Join me every Saturday, every weekend on WTMJ Outdoors.
It's WTMJ Outdoors, presented by Outdoor Living Unlimited. This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max. And now, feast your ears. This is the song you need to hear.
Most blokes are going to be playing at 10. These go to 11.
And we're turning it up to 11 here, broadcasting live from the Bank 59 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. I am Sandy Max, and I love the wide variety of music you can enjoy absolutely free here at the Wisconsin State Fair, including some long-time local favorites. And tomorrow night, I tell you, the song you need to hear next is going to take you right back to Milwaukee 90s. The alternative rock scene, the Guffs, who have built such a hometown following, and they landed a major label deal, took their music nationwide, and this song is one of those songs that instantly brings longtime Wisconsin fans right back to that time. Friday, the Guffs headlining the Bank 59 Amphitheater here at the Wisconsin State Fair, and turn this one up, the Guffs and Smile, the song you need to hear.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a good karma brand station.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Every child in foster care deserves someone who believes in them. That's why La Causa is looking for more foster parents.
They never really checked on me, and that's why I appreciate La Causa tremendously,
because they were the ones that showed me we care. I met my LaCausa team, all brilliant people and people that wanted to see me succeed.
That kind of care can change a life. Learn how you can become a foster parent with LaCausa at lacausa.org.
You've seen us around town, volunteering, supporting events, and showing up where it matters. At Waterstone Bank, we're more than a bank. We're your neighbor. The money you deposit stays local, helping small businesses, creating jobs, and supporting home ownership. It's banking from the community for the community. Visit your local branch or WSBOnline.com to see how we're building a stronger southeastern Wisconsin, one neighbor at a time. Waterstone Bank, member FDIC.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps! He made the catch! Banging up against the wall!
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center. It's back and gone!
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 7 o'clock, it's 75 degrees. Rain ending tonight, but still some high humidity, a low of 70. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. Lawmakers are reacting to a report that sailors on the USS Abraham Lincoln are exhausted after spending nearly 9 months at sea without a port call, no contact with family, and with some reportedly attempting to go overboard. ABC News Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Raddatz.
Growing concerns over conditions aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln after a staggering 250 days at sea, including more than 200 consecutive days without a single port call. The majority of those days, combat operations in the Middle East. Some sailors' families reportedly told the Military Times that at least 2 sailors tried to jump overboard. A U.S. official telling ABC News a sailor on the Lincoln did go overboard earlier this month and was quickly recovered. The incident is under investigation.
The defense secretary calls the long-term deployment amid the war in Iran completely misrepresented. Accused CEO killer Luigi Mangione is expected to plead guilty to federal charges during a court conference tomorrow.
Luigi Mangione has been fighting dueling state and federal charges for the last 20 months. Now, just weeks before the planned start of his state murder trial, sources say Mangione is preparing to plead guilty to federal charges. A potential plea could help defense lawyers argue that Mangione's state murder case should be thrown out because of double jeopardy, an argument advocated by Mangione's defense lawyer earlier this year.
Double jeopardy is meant to protect people, and they're using it as a weapon here.
Mangione faces the possibility of life in prison if he pleads guilty to federal stalking charges. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
Decision, Wisconsin. Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley's win in Tuesday's Democratic primary came after a major late shift in the race.
A new Marquette Law School analysis shows most voters who were undecided late in the campaign ultimately backed David Crowley. Crowley had just 7% in the poll taken in late July, while Francesca Hong had 38%. But Crowley ended up with nearly 40% on Tuesday's vote, while Hong finished at about 39%. The analysis also points to Governor Tony Evers' late endorsement, with more than a third of Democratic voters saying it made them more likely to support David Crowley. The primary also drew much higher turnout than recent Democratic gubernatorial election. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
The nationwide cyclosporiasis outbreak is having a two-pronged effect on Wisconsin's lettuce growers.
Initially, we thought we might see an uptick in people that were very interested in buying local, buying fresh, talking with the producers about how they do what they do.
But Midwest Farm Report's Pam Yonke says that has flatlined. And the most significant impact is now on those lettuce growers who sell into the system that prompted a nationwide recall.
So a lot of the farmers plowed the crop down, and now they have to decide, am I going to try it again?
And pivoting to another crop is not often an option.
Their systems aren't built for that. They don't have a contract for that.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Navigating the Wisconsin State Fair is made easy thanks to the info booths.
There are 8 information booths scattered across the grounds of the Wisconsin State Fair. The workers there are experts, from where to find Sporky's winners to old favorite vendors and restaurants.
I just love every aspect of the fair. I love talking to people. I love being able to answer the questions.
Guest services specialist Alyssa Aleke.
It's just a nice option to give people an easy ask a person, so that we're quicker to give them an answer instead of just wandering around the park, because it's a big place and it might take them a long time to find it on their own.
Aleke says they get the most questions about food than parking and accessibility. From the Wisconsin State Fair, Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Sports traffic and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:04.
Business owners and right-hand men and women. When you make the catering call for your office gathering, make it Marty's Pizza. For pizza, pasta, subs, wings, appetizers, and more. Delivered in our heated oven delivery trucks. Our catering delivery range has expanded all the way east into Brookfield. Just log on to martyspizza.net for easy online ordering. Or give us a call at 262-646-3327. 262-646-3327.
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
The new fractured boulders we now have in stock are really nice. They're squarer and more rectangular in shape. And they're great for building dry-laid retaining walls. They're much easier to deal with, lock together nicely, and you get less gaps. No wet mortar needed. And we've stocked a multitude of colors. You can use them as an accent item to add character to your dry river or creek beds, too. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential. Visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Our organic mulch is comprised of all trees. Most mulch is made from ground-up pallets, and you don't know what might have been spilled on those pallets. Could be chemicals or who knows what. But not our mulch, we're recycling trees. Many species of hardwoods. Cedar, hemlock, light brown, dark brown, mocha, black, red, gold, and caramel. 7 colors to choose from means a mulch to match any exterior. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential. Visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. After being swept by the Padres in San Diego, the beat-up Brewers are scheduled to begin a 4-game series against the Dodgers tonight in Los Angeles.
If you've got the best record in baseball, you're going to go through times like this where things aren't very good and everything seems to go against you. It's in your head, things are going against you. You got to just not feel sorry for yourself, and you got to just keep your head up and go.
Pat Murphy's Brewers begin the day with the best record in baseball, but just a 3-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:35. And the Packers begin the preseason in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. Right now, Green Bay is leading 3-0 in the second quarter. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Travel times are finally looking normal across the board. Still just a reminder of some lane closures, though, on 41894 northbound. That's the two right lanes about half a mile beyond the ramp from 43 north, but shouldn't be too long to get through there.
Traffic is sponsored by the Wisconsin Assisted Living Association, supporting communities and residents through advocacy, education, and service. Where you live matters. Get the answers you and your family need about assisted living in Wisconsin. Start with clear, trusted guidance by visiting whereyoulivematters.org today.
And taking a look at your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, rain comes to an end, but the humidity still stays high, a high low of 70 degrees. Tomorrow, some early showers, then humid and mostly cloudy skies, a high of 76. On Saturday, morning rain showers likely. We'll have clear skies by the afternoon, but still humid, high of 78. Sunday, a chance for showers and still humid, a high of 80. On Monday, less humid and sunny skies, a high of 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, a high of 80. Right now in Milwaukee, it's 74 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso, Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time is 7:08.
Your need-to-know cultural snapshot of Wisconsin and beyond. This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. A deep dive into all things intriguing, riveting, and entertaining. Now live from the Bank 59 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here's your host, Sandy Max.
Ahoy! We are ready for the second hour and then a bonus half hour of What's on Tap tonight as we get into Milwaukee Brewers, LA Dodgers game coverage at 8:35. But before then, so much fun to have a Scooper Trooper status update. If you've been following along with me the past few years broadcasting live here at the Wisconsin State Fair, the Scooper Troopers are very important. They clean up after the animals. They make sure we don't step in squish. And I met a gal named Piper who has been a Scooper Trooper for, I think, 5 years now. And she was doing this summer job to raise funds for her international career aspirations. So I see her every year and check in, and we checked in. So you'll hear Piper's update and find out how much closer she is to becoming a marine biologist in France after scooping up poop. And you'll also hear from Lindsay Sterling, who is the headlining act tomorrow night on the Bank 59 main stage with her electric violin and choreography and costume changes. But first, I'm very excited to welcome to the Bank 59 studio. You are about to meet the Milwaukee musician who's been playing the Wisconsin State Fair in 1992, every single day of the fair for 3 decades. He has entertained generations of fairgoers, had one of the best seats in the house for watching the Wisconsin State Fair history unfold. Welcome to What's on Tap, Bobby Way.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ahoy.
Yeah, every single day. It's
That's an accomplishment. I keep saying ahoy because Bobby has his captain's hat on, and he brought me a red captain's hat. I feel very special.
You look good in that.
Well, thank you very much. You might not get it back.
I'm not going to have to get one of those for you. I have to custom order these.
I was saying, and it needs to be smaller because I had swimming in this one. It is, if you text the word watch to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ Talk and text line, we'll send you the YouTube link, 855-616-1620. Text the word watch to see our live YouTube stream. But Bobby, this is so remarkable. And there are so many people who are part of the Wisconsin State Fair organization who are excited for this streak of yours. So take me back to 1992. Do you remember your very first Wisconsin State Fair performance?
I do, and at a place called Hammerheads. It was over across from where Apollo's is now.
Yeah.
It's not there now. And it was a fish place. It was before the Door County fish boil came by. Went through 1 year. I had just really come home off the road. I was on the road for 15 years before that, and put my band together, and they booked us for all 11 days. I don't know how that happened. Good agent, I guess.
But that's a gift, isn't it?
Yeah.
You want to be a working musician, and you don't go, all 11, could I just work the weekends?
Oh, and
Instead, you embrace it.
I was younger then. I can't do that.
Weren't we all in 1992?
I can't do 100 push-ups anymore either. There's a lot of things I can't do anymore. But
so Hammerhead. So what was that very first show like?
It was it was long days and hot and just different. And you start to learn how to work the fair because the fair is different than any other venues. You have this wide crowd of people, and they don't know whether they're going to like you or not. And the first year, you're just kind of feeling it out. First, second, third, fourth years, to feel out who's going to be your demographic and what kind of music you're playing, because you have a choice of, you can see a country group, or you can see a rock group, you can see a Lithuanian folk band around here or something.
Yes, you can.
Or whatever you like. So they find what you do, and they kind of get there.
So Bobby Way and the Fabulous Way Outs, that first show in 1992, what kind of music were you playing?
Just a variety.
Songs? Because I see on your website you are the ultimate party band.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a fine category to be in.
We've come a long ways from that. I mean, we've done a lot of weddings. Last year we played our 700th wedding, and that's just weddings. People see us at these festivals in the Summerfest. We play Funfest forever, and things like that. But the real bread and butter is the corporate and the private parties and the weddings. And after you learn how to do that, it's a great thing. But you play these kind of gigs so people see you. They know who you are. If you're going to hire an act and you never heard of them for your wedding, if you heard of somebody, that might be okay. But it's a scary thing to write a big check to somebody, some musicians, no
and
less.
not know if they're going to really bring the party. So when they see
even show up.
Here,
I can say, because I'm one of them, musicians have a reputation for being
go ahead, say it.
Maybe not as reliable. I'm just saying for a reason, and I can say it because I'm one of them. So from looking from the outside, it's kind of a scary thing. Artists, artists, and I can be cynical about it. But I'm an old guy now.
But here's what's hilarious, Bobby, is you're telling me that you might have had a reputation for being unreliable at one point in your career.
Maybe.
Because why we're sitting here right now is because we're celebrating the fact that for 34 years.
I showed up
every single day of the Wisconsin State Fair. Yeah, you have shown up, and not just shown up to sit on a bar stool. You have shown up to truly entertain.
Except for last Sunday when we got canceled.
Last Sunday of last year
I showed
with the terrible
anyway.
flooding.
I was here.
Really?
Yeah. I had to. I run.
You had to load out your gear
too. Yeah. And just see if there was any damage, and where we were, we were lucked out. We didn't have any big problem. I was waiting for everything I owned to. I have equipment on Goolsby's and Apollos and Tropics right now, and I used to do Rapinas for years, and the Shakey's was I have production going up at those places too. So there's all this equipment all over the place, and does it get destroyed? I'm a musician. I would say a musician. Yeah, like everything I own is in one pile in one rainstorm. So,
wow. Bobby Way of Bobby Way and the Fabulous Way Outs and the
mediocre
streak of
it used to be fabulous. Now we're just the pretty good.
And the pretty
They're not
good
bad. They're acceptable. They used to be good way outs.
A streak
we're fine.
of 34 years since 1992. So many people listening, I know, have seen you and enjoyed you. And we're going to continue this conversation and find out more stories from Bobby Way at the Wisconsin State Fair since 1992. Keep it here on What's on Tap.
If you're in charge of uniforms and equipment, you want to get the most value for your team's budget. You want the most for your money, and you want the process to be easy. Because you already have enough on your plate. We get it. Burkhart Sporting Goods Team Outfitting Division is the best you'll find. With an abnormally high customer satisfaction rate and our own silk screening and embroidery facility for quality control. So if you want the highest quality team outfitting and incredible service,
you can't beat Burkhart.
Hi, this is Julie Coombs and Cindy Storm Fisher with Storm Fisher Investment Group. Are you a retiring professional worried about the direction of our economy, about making your money last? Come see what we can do for you. Let us show you how we take care of you to help you have a great retirement. We are at 262-796-8400 or stormfisher.com. See you soon.
Securities offered through Osaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Osaic Advisory Services LLC. Osaic Advisory. Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory are separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, and services referenced here are independent of Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. The staff is deeply committed to providing a welcoming and engaging environment for everyone at every level. Learn the right way to handle firearms, level up your skills, and experience replica firearms from different historical eras while learning about their role in protecting our freedoms throughout history. Visit veteran-owned and managed Mission 94 in Kenosha today. Check out the 5-star reviews. Just Google Mission 94.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps and he made the catch, banging up against the wall.
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center. It's back and gone.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, WTMJ. What's on Tap with Sandy Max is back on WTMJ.
Back and broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. You are listening to What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. Handcrafted, homegrown, world-class. Discover more at visitmilwaukee.org. Joined in the studio by Milwaukee musician Bobby Way. And Bobby, so many people have seen you perform here at the Wisconsin State Fair, and I can say that with confidence because you get to brag. How many years have you performed at the Wisconsin State Fair, and not just at the fair, every single day at the Wisconsin State Fair?
34 years plus, what, we're in the 6th day now? 7th day?
Yeah.
34 plus that.
Just racking them up.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to make it till Sunday. That'd be
I would hope so. And so every day, where do we find you here at the fair?
I'm at the Tropics every morning. Tropics at the fair, the place with the sand. It's over, I don't know what the street is. You think I'd know
Feels
after
like
all
the beach,
these years.
yeah, but on that
The beach
outside,
place, yes.
the 84th Street side.
I really like it over there. They're great people that I went to, after I was Rapinas for 26 years, I went over there right away, and I really like it there. I'm doing the morning shift and doing solo, and when people are coming in, is kind of sitting down, kind of enjoyed it. Today I noticed that it's your adult contemporary haven at the fair. I said, hey, how do you tell? Because everybody isn't on their phone.
Oh, they're paying attention to you.
Yeah, they did, and they laughed, and so I said it again because it was funny then.
So you're not just a jukebox. You're not just playing songs. You really are telling stories, talking with the audience.
Yeah, people say musician, but I use the word entertainer, and I started doing that, using that, number one, because if you're an entertainer, your insurance is less than using the word musician, just so you know.
You're also a businessman, it sounds like, as well.
No, I do some other stuff, but, you have to be diverse if you want to make a living at it. It's you just can't be just this or just that and play. There's not enough work just to be a player, so I have to deal with production. I do stage managing for a company out of Orlando from time to time for national. I mean, this, that, and just whatever I can do. You have to be diverse
all year long. Yeah, and I love that. That's one of your secrets to this longevity.
Yeah, and it probably is, because if I was just a bass player or this or that, and because the market's different now. When I was on the road for 15 years in a Vegas show band with dancers and the whole bit, playing 300 dates a year, and there was a market for that. You were never out of work. You just went from place to place to place to place every 2 or 3 weeks at a
kind of like a residency. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Very, very similar. But you were never out of work, and then that market went away about the time the law went back to 21. So I came back home, back to Milwaukee, and kind of started, doing what I'm doing now.
And you're part of our creative culture here now, for sure. Yeah. When did playing the fair become a thing for you? And was there a year where somebody suddenly realized, like, Bobby Way hasn't missed a day?
Yeah, well, they kind of brought that up to me just recently about this whole thing. Oh, that's right. And I had to stop and think, did I ever miss a day? And back in there, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, there was one night that we played 3 songs and it rained us out. But I did play the 3 songs, so I didn't
counts.
ruin my record.
It was just an abbreviated set.
Yeah,
so what do you think has changed most between the audience in 1992 and 2026? You've seen it all now.
Yeah. Well, the demographics, and I'm going to say the kids, young folks. Live music isn't what was as popular, so to speak, as when I was young. It was cool. We go out to see a band, and that's what you do. Now they go there. Maybe a band there, but you go there because there's a party, not necessarily because of the band. If it's a really good, like Bella Kane or somebody that's got a big reputation, they go there because they know there's going to be a good band. Don't get me wrong, but I think that just the market, but the fair has people that want to go out and see music. Maybe people go to Summerfest because it's just the trendy thing to do, or they don't necessarily go. The young kids go in there to find other young kids. But I think the fair is different. They come and they sit down and they watch the music and they find what they like. I was saying before, there's a country band or this or a rock band, or come and see what I do, or any choice of anything you want. There's a polka band over there. It's been there forever.
Vern and the Originals, heck yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, that guy. When I did my 25th year here, I was making a comment. One of the guys walked up to me just to say hi in the morning, and I said, I'm 25 years starting now. He goes, I've been here 34. He hadn't been there every day.
Okay.
He'd been playing.
With the polka band.
But I went, you ruined my I was feeling
streak.
good about myself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that is such a great point of the history of the Wisconsin State Fair and entertainment being part of it. And really kind of growing these artists and recognizing that fans who come to the Wisconsin State Fair do want that. They do. That connection. Hey, there's my guy Bobby, and he's going to play. What's Bobby going to play? What are some go-to songs that Bobby Way plays?
It's different all the time. But as a band, that we know 600-800 songs, and you play 50 or 60 in a day. It really depends what the demographic is. If I'm playing a wedding, I'm doing some stuff for Uncle Pete and Aunt Ethel early.
Here at the fair, though, what do Wisconsin State Fair
happy music?
Like?
In Tropics, I'm actually doing some, not reggae, calypso, kind of off the wall. Just kind of, I call it
beachy
blue-eyed white guy reggae for me, and just to keep the thing. I'll do Jimmy Buffett, but I do Beach Boys and this, some 80s and the big 80s. I love to say that. Things like that. It's very diverse. It really depends. I might do a Sinatra song, and what I played today, Mac the Knife, of all the things. I only did it once, I probably won't do it tomorrow. But it had
same show every
had a
day.
little old lady out there thought she's going to like this.
But that's fun that you're looking in the crowd to find those folks to truly delight.
That's exactly right, because I look at who's out there right now. Do I have a 21-year-old gang, or do I have it's Seniors Day? We have people my age, and they like to hear Tennessee Waltz, of all things in the world, or just. I started pull those songs out for them, and then I'll shift it a little later to something a little more contemporary, because they went to look at the cows and they had enough of me.
Rule number one: know your audience.
That's
he
right.
is Bobby Way. He has performed every single day of every single Wisconsin State Fair since 1992. Hundreds of shows in front of thousands of people.
Oh my!
He is my guest, and we'll have a couple more quick memories when we come back on What's on Tap.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi here for QC Kinetics. When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, do your homework. Remember, once the joint is replaced, there's no going back. Before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you here in Greenfield and Mequon. You start with a medical evaluation, reviewing your history, any imaging, and the actual source of your pain. If you're a good candidate, they'll concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. The whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that could change your life. Don't just accept surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion and know your options. The conversation and consultation are totally free. Call QC Kinetics at 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. QC Kinetics.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Experience 90 years of history this week at the Fox and Hounds, the Up North Timbered Supper Club near Holy Hill. WTMJ's John Mercure here. It is my favorite place. Make some great memories at the Fox and Hounds. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you care to eat and one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, that's so good. The pecan-crusted salmon, my wife loves that. The spinach and cheese tortellini, the surf and turf, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Try the ribs. Desserts are buy one, get one free. Relax with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, more than 120 wines from around the world. Rustic bar, 8 unique dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds cuddles the Kettle Moraine Forest near Holy Hill. The summer drive is a Wisconsin must-see. Escape from your kitchen with a free dinner at the Fox and Hounds, serving from 4 p.m. Dine early. Saturday, buy one prime rib dinner, get one free. Enjoy Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. Visit foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. Call and reserve your free dinner.
From the post-game to the morning show, there's no rest for baseball for Dominic Cotroneo, our Brewers 360 guest every Monday at 8:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
I don't care about a team record. I don't care about 100 wins. I don't care about any of that. Make sure that you are in tip-top shape the moment the playoffs start.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Cannon and Dunphy, and Ridgetop Exteriors. Welcome back to What's on Tap on WTMJ.
Casting live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair, a song that my guest knows very well. He is Bobby Way of Bobby Way and the Fabulous Way Outs. You can see him every day. Is 11:30?
I'm doing solo at 11:30.
At the Tropics and all around. Mm-hmm. And the reason Bobby Way is my guest, not only is he just fun and a great entertainer, but we have discovered that ever since 1992, that's 34 years ago, every single day of the Wisconsin State Fair, you have been performing here.
Good thing I live close.
Congratulations on the streak. Is there, after 34 years, is there a song that is just a go-to for a Wisconsin State Fair audience?
Yeah, Margaritaville. Always works.
All the Parrot Heads.
Always works. The Parrot Head, that song, why that song, it always works. It's the perfect song because it's easy. It's got 3 chords in it. It's happy. It's not too loud. And everybody likes it, and they kind of know the words.
I was saying.
It's just one of those songs that go, why? Just because it is. That would be the one.
My dad was a Parrot Head, so it automatically makes me happy if I hear it. It's like makes me think of him. Yeah, so well done. Bobby, you've given an enormous piece of your life to the Wisconsin State Fair. If you really think of it like that, a lot of your energy, a lot of your talent, a lot of your time. What has the Wisconsin State Fair given back to you?
A lot. So mostly, let's say, notoriety in my business. I was at Peanuts for 26 years, and they let me put up 30 different signs with a band name up there, which, 10 million people walked by there and saw that. I couldn't put a billboard on the freeway. And we were talking about the fair, people come to the fair to see that. So the people that see that are the people that like music, not people that don't. That are different.
Looking for entertainment,
and
looking for a good time.
That was just that place for them. And then he said, well, it was just the marriage made in heaven because they let us develop what we had, and we were there every day. We didn't have to move the equipment in and out, which is a big deal. Getting in and out of here is
it can be, especially if you're toting equipment.
Yeah, a whole band's worth of stuff. So being there every day makes a difference. And you could do the production. We did the cabaret kind of show for early, and it just turned into a place at the fair that people go. They go a lot. They see get their cream puff, and they go get the corn, and they go see this, and they do that. But our demographic wound up at Rapina's at 7 o'clock and sit down at the end of the day, and you'd see those people. They come back every year because that's what they do. It was part of their piece. So it developed itself, and it just fed on itself, and it worked really well.
I'm glad the Wisconsin State Fair has ensured that you get to entertain, and we will see
living
you.
At it.
Yay!
Thank you.
Bobby Way, see him every day at the Wisconsin State Fair, 11:30 at the Tropics. Make it a date. I wish you more creativity and success, and we look forward to seeing you the rest of this state fair and the rest of the state fairs to come.
I'm not going anywhere.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you so much for having me. It was great. It was just fun.
I'm glad. Thanks for bringing the captain hats as well. We're going to check in with the Scooper Trooper after we check in now with the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Here is Jessica Gatso.
Thanks, Sandy. A suspect is in custody after a Milwaukee murder spree. Police arrested a 36-year-old man after a standoff on Tuesday. The medical examiner says 26-year-old Vanessa Guerrero was shot during a party at a friend's apartment Saturday night, and her friend, 29-year-old Scott Buchholz, was killed while trying to intervene. The suspect then allegedly drove across town and shot 39-year-old Shamarla Hare. The victims' families say the murders stemmed from a domestic dispute. Parts of the 16th Street Bridge are reopening in Milwaukee. The southern part of the bridge closed in December for emergency repairs when a floor beam needed to be replaced. One lane is now open to traffic between Pierce and Canal Streets. The project has returned to its original detour route and is expected to be completed by the end of the year. The governor's Blue Ribbon Livestock Auction raises more than $400,000 for Wisconsin State Fair junior livestock exhibitors. The event in West Allis brought together buyers, businesses, and agricultural organizations to support young people involved in agriculture. The grand champion steer sold for more than $30,000. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Mostly clear on the roads at this point, not seeing any major incidents and no slowdowns. And taking a look at the WTMJ forecast. Tonight, rain comes to an end, but still high dew points, a low of 70. Friday, some early showers, then humid and mostly cloudy skies. Could see some fog in the morning, a high of 76. Saturday, some morning rain showers are likely. We'll see clear skies by the afternoon, still humid, high of 78. On Sunday, a chance for showers and humid, a high of 80. Monday, less humid with sunny skies, a high of 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny skies, a high of 80. Right now in Milwaukee, it's 74 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso, Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:33.
He told us to load 4 yards into his 8-foot bed, but we knew that 3 full, honestly measured yards were going to fill his truck bed to the rim. After we proved that, he told us the other guys have been telling him he's been getting 4 yards in there for years. Honest measurements and honest folks who just want to do you right. So you come back. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. We did the math. When you buy bagged mulch from the big guys, you pay $50 a yard. Why pay more for inferior mulch? When you buy from Erickson's, you'll get premium mulch for almost half the cost. And you'll see that even our economy mulch is better, for less than half the cost of bag mulch. And either choice is made with premium colorant that lasts longer. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
Want to watch all your favorite WTMJ shows? Check out the WTMJ YouTube channel. Live streams of all your favorite WTMJ shows, from Wisconsin's morning news to what's on tap. See breaking news as it happens. Get involved with the action in the chat on Brewers Extra Innings, or see all the cool tools on the Fix It Show. Missed your favorite show? We've got past live streams and interview highlights too. Subscribe to 620 WTMJ. You're listening to What's on Tap with Sandy Max on WTMJ.
Live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair, one of our happy places every summer in this state. And one of my favorite traditions might surprise you. It is visiting with one of our Scooper Troopers. Her name is Piper Faust. I met her, back in 2023. One of my first summers broadcasting here at WTMJ, and I was surprised and delighted at what a remarkable young lady she is, and obviously got grit. Doesn't mind spending 11 days shoveling the leavings of our livestock. So I want to share with you my first visit with her and the trilogy, and then we'll get an update on what Piper Faust is doing now. I think this will open your eyes to the window of what Scooper Troopers really do. At the Wisconsin State Fair, lots of livestock means lots of what they leave behind, from their behind. Sparing us from stepping in that stuff are the Scooper Troopers. You see them around the barns and the Case IH Coliseum carrying a shovel, wearing a brown t-shirt, and shoes they don't mind getting dirty. Piper Faust of Milwaukee is one of the nearly 24 Scooper Troopers.
I am a Scooper Trooper.
What is that?
I clean up after the animals and I clean barns once the public has left. I stand mostly in the Coliseum and wait for an animal to drop something, and then I go clean it up for them.
Tell me this is not a volunteer position.
You can volunteer. If you're under 14, you can volunteer. But if you're over 15, you get paid pretty well for it. So I'm saving up for college.
Although Piper has experience working with the Amish near her grandmother's house in Platteville, a farming background is not required to do this job. You just need to be able to handle a shovel and be able to tolerate the odors. So how do you find out about the Scooper Trooper role?
One of my best friends, Callie, both of her parents are really involved in the agricultural department, and for the last couple years, especially since COVID, they've had such a hard time getting people to apply for this job position. I mean, it's a kind of hard job position, but the pay is so good, it makes up for it, I think.
Are you working all 11 days of the fair?
I am.
Where do you want to go to college?
Hopefully in France. I'm bilingual, so I hope that I get to go to France for college.
How exciting! What do you want to major in?
Marine biology.
Wow, so you are here scooping up droppings.
Yes.
So you can have a bright future.
Yep, exactly.
How much can a Scooper Trooper earn?
Last year I made about $1,700. Well, I only worked 9 days last year, but hopefully this year I'll work all of the days and I get paid $4 extra for working overtime, so that's nice.
As long as the animals are around at the state fair, the work will pile up, and fairgoers seem to appreciate the crew as they do their duty.
People love to come up to you and say, "Oh my gosh, I love your shirt," or "Oh, the Scooper Troopers, I get it." It's a joke, right? I've had people even come up to me and ask where they can get a Scooper Trooper shirt, and I'm like, talk to my boss, I don't know.
We know exactly how they can get one, and it involves the shovel that you have.
Yes, the shovel I have. Mm-hmm.
Sandy Max, WTMJ News. What was the update in 2024?
Well, the update is I'm actually going to spend the first semester in Milwaukee because I had some issues with my student visa. But hopefully...
That happens.
Yeah, hopefully the second semester I'll be in France somewhere.
Studying marine biology?
Hopefully, yeah.
Did you work all 11 days last year?
Yes, I did.
And you had told me in 2022 you worked 9 of 11 days and cleared about $1,700.
Yeah.
What was your take last year?
2,000? Yeah, 2,000.
So a gritty job, but a good paying job.
A great paying job.
What are the top 3 things you need to be a great Scooper Trooper?
You got to be ready to be there when people need you.
Or when animals need you.
Right. There's no time for slacking. If you need to be here at 6 in the morning, you need to be here at 6 in the morning. I'm not a morning person particularly, but I manage it.
That's number 1.
Number
2 and 3.
You have to understand how much of a team the Scooper Troopers are. If you don't rely on each other, it's going to be a miserable week. Like, we all really encourage each other and say, like, oh, good job doing this, keep going. Because if you don't, it's such a hard job that you really need to, like, have support and lean on people in the team.
When you say hard job, what is really hard about it? The physical part?
The physical part. Mentally, it's just walking up and down the aisles, but physically, it is so difficult. I'm an ice skater at the Pettit, and even my legs are so sore afterwards, and I go back to work at the ice rink, and I'm so sore, unimaginably. And that's the third thing, is you have to be okay with physical labor. You gotta be. Because you're shoveling pounds and pounds and pounds of wet sawdust every day.
And the other things that are in that wet sawdust.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
And physical labor and staying late, because we clean all the barns after the public leaves. So getting ready for late nights and early mornings.
Do you ever get used to the smell?
Honestly, I never really had a strong sense of smell. I'm lucky. But I know some people never get used to it, especially in some of those barns with no fans or ventilation. I can imagine it's awful.
And what are your tools of the trade?
Shovel, broom, pitchfork. Pitchfork is good for everything. It picks up everything but liquids. So
that's what the sawdust is for.
Yes, that's what sawdust is for, exactly.
And when do you ever feel really clean after 11 straight days of the Wisconsin State Fair?
I think that like the week after State Fair, it's almost a mental thing. I have to get out of the mind state of the fair, because sometimes I look around my house and I think I see piles of sawdust. My cat is brown, so he kind of looks like a pile of sawdust. I'm like, oh wait, I gotta get that. But no, I'm at home now. I can relax. Once I've physically recovered and my legs aren't sore and my feet aren't sore, then I'm really like in the mindset to be at home and start school and work at my other jobs, and that's when I feel fully clean.
Do you think you'll be back in 2025 State Fair?
Hopefully.
Thank you so much for the Scooper Trooper update, Piper.
Thank you for coming back for the sequel, the part 2.
We might have to make it a trilogy next year.
A trilogy, yeah. That's a good idea.
So we did. And this is last year's visit with Piper Faust, Scooper Trooper. I was happy to find her by the Coliseum again and ask her how long she's been doing this summer job.
This will be my 4th year, yeah.
Well done. And is it still a job that you would recommend?
You know what? If you want to work for 11 days and make a good amount of money, then yes. It's really good for especially high school students who maybe they don't want to work all summer. But if you just want to make a good amount of money, maybe you're going to college, maybe you're saving up for something, a car, whatever. It's hard work, but I 100% recommend it to anyone who's looking to make good money in 11 days.
It's like an intense workshop.
Right, it is, exactly.
So now, what is your next step in your college life this fall, Piper?
Well, I spent this last year at UW Milwaukee. Had a fantastic time there. I'm still hoping, it's a whole thing, but we're hoping I'll be in Paris in the fall because I speak French. I'm fluent in French. I've been speaking French my whole life. And
très bien.
Très bien.
When we first met, you were interested in going to France to study marine biology.
Yes. Still the plan, hopefully. Marine biology, oceanography, somewhere in there.
Which animals are the most laborious to clean up after?
You know what? I do have to say cattle. I do. Horses they're big animals, but they're very demure about it. They're very, they're very subtle about it. Pigs and goat, sheep, whatever, but cows, man, they're busy. They're busy.
Overachievers.
Yeah, definitely overachievers, yeah.
Next, Piper's update as a veteran Scooper Trooper at the Wisconsin State Fair. Is she still planning to study in France? We'll find out next on What's on Tap.
You might not think of Burkhart for corporate uniforms and other business apparel, but you should, because a lot of businesses do. And it's because most times we're cheaper than our competition on the same high-quality apparel choices that the other guys offer, plus Nike and Under Armour that the other guys can't get. So for businesses and corporations, if you want your employees to look great while representing your brand, and you want to get your apparel for less, you can't beat Burkhart, your business uniform specialists.
You can't beat Burkhart.
Staying active, essential for overall health. Proper medical support, essential for staying active. WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Whether it's keeping a weekend warrior like me on the tennis court or keeping young athletes in the game, you want the best in sports medicine, that's OAW. Surgeons, nurses, and physical therapists help you recover from injury, avoid injury in the future, and enhance performance. Get care 7 days a week. Walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic or book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max.
Broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair, I am sharing with you one of my favorite traditions. From farm animal cleanup to France to study marine biology, UW-Milwaukee College student Piper Faust has been working summers at the Wisconsin State Fair to make money for her education. And I first met her here in 2023, and now we have a tradition to catch up behind the Coliseum to find out her college update and what she's learned from scooping up behind the livestock after all these years. I am Sandy Max, back at the Wisconsin State Fair with one of my very favorite people at the fair. This is Piper Faust. She is a scooper trooper here at the Wisconsin State Fair. For those who don't know what it is, Piper, what is a scooper trooper?
Well, technically I'm in public health. I monitor all of our cattle shows and I clean up manure that come out of our cattle here at the shows. And during the nighttime, our animals come in shifts. And so whenever they leave, we clean out the whole barn, shovel it, and then sweep it, and then we blow it out and we spray a disinfectant on it, and that's pretty much every night for me.
Wow.
Is cleaning 1 or 2 barns.
That is truly public health. I get why you say
right,
that. I think a lot of people just hear scooper trooper and they think shovels, pitchforks, hay, and the brown stuff.
Right.
So when I first met you, you were a scooper trooper earning money.
Correct.
For college. Mm-hmm. How many years have you been a scooper trooper?
I think this is my 5th year.
Wow.
I think we met when I was 15.
So 5 years, what keeps you coming back to be a scooper trooper?
Honestly, and not to be too corny or anything, but my team really makes it.
Really?
My team, I mean, I'm looking back at my friends here.
You can see some of them right over here. How many are on the team?
Right now we have 48. Last year we had 52. Some people left for school and such.
Yeah.
But
I guess over 11 days, that makes sense.
Right. Half of them, I would say, are about elementary school friends. I went to elementary school and middle, high school. So I've known them for forever. And then that chemistry is great. And then we're very open, accepting crowd. And so new people come in, and I feel like I met people just the other day, the first day of the fair, Thursday, and I feel like I've known them for years already.
I feel like there is a bond, there's a solidarity when you're doing something this gritty and this real. And I think this proves it. If you're saying, despite what the actual job is of cleaning up after animals, it is the people and the chemistry and the camaraderie that brings you back.
It is. And you got to be close to do this job. You can't, there's no room for team beef or any of this. It would be just too much.
Can't be petty?
No. When you're shoveling sawdust, that's too much effort.
Sawdust and other things.
Right.
So as we've talked over the years, who is the overachiever in making the manure? Last year you told me it was the cattle. Is it still them?
It's either cattle or swine, absolutely.
Swine?
Specifically the beef cattle.
Thank you for always taking time to visit, because I know this is a very
visiting
important
me.
job. Well, come on now.
I have so much fun doing this.
Well, good, because now is the really important question that I have been saving.
Okay.
When I first met you,
yes,
you're bilingual. You also speak French. You were saving up money to go to school in France and study.
Yes.
Where
What's
are
up
you
with
now?
that?
Yes, what's up with that? What's next?
Well, this last semester I did spring of 2026. I was at UW-Milwaukee. They've offered me quite a few internship and abroad opportunities, but I'm still very much on the France route.
Yeah.
I have a European citizenship, and so
that's a
that's a newer development. I just got my paperwork done for it. Yeah, just last fair. Actually.
That literally opens up the world to you.
Right, and so it's going to be a lot easier for me now to do that. I'm hoping to absolutely still come back to the fair, of course.
Well, good. I look forward to seeing you next year. So what's in 5 years? Where is Piper?
Oh, man, 5 years?
With the French, with the degree, where are you going? What do you want to do?
I would really love to be in the south of France doing maybe marine biology or scuba diving, archaeology. I would love to be underwater almost every day. But
and I think that's going to be one of the best ways to feel clean after 11 days of being a scuba trooper.
Absolutely.
Piper Faust, Scooper Trooper, if you see her or any of her teammates in these brown shirts,
Yeah,
be nice,
come say hi.
You can go back and watch that video. It was a YouTube interview, so go back to our WTMJ YouTube live stream and you can see that. She's just an inspiration. I look forward to visiting with her. Piper Faust, Scooper Trooper at every Wisconsin State Fair. And this year, Scooper Troopers, they always have like a themed shirt. You're going to see Spider-Man Brand New Day, a pun on the back of their shirt, which keeps them pop culture as they poop scoop. So thank you so much for hanging out with me on What's on Tap. We are live from the Wisconsin State Fair, checking in with some of your very favorite foods. Stay with me on What's on Tap.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Start your weekend tonight with a free dinner at the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club, right near Holy Hill. I love the Fox and Hounds. When you buy one dinner, your second dinner is free every night. Desserts and ice cream drinks are delicious, and also buy one, get one free. Enjoy the choice porterhouse steak, the braised pork shank, roast duck, twin lobster tails, the surf and turf. Any entree and your second dinner is free. Relax with your favorite beverage on the patio in the woods. Spectacular views, amazing dinners in the 8 dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167 near Holy Hill. It's a one-of-a-kind summer dining destination. Wherever you live, it's worth the beautiful easy drive through the Kettle Moraine for your free dinner. And the Friday haddock fish fry is one of the best, and it's all you care to eat. Weekends might be too busy. Enjoy your free dinner tonight at the Fox and Hounds Supper Club. Tables are open. Google and reserve.
Earn now, spend later at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Now through August 26th, rewards members earn $10 in Blaine's Bucks for every $100 spent in store. Redeemable just like cash September 3rd to the 16th. Right now, rewards members save $100 on a Charbroil Performance 4-burner grill. Assorted rustic pantry spices, jams, and pickled vegetables are 15% off. Plus, Blaine's brand trail mixes also 15% off. Earn Blaine's Bucks now to spend later, just like cash. Only at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
What's on Tap with Sandy Max is back on WTMJ.
Soaking up the great vibes, broadcasting live at the Bag 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair, where I guarantee you will bump into somebody that you know that makes you smile. So far, there have been a lot of nice people smiling and waving. One of them, Chef Adam Pollack, just walked by, and I wanted to have time to wave him in and ask him, what does Chef Pollack eat at the Wisconsin State Fair? What tempts his taste buds? And on the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line 855-616-1620, I've been asking you, what's your favorite food? Is it something that you have already tried because you visited the fair, maybe tried a Sporky, or is it just something you're looking forward to when you come this weekend? Like for me, love the Brad and Harry's cheese curds. Soft and melty. I will tell you that on the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line, Peter texted in, favorite fair foods for him, the loaded baked potatoes and anything with Door County cherries. That's all in the Wisconsin Products building. And I will tell you, a couple nights ago, I did sip on a cup of Door County cherry juice, and it really hit the spot after my show. It was really good. There's so much to enjoy here. So love to know what tempts your taste buds at the Wisconsin State Fair. 855-616-1620 is the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line. Other people who have walked by and waved and said hello. Lots of fun WTMJ fans, some that I know and some that I don't. And Evan Gersh is a name that you have heard here on What's on Tap. Evan is the creator of Brood Awakening. It is a sitcom series that is being filmed here, and he is filming the pilot. You've probably heard him and several of the cast members on What's on Tap over the past, I think, year so far, and I got to meet him and his sister Holly, his mom Diane, his dad Jim. It's a family affair as they put together Brood Awakening, the TV show, and they've been here kicking it, relaxing, enjoying the Wisconsin State Fair as a family together. So it's been fun to see familiar faces, and we'll keep you. I want to wave him in to get an update on Brood Awakening. So we'll have to do that next week to find out the details on how his TV pilot is coming along. And that Brood Awakening, it's about a guy who is from Wisconsin but had moved to Malibu, gets a divorce, and comes back to Wisconsin, to Sheboygan in particular, and starts running a brewery with one of his best friends. So a lot of that contrast between what Californians do in Wisconsin. It'll be a fun show from what I've seen so far and witnessed. So Brood Awakening, put that on your list. And as we continue broadcasting live from the Wisconsin State Fair in this bonus half hour before the Brewers and Dodgers coverage starts at 8:35, I'm going to share with you a visit with the woman who is headlining the Bank 5-9 main stage tomorrow night. Lindsay Sterling, her electric violin, her dancing, her choreography, her impressive stage show is coming tomorrow night, and you will hear my interview with her coming up on What's on Tap.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Hi, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Most contractors cut corners and disappear when there's a problem. Not us. Since 1997, we've completed over 60,000 projects, earned thousands of 5-star reviews, and were named 2025 Roofing Magazine Contractor of the Year. We set the standard for exterior remodeling, trusted by homeowners, proven every single day. We're excited to show you why choosing Infinity means peace of mind. Visit infinityexteriors.com to see why your neighbors trust Infinity.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show, live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Hey, it's Kristen Bry from Point Taken on 620 WTMJ. You know, in radio, people hear your voice first. But when I'm out in the community, meeting listeners or hosting events, I'm told that my smile is my signature. That's why I trust Dr. James Michaels and the team at Economawalk Dental Care with my smile. And yes, I drive all the way from Milwaukee to Economawalk to see Dr. Michaels and his incredible staff. Because when you find a dental team that makes you feel comfortable, listened to, and cared for, that drive is worth it. Dr. Michaels has been practicing in Economawalk for more than 25 years. And his approach is simple. Treat people the way they want to be treated. Whether you're due for a cleaning, thinking about cosmetic options, or just need a dental home where you feel at ease, call Economawalk Dental Care at 262-567-7224. That's 262-567-7224, or visit drmichaelsdentalcare.com. Economawalk Dental Care with Dr. James Michaels, the team I trust with my smile.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps! And he made the catch! Banging up against the wall!
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center. It's back and gone!
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 8 o'clock at 73 degrees. Tonight, rain ends and high dew points continue, a low of 70. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. The USS Lincoln has been supporting the U.S. war against Iran for a record 240 days at sea. And now several Democratic lawmakers are pressing for accountability from the Pentagon after reports of poor mental health conditions aboard the carrier. News Nation's Elizabeth Vargas.
The administration is denying it, but U.S. senators are now demanding answers. They even propose a congressional delegation go to visit the carrier. In a letter from Democratic Senator Blumenthal to Pentagon Secretary Hegseth, the Armed Services Committee member wrote in part, quote, "The Lincoln has been deployed more than 250 days as of this writing, despite initially being scheduled for a 7-month deployment."
Defense Secretary Hegseth said the concerns were, quote, completely misrepresented. Flock Safety says it will implement new privacy and data retention policies. News Nation's Alicia Nieves.
It is vowing to implement a handful of new safeguards to its products. The measure includes, cutting down on how long it holds movement data in their system from 1 month to now 1 week, as well as deploying a system that flags and locks out users with some abnormal search behavior. We've seen cases of that. These changes and a handful of others will come into effect for all Flock customers next year.
Agencies can still change the retention period in coordination with state or local policy. A measles outbreak is ongoing in southwest Wisconsin, with more than a dozen new cases reported this morning.
13 newly identified cases brings the total confirmations of measles in Iowa and Lafayette counties this week to 15, with 6 additional probable cases. Dr. Ryan Westergaard with the Department of Health Services says no public exposure sites have been determined yet, and more cases are likely to be confirmed.
The rapid emergence of these cases indicates that there is active local transmission.
Nearly all Wisconsin measles cases this year have occurred in people who are unvaccinated against the disease. Interviews with those who have been potentially exposed are ongoing. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Decision Wisconsin. The governor's race is set, and the focus is affordability.
Democratic candidate David Crowley says he wants to lower everyday costs and make housing and child care more affordable. He outlined his priorities to supporters in Milwaukee on Wednesday.
It's about affordability, making it easier to buy a home, lowering everyday costs, making child care more affordable and available, growing an economy where hard work actually pays off.
Republican candidate Congressman Tom Tiffany is focusing specifically on property taxes. He spoke with supporters in West Dallas on Wednesday.
Common sense, affordability, accountability. We are going to end the 400-year property tax increase on day one.
Crowley and Tiffany face off in the November election. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:03.
For 176 years, St. Vincent de Paul Society of Milwaukee has been neighbors helping neighbors, working to eliminate poverty and hunger with compassion and dignity. When families face hard times, our volunteers step in. Over 600 trained volunteers ready to meet people where they're at, in their homes. And that's what our Neighbors Helping Neighbors home visit program is all about. Volunteers travel in pairs, listening first, then offering personalized support. They provide families and individuals with things like furniture, beds, food, clothing, and connect them to vital community resources, help that provides stability during challenging times. These home visits don't just address an immediate need, they help create a safer, more stable future for our families and individuals in our community. Last year alone, St. Vincent de Paul Society volunteers completed nearly 11,000 home visits across Milwaukee County, serving those who need us most. Together, we are neighbors helping neighbors. To learn more about our mission or get involved, visit svdpmilw.org.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom-quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. After being swept by the Padres in San Diego, the Brewers begin a 4-game series against the Dodgers tonight in Los Angeles. Pat Murphy's Brewers begin the day with the best record in baseball, but just a 3-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:35. And the Milwaukee Bucks 2026 through 27 full season schedule is here.
The Milwaukee Bucks will open their first season without Giannis Antetokounmpo in more than a decade on October 21st at the Washington Wizards. The home opener is October 23rd against the I-94 rival Chicago Bulls. Bucks have 16 weekend games scheduled at Pfizer Forum, including 7 Fridays, 4 Saturdays, and 5 Sundays. 2 of Milwaukee's matchups against the Miami Heat and Giannis will be nationally televised, one in November and the other in January. Milwaukee also returns to full season over-the-air television for the first time in 31 years, with non-national games airing on My24 and statewide affiliates. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Single-game tickets go on sale tomorrow at noon. And the Packers begin the preseason in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. Right now, Pittsburgh leading 7-6 in the third quarter. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Looking clear on the roads, no major incidents, no slowdowns. Time for your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, rain comes to an end, but high humidity and dew points continue, a low of 70. On Friday, some early spotty showers, could see some fog, then humid and mostly cloudy, high of 76. On Saturday, morning rain showers are likely. Should see clear skies by the afternoon, but still humid, high of 78. Sunday, another chance for showers and still humid, high of 80. Monday, less humid and sunny skies, a high of 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, a high of 80. Right now in Madison, it's 73 degrees. In Green Bay, it's 74. In Waukesha, it's 72. And in Milwaukee, it's 73 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso, Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:08.
Your need-to-know cultural snapshot of Wisconsin and beyond. This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee, a deep dive into all things intriguing, riveting, and entertaining. Now live from the Bank 59 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair, here's your host, Sandy Max.
With a big smile on my face. This is the place to be. I love being where the action is, and the lights, all the fun chase lights that are on the cotton candy stand, and the huge America 250 Ferris wheel. If you haven't seen this yet, you've probably seen it driving by on I-94. It is incredible, 230 feet tall with all sorts of lights going on. And this is the Ferris wheel that has the 45 different gondolas. And inside each gondola, you learn about one of the presidents, because it's America 250. It is fascinating that, and it's just lit up and it's beautiful. So thanks for hanging out with me. We are together until 8:30 when the Milwaukee Brewers play the Los Angeles Dodgers. West Coast game. That means our game coverage will start here at 8:35. In the meantime, we are having fun at the fair. Lindsay Sterling spent time Zooming with me before she spends time flying over the stage with her electric violin tomorrow here at the fair. She's headlining the Bank 59 main stage, and hear her preview of her concert in just a few minutes. And in the meantime, I just wanted to remind you, the Siding Unlimited TMJ talk and text line 855-616-1620. It's been fun to hear what you are enjoying food-wise at the Wisconsin State Fair, either because you've tried it or because you're looking forward to it, like cheese curds and grilled cheese sandwiches at the Wisconsin Products Pavilion. We'll tell you that a lot of people are very excited about the Porky Puff, which was one of the Sporky finalists. That is at the Bud Pavilion, and it's got pork, but also like peach chutney on it, and it's tempted my taste buds. I haven't tried it yet, but what really is spot on from pretty much everybody. I haven't heard even one person say, the Sporky winner was okay. No, and there's a line at the Fiesta Grill and Cantina, which is right next to Brad and Harry's, where my beloved cheese curds are. But the Birria Flamin' Bombs are supposedly really, really good. And the line goes fast because they were smart. They have a window that's just for the Sporky winner. So that's my tip for that. And as far as Well, who didn't tell me this? Did you know there's a potato chip sundae here? Oh my gosh, I don't know how I missed this. The potato chip sundae, sweet, salty, and seriously addictive salted caramel ice cream, hot, gooey, deep-fried cookie dough, rich salted caramel chocolate sauce, and a crispy ruffled potato chips for a crunch in every bite. Oh, that's at Cora and Mila's Cookie Dough. It's one of those smaller stands. It's by the Exploratory Park, so I do need to find that before the fair ends. It just sounds wonderful to me. And then also, if you're interested in the drinkies, because there were Sporkies and drinkies, the Blue Ribbon Watermelon Mint Julep at the Flying Solo Bar and Grill gets rave reviews, and I think that sounds refreshing and like a good sip and drink. So if you go to wistatefair.com, they have a great food section where you can even type in Food Finder. If you love pickles, you can just type in pickle and see all the foods that have pickle in them. And you can also see the list of the Sporkies and the drinkies. And still interested in what you enjoy? 855-616-1620 is the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line to connect with us anytime here at WTMJ. And you will hear from the woman who will be taking the main stage tomorrow night, Lindsay Sterling, on What's on Tap next.
So he said to me, "Boy, oh boy, do you got the boulders." And I said, "You betcha." And he said, "Do you mind if I cherry pick?" And I said, "Feel free. They're all beautiful and they're all granite. Sparkling pinks, blues, and grays from 4 to 36 inches. And they're all priced right because we buy direct from the source nationwide to give you the look you want. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Well, if you need flagstone for your new natural patio, Erickson's is the place to find it. We have the largest selection and 15 styles to choose from. And for decorative stone, Erickson's is your best choice. Our decorative stone is trucked in from all over the country. We buy straight from the quarry and cut out the middleman to keep your prices nice and low. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
When you run a team, you want great uniforms, and you know selling spiritwear is vital. That's why Burkhart Sporting Goods will create a free custom website for you to sell your families and players the coolest spiritwear from Nike and Under Armour, as well as the basics, while helping you fundraise at the same time. We take the hassle out of coordinating your team's apparel and make shopping and buying easy. So when you need awesome spiritwear and uniforms for your organization, you can't beat Burkhart.
You can't beat Burkhart. Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Siding Unlimited. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ. Welcome back to What's on Tap on WTMJ.
Welcome to What's on Tap. Award-winning musician, songwriter, performer. You've seen her on America's Got Talent and Dancing with the Stars. She is Lindsay Sterling. We are excited to welcome you back to the Wisconsin State Fair Friday, August 14th on the Big Bank 59 main stage. And you were here in 2023 at the Wisconsin State Fair. Been a few years, but when I say Wisconsin, what do you think of?
We had so much fun at the State Fair last time. State Fairs always just provide such a unique experience when you're on tour. Every day is kind of the same on tour. And so I remember at the Wisconsin State Fair last time, we went into the festival and we rode some of the rides. We saw some pigs. I think one of my dancers even rode a camel. We had such a great time. And then it gets you in this really festive spirit to then go put on a show.
That's a great experience. I'm glad it puts you in the mood to entertain, that we could entertain you as well. So there are a lot of people who are excited to see you, a lot of people curious to see you for the first time. What do you tell people who have never experienced a Lindsay Sterling concert in person before? What can they expect?
I think people are always quite surprised. Even people who have followed me for years, when they come to a show for the first time, the reaction I always get is that, wow, that was a lot of energy, and like they didn't expect me to like dance as much as I do, and but I love that my show is full of a lot of spectacle. Like I've got amazing dancers, amazing musicians, there's costumes and costume changes, there's props, there's choreography. It's just a very theatrical experience, and everybody from little kids to teenagers to grandparents come to the shows, and everybody seems to walk away with something different.
And how many people are on stage with you?
Usually, for most of the show, there's 4 dancers and 2 band members. So there's 7 of us. I can count 7 of us on the stage most of the time.
Like you said, it is a big production. There is a lot to see. There is a lot to do. And I love that you get to do your costume changes.
I love the costume design. I've always been a bit of a crafty girly. And so getting to like work on the costumes is always really fun. And yeah, I love that it's a very physical show. It's very energetic. I get in the best shape of my life whenever I'm on tour. But yeah, it's from start to finish, just full of energy, full of storytelling. So yeah.
Between your real physical dancing and the electric violin attached to you and the storytelling and the singing, combining all that, which part do you find the most challenging, that you have to think the most about when you're on stage?
Probably the singing, because I'm a violinist first, a dancer second, a storyteller always. But yeah, singing is something I don't do as often, and I only do it once, maybe twice in the show. And so I really have to like go to a different part of the brain and be like, oh my gosh, it's time to sing. It's time to sing. Like focus, deep breath. Like, you have to think very differently when you're playing the violin. It's a different regiment of like staying smooth, keeping control up here, but having to control vocal cords is a totally different thought process. And so I always have to really like shift my gears really quickly right before I take that breath to sing.
I would think that's part of the fun, though, part of the creative challenge.
Absolutely. Getting to wear a lot of different hats in the show. I will say, a lot of times when you're touring, you kind of, it's easy as an artist to just get complacent or bored with your show because you do the same thing over and over again. But this show is complicated enough and it's, physically taxing enough that I don't get to just clock out and go to, like, I always really have to be, one, for safety's sake, and also just for the fact that there's a lot of switching beats. It's kind of exciting that I have to stay very mentally present in the show, and it makes it so that I don't get complacent and lazy.
Lazy is not a word I would think that we could use to describe Lindsey Sterling on the Bank 5-9 main stage here at the Wisconsin State Fair tomorrow, and continuing to chat with me here on What's on Tap about songwriting, how her violins get their name, and flying on stage. Stay with us on What's on Tap.
No frozen discs here. Nope, our crust is all made from scratch. I wonder how many miles of fresh pizza dough we've rolled out here at Marty's. I don't know, James. Is it crazy to say it's got to be 1,000,000 miles or more? It's been a long time since Marty started rolling the dough. And our original sauce recipe is still intact since 1957. Well, Dad, when it's good, it lasts. Marty's Pizza in Delafield. At this point, it's an institution. And Marty'sPizzaDelafield.com for easy online ordering.
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood, connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
Transform your home in one weekend and save big money at Menards. Protect and enjoy your outdoor living space with Thompson's semi-transparent wood sealer. It maintains wood's natural color and provides durable, year-round protection from water and sun damage in just one coat. Save big money on Thompson's water seal products. Our knowledgeable team is ready to help bring your dreams to life 1 gallon at a time. Stop by your local Menards today.
Save big money at Menards.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer,
providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. I hope you'll join me on Saturdays at 1 o'clock for Experience Wisconsin right here on WTMJ. We check in with cities, communities, groups, events across our great state. We're going to spin you around and give you information on some really cool things to do and introduce you to some really fun people. This week we are joined by Road America's John Everett and Hayward Lake's Mindy Simons. It's going to be a fun show. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 right here on 620 WTMJ.
You're listening to What's on Tap with Sandy Max on WTMJ.
We are talking with Lindsay Sterling, musician and songwriter, and she is back at the Wisconsin State Fair Friday, August 14th on the Bank 5-9 main stage with a full spectacle. And I heard you say it's always about the storytelling. How does a story come to mind? Are you often inspired by something that happens in your real life, or are you kind of going off in the fantasy world? Where does most of your inspiration for these stories come from?
It comes from both of those. It's a yes and. The stories always start with like my own experiences. And I think that when I first started my career, it was a lot easier to personify my feelings and characters, rather than come, out in the open and just share that like I had anorexia and I got out of it. Like that was really scary to say at first, and now it's something I'm very comfortable talking about. But at the time, I decided to tell the story through a ballerina that was stuck in a music box and felt like she had to be perfect and wanted to break free. And it's amazing how doing it in that way, and then coming and sharing what it meant to me. It was so cool to see what these stories meant to every single person because it meant something different, and so when you tell stories through characters, it allows everybody to put themselves in the place of that character, whether it's a fantasy world or whether it's a butterfly, like whatever it is, people can be like, I know how that feels to be stuck. I know how that feels to be, scared and rise to the occasion. And so that's why I love storytelling through characters.
And I think it's wonderful how art can bring about conversation, even when it's a difficult subject. It's great to sing about being in love, but it's also great to sing about these real life experiences that can truly connect. And Lindsay, I feel like you're such a positive force. What is a song that you are really looking forward to performing on stage? Is it a new one, or is it a favorite that you just never get tired of playing?
I do feel like every tour, I kind of have a new favorite, that I'm like, oh, in this show, this one gets me amped. And in this show in particular, I love, the little story that we tell, but also the choreography for Firefly Alley. It's one of my newer songs, and it's just super powerful. And me and my dancers, it's all of our favorite.
Firefly Alley just conjures up a summer night. That sounds like a perfect song for the Wisconsin State Fair, doesn't it?
It sure does.
And Lindsay, on social media, you have shared a look at your treasured instruments in your violin collection. I absolutely love that you have names for them, ranging from Cleopatra and Starlight, Pickles, Ace, David Bowie. What does a violin have to do to earn its name?
Usually it's when it's a part of an experience, like when I bring it on tour. It first started out because I just liked naming them, but it's actually quite practical to be able to like name them so my whole crew knows like, oh, she's playing Cleopatra. Oh, she's playing Arwen, rather than being like, the sparkly one with the stripes, no, this is David Bowie. So it's very practical, but also, once I've like kind of gained this connection or relationship with a violin, I feel like it deserves a name.
Which violin is making the trip to Wisconsin with you?
I've got several making that trip. We've got Lady right here. It's one of my acoustic violins. I love her. And then we've got Arwen, Cleopatra, and David Bowie actually all making the trip.
Tell me about Lady, since she's with you right here. How did she earn her regal name?
She's a very sweet sounding violin. And she's only the second old acoustic violin that I've bought. And I just loved her sound. I felt like it was a little bit like sweeter than Excalibur, which is a richer sound. And so it has a bold name. And then Lady's just like I said, I enjoy playing her because she's kind of sweet.
And it's interesting that you've brought Lady with you, an acoustic violin, because I think a lot of people associate you with electric violin. What drew you to the electric violin and allows you to express what you want to express?
You know, the electrics are amazing for tour because, one, they're more durable in the weather and climate changes that we go through. Also, I fly around while I play sometimes, and so just keeping them safe. You know, I'd rather do that with a plastic electric rather than a 50-year-old, 100-year-old acoustic violin. But also sonically, the electrics, they allow for a much more bold sound, which fits the kind of music I play often. So sometimes with some of the songs that allow for the warmth of the acoustic violins, I'll play it, but most of the time it needs that like sharper sound of the electric.
And Lindsay, I like that you mentioned that you're going to fly around. I have seen aerial dancing and I've seen you harnessed up. So it sounds like you might be elevating in the air again.
You know, I love to fly. I love doing my aerial work. It really has made the show like gone, no pun intended, to another level. One of my dancers is also an aerialist. And so the two of us fly around in the show. It's been a very fun skill to work on, you know, in the last I've been doing it for 5 years now. And it's just very empowering. I love it.
So as much as you're above the audience, you do take time to really chat with the audience. Do you really look for people in the audience and give eye contact and talk to them? Or is it just more of a larger communal spirit?
It's all about the individual, to be honest. One thing that sometimes gets me motivated, if I'm ever having a day when I'm just not feeling well or I'm a little bit tired on tour, which happens, you know, we get exhausted or sick. The thing that motivates me isn't the fact that you're like, there's going to be 5,000 people out there. The thing that motivates me is like the posts that people share of like their little girl who's coming to the show and who's in her outfit and who's so excited. And it's like, that's who I'm performing for tonight. And so like some days on those particular days, I'll go search on social media to be like, who's coming tonight? Who am I performing for? Who's the one? And then when I'm also speaking on stage, yeah, you're speaking to like a huge group, but like the speech is about the one. And so whenever I speak, I really think about my nieces, my sisters, you know, who am I talking to?
Lindsay, we look forward to welcoming you back to Wisconsin and seeing you on stage again at the Wisconsin State Fair Friday, August 14th on the Big Bank 5-9 main stage. Thank you so much for your time and safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you here.
Awesome. I cannot wait. Thanks for having me.
She is kind, she is conscientious, and immensely talented. What a wonderful opportunity to see her again at the Wisconsin State Fair. You can see that full Zoom chat on our WTMJ YouTube channel, or you can text the word keyword violin to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line. If you text violin to 855-616-1620, we'll send you a link so you can watch that video and see some of Lindsay Sterling's violins. I am Sandy Max, absolutely thrilled that you have joined me, broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio here at the Wisconsin State Fair. It really is one of my happy spaces. Lots of nice people walking by, just enjoying a summer night, giving a nice wave when you walk by. And I'll meet you back here tomorrow night at 6 o'clock for more stories live from the Wisconsin State Fair. So thank you very much. Anytime you listen to What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee, it means a lot. Milwaukee Brewers baseball against Jason Bateman's favorite team. That is next after we check in now with the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Here are the latest headlines with Jessica Gatso.
Thanks, Sandy. A measles outbreak is ongoing in southwest Wisconsin, with more than a dozen new cases reported this morning. 13 new cases brings the total measles confirmations in Iowa and Lafayette counties this week to 15, with 6 additional probable cases. Of the 23 confirmed cases in Wisconsin this year, nearly all occurred in people who are not vaccinated against the disease. A teenager is dead after a drive-by shooting this morning on Milwaukee's north side. Police found the 16-year-old dead near 40th and Clark. They're still searching for the shooter. Milwaukee Public Schools is hosting an enrollment day next week for families who still need to enroll their children for the upcoming school year. The event is August 20th at Wick Playfield from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. MPS says kindergarten applications are up more than 20% from last year, while 9th grade applications are up 15%. MPS says families can also enroll online or in person at central services before the September 1st start of the school year. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Roads are looking pretty clear right now, not seeing any major incidents and no slowdowns. And time for your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, rain comes to an end, but the high dew points continue, a low of 70. Tomorrow, we have some early spotty showers and some fog, then humid and mostly cloudy skies, a high of 76. On Saturday, some morning rain showers are likely, still humid, and should see clear skies by the afternoon, a high of 78. On Sunday, another chance for showers and still humid, a high of 80. Monday, less humid and sunny skies, a high of 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, a high of 80. Right now in Milwaukee, it's 73 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso, Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:30.
A cancer diagnosis shouldn't mean we can't make plans.